Guaranteed.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get limited-time deals on your favorite tools and accessories. Plus, get 10% off in-stock kitchen cabinets with a $1,000 minimum purchase. And save even more on clearance cabinets in-store. Hurry and shop the Truckload event in-store or online while you can. Must ask cashier to apply discount at time of purchase. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/26/28.
Bridgewater, the hit fiction podcast, is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio.
The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity.
There's something beyond our understanding going on here.
Starring Supernatural's Misha Collins, The Walking Dead's Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One's Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Shippen and created by me, Aaron Mahnke. Listen to Bridgewater wherever you get your podcasts.
Kate, you look amazing. Thanks. I've lost 40 pounds with Balanced Medical Solutions. They have many options, but semaglutide was a good fit for me.
What's semaglutide?
It's the new FDA-approved weight loss medication that celebrities are raving about.
Oh, yeah. Do you think it'll work for me?
You can find out during an evaluation with labs at Balanced Medical Solutions. They'll help identify the root cause of your weight gain.
I'm ready. What's their number?
510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Individual results may vary.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
In San Pablo, partly cloudy today, highs near 57.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
And there it is. About 40 minutes ago, Tom Brady officially announced his retirement. He did the same thing on the same date last year. But this time around, it feels like it is for good. Tom Brady retires, and we automatically pivot to the 49ers because that was the hot name yesterday. Go get Brady. Go get Brady. Go get Brady. 46-year-old, 45-year-old Tom Brady, who will be 46 next football season, retired. Off the table. And, oh, baby, what does it mean?
There we go.
Oh, baby.
There we go.
What does it mean for the 49ers? Are we back to Trey Lance? Are we back to Purdy? Are we back to Jimmy Garoppolo?
Are we sure he's retired?
Well, that too. I think he's done.
You think he is?
I think he's gone.
Why am I being skeptic? Like, I feel, even though the video felt very sincere.
Because it's Brady.
Right? Like, come July, June, like, he's not going to get the itch?
He might. He's got a lot of money waiting for him in the booth, but
he's going to be on the Super Bowl broadcast this weekend, I bet.
Oh, wow.
Right? Why not?
With Greg Olsen.
If I'm Fox, I want my $400 million. Oh, the pregame at minimum.
Oh, pregame.
I mean, we watched those old guys. I love Jimmy Johnson. I love Terry Bradshaw, Howie.
They look cooked.
Dog.
They look cooked.
I mean, like, it's 2023. Can we get some guys that played in the 2000s?
Right. Yeah. No, it's time for a reboot.
Terry retired in the late 70s.
Can you believe they've been there for 40 years?
They're legends.
I mean, no, 40 years, 30 years.
They're legends.
Since 92, since Fox launched NFL football and stole it from CBS, NBC.
Yeah.
They've been there for 30 years.
And they're legends. But like, it's time for a reboot when it comes to the like, that's why they're trying to incorporate Gronk and whatnot in there. I know people don't really watch the pregame shows anymore like we used to, but like the halftime stuff, I do want to hear something slightly better than what we've gotten. And I love Howie Long. Like, I'm not disrespecting these guys' playing careers, but it's time to turn the page. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. We'll open up the phone lines right away. That's the Xfinity mobile text line. As I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Everybody, strippers, Caltrain workers, Muni workers, AC Transit workers.
Stay-at-home parents.
Baby daddies, baby mamas, strippers getting off of work. I know you worked a late night, and it's a struggle out there right now in the strip clubs, especially here on Broadway. Good morning to all the electricians, janitors, plumbers. Papa Shasky.
Longshoremen.
Electricians,
plumbers.
You name it. Good morning. Hey, we got Big John on the board.
I know, Big John.
Yeah, he may dunk on you.
How tall are you, Big John?
6'5".
Okay, we're going to start calling you Little John. No. You like that? No, I'm serious.
Big John equals Little John.
What do you think about that? Like Tiny. What if I called you Tiny John?
Yeah.
Some already do call me that.
Do they?
Tiny John or Little John?
Tiny John.
I like that. Tiny John.
I
TJ.
like Big John.
Oh, you like Big John?
Big John, Little John. He's a big boy.
He is a big boy.
Little John.
I need him to come with me on the next Philadelphia road trip.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind Big John. Yeah, Big John's fine.
Big John, you want to play security guard for us next time in Philadelphia? Please? I don't think they're messing with you, Big John. Oh, and by the way, Sam Lutman, who's running around with his head cut off this morning.
Okay, wait. I want Sam. Crack the mic, Sam. You are the most skeptical of this Tom Brady thing. And I love you, Sam. You play such a great character on the show, but it's really who you are.
Yeah.
Please tell me what your thoughts were when you saw the Tom Brady video, because I think this is one of the funniest takes I've heard. He's dead serious.
No, I think it's at this point where if he is not on a roster week 1 of the season, then yeah, I'll believe it. When you do the fake retirement Brett Favre thing once and then try to do it again, it's like I'm not going to believe you until I see it for real.
Really? How many people are out there like that? I'm kind of leaning in his direction.
888-957-9570. Do you think Tom Brady's officially done? Do you think this is a farce?
Where do the Niners go from here?
There's a level of denial in there, too.
There is.
Part of me just doesn't want to believe that the NFL is going to not have Tom Brady. It's going to be the same thing when LeBron retires in a few years. It's going to be like, I'm not really going to believe it.
Well,
in part because you just don't want to believe it.
Well, LeBron's still averaging 37-5.
I mean, his acting career has already begun. I don't know if you saw the other night. I mean, that was maybe the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
No technical either.
He dropped to his knees like he was shot from the grassy knoll.
He threw a tantrum on the parquet.
And didn't get a technical.
Not one tech.
But then, Pat, by the way, it's been like a week. Patrick Beverly grabbing the camera, going to the referee.
Showing the referee the
was
picture.
The greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
And it's getting teed up.
Bro.
He got teed up like 3 minutes into a game the next night.
I love Pat Bev.
The Lakers. Man, what a joke.
So, all right, let's say you believe.
This is pretty funny. Bay 510 area, waiting for Bonte's retirement announcement. Boy, you got about 20 years, man. You got about 20.
I'm going to be full disclosure. Like Ricky Henderson, I'll just never retire. I just won't have a job being offered to me. That's what will end up happening for me.
Yeah, and I'll go away. I'll deactivate Twitter, deactivate Instagram, and live on with my life.
Last thing that I want to say, and I'm so sick of hearing it. Dear God, America, Bay Area, radio hosts, listeners, callers, contributors, content creators, stop with the term QB1.
Why?
Shut up.
Why?
It's so annoying. So-and-so's QB what? So-and-so's QB
That's
what?
what they are.
Starter. Just what this
starting
QB1
quarterback
crap. Just
starting quarterback.
Stop it. Do it. Ayuk is wide receiver 2. Ross Dwelly is TE2. Like, what are we doing?
But Ross Dwelly sometimes plays the first play of the game.
TE3?
All right, let me say this about
Kyle Juszczyk, FB1. He's FB1.
By the way, shout out to Boxer Gerson. Got us back to Philadelphia.
Am I the only one
safe.
triggered by that?
Yeah, probably.
It's so annoying.
All guests appear at a Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Also, the segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Good morning to everybody out there. Look, part of me is thrilled that Tom Brady has retired.
Why?
I am so tired. I was already exhausted last night. 2 days into the offseason about the 49ers quarterback position.
Okay.
Tom Brady this, Tom Brady that, Tom Brady this, Tom Brady that. We know what's going to happen. Now we're going to pivot to Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, Aaron Rodgers.
I want nothing to do with Derek Carr.
I want nothing to do with anything. Why not Trey? Why not Trey Lance? 888-957-9570.
Well, because
why not Trey Lance?
It does feel like, and now again, he's blocked me, so I have no idea. But it feels like Mark is getting information from Michael Silver, whether it's his columns or talking to him directly, and he's under the impression that the organization. Yes, Mark Willard. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I apologize. And I'm not ripping him. I'm saying, like, he's under the impression they've already made, that this is concrete. They've already turned and given the job to Brock Purdy. And look, he might be right. Now, I heard Dr. Nirav Pandya on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. He's a doctor who is going to, obviously knows more than most of us when it comes to injuries and things like that. I love Dr. Nirav. He casually just throws out there that he's got all this nerve damage and he'll be back throwing in 3 months. Brock Purdy, that is. And he'll be back 6 months, no problem. Yeah. Again, I am not hating. I am telling you, I am taking a cautious, pessimistic approach to the Brock Purdy injury. When he comes back, I do believe right now he's on a higher pecking order internally within the 49er organization than Trey Lance. I do. I really think. I think he's ahead of him right now. He's earned that. But at the same time, I would love to see what they do with Trey Lance this offseason. Do they go get a stopgap? Do they get a veteran who jumps Trey Lance on the depth chart? Do they move Trey Lance? Mark is 100% correct saying that we will find out what they believe in Trey Lance the time period from right now.
I do agree with
until
that.
whenever Brock comes back.
I do agree with that.
He is 100% right on that.
I do agree with that.
And now to me, I would say this. There's the sunken cost fallacy. And what I mean by that is people are saying, well, you invested all of this into player X and blah, blah. I believe at the highest level of pro sports, I know that politics and what the draft capital that you've given up does play a part in who plays where and whatnot. I get all that. But at the end of the day, if you found something that's better, you owe it to yourself, the organization, the rest of the players to pivot. So whether they find Trey Lance as QB1 or whether it's Brock Purdy, it's irrelevant. One of them, I hope, can be the guy.
Well, Trey Lance said yesterday, and we'll play this out. Here's what he said. First of all, he's not listening to any of the noise on the outside. Here's Trey Lance as the Niners cleaned out their lockers yesterday in Santa Clara.
I'm excited to go out and show what I can do. Same situation that it's been for me the last 2 years. Really my whole life. Nothing has really changed, and still the same mindset. I don't read your guys' articles, unfortunately for you guys. Sorry, and I know people do, and that's just part of it. It's part of this job. It's part of the business. But if I'm worried about that stuff, I've said it a million times. I just worry about what these guys think in this locker room, what the coaches think, what people in this organization think. Anything outside of that is totally out of my control. So I don't know why I'd let that have any impact on me.
So Trey Lance will be ready for OTAs, and this is a great opportunity for him to start with the starters as the QB1. He's going to start with the starters.
I hate that term.
QB1. He's going to be QB1 in OTAs with Deebo Samuel and Brendan Ayuk if they show up, and he's going to get reps. Heck, he may start training camp as the quarterback for the 49ers against the ones, like he did last season. This is a great opportunity for him to show what he's learned in the playbook, in the Microsoft tablet, in the meeting room, and maybe work on his touch throws in the backfield, work on his downfield passing or whatnot. But why not Trey Lance? Are we that down on Trey Lance? I do agree with Mark in the sense that we will find out if the Niners go out and get a veteran quarterback, how they feel about Trey Lance.
What the level of that veteran quarterback is, right?
Like if it's Nick Foles, I'm not feeling threatened if I'm Trey Lance if it's Nick Foles. If it's Derek Carr.
Oh, well, Derek Carr feels like a multi-year Band-Aid, doesn't it? And which doesn't make sense if you believe in Brock. That doesn't make sense to me. Because I do believe in Brock to some degree.
Joe Flacco?
Joe Flacco's done. He's retiring. He's
cooked.
Yeah, he's done. Yeah.
Right.
His kids are on the field with him. He's
Mitchell Trubisky?
No, come on, God. Trubisky, come on.
Now,
really,
there will be people who will be sold on Mitchell Trubisky. There are. They will. I'm telling you right now, Sasky. If Mitchell Trubisky signed with the 49ers, people would make the argument, and they would convince themselves that Trubisky can help this team go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I swear to God, they will.
Yeah, well, you know what? I've got beachfront property in the state of Iowa for them that they would like to buy, and let's do it. Let's get the transaction done while we're at it, if you're that gullible.
Or what if they brought back Jimmy Garoppolo now?
Well, I do feel like Jimmy Garoppolo is in play. I don't think, if I'm Jimmy, there are so many more landing spots this year than there were last year. Wouldn't you agree? Like, look around the quarterback landscape.
So Carolina,
if you're Jimmy G, right?
Carolina.
The whole NFC
Pittsburgh.
South. The whole NFC South.
Yeah, whole NFC South.
I mean,
Tampa.
who knows what Atlanta believes?
Atlanta, yeah.
Who knows? Carolina?
Saints.
You know, like, I mean, we already know that Frank Reich loves a reclamation project at quarterback.
No doubt.
I mean, he loves them. But there's an argument to be made that Washington is a good fit for Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, the Jets. There's obviously some familial ties there with Robert Saleh.
Steve and Joe, Santa Rosa Vallejo, we'll get to in just a second. I want to play this sound on George Kittle, because this was very intense. You remember Sunday night after the NFC Championship game lost, and I got it, Big John. I got the sound right here. George Kittle after the NFC title game was just discussing, it sucks not having a quarterback who can't throw and really doesn't know the playbook. And we saw him on the field just kind of bent over in frustration saying, we don't even have a quarterback who could throw the football, and we're down 2 touchdowns. We have to literally run the ball every play to try to get back into the game, and that's not going to happen against that Philadelphia defense. But yesterday, as he was cleaning out his locker, George Kittle touched on the revolving door in the quarterback room.
Well, first off, I've had a 6-year career. I've had 1 year with one quarterback, super fun. 2019. Other than that, I've had 2 or more. 4 out of 6, I've had 3 or more. It's awesome. It's an experience. I just love a plethora of quarterbacks to choose from. What's my confidence level? I mean, I don't know how you can't be confident in Brock Purdy, what he put together. I don't really foresee us losing too many of our skill positions going into next year. Obviously, there's contracts and stuff after next season, but next year I think we have a possibility to go out there and compete at a really high level from right away. Not take a slow start. That's my goal. So I don't know. Like Trey, hopefully he's throwing again here soon, and it'll be a nice competitive battle for him. I have no idea what the guy behind me is going to do. I had no idea what he's going to do last year or the year before that too. And hey, you never know what happens. But I know that John and Kyle are going to bring capable people in this building to compete and give us our best shot at winning. So they've done a pretty good job of getting us to win, bring guys in here who want to win, and giving us a shot at winning. So whoever they bring in, whatever the choices are, whoever we're competing with, at those positions, it'll be a good competition, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
I feel like he did a really good job masking his just overall frustration with the inability for them to A, find the right guy, and then B, someone to just stay healthy. Like, you could feel it, and I think
1 year, 2019, he had a quarterback for the entire season,
which we were talking about yesterday.
That's insane.
It is insane. But here's the other part of this, B, and I do not think their little window right now, I do not think it's close. Now, things can happen this offseason that can really dramatically affect that.
That window's not wide open.
No, hell no.
Not with the Eagles.
No. And
not with the New York Giants coming.
I think Kittle knows, because his body has been hurt a lot. Now, this year he was really healthy relative to what he's been in years past. The sand's coming out of the hourglass on every one of these guys' careers. I know we want to say this guy's only 27 and 28. Football's so violent. Guys, this was the most healthy they've ever been as a team, and the one position where they didn't have health
was the quarterback.
It did them in.
The quarterback.
It was the most healthy that they've been.
And then you got Trent Williams talking about whether or not he's thinking about retirement,
which is a huge problem.
I mean, it's a long season, and having 2 long seasons back to back, it does get pretty grueling for a 34-year-old guy like myself. Knowing I'll be 35 when the season starts, you do kind of think about what's life look like after football. Because I've done this every year of my life since the 2nd grade. So you do get to that age where, especially after ending a year like this and it being as exhausting as it was and still not getting quite where you want to be, I get it. You get to that age. But honestly, I'm just taking it one day at a time, and we'll see how that goes going forward.
And then how long can you play, Trent?
I don't. I think it's all about what I can do during the off season. Sticking to my regimen, sticking to the blueprint, and trying to, study myself, figure out ways to get better, figure out anything that I can see on film or anything. That's pretty much what I use this time for. I'm really just taking it one day at a time. Really, it ain't a lot of future to look forward to. So, I might as well live in the present, right? So I'm just really just taking it one day at a time.
So Trent Williams walked into the locker room yesterday with a crutch.
Oh, my God.
As he was limping in. And remember, he had the injured ankle on a pick 8 back in Denver. We've come a long way from the pick 8.
The pick 8.
Trent Williams walked in with
Sean
a crutch.
Payton's Broncos?
Sean Payton's Broncos, who, by the way, got the job yesterday.
That was
shocking. Broncos. remember we talked to, I was like, why not the Broncos? Everybody's stuck on the Chargers.
I guess he still thinks that Russell Wilson's QB1.
Yeah, I still think Russell Wilson's QB1. I think Russell Wilson's going to be fired next year. I honestly
can we at least laugh at how absurd that whole phrase is?
Dude,
QB1.
QB1.
You're radio host one.
And by the way,
just so you guys know, John's a big Broncos fan, and he's down with Russell as QB1.
I saw the fist pump from Big John. I saw the fist pump.
Well, like
he's from Santa Cruz. How the hell is he a Bronco fan?
Banana slugs.
Who the hell is John?
All right,
I know, but what's that got to do with the Broncos? By the way, D'Amico Rydes officially the Houston Texans head coach. So Niners need a new defensive coordinator as well.
We'll get to him in a minute. On the Trent Williams thing, losing him would be a massive blow. Now, he's got $20 million owed to him next year.
I don't think he's walking away from that.
I don't either. But, it's different because they lost Willis and Justin Smith simultaneously. But it would be very similar to Justin Smith where you lost him and that leadership. And I feel like a lot of the unseen things for the novice eye of football fans would be lost. Could you imagine having to replace those guys, like that one guy? He's one of the best in the entire league at his position.
Yeah, best in history.
I mean, that would be a massive loss. Yeah. The other part of this that I keep thinking about is we need to know about that quicker than what Alex Mack did last year.
The Alex Mack
because
thing.
That really did them in. Waffling back and forth, I feel like really screwed them.
Jake Brindle had a fine season. He cannot hold up against a front like the Eagles. He cannot hold up against Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence in New York City. He cannot hold up. He's too small for those big boys. He's not powerful enough.
No.
And Alex Mack retiring in July. I couldn't believe the Niners went through the NFL draft and didn't at least draft a center. Well, maybe just in case.
Maybe they think that guy's on the roster with Poe or one of these guys, undrafted guys. I don't know, B. I don't know.
I don't know.
I didn't think. Okay, so let's. I'll give them this. I didn't think Banks was going to be a player this year.
No,
and he looks like he could be a really good player.
He was solid.
How about Burford? No one saw him coming into camp.
He got a lot better.
No. They've had other guys like Brunskill, who's McGlinchey's been but imagine you're replacing tackle with one of these young quarterbacks, hypothetically, one of these young quarterbacks under center. That's not a recipe that completes success for me.
Especially for a quarterback position that gets injured every single year. Just heard from George Kittle. He's played with one full-time quarterback, one time in his career. Let's go to Steve in Santa Rosa.
Hey, Steve.
Steve, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, all this talk about going and getting one of these guys off the scrap heap. Look, we have Trey. We spent all them draft picks on him. It's time for him to step up. He'll be fine. And then they should re-sign Jimmy G. He knows the offense. He knows the team. And he should have some desire to want to, prove he can win the big one.
Well, here's what I would say to that. And there's two parts of this. One, if the Niners choose, or if they have to go out in free agency and spend money in other areas, and they choose to keep the quarterback salary right now, if you keep Trey and Brock Purdy, you're at about a $10-11 million. Right. Maybe you get a veteran for $4 or $5. That's $15 million. If you get Jimmy's going to get more than that.
Yeah.
So now you're costing that quarterback room more money, and then Jimmy could make more money elsewhere, I feel like.
Steve, how happy are you that Brady retired and we don't have to deal with this ever again?
I'm like the other guy. I don't really believe that he did retire. And I hope to God that the talk about getting Carr goes away. He is horrible.
Yeah, I'm good off Derek Carr.
You mean Pro Bowler Derek Carr? Who was added to the list? This guy was benched at the end of the season for poor play, and he made the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, no.
What are we doing?
Well, Tyler Huntley made the Pro Bowl. I told you for many years the Pro Bowl's a joke. I told you for many years asking if the Pro Bowl's a joke.
Right, you're right.
Tyler Huntley's in a Pro Bowl.
Monte?
Tyler Huntley.
I was wrong.
No, it's not about that. The
I'm
Pro
going to say
Bowl's
sorry,
a popularity contest. It's a joke.
This is
Seriously,
why your radio
Tyler
host
Huntley
won.
I guess,
I'm
yeah.
teasing.
I mean, some people
No,
say
but you're right.
Radio
The
Host
Pro Bowl
7.
is a joke.
Joe Fortenbaugh will say Radio Host 9. By the way, we're going to take some calls here. Joe and Vallejo on the other side. Stay on hold.
The Valley Joe?
888-957-9570. What about Trey? Are you happy that Brady retired? Who do you want to see the Niners go after at quarterback? Plus, we got some Warriors talk to get to. Jake Delhomme, former quarterback of the Carolina Panthers, will join us at 7:30. He had the same injury that Brock Purdy had. He had the surgery. We'll discuss with him what's the challenges of coming back, what happened to his arm afterwards. Jake Delhomme, 7:30, plus Brad Graham at 8:30 right here on the Morning Roast. SF Niners are kind of recap the Niners season. Where do they go from here? What happened against Philadelphia? All that stuff coming up on the Morning Roast. And that will be sponsored by the San Francisco Gifted Jewelry Center with over 75 showrooms in one location. The SF Gifted Jewelry Center has gifts for every budget. So this Valentine's Day, you can definitely give BDE. What is that? Big Diamond Energy. Ha ha ha. You thought it was something else. What did you think they meant? Visit today at 888 Brandon Street in San Francisco or shop online at sfgcjm.com.
I'm a roaster.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
Thompson will take it with 5 to shoot. Gotta go. Draymond's got it. They don't see the clock. Draymond back to Clay, who goes baseline and dunked it.
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, There's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy joined us yesterday. Check out the podcast, 95.7 The Game or the Odyssey app. Brian Baldinger said a lot. He didn't think the Niners should go after Tom Brady. He said it's a young man's game. When you think about all the quarterbacks who were left in the final 8, Brian Baldinger was all over that, as this is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. And a red and gold reaction brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping good your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, couple things here. Warriors play the T-Wolves tonight. 5 o'clock, Warriors Live begins at 4 p.m. We know that. We'll get to the Warriors a little bit later. They're looking to win their 4th straight game. Maybe things are changing.
Since Mouthpiece Gate?
Since Mouthpiece Gate, they're 5th in the West. 5th in the West. Sacramento, they're coming for you. By the way, it's really cold in Minnesota. We had a quick layover in Minnesota.
Oh, my God, I totally forgot about this.
Got off that plane, it was 6 degrees.
6.
Right now, it's -5.
Jay Cutler, number 6.
It was
LeBron, 6.
It was rough. It was cold. You could.
Bill Russell.
It was freezing in that airport. Freezing. All right.
Well, you know what, B, for just a second here. Like, can we both agree that right now there's an infatuation in the league to do one thing? If you're a team that's looking for a quarterback, find
the guy,
a rookie on a rookie deal, or excuse me, a quarterback on a rookie deal, so that their salary is suppressed. Build the roster around them. Like that's what a lot of teams are trying to do. It's what Kansas City did with Patrick Mahomes. That's what Cincinnati's done with Joe Burrow. And then you surround that guy with a ton of talent, right?
No doubt.
Then if the guy's great, you break him off the money, and you slowly have to like make tough decisions on the rest of your roster, but you hope that guy is worth every ounce. Now, there's 2 different people. Patrick Mahomes, you can't pay him enough money. Then you got someone like Dak Prescott, where you overpaid that guy, and it feels like the roster's not good enough around him, even though it is very good. He's not worth the squeeze.
Right.
So the Niners are in an advantageous situation, whether it's Trey, Brock Purdy. If one of those 2 can be the guy, and you're hoping it's going to be Purdy. A lot of people are optimistic, as am I. Even if it's Trey, you're trying to find this guy on that dirt cheap salary so I can keep Nick Bosa, so I can find a way to re-sign all these other guys, shore up my offensive line.
Brandon Ayuk, who you're going to have to break off at some point.
Right? So, to me, if I'm looking at team building and I'm looking at, either or, as frustrating as the injuries and the uncertainty of the young players are, I would much rather keep the pieces I have around that young quarterback than go out and spend 10 to 20 million on one of these, I call Band-Aids.
Yeah. I'll tell you right now, I don't want Derek Carr.
No.
I don't want Kirk Cousins.
No.
I don't want Sam Darnold.
I don't even want Jimmy.
I don't want Jimmy back.
I don't want Jimmy at 10 to 12 million.
I want to see them commit to Trey or Brock.
I'm with you.
And Brock yesterday said he's getting second opinions. Right now he's got the torn UCL. They're hoping he doesn't have to do full Tommy John and be out for the year. Now, that may be a scenario. He's looking for second opinions right now. Nobody's giving him that second opinion to say, yeah, Brock, you're going to have to avoid this surgery. Nobody's giving him that opinion yet. He hopes to throw the football in 3 months. I think that's far-fetched.
I think that's very optimistic.
Very optimistic.
But if I was them, and if I was his dad, again, I'm not his dad, but if I was his dad, I'd say, look, you're 23. We're going to slow play this. The NFL is so violent. Alex Smith came back too early on the shoulder, it set him back years.
Is Brock good enough to sit back and hold up? Not only does he not make $1 million a year, he was the last pick of the NFL draft.
Mm-hmm.
Brock has to play. Brock has to come back.
Does he?
I think so.
But if you
is he that good enough to say, you know what? We're going to slow play this and look at my long-term future. He may not have a long-term career. He's so small.
I agree with that.
Frail.
But I also think what he's done on film has given him a big advantage over Trey Lance now.
I think teams starting to catch up to him. Nobody's going to admit that.
We can have that discussion.
And we sat back.
Yeah, we can have that discussion.
I saw the dude who posted a video of all the interceptable passes he threw. We saw him struggle in 3 straight first halves. And when you looked at that field, you looked at the Eagles D-line, and you looked at that defense being fast and physical, just like the Dallas Cowboys. Brock looked a little overwhelmed. Now, he did make plays, but Brock Purdy in those last 3 first halves was very average. Very average.
I agree with you.
If that was Jimmy Garoppolo, we'd be going crazy.
Yes, but I think his highs were higher than Jimmy. I thought when he was playing really well, he was better than Jimmy. And then
threw a lot of Jimmy no throws down the stretch.
Okay,
a lot.
I thought he made more plays than Jimmy. If we're just looking at right now, I think Brock's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think that's a knock on Jimmy. I think that's me elevating Brock Purdy. I think his body of work is pretty good right now. Now, look, B. Anyone can have a nice run. Nick Foles, I'm not trying to compare the two, but Nick Foles had a great run. He was flawless.
Never the same.
Joe Flacco had he was so good in the playoffs that year where he had that 7-game run. He destroyed everyone. They paid him all the money, and he never was as good. We see this in other sports. Guys have moments. Being a great player is doing it year after year after year.
This is insane.
And I would say the same thing if Trey Lance did what Brock Purdy did.
See, I'm buying all my stock in Trey Lance. I never sold it.
Yeah, but would you agree?
Red eye right now. Brock is a top 15 quarterback right now in the NFL.
He played like it.
Top 15?
I think he did. Down the stretch. I think he
15?
did. I think that's fair.
Right.
Now, does that mean he's a sustainable top 15? Russell Wilson wasn't a top 15 player last year.
And Dave Johnson. Now, I'm talking about the Arizona game. I'm talking about the Seattle game. I'm talking about the Dallas game. The Philadelphia game, we can't draw anything from that. It was 6 plays. 6 plays. Let's go to the calls real quick. Joe and Vallejo's been on hold since the start of the show. Let's get to Joe and Vallejo. What's happening?
Morning, guys.
Morning.
First off, I want to say thank you for helping me wake up every single morning when it's nice and early like this.
Appreciate you.
Second, I got to say this. I think that Brock Purdy, I'm a Purdy fan. So here's the thing. If he wasn't a 7th-round pick and he was a little taller, we wouldn't even be talking about
but he's not taller. But
let him finish, Joe.
The draft status is irrelevant.
Let him finish, Asky. Go ahead, Joe.
You're right. But I will say this. I'm not some guys are so down on Trey Lance. I'm not going to say I'm down on him. I just feel this way. When you have a roster like the Niners do with so many different players on both sides of the ball who are all playing in their prime at the same time, that is so rare.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you got to see Trey Lance for 4, 5, 6 games, and then Purdy might be healthy, I like that scenario. If it's a case where Trey Lance is in for the full season, that's a little questionable because you don't want to waste everyone else's prime. Having said that, Chassie, I do agree with you that I'm skeptical on this whole 6-month thing for Brock Purdy.
That's all.
That sounds so scary to me. But you know what? I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so we got to wait and play it by ear. Last thing I want to say, shout out Aaron Banks. He's a Bay Area boy.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck to Miko Ryans in Houston. We're all rooting for his success. And, hey, Bonte, can we get shout-outs for PG&E workers?
Absolutely.
The hard hats in the morning?
Yeah. Absolutely. You guys always get my power back on, man, out there in San Bruno. Shout out to the PG&E workers, Joe.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love you guys, man. You guys do. They don't get enough credit. A lot of people rip PG&E or whatnot. Mm-hmm. Those guys are out there day and night, all day long, on call. They got their phones on them. Shout out to the PG&E workers.
So one thing I believe, and whether you want to say the hardball, iron sharpens iron, whatever, I believe in healthy competition. I think it's good. It's good for everyone.
Too. That's why I wanted Jimmy to come back last year to compete with Trey Lance. And I wanted Trey Lance to beat Jimmy straight up.
Okay.
That's what I wanted last season.
I think the greatest, if we were to say in the history of the league, the two guys, and I'm not saying that this is what this situation, I'm just using this as an example. The greatest opportunity, 1988, Steve Young and Joe Montana heading into that season, competing for the starting job, and eventually they made the decision to stick with Joe Montana.
Yep.
You basically got multiple MVP seasons back-to-back from Joe and the best version of him. Now, some guys crumble, and those guys tell you that they're not the dude. I truly believe if you want to get the best out of both guys,
compete.
Yes. Now that being said, I do believe right now, if I was doing a hierarchy, one guy's at the gold medal stand right now, Brock Purdy. And at the silver, bronze, whatever you want to call it, is Trey Lance.
No doubt.
It could flip-flop, but right now, that's how I'm viewing it.
I want to see them compete. I wanted Trey to compete with Jimmy last year, to beat Jimmy in training camp. That's what I wanted to see. Let him do it. Let him do it. Who's selling their stock on Trey Lance? Do the Niners need another quarterback? Brady retired this morning, so he's off the table. And I believe this time around Tom Brady is going to stay retired. I truly believe that. I hope he stays retired. Because I don't want Tom Brady winning the Niners. I don't think it's good enough to win a Super Bowl next year. Honest to God. I don't think Brady can win a Super Bowl ever again. Because now what happens if you sign Brady for 1 year and he doesn't win? Now we're back to the drawing board, going into year 8 of Kyle Shanahan, looking for a quarterback.
Celebrating his 50th birthday.
Wow. Red and Gold reaction brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off. Retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com. Don't forget to tune in to Warriors Live today at 4 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Your phone calls next on The Morning Roast.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Don't come at me with Kyle Shanahan was the reason they lost. No, Kyle Shanahan is the reason they got here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He should be the coach of the year.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. You've probably heard by now the IRS is receiving $80 billion to increase enforcements and audits of individuals and small business owners. If that news worries you, or if you have years of unfiled tax returns, or are already receiving notices from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. I know the team at Kugelman Law. I've met with them, and I know how approachable and down-to-earth they are, even when discussing major tax problems. They strive to provide effective and efficient resolutions to all your tax and crypto needs, while offering straightforward and transparent pricing. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today to get a fair and honest assessment of your tax or crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94929. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
If you want to lose weight once and for all and have tried fad diets and dubious products with little success, listen up. The FDA recently approved the weight loss medication semaglutide, and it's helping millions of patients from Hollywood to Broadway lose weight for good. At Balanced Medical Solutions, we can determine if this breakthrough medication is right for you. Step 1 is to identify any underlying conditions that can thwart your efforts, such as a hormonal imbalance. Stop guessing and arm yourself with knowledge. Our medical evaluation with labs is only $99. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to the morning roast. I'm a roaster because these two guys are my guys. Yin and Yang, right here on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Goo? Appreciate Guru having our back Monday.
Come on,
that
everybody.
Philadelphia crowd as we move on from Philadelphia. But I mean, praying that they get blown out in the Super Bowl. I want them to lose so bad. So bad.
Andy.
It's a troll game.
Andy Reid.
Come on, Andy. Week off.
Help me, Andy Reid. You're my
Let's
only
go,
help.
Andy. Let's go, Andy. This segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Jake Delhomme, former quarterback of the Carolina Panthers, will join us because he suffered an injury to his elbow back in Week 3 of the 2007 season. He required surgery. He's going to tell us what it's like to have Tommy John on that elbow. Jake Delhomme, 7:30. Brad Graham, 8:30. SF Niners, one of the best content creators on Niners Twitter. You see him on Cron 4 every single Sunday. Brad Graham, 8:30.
He found us in Philadelphia.
He did find us in Philadelphia.
We come down to our seats. All of a sudden, this guy grabbed us.
Right.
I look back over my shoulder, and it's Brad in the sweet pea coat.
And I think he took off his Niners hat.
You know what? I get it.
I'm not going to be mad at
He was riding solo bolo.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
On
So
these
the big
back
news of the
streets.
day. So the big news of the day, Tom Brady retires after 23 years. He announced his retirement as we were driving into work. He posted a video on Twitter saying that basically this is it. He's not going to have a heartfelt, emotional retirement. He used that up last year on the same date. Tom Brady announced his retirement this morning. So what does that mean for the 49ers? 23 years, Tom Brady, 45 years old, and a lot of experts, a lot of executives,
46.
quote unquote, well, he's going to be 45 next year. He's 45 right now.
Is he 45 right now?
he'll
I thought he was 46
he'll
right
turn
now.
46 August 3rd.
Wow. For some reason, I thought he was 45.
46
46 years old.
45 years old and 182 days.
God, and he's got $400 million staring him in the face from Fox.
No doubt. He's 7-time Super Bowl champ. You look at his Pro Football Reference, 5-time Super Bowl MVP, 3-time MVP, 3-time All-Pro, 15-time Pro Bowler. I mean, Hall of Fame, all 2010s team. I mean, this is ridiculous.
I would say that his 35 to 45 was better than his 25 to 35.
I would agree with that.
Wouldn't you?
I would agree with that.
God.
Sick numbers. So what does it mean for the 49ers? What does it mean for the Niners? Are we back in on the Trey Lance bandwagon? Are we all in on Purdy getting his surgery? Is Purdy still, quote-unquote, QB1? Do you bring back Jimmy Garoppolo?
Oh, I guarantee there's a lot of people that want to do that. If I'm looking at it this way, and if I believe in Brock and I'm the 49ers front office, I'm not going into the Jimmy bucket because I think it costs too much to have a guy who I already have an upgrade over. Like right now, Trey feels immovable. I know a lot of people want to trade him away and move him. I wouldn't. I would keep him on the rookie deal, suppressed. Let's see what you have there. Maybe he's still behind Brock Purdy in this offseason and he doesn't show you anything. Fine, you can move off him later on because the dead cap hit is too much for me to swallow.
Agree.
Right now, like really, if we're being honest, Nick Foles or Trey Lance, really, is there really?
I want Trey.
That's what I'm saying.
Joe Flacco or Trey Lance.
Come on.
Mitchell Trubisky or Trey Lance. Come on. I even like Trey Lance over Derek Carr. I don't want Derek Carr.
I don't either.
I don't.
But there's also a financial component to this where I want a team build around the quarterback. And look, here's the other thing I've learned. You better be drafting quarterback every single year.
Yes, like Bill Walsh.
Okay, every single year.
Every year.
And that's not a knock on either one of these two guys. If you're the biggest Purdy fan in the world, great. But you also have to recognize he's a little quarterbacks get knocked around in the league.
Before we get to the phone calls, Bay-Rod, G-Rock, Dustin, Vince, hang on tight. We'll get you coming up here. And Miguel Rodriguez on YouTube. Thoughts on Jimmy Ward live IG yesterday? I'm out on Jimmy Ward. I'll just say that. I get Jimmy Ward, but when you start singing about meetings that you had with Kyle Shanahan, you start throwing out business out there, I don't want you in my locker room anymore. The Niners have done a great job of trying to keep everything in-house. And now you got these little talkers, you got these little leakers, you got people chirping. Mm-hmm. I'm out on Jimmy Ward. I'll just say that right now. But here's what George Kittle had to say about the revolving quarterback room.
Well, first off, I've had a 6-year career. I've had 1 year with one quarterback, super fun, 2019. Other than that, I've had 2 or more. 4 out of 6, I've had 3 or more. It's awesome. It's an experience. I just love a plethora of quarterbacks to choose from. What's my confidence level? I mean, I don't know how you can't be confident in Brock Purdy, what he put together. I don't really foresee us losing too many of our skill positions. Going into next year, obviously, there's contracts and stuff, after next season. But, next year, I think we have a possibility to go out there and compete at a really high level from right away. Not take a slow start. That's my goal. So, I don't know. Like Trey, hopefully he's throwing again here soon, and it'll be a nice competitive battle for him. I have no idea what the guy behind me is going to do. I had no idea what he's going to do last year or the year before that too. And hey, you never know what happens. But I know that John and Kyle are going to bring capable people in this building to compete and give us our best shot at winning. So they've done a pretty good job of getting us to win, bring guys in here who want to win, and giving us a shot at winning. So whoever they bring in, whatever the choices are, whoever we're competing with, at those positions, it'll be a good competition, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
George Kittle, one quarterback that remained healthy throughout the season of 2019, and that was Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's almost impossible.
Am
I tripping? Is this just me with the red and gold glasses on? Are there other teams, even Matt Ryan in Atlanta? He stayed healthy for so many years. He couldn't move.
Andrew Luck, for the most part, stayed healthy until he, at the end, just broke down.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just wild to me to hear that. To hear that, we've gone through it. We've gone to the games. We've watched the games. We've all experienced it here on the Morning Roast. Well, all our roasters out there, everybody who's listening to 95.7 The Game, we've seen the quarterback roulette just in San Francisco. But think about Russell Wilson in Seattle.
He was healthy forever. Has he ever missed a start? He didn't until he hurt his finger last year.
Season.
Yeah, that's right.
Unbelievable.
Almost 10 years. But, I'm watching Mahomes hop around on one leg like an icon, and, he's lucky enough to be able to play. He's lucky it's not a fracture. But, I'm watching him, and he's still making plays. And I'm like, how are these guys able to stay upright?
Joe Burrow, too. Josh Allen had, what did he have in his elbow?
A UCL strain, not the full
tear.
Yeah.
It still was throwing darts.
But he didn't look the same.
He didn't look the same.
His arm strength wasn't, even though he has an unbelievable arm, It still wasn't the same.
Let's go to Bay Rob in the Bay. Bay Rob, what's happening, brother?
What's up, Vontae and Butcher Boy? I'm out on Trey Lance. I love Trey, but my thing is he's behind the ball. How is it that Purdy come in, he the third string, and Shanahan won't let Trey Lance off the porch, but he let Purdy run in the park and run wild? Trey Lance is behind the ball, bro. I want to take care of what's in the house, Trent Williams, all who we need to take care. Somehow, some way, I hope we could get rid of McGlinchey and get somebody better than him. But y'all talking about Derek Carr. Derek Carr is a pro, bro. And he's better than Trey Lance. Come on, let's keep it 100. He's better than a lot of quarterbacks.
Let me ask you this, Bay-Rob. Does Derek Carr uplift this team to the Super Bowl?
At his price point.
Yeah, at his price point as well. But does Derek Carr, the player, help this team get to the Super Bowl?
Hey, what he's willing to break down for? I ain't finna give him no arm and a leg. You right about that. But if we could get him for dirt cheap,
he's got options.
To prove something, I know you would take it.
Yeah, but he's got options. I think he's got options to go elsewhere for more money. To me, it's unrealistic to think that a guy who's going to get cut, probably, and was going to do to make $40 million, is going to accept anything less than $15-20 million. Like Trubisky got a 1-year, $18 million deal last year. Trubisky,
yeah, Trubisky stinks. Number 2, Derek Carr. Let's just sit back.
There's like 17 teams that need a quarterback.
Yeah, but forget all that.
Yeah,
just think about Derek Carr, the player, and what we saw with the Raiders out here in Oakland and in Las Vegas. You want that guy in your locker room? A guy who's always pointing fingers? A guy who's always throwing tantrums on the sideline? A guy with all that body language? A guy who doesn't extend plays? A guy who gives up on plays? A guy who takes sacks? I don't want that guy in this locker room. I'm telling you right now, I don't. I think just look at the player on the field.
Well,
he doesn't uplift you. He doesn't inspire confidence into anybody. Yeah, Devontae Adams and Josh Jacobs dominate at their positions. And when it came down to it, did he make plays when you needed to? In money time. When we talk about...
Sudfeld looked better than...
Money time! Money time! Where was Derek Carr in money time?
I don't want anything to do with Derek Carr.
Yeah,
I'm good off Derek Carr.
I'm good off Derek Carr. Let's go to G-Rock and settle
one second. Before you go to him, just before 1 second. The Lance thing is interesting to me because I think... Do I think Purdy's been better than Lance? Of course, he has been. But also, I do think there's some context to this. Bonte, had Purdy started the year week 1, okay, I don't think it would look exactly the same way. I think, as we've talked to a caller yesterday, the playbook gets deeper and deeper as the season goes on for every team. This is not a 49er exclusive
thing.
The other
context.
No, but what I'm saying is that...
Not only the playbook. Purdy would have started without George Kittle this season.
And without CMC.
And without Christian McCaffrey.
Right now.
So how does it look?
I do, but that being said, Purdy has looked better than him. I think that's undeniable. I'm not here to argue about that. But what I do think is that by the time he got in at the end of the year, he did a great job. I just think the team was in such a better spot than they were week 1. I think it would have looked different had he started week 1. Let's say he's the one who comes in week 2 after Trey Lance gets hurt. I don't think it would have looked as excellent as it did later on. That's not knocking Purdy. I think that's more on Shanahan being more aggressive as the year went on because the team was better and the roster around him, and they were humming.
Purdy comes in. You got Christian McCaffrey, one of the best running backs in all of football. You have George Kittle humming.
Yes.
You have Brandon Ayuk on his way to a 1,000-yard receiver and Deebo Samuel healthy. Now, I get it. Deebo got hurt in that Tampa Bay game, and he missed a few games.
Yes.
He comes back against Arizona. You saw what he could do against Seattle. Trey Lance played with George Kittle one time. Context matters here with Trey Lance. First game, you play without George Kittle. You go down to Arizona, who's undefeated. You lose 17-10. All right? Didn't look pretty at times, but you saw the glimpses. You saw the Niners had the ball in Arizona territory damn near the whole game. How many 4th downs did they not convert during that game? All right, Trey Lance struggled in his first start, whatever. Then you look at the Houston, Texas game, and the game you got to win. You have to win that football game to go to the playoffs.
And similar to Purdy, the first half was very mediocre, at least lately. And then the second half was much, much better.
Much, much better.
But that being said, Bonte, he's only had a couple of games. So anyone who's making full descriptions on what he is, I don't know. Yeah. Purdy's resume and his film is deeper and better right now.
It's a lot better right now.
It's undeniable to me.
But Trey Lance...
That doesn't mean I'm selling Lance's stock.
Yeah, I'm not doing it either. Here's G-Rock in San Jose. G-Rock, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
We're good.
All right. My thing is I'm all in on Purdy. Purdy has done great. Anyone criticizing Purdy for a couple of quarters here or there, I think it's unfair because football is 4 quarters of football. You can play bad in the second or the third. If you win the game in the end, you've done your job. That's all I'm going to say about Purdy. Trey Lance, no way I'm getting rid of Trey Lance. He got hurt. Give the guy the chance that he deserved. He's there for a reason. There was a lot of draft capital given up for Trey Lance. Let's see what we got right there. I think we got something good. I think if they get him in there next season and he competes with Purdy, I think that may the best man win that job right there. And I think we'll have 2 good quarterbacks. What we need is a 3rd good quarterback.
You do need 3 quarterbacks.
Can we find one?
Right.
Can we anoint one first?
You're trying to find one, but I need 3 guys. Yeah,
and here's the other thing. I referenced Brock early in the year versus Trey. Remember what happened with Jimmy Garoppolo early on? They didn't have a healthy George Kittle at the time, and they didn't have CMC. How bad was the offense the first month of Jimmy?
It was awful.
And then eventually he hit his stride, and it looked a lot different.
You lost 11-10 to the Denver Broncos.
They couldn't move the ball at all.
You had to pick 8 against the Denver Broncos. And by the way, even without all those assets, Jimmy still missed a lot of throws. Devo one down the sideline where he hung it. Devo had to turn around, stop, come back and get the ball. That was a touchdown. What about the Texas route that he threw all the way behind Devo Samuel for incompletion? What about the interception later in that game? Jimmy looked awful. He looked awful.
But then he hit his stride, and he looked really, really good. But I also think the rest of the team also hit their stride. Then that's not a knock on Jimmy. Like, he didn't play in the preseason, so there was a lot of uncertainty. I just keep coming back to the same thing. Brady retires, okay? What does that mean for the Niners? Because so many Niner fans wanted Brady yesterday. I'm one of them. I'm one of them. I wanted Brady.
He's off the table.
He's completely off the table. Where do they go from here?
And you know what? All I'm going to ask is this. 888-957-9570. Jake Dale Holman join us at 7:30. Tom Brady retired today. I'll meet people halfway with Derek Carr. Let's say the Niners do bring in Derek Carr.
At what price?
Is that enough? I don't give a damn about the price point.
Well, I think it matters because you got Bosa and this guy and that guy didn't get paid.
I don't care about the price point. I don't care.
Like, the only reason that Brady made sense to me was if he took a steep discount.
Yeah, he wasn't doing that.
He made $15 million last year.
Right. I don't think he's taking a
I'm
steep
just saying,
discount.
he made $15 million last year.
He was going to want at least that with the Niners.
Okay, but I think Carr could get more than that right now from 3 or 4 teams.
Let's just say the Niners broke the bank, whatever. I don't care what the price point is. You bring in Derek Carr.
See, to me, that's part of it, but I hear you.
But I don't, because you can franchise Bosa. You can wait on that. You can wait on Ayuk.
Okay.
You bring in Derek Carr. Is Derek Carr helping lead you to a Super Bowl?
He has zero playoff wins. I mean, Purdy has more wins in the playoffs than Derek Carr.
Derek Carr helping you get to the Super Bowl?
I mean, he's never.
Is Derek Carr surviving against the Philadelphia Eagles in that defense? And that pass rush?
I don't know. Baldy's so out on Derek Carr. One read, he takes the easy check down. He doesn't look to extend plays.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to trust Baldy's.
You need to do that against Philadelphia.
Right?
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HU1 San Francisco. God, I don't want Derek Carr. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And another thing about Derek Carr. The Raiders told him to stay away for the last 2 weeks because he would be a distraction.
That was wild.
That was wild. If I'm Derek Carr, how come Derek Carr didn't say, no, I'm not going to be a distraction. Let me stand on the sideline and help out Jarrett Stidham during the last 2 weeks of the season.
That whole thing is weird. I want to be a leader. Yeah, that whole thing was
weird.
To
me, that didn't show leadership. Yeah. I look at both sides of it. The Raiders we know they're a dysfunctional organization. We know Mark Davis is in over his head. We know Josh McDaniels is a very average coach at best. But why didn't Derek Carr say, you know what, I'm not going to be a distraction. Let me help out Jarrett Stidham. Instead, he took his ball and went home. Took his ball and went home. And stayed home.
I'm out on Derek Carr. I think he's, I
don't know.
On his best day, does he even break into the top 12?
No.
Now, again, you guys can say QB wins isn't a stat. On his best day, Brock was in the top 12.
He was. He was a top 5 quarterback.
So to me,
like, I agree.
I'm throwing Derek Carr. No, I'm out on Derek Carr.
Let's go to Dustin all the way in Pennsylvania. Dustin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Fellas, good morning. How are you?
Great.
Good morning.
Listen, full disclosure, I'm the Dustin from yesterday from Philadelphia. I'm not here to troll. Seriously, I want to have I enjoy the show. I want to have a sports conversation with you and what I think. Because I think you guys are a couple pieces away from being like a serious contender.
Okay.
But I wouldn't get rid of Trey Lance. I think you guys need to work on the offensive line. I think you
that's obvious.
Yeah, that's number one.
We were talking about that yesterday.
The producer. God.
No, the Eagles dominated. The Eagles dominated at the line of scrimmage. That is undeniable.
So let me ask you this, obviously, you know I'm an Eagles fan. If I was Shanahan, like you're saying, Shanahan got them there. I understand that, but dude, you're right. You're a win away from going to the Super Bowl. Why are you putting in a 13 different team quarterback? Clearly, he's not NFL material. You have Deebo Samuel. You got Brandon Ayuk. You got George Kittle. You got arguably probably, I'm a homer here, Lane Johnson's the best tackle in the game. But Yeah, this is a left tackle.
Everyone got hurt. Drop him. Yeah, everybody got hurt. I mean, I don't know what you said. The reason Josh Johnson was playing is because they were down to their fourth quarterback.
Was he trying to get you saying that they should have played McCaffrey at quarterback?
Someone else. I mean, at that point, it was already situation critical.
They're going to play Deebo Samuel at quarterback. The whole entire defense knows you're going to run the ball.
Well, they were going to run the ball either way. The game was over. Look, guys. Josh Johnson went down, game's over. Brock went down, game's over.
But he is right. Offensive line is number one priority. But that center, right tackle, and you better draft a left tackle in the future because you never know when Trent Williams is either going to go down or retire. But you better work on a left tackle.
This is why I don't want to spend money in the quarterback room because I want to be able to spread that money elsewhere. I want to be able to put it all over the place. I don't want to spend, $25 million on the quarterback room. That's why they moved off of Jimmy. Was the amount of money that they had invested in the quarterback.
Let's go to Miguelito. Miguelito, San Francisco. What's happening? You're on the roast. Miguelito, going once.
Oh, hello.
What's up, Miguelito?
Hello,
what's going on?
Me. I'm here. Hey, fellas. First of all, I'd like to say I'm glad both you guys came back safe from Philly and the rest of the people of the gang. And I'm going to drop this after this Philadelphia game. I'm going to drop it. But that Devontae Williams catch, I watched it again. And if you watch it, you see that Ufonta, whatever that guy's name, Ufonga, he was looking at the play, and he gave the no catch signal. And I'm wondering, could he have called a timeout at that time?
I mean, they needed to challenge it. It came from the coach. It's just, look, we've gone over this. We've plowed it a million times. From now on, if you see a player on the other team saying, hurry up and run a play, just throw the flag.
It was obvious.
Just throw the flag.
Obvious. I am disappointed in Shanahan. He didn't just throw the flag.
Just
throw the flag. Everybody was talking about it.
We haven't discussed it because we're talking about all like the quarterback, but the D'Amico Ryans situation, him signing with the Texans as a head coach for a 6-year deal, just before we, head in here. We're going to have Jake Delhomme at 7:30 to talk about the same injury that Brock Purdy and him sustained. This is a big loss, B. Like when Robert Saleh came, I was really out on Robert Saleh early on. He grew on me, and I really grew to love him. And obviously, he has a lot of passion on the sideline. And I thought his loss was going to be a big one. They bring in D'Amico Ryans, and I was like, first time DC? I don't know. In a weird way, and this is no knock on Saleh, it's how much I love D'Amico. He was an upgrade. He was great, B. Think about how many guys. Hufanga, who we referenced, come out of nowhere. Gibson came out of nowhere. I mean, De'Amaro Lenore showed strides. Charvarius Ward fit the scheme brilliantly. Dre Greenlaw was good. He stepped it up to an elite level. Look what Bosa had great years with him.
I'm not going to knock Saleh. I mean,
I'm not knocking Saleh. I'm saying D'Amico was great.
D'Amico's very, very
His
good.
adjustments at halftime were excellent.
But so was Robert Saleh's.
Robert
Saleh. K'Wan Williams was a star at the nickelback spot. Jimmy Ward, they turned Jimmy Ward into a player.
Okay.
All right. You lose all these pieces. Mosley became a player under Robert Saleh.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All of a sudden, Eric Armstead became a player in this scheme under Robert Saleh. So, look, both are going to be good losses. It's a very attractive job. Now, the thing to look for is if Vic Fangio does get the job.
I want it so bad.
There's going to be a scheme change.
Well, I watched
It's going to be a 3-4 scheme change. And you heard what Baldy said yesterday about Bosa. He's a 4-3 defensive end.
Apparently, when Vic Fangio was in Denver and Chicago, they showed a lot of his formations. I was watching it last night. Guys that are the film junkies. He actually switches it up more than we give him credit for. And he has 4 and 5 down linemen. He's got 6 down linemen. He does like a 6x1. I'm not a schematics guy. I don't pretend to be Tom Landry. But it looks like he's adapted his scheme, and he's actually way more versatile than he was that last tenure with the Niners.
But what happens in the base defense? Is he running a 3-4? Does he need 4 linebackers on the field? Do you put Bosa over the tackle?
Great question.
Inside? I have no idea. I like Vic Fangio a lot. I still think he can coach defense. Steve Wilkes from Carolina is another option. I'll tell you who I don't want.
Who's that?
Vance Joseph.
Yeah, why not?
I don't want Vance Joseph.
Why don't you want?
I mean, the guy, because I watch Hard Knocks in that Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
I watched him coach against Shanahan. Keep Vance Joseph far away from the Bay Area.
I want Vic Fangio. I want Lord Vic. Yeah. Remember when he was Lord Vic back in the day? I really want him in. I think he's the guy that makes a lot of sense. And here's the other part why I like him. It gives you like that Wade Phillips kind of an OG, like guy that's been there. He used to be a head coach. I do think that matters.
No nonsense type of guy.
Yeah. I think we need a guy like that.
I think the Niners would be fine on defense. With this personnel,
Shanahan's built
playmakers,
staffs.
with this talent, they'll find the right guy to coach this defense.
They do need a little, not a big reset, but they do need a couple of pieces on defense.
They tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, they do.
force a little more turnovers.
Yeah, I think they need to find a D tackle and a D end.
Yep.
I think that's very important.
Jake Delhomme, 7:30. Brad Graham, 8:30. Brad Graham, SF Niners content creator. You see him on Cron 4 every single Sunday. On Football Sundays on Cron 4 with Jason Dumas and Kate Rooney. Brad Graham does a great job. Jake Delhomme, former quarterback of the Carolina Panthers, will get his thoughts on Tom Brady finally retiring, whether or not that's real, and, of course, the torn UCL that Brock Purdy suffered Sunday in the NFC title game. Does Brock Purdy face an uphill challenge you try to get back for not only week 1, but what about his career? This could be a career ender for Brock Purdy. Never had the same throwing motion, never had the same throwing power.
I mean, he's got to get. That's why I'm being very cautious. It's me, and look, I know the doctors are the best at this. This is a serious one, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's gonna be throwing in 3 months." Pump the brakes. Let's have the surgery first and go inside and see what's inside.
The San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center. That's what this segment was sponsored by. You know, when you ask your partner what's wrong and they say nothing.
You're in trouble.
Yeah, you're in big trouble. The Valentine's Day gift you got last year is what's wrong. With 75 showrooms in one location this Valentine's Day, let the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center help you right some wrongs. Visit 888 Brandon Street or shop online at sfgcjm.com.
I want winners.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
I want winners.
Inside Curry lets it fly. 3-ball good on the sideline. How many times have the good folks of Oklahoma City seen number 30 dash their hopes with a big-time 3?
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu. So
yes, it was after midnight, and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Luke Bryan's Country on Tour with Chase Bickham, Alana Springsteen, and Tyler Brandon is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on Saturday, July 22nd. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Enter for your chance to win at 957thegame.com.
Hey, this is Dan Dibley from Dibs and Willard. Yeah, I said Dibs and Willard 9 to noon, just like I'm saying Joe and Bonte on the Morning Roast, which is the show you're currently listening to.
I'm radio host 1.
RH1, Joe Shasky. RH5, Bonte Hill.
I'm in the B chair for Butcher.
Is Big John TP1, technical producer 1?
TP1.
Sam Lubman, P1.
You know who's
producer
not QB1?
Who's that?
If you're just waking up right now? Tom Brady. He retired.
He retired after 23 years, in case you missed it. I'm sure you did miss it. About 5:30 in the morning, I'm driving into work, and Tom Brady announces on his Instagram page that he is retiring on the same date he retired last year. This time, I feel like it's for good, but I understand if people saying, you know what, I'm going to wait until training camp starts. I'm going to wait until the season starts to see if he's fully retired. I know a lot of people, it's hard to believe he may get that itch again. What if the Niners come back and say, hey, Tom, here's $20 million. You want to play for us and come back home? Would that be enough to lure him out of retirement?
I have no idea. Until the season starts, and even then, I can see him coming back week 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. He's played for 23 years, so for me to think that he's not going to, dupe us all is surprising. I know the video felt sincere, but when I looked at the video, all I kept thinking about? What have you done to your face? Yeah. What work have you done? How does he have zero fat anywhere in any of his cheekbones anywhere?
Yeah, I don't
know. It's the TB12 lifestyle. You got to get on that.
Alex Guerrero. Shout out to Alex Guerrero, his personal trainer. Don Yee.
Avocado ice cream does wonders.
That is such a farce.
I've never had it.
It's actually really good, though, if you've ever had it.
That's like Gabe Kapler saying, he puts the cake in his mouth and then, spits it out.
Or the ice cream. He spits out the ice cream.
No fruit.
Wow.
Who has no fruit?
Brady.
No fruit.
He doesn't eat any fruit?
Avocado is a fruit. Google it.
Touche. But no, if you ever had avocado ice cream, I did it a couple years ago when he was in that first Super Bowl with the Bucs, and comes out pretty well. It's kind of frustrating to make, but it's pretty good.
I'm good off avocado ice cream. What's the point of eating ice cream?
Exactly.
Again,
Just give me an avocado.
I recommend it. Do what you want with that information.
Avocado.
Exactly.
Yeah,
my great-grandmother smoked till she was 90-something years old, lived to be 100 years old.
So now we know that Sam
I'm
Love.
not a smoker, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, now we know that Sam Lovin's the guy who buys the $15 avocado toast with the egg yolk on it.
I will admit this
That
to
is
you.
absolutely worth the $15, though.
I
will
not order avocado toast, but it is delicious. Can we agree avocados are delicious?
Avocados are delicious.
They're delicious. So,
$15
but I'm with you on that. That part I agree with.
By the way, the Red and Gold reaction brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line for all that you do. Staying with us here at 95.7 The Game. Warriors do play the T-Wolves tonight. They're looking for their 4th win in a row. So whenever everybody's tired of these quarterback rumors, the Warriors are here. All eyes on the Golden State Warriors. They are the defending champions.
Is A-Rod going to be in attendance? Partial
Maybe.
owner of the Timberwolves?
It's like minus 6 degrees in Minnesota.
So we got off the plane. It was our layover. And B, I felt the chill. Did you not?
I felt the chill, and I felt this tweet. 408, it's the mobile text line. A bump a day keeps the fat away.
Oh, wow.
You said I thought
Wow. Oh, real quick. I know we're going to talk to Jake DeLone. We're going to get back into the 49ers. I was thinking about Brady for just a second. Just bear with me here.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
All right. When I think of North American sports icons, okay, when I think of them, and if I just grabbed a pen and I started writing them down, okay, there's 2 categories. There's the myths, people I never saw, and like the photos are grainy and it's all like tall tale Paul Bunyan stuff. And then there's the sports icons where we've got the highlights in the videos, okay? The myths like Babe Ruth, okay? Jim Brown, Gordie Howe, Sandy Koufax, Muhammad Ali.
Wilt Chamberlain?
Wilt Chamberlain I would throw in there as well. Sports icons. Brady's on a short list. Who would be on your sports icon list?
I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? Michael Jordan, Tom Brady.
I got them.
Willie Mays.
Got him.
Barry Bonds.
Got him.
Alex Rodriguez.
I think Bonds and Rodriguez are too controversial to be sports icons.
Really?
Yeah. Magic
Johnson, Larry Bird.
Oh, okay. What about Montana?
Montana's there.
Okay. How about Kobe?
Kobe's there.
I think so, too. I think LeBron and Curry.
LeBron, Curry.
Tyson?
Nah.
He's off your list.
He's not an icon.
How about Tiger Woods?
Tiger Woods is definitely an icon.
All right. How about Michael Phelps and Serena Williams?
Icons.
Okay. Are we missing anyone?
Do we get a Muhammad Ali on there?
I put him in the myth category.
Oh, that's right. We did. Yeah.
Right? Like, it almost feels too long ago.
Hank Aaron's a good one.
Hank Aaron's a good one.
Before the show, we mentioned Wayne Gretzky, too.
Yeah, Gretzky. Gretzky's on that list, I think, as well.
But
it's a small list.
Mario Lemieux.
Does that hit the way?
Mario Lemieux was sick.
I know, but does that hit the way, like...
Wayne Gretzky does? Probably not. Mario Lemieux owns the Penguins, too.
All right, so now my last question to you. 2 minutes to go. Everything's equal. You got an opportunity to hand the ball to any quarterback in the history of the game.
Joe Montana.
Over Brady?
Yeah, I'm going Montana. Undefeated in Super Bowl.
Is Mahomes even in this conversation?
Not yet.
If he gets this one?
Not yet. You got to get 3 to at least have a Brady's got 7. Montana's got 4.
I know. Is John Elway anywhere?
No. Do we all forget that John Elway lost 3 Super Bowls and he got blown out?
He was the worst team in all of them.
Come on, Big John.
I know, but he was the worst team in all of them.
So they weren't even close.
I'm just asking.
And he was awful at those Super Bowls.
I'm just asking.
John, I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm giving you an answer.
Don't forget the drive.
To get to the Super Bowl, no doubt. But that's Cleveland. We know how Cleveland sports is cursed.
Here we go. Is Jim Brown in the myth category?
I mean, he was great, but it was before our time.
That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, it's more like myth.
It's like folk heroes.
That's what exactly. Instead
of a myth because their careers weren't real.
No, yeah, that's not fair. Maybe the myth isn't right.
Folk hero.
Yeah, folk hero.
Yeah, Tom Brady, of course, is an icon.
Walter Payton,
I'd put in that
Maybe
same
Chicago icon.
Yeah, I don't know if he hits the same way. I don't know. But the point I'm going at is that Tom Brady retiring, it's kind of the end of a chapter.
Joe Louis is an icon. Shy Show Bob.
Absolutely.
Joe Louis is definitely an icon.
Absolutely.
I actually think Manny Pacquiao's an icon.
Yeah, Pacquiao's up there.
Pacquiao's an icon.
I would agree with that.
Mayweather, we know, beat him. Mayweather's
an
icon.
But Mayweather I put into that A-Rod Bonds category where too many people don't like them, and I think it dilutes the icon status.
All right.
It's too controversial.
That stinks.
I know, it does stink. Because I love A-Rod. You know that, and I love Bonds. And so I don't think they're on that same level. Like, if you say Montana, I think on around the country, outside of the Bay Area, I think it resonates more than Bonds.
Yeah. Jack Nicklaus, Willie Mack. Yeah. Brady's an icon. The retirement with Brady doesn't even hit me hard.
Why?
I'm relieved. Because I'm so tired of Brady. Did you not have Brady fatigue last year?
For sure. But then there's this opportunity. If Brock doesn't go down, I wouldn't even thinking about Tom Brady. But the fact that Brock went down opened the door up to me where I was like, all right, everything's on the table.
Remember draft day, Trey Lance, and we'll go back to the calls in a second before we get to Jake Del Home. Draft day, I remember the Aaron Rodgers rumor came out that the Niners maybe were going to trade for Aaron Rodgers. And I remember saying, I'll take Aaron Rodgers right now. And you said, I just want my guy.
I know.
I just want my guy.
I know.
What happened to that?
I was wrong.
No, it's not about being
we probably
wrong.
should have. No, if you're asking me right now, should we have made that deal?
They probably should have made that deal.
But they also probably should have moved off of Jimmy after 2020.
I agree.
Or 2019, excuse me, and picked up Brady. So
I agree.
The woulda, coulda, shoulda is there's levels to it. But yes, Bonte, having seen what I've seen, and I wanted them to draft their player, whether it was going to be Fields or Lance, heaven forbid, Mac Jones. But yes, a part of me wanted to have our guy because I wanted that 15-year run the way the Chiefs fans have now.
No, I get why.
Which is so hard.
I get why people are skeptical of Trey Lance. Jalen Hurts is in his third year, and he played a lot of football in college, and he got reps early on in his Eagles tenure, got to play last season, go to the playoffs, lose to the Bucs, get that experience. I get why Jalen Hurts is ahead of the curve, but he's in his third year, and a lot of quarterbacks are coming out of the woodwork just balling at an early age in the NFL, balling. I know Trey Lance hasn't played a lot of football since 2019. It's scary. 5 games?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the development's just not there. How much practice time can translate to the game? But damn it, I'm not selling my stock with Trey Lance. Why not Trey? Why not? I'm not he goes in training camp and Trey Lance was up and down. Well, you know what? He went against number 1 defense every day in practice. How would Brock Purdy look going against Frank Warner Jr. company?
Jimmy looked terrible in practice for 3 straight years. People would say Jimmy's not a great practice player, all the time.
Why not Trey? Let's go to Anthony in Richmond. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast. Anthony, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas. So I just want to jump in right where you coming from, Bonte, because I'm not understanding this. Everybody being out on Trey after such a small body of work. And the fact of the matter is, his coach got him hurt. It's just the truth. It's the brass tacks of the situation. If he wasn't ready to throw the football, he shouldn't have never been in the game in the first place. You ran him like a fullback, and that's why he got hurt. And that's just the truth. We have to allow these guys to develop and get some games under their belt. And unfortunately, he just doesn't have that. But there's no reason to give up on the young man. I mean, he has all the quote unquote natural talent in the world, but he has to refine it and get it nice and smooth like a ball of clay. So I don't understand why so many fans are just out on him for no reason other than the fact that he hasn't played a lot of football. You should be asking the question, why was he drafted in the first place if he wasn't ready? And that's upper management fault. That's not his fault.
Or the head coach, who we believe was the one who selected him.
Now, I was talking to somebody a couple of weeks ago, and they were back to the Shanahan really wanted Mac Jones. Had to be talked out of Mac Jones.
Can I ask you a question about Mac Jones for just a split second? Had we asked the majority of people after last season about Mac Jones, how would they feel?
They would have said the Niners should have selected Mac Jones.
How are we feeling about Mac Jones today?
I feel the same about Mac Jones. You need a lot around him.
Yeah, so...
Also, I understand the context of everything. When Joe Judge and Matt Patricia are your offensive coordinators, what do you expect out of Mac Jones?
Well,
you have Bill O'Brien. This is the big litmus test.
I agree.
Bill O'Brien's a damn good offensive coordinator.
I agree.
Say what you want about him as a head
they don't
coach
have weapons.
/ GM. Bill O'Brien knows how to diagram some plays. He knows how to coach an offensive unit.
This is no knock on Brock Purdy, but a part of me is a little worried that you would see the regression because of the limitations of the arm and things like that. Had Brock played let's say he's healthy and next year, I am a little worried for that sophomore slump because you got to be able to deliver the ball from the pocket and you got to be able to hit outside the numbers. If there's one thing that you look at all these guys, whether it's Jalen, whether it's Burrow or Allen or Mahomes, throwing from the pocket, obviously moving around is important, but hitting guys outside the numbers and not being predictable on the same locations of the field of where you're throwing, teams pick up on that. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just worried. I would say, I would have the exact same worry if Trey had the same exact season as Brock Purdy, which he did not. But if he did, I would have the same words. You got to do it over and over and over again, and you got to be able to deliver it on every point on the field.
All right. Here's Purdy on an injury before we bring in Jake Delhomme, former quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. Of course, started his career with the Saints, Cleveland Browns, and the Houston Texans. Had a great run that Super Bowl year. I was pulling for him to beat the Patriots. Here's Brock Purdy on the injury, not being the same as a pitcher. Then we'll get into it with Jake Delhomme.
It's a unique situation just because it's really like a baseball injury. With a lot of baseball pitchers, they face this kind of thing with the UCL. Guys that have this problem in football, really quarterback situation, there hasn't been a lot of cases with it, but, usually it's like a linebacker or offensive lineman, and then they can just brace it up and go play. But when you're throwing, it's a different situation. But, the way a quarterback throws compared to a pitcher, two different things. It's similar but more violent as a baseball player. So, they're saying, the recovery process could be a little bit faster as a quarterback. But definitely I've looked at guys that have gone through this kind of thing, and I'm just trying to find what's right because everyone's situation is a little different, and I'm trying to find out which one's right for myself.
Well, Jake Delhomme went through a similar situation with the elbow injury Week 3, 2007 season against the Atlanta Falcons. He opted for season-ending surgery 2 weeks later, came back to start all 16 games in 2008. Now, before the injury, he averaged about 208 yards passing per game. Afterwards, 194 passing yards per game. Not a big difference there, and it all depends on the offense, whether it was run first, pass first. But, Jake, good morning. Welcome to San Francisco here in the Bay Area. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. Tell us what happened with your injury, and what was the process like for you between the injury and the 2 weeks in between your decision to undergo surgery?
Well, thanks for having me on, first off, and yeah, listen, mine was a cumulative effect, to be quite honest. I had elbow issues for a couple of years prior to that. It started in 2005. And listen, a little cortisone shot would help it for a few months, and then those cortisone shots every, 6 months became every, 60 days, and it just kind of progressively got worse. And then sure enough, in the 2007 season, we're playing Atlanta, and I was actually just throwing a check down to our fullback. And I felt it go. I knew immediately that I just popped my elbow. And I went down immediately. I grabbed my elbow, and the trainer and our doc came over, and I said, it went. And they said, how you know? I said, I just know. I've never felt this before. I just know something popped. And so, listen, we had been watching this for a while. I did have an issue, and we tried to rehab for a couple of weeks. I had a hole in my flexor pronator tendon, which is, the muscle in the forearm. We tried to rehab that. And then, in essence, it was almost similar to watching Brock on Sunday. When I was watching him try to throw, I wasn't so sure if there was more nerve feeling or he had no velocity on the football. And it was 2 weeks later. I tried 8 to 10 yards maximum. It's about how far I could get a ball to go, to be quite honest. It was just one of those deals. I just couldn't do it. I had a complete tear, though. We did the surgery. I remember this like yesterday, October the 18th, February the 18th, 4 months later. I'm throwing a Nerf ball. But I knew immediately, like within 6 weeks after surgery, that, okay, my elbow's fine. You just know. I had a feeling for years. It was bothering me. And I had to fix a few things, some bone spurs in the back. The graft I used was from my left hamstring. They sewed up the hole in my flexor pronator tendon, and, totally redid the UCL. So I came back great. My arm was actually probably stronger, to be quite honest. I think over time you just learn how to deal with it, whereas I'm not a doctor at all. But watching Brock, that was blunt trauma. I mean, that's you would assume that would be it. There's been other quarterbacks that have had similar. Craig Erickson, which I'm kind of going back in time.
Miami Hurricane.
Yeah. Yes, correct. Craig ended up having that, and Ryan Vermillion was the head trainer in Carolina. Ryan was with Craig at one point. I think it was either with the Dolphins or with University of Miami. So there was some familiarity there. But, we did the rehab. I had no issues. It was an extremely easy rehab. You just had to let it set, to be quite honest. And by a mini camp, which was the weekend after the draft, which is always late April, I was 100% cleared. So from October 18th until late April, I was 100% ready to go.
Jake Delhomme joining us on the Bud Light Guest Line. All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light Guest Line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
So you're looking at, I'm counting it off. This is about 7 months, give or take, right? 7 months, give or take, for you going from the injury, and I'm trying to estimate it here, to 100% ready to go. Is that correct?
Somewhat. Listen, I go back October 18th, and I promise you, there was no rush because, we're in April.
Yeah.
But you just knew in my rehab, I just knew, I'm like, okay, I'm fine. I'm 100%. So there was not any rush, and they did not allow me to go through that mini camp on purpose because they knew I would have gone.
Gotcha.
And so sure enough, it was the Monday after the training camp ended on the Sunday. Oh, we're gonna go out and we're gonna test it. Well, I didn't need to throw much. I would look at the trainer. I'm like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It was that was more to protect me from myself, but and every case is different. But they have perfected this, certainly with technology and things like that. I didn't have any nerve. I didn't have any nerve problems. I always had all the feeling in my fingers and things of that nature.
Yeah, it's interesting because Brock said he had a little bit of nerve stuff. He couldn't feel the ball. So who knows? I mean, they got to get in there and take a look at it. Did your throwing motion change at all? I mean, obviously, when pitchers, I know in baseball, like if your arm's hurting, you do change how you throw, and then you go back to the way you throw. Some guys more over the top, more three-quarters. So did you change your throwing at all, either before you got injured when it was sore to when it got fully healed?
No, I didn't. The only thing I'll tell you, and listen, I said my arm got stronger. It got stronger because I wasn't in pain anymore.
Gotcha.
Listen, I'm 34 years old or 35 at the time, so it wasn't like I had the youthfulness of Brock Purdy, who's extremely young. But I think over time you just kind of dealt with it, and it didn't take me nearly as long to get warmed up anymore. It didn't hurt to brush my teeth in the morning, to shake someone's hand, things like that. Those were things that it just kind of kept going, whereas he has no issues, and boom, he had one force that caused it to happen. So mine, it was more relief, and I don't want to say I changed my motion. My arm got stronger because of everything I did after.
Gotcha.
All my training kind of became different. I did a lot of single arm stuff, a lot of body blade, things of that nature, built up all the muscles more so in the forearm, the shoulder, and things like that to try to take pressure off of that elbow. Because really and truly, we were kind of experimenting. We've seen it with baseball players, but with quarterbacks, it wasn't really something that was common.
Jake Delhomme here on the Bud Light guest line. All postseason guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Jake, what made you reluctant to get the surgery? Because you mentioned that you had the elbow pain a couple years prior. Well, why were you so reluctant? Was it because of the team's success? I know you guys have lost the Super Bowl to New England. You played really well there. Why were you so reluctant to get the surgery?
Well, I think the biggest thing, it hadn't torn yet. That was the thing. I never went in for an MRI. We had done x-rays, and I was very lucky. The orthopedist in Carolina, Pat Connor, who did my surgery, Pat played tennis at Oklahoma State. So he had major elbow issues. And so it was easy talking to a doctor that was a fellow athlete who had some of these things, and we could compare x-rays. Like I had some bone spurs and things like that. But it never tore. My UCL was never completely torn. It was partially torn. And so when it finally went, I had to get it done. Listen, if it would have torn earlier, I would have had no issue having the surgery because I needed to have it. There was no other way around it. I could not have played if I didn't have it. Now, that was my case in particular. Carson Palmer, the same thing happened to him, and it was 2008. And I want to say they either shut him down for the season, but I don't think his tore all the way because he and I were friends at that time, and he had called and we talked about it. And I said, Carson, every case is different. Mine was an absolute complete tear. So if my recollection is correct, I'm not so sure his was completely torn all the way.
So it's interesting because you talked about Carson giving you a call. Let's say hypothetically Brock Purdy gives you a call and he asks for some advice. What would your advice be?
Well, listen, I'm not a doctor. I think we all know that.
Of course.
But you have to know what your MRI says, and you have to trust your doctors and things like that. I had complete faith and trust in our team doctor in Carolina, Pat Connor. I had been with him for years, and you're with them almost more than you're with your family. Those doctors, those are friends. They're not just a doctor. And I just knew I had to have it done. And so my thing would be to him is that I wouldn't be afraid of it if if that's what you have to do. I would accept it. And I think with the baseball players, remember, the violent force, I heard Brock's interview right before I came on. He's correct with the violence that they're throwing, and they're throwing off of a mound. And so that, coming down at that angle, football was very, very different. But it worked for me, and I'll be honest with you, I'm 48 years old now. I promise you, my right arm is the best thing on my body.
That is great.
Hey, Jake, hey, speaking of which, you're 48. It's 2023. You got to go all the way back to 2003 when you're going up against Tom Brady and the New England Patriots, and you threw a dime to Musa Muhammad in that game. I'll never forget you. I think you were screaming at Teddy Bruschi or Willie McKinnon. I forget who. But you threw for 323 yards, 3 touchdowns. But Brady got the last laugh there in that Super Bowl. You believe Tom Brady's finally retiring? I know he goes through this every single year. You think this is it for Tom?
100%. I do. Listen, I do the color. I'm the color analyst for the Panthers, so I'm at all the games. And just watching Tommy, I love to go down and watch the opposing team warm up before the game. Just from watching film, you still want to see what guys look like in the flesh. And watching him throw, you wanted to see the velocity, and I always thought it was still there. We had a decent little chat before our first game, and, you can tell he still had that love to play, but I truly believe this is it. I think he wanted to go for one more run, and they tried. They tried to get most of the cast of characters back, but this was a team that was not really a good football team. That was a very poor division. I saw it week in and week out, and they just couldn't protect him, and he had no tight end, to be honest with you. And it got to the point where it just didn't seem like, okay, I'm hopeful this is it. I saw him do some good things, but I saw more of, you know what, I think 45 might be calling. And you know what, he's still pretty good, but the Tommy that in my mind was like, okay, that's enough.
Wow, that's interesting. Before you get on out of here, obviously there's the Christian McCaffrey element to this, so I'm sure you've been watching the 49ers.
Yeah. Thanks for CMC, by the way.
Thank God for him from afar. I mean, you're kind of path to the NFL. It's not exactly the same as Brock Purdy's, but it's really close in terms of being undrafted. That's how you came in. You had to bounce around before you got your opportunity. We're here, Niner fans. We've got Trey Lance, this high-drafted guy. You got Brock Purdy here. Like, how do you view this quarterback situation for the 49ers right now?
Well, I'm going to be very honest. If I'm John Lynch, I'm sitting there, and I'm fortunate because I have 2 young kids on rookie contracts that are not expensive, and I can keep all these other players that I have because, listen, there were 2 football teams that I didn't think we matched up with this year, and it showed on the scoreboard, and that was Cincinnati and that was San Francisco. And we got, in essence, run out the building on both of them. And those are 2 of the Final Four teams. So, I'm not sure what happens with Jimmy G. Respect him, love him, but Trey Lance, listen, you just have to watch him play. That's the knock I have on him. The kid barely played in college. Right. He's had some injury issues. Right. I do watch San Francisco. Christian McCaffrey, such a huge fan of him on and off the field. But Elijah Mitchell, I have been knowing him since high school. We are from the same area. He went to my college. So I know him pretty darn well, and I stay in touch with him. So I do kind of pull for the Niners, like an Elijah Mitchell. So I think it's a good problem to have. I would assume Brock Purdy, if whatever happens, surgery, rehab, whatever it may be, I'm assuming he comes back. You have Trey Lance back, and you keep some of those cast of characters on that football team, and you have a really good football team in San Fran.
Jake, a lot of fun,
yeah,
man.
Dude.
We're going to do this again very, very soon. Had no idea you're the color analyst for the Carolina Panthers. We thank you for Christian McCaffrey.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you guys kept Brian Burns. He's a hell of a defensive end. Seems like he gets off the ball faster than anybody in the league. Jake, good stuff, man. Take care, and we'll do it again soon.
And listen, I'm glad y'all have Christian in a way. It hurt my heart. But you know what? We weren't going anywhere. And we were able to recoup some draft picks. So I'm hopeful Scott Fitterer and Dan Morgan, the GM and assistant GM, they can, we can look 10 years down the line and say, gosh, what a great trade for both football teams.
Wait a minute. So Dan Morgan, the former linebackers, now in the front office with you guys?
He was sick.
Dan is the assistant general manager. Dan and I were
wow.
And Dan started at the bottom. I believe it was in Seattle, and then he went to Buffalo, and then he's been in Carolina. So, so it's a So we have Scott Fitterer, who came from Seattle, and Dan Morgan. That's our GM and assistant GM.
All you guys missing now is Steve Smith, Musha Muhammad, Stephen Davis.
Steve Berline.
Yeah, Steve Berline.
Just bring them all in.
Big Chris Jenkins.
Yeah. Hey, but before you go, hey, honestly, is this a ridiculous statement for me to say? Christian McCaffrey has Hall of Fame talent. Like, watching this kid up close and personal, that's how good he could do everything on a football field.
This is always my belief, and I'm not a Hall of Fame voter, and I question some of these voters, sometimes who they put in. I always believed, and when you have to game plan for a specific player for about 6, 7, 8 years or longer, that to me is a Hall of Fame player. I'm sorry. Every offensive coordinator game planned for Julius Peppers every single time he stepped on the field. Every defensive coordinator had to know where Steve Smith was at on every single play for easily a decade. So it blows my mind. I can promise you, defensive coordinators do not sleep when Christian McCaffrey is going to play. It's not only his running that he can do, because he can go between the tackles. He can bounce it outside. His ability as a wide receiver, or as it catching out the backfield, I would see it firsthand. Him coming out the backfield, and you see the attraction of linebackers being able to suck up, and there's those windows right behind where those receivers are wide open. The factor that he brings, and you pair that with some of the young receivers that you have in San Fran and a Kittle, that's nightmares for a defensive coordinator. If Christian can have a couple of more years being as good as he is, I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, the talent's there, the work ethic's there, the leader's there. I just a huge fan of this guy on and off the field, and wish him nothing but the best.
The gravity of Christian McCaffrey, like Steph Curry at the Hartwood with the Warriors. Jake, great stuff.
Tough.
We're going to do it again soon, man. Love talking football with you, man.
Hey, guys. Thank y'all.
Anytime. Jake Delhomme, former quarterback of the Saints, Panthers, Browns, and the Texans. A lot of things there. Jake Delhomme joining us on the Bud Light Guest Line. All postings and guests appear on the Bud Light Guest Line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We got some lines here we'll get to in just a second.
I feel better. After hearing him, I feel better about the Brock injury in terms of, like, obviously, the big caveat that everyone, whether it's Doc Narav Pandia, who was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, whether it's Jake Delhomme, they got to go inside and we got to see what's going on, right? That's number one. I like what he said. They had to hold him back from himself. Right. And that's where I know everyone wants to push the Brock. I've kind of been saying it from the beginning, like, slow play this. If you're worried, if you really believe in Brock long term, which I think they do.
A lot of people, and I think the fans do too.
I do. To me, like, okay, what's a couple of weeks on the front end if we get right, and you just, that's the way I'm viewing this. I would slow play this if I'm the Niners.
Let me ask this question. 888-957-9570, and you get the first crack at it, Shasky. Should the Niners, outside of the NFL draft and maybe drafting a young player?
Yeah. A flyer maybe, somebody who could hold the clipboard. Do you stand pat at the quarterback position and focus on the offensive line, focus on defensive line, focus on maybe a cornerback, maybe another receiver, or do you go out there and get a veteran quarterback due to the uncertainty of Brock Purdy's right elbow? Like we said in the first hour, and like Jake reiterated, you've got two guys making less than $11 million combined, or $12 million at most. Roll with that. Let's see it. No. Do you bring in a dirt cheap guy, like a Sudfeld type, for a couple million? Okay, maybe. Maybe it's drafting a guy late. Fine. I'd stand pat and roll it out. Let's see if there's anything salvageable with Trey Lance in the interim, all right? And maybe competition brings the best out of both guys. And when Brock's ready to go, he'll have his opportunity. Is Brock good enough to get you to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl? I mean, they were on the doorstep. I don't know if they're going to win that Eagle game. We could do the woulda, coulda, shoulda of the Eagle game. It felt like to me that offensive line was going to get suffocated, and I don't think that's a byproduct of Brock. I think that's a byproduct of their offensive line not being good enough. Right. I think Brock was good enough. They were one of the best teams in the league. They were on the doorstep of going to the Super Bowl. I don't know if this fan base is going to be patient enough for that. Because one thing that is alarming to me, or one thing that the Niners need to do, is they need to get home field advantage, and they need to get that bye week. If you have to play another NFC title game or divisional round game on the road, that's extra travel. That's a flight. You may have to fly out to the East Coast. You got lucky last year. Did they look tired? They look gassed, especially that second half. That one extra week made a huge difference. To me, it made a huge difference. And a short week at that. I didn't even think of that. And going East Coast. Extra day. You and me flew back and forth. I'm wiped out today. That flight on the way there wiped me out. We were knocked out all day Saturday. And we slept through the Sixers game. We also ate the biggest Philly cheesesteak of all time. We did. And we also Ish Kabibbles. You walked in. I'm here, and just started pointing at people.
Well, they went silent when we walked into Ishkabibbles. They looked at us like we were aliens. Wearing Niners gear. Seriously, it was like,
I am here from Mars. That was like I'm a robot, not necessarily an alien. I don't know why I did that voice.
I am here from Mars. Who are you? May I have a cheesesteak, please? And I got the cheese fries, too.
Hey.
Although I wasn't that impressed with the cheese fries.
I'm going to keep it real, though. That Ishkabibbles, there wasn't one piece of gristle in any of that steak. It was liquid, hot magma, Austin Powers.
It was so good.
It was so good.
Let's go back out to the lines.
I could also put on 70 pounds on cheesesteaks in a week.
I did not touch the scale yesterday. I refused to do that. Dre and Lamore. Dre, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Great interview with Delhomme there.
Great.
Thank you.
I got to agree with you, Joe. Yes, we keep Lance. We keep Brock. I got more faith in Brock's arm getting better. That's the right thing to do. I haven't been able to listen to the radio. I've been with the Niners hangover,
It's hard,
I've gone out of state twice to see the Niners play. Never an NFC championship game, but let me tell you one thing. I would always rather lose the NFC Championship game than go to the bowl to lose. I never knew how it was to lose when we were 5-0. I could always tell all Cowboy fans, they would say, we've been to 8. And I said, we've been to 5. When we go to, we win. I got 3 questions for you guys, if you don't
real
mind.
quick. We needed you in Philadelphia.
Yeah, we needed a
'Cause you would
bodyguard.
have walked through with a tank top and showed those guns. I don't
With
think
those
anybody would have
pipes.
messed with.
People don't understand. Dre, you're chiseled. You look like Vin Diesel back in the day.
Well, thank you.
What's your
You guys
first
still
question?
there?
Yeah. You're still here, Dre. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm getting a little older. I'm not as big as I was, but, I'm trying to keep up. My first question was, you guys think you just answered it? Does the fans treat you all right over there?
No.
I've been to Minnesota. I've been to Pittsburgh. They're both really cool, but the fans in Pittsburgh warn me that the fans in Philly are crazier than the fans in Oakland. Would you guys agree?
Yes.
They're insane.
Oakland gets a bad rap.
They do.
Oakland gets a bad rap.
never
I will
had any-
defend Oakland Raider fans.
I've been to a ton of Raider games. In Niners gear,
Yeah, I agree.
as a member of the media, they never gave me crap like they did in Philadelphia.
No, they'll give you a hard time walking through like the
Right.
normal stuff, but not like in your face.
But they'll talk trash about the Niners and call you 40 whiners,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
But to me, it was much more playful than people give it credit for.
Dre, last question. What you got?
Okay, real quick. I think Shanahan's a great coach. No, not a great. He's a good coach. Great is fooling around too much. But on that long 4th down pass, the first one, I know the camera angles were bad, but when you see that team rushing to the goal line to snap that ball, don't you think you throw that flag just because they know themselves?
Dre, I was at the game with Shasky here. Shasky will tell you, I was screaming for the challenge.
Yeah, you were
screaming.
Grabbing me like I was Nick Bosa and you were an offensive lineman.
Shanahan's going to think about that every single day this offseason.
Yeah, he will. It's the same way Harbaugh makes me think about not running the ball with Frank Gore. I mean, there are certain sequences in 49er history that you think about forever. It's just, it is what it is.
It is what it is. All right, time
the
for
one thing I would say about this, and no one brings this up, Shanahan's got to coach up the quarterback position.
He
Like this
does.
whole Lance thing.
Save that for the other side.
Okay.
Save that for
All
the
right.
other side. Injury report time.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Mel, Will, Gene, Christian, we'll get to you on the other side. I promise you that. 888-957-9570. Tom Brady retired. What does that mean for the 49ers moving forward? Do you stick with Trey and Brock? Do you sign a veteran? 888-957-9570. But let's shift gears to the hardwood. The Warriors will be without Andre Iguodala tonight when they face the Minnesota Timberwolves. Iggy continues the miss time with a right hip strain. He had that dunk in the Alamo Dome against the Spurs, and I don't think we've seen him since. For the T-Wolves, they have Rudy Gobert listed as questionable as he deals with a groin injury. Also questionable for the Wolves is forward Torian Price as he deals with an ankle injury. Our boy Karl Anthony Towns is already out. I'm someone like the Warriors victory tonight. Anthony Edwards, he may go off, but the Dubs can win their 4th straight game. I'm feeling good with the Warriors tonight.
The big meow is out?
The big meow.
Meow.
Kit Kat. The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Rain Go Reaction brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices, exclusively at Zinni.com.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
There's nothing like losing the quarterback, and as it turned out, we, as an NFL world, got robbed of a massive moment that we've been waiting for.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Bear Robotics makes robots for restaurants. Automated servers to do the heavy lifting. But get this, our office, it wasn't automated. Paper invoices going in and out, getting lost. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It automates our finances the way we automate restaurants. With Bill tracking our invoices and planning payments, we can focus on growing. The old way, not going back there.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
The biggest game of the year, the Super Bowl, is on Odyssey. And Westwood One brings it to you, streaming live for free, Sunday, February 12th on the Odyssey app.
The Eagles have been the NFC's best team.
Touchdown, Travis Kelce! It's the Eagles versus the Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs, the Philadelphia Eagles, are going to the Super Bowl again.
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your Super Bowl, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Tom Brady has retired from the NFL. Jake Delhomme, who just joined us on the morning roast at 7:30, former quarterback of the Carolina Panthers, had the same type of injury that Brock Purdy's dealing with right now, says he believes Tom is done. I believe Tom is done. And I'm actually happy that Tom is done because we don't have to deal with the rumors that Tom Brady comes to the 49ers ever again. I'm so tired of it. I don't want Tom Brady. No, it's crazy. I said the same thing in 2019, and look how that worked out.
It feels this time like
it
is
done.
It's done. But would you be surprised, honest to God,
No,
would you be surprised if he came back?
No, absolutely not.
I think that most people are like, wake me up in August and let's see if he's got the quote-unquote itch.
All right, the Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Good morning to everybody out there getting to work. If you're at work, what is up? If you're getting ready for work, what is up? Baby mamas, baby daddies, electricians, longshoremen, everybody out there, good morning, PG&E workers. Big John, good catch, good catch. Shout out to PG&E, and shout out to Hillary from Boxer and Gerson, who helped send us to Philadelphia. And it was an experience of a lifetime, even though we came back with a big fat L. And I'm sure Hillary's going to harp on that. Hillary, good morning. Welcome back to the Morning Roast, and thank you for everything this past weekend.
Listen, guys, Boxer and Gerson appreciates a good sponsorship opportunities, but man, we got a little more than we bargained for with that injury report.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's...
Did you watch any of our videos?
Yeah, you guys looked pretty lit out there.
Hillary joining us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hillary, it was a tough L. It was a tough L. What about the way the Eagle fans treated us? Have you seen anything like that at a sporting event?
I mean, you guys are kind of asking for it. When you were walking into the stadium, it seemed like you were a few shots deep, and you're really reveling in it. And on the way out, man, they were razzing you.
Hey, you know what though? Shasky and I didn't have one single drink on Sunday.
I don't drink, Hillary.
We didn't have one single drink all weekend.
I'm normally turned up.
We were locked in. We had our gay faces on. A lot of middle fingers, though, Hillary.
That's what you guys are like sober? That's scary.
I know, it is. No, but honestly, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Like, we were in the airport kind of recapping the trip, and the entire time me and B were saying, like, we sincerely, truly appreciate everything that Boxer and Gerson has done to support this show. Yep. It means so much to us, and that was one of the greatest trips for a sports fan in my life. Like, that's a bucket list type thing, and my appreciation and gratitude, like, I don't even know if I can even begin to kind of convey it, but let me tell you how important it is that you guys sponsor this. Every single person walks up to us and goes, Boxer and Gerson. Every person in the airport, they know if they have an injury on the workplace, they're coming right to you guys.
Love it. Well, here's the thing. I mean, we may have to figure out what to do next year because we sent you guys to the NFC Championship game 2 years in a row, and we both know how that's worked out. So maybe next year we could do AFC Championship to the Raiders game.
Try not drafting in the top 10, and we'll start there. And Hillary, I just want you to know that in my back pocket, you came in and you flamed me on numerous occasions, okay? Just want you to know, in my back pocket, this is a small city. Your boy got connections, like Tony Soprano. A little birdie told me that your sister is also in media behind the scenes, and so let's just say, be careful coming at the king, Bonte, and his squire, myself, because I've got ammunition as well, all right? I know some people who know some people who know you, and let's just say I'll be prepared the next time you come at my king's head.
Listen, I come in peace today. For 2/3 of the year, we got beef. But now that the end of the Niner season marks an important part of our relationship. This is a shift to the 4 months of the year where we get to root for the same team. So now it's time to unite.
Good call.
Now
I like
it's time to unite as Dubs fans.
And you and Bonte get to unite as A's fans.
Yeah, because hey, Hillary, I'm down on the Giants. On opening day, I will be wearing a Kansas City Royals. Hey, I will be wearing a Kansas City Royals Bo Jackson jersey to the A's tailgate in August. I promise you that.
We don't want the sorry Giants fans who are down on their luck coming across the bay to root for the A's.
No.
They got no one better.
Hillary, I won't be rooting for the A's. I'll just be taking my daughter to A's games because it's very cheap.
Neither here nor there. Hillary, I just want you to know, as 1/3, because Bonte's 2/3 of this show, as 1/3 of this show, I sincerely appreciate you guys supporting us, and I want our audience, which is the best audience in the world, to support the people who support us. Boxer and Gerson, if you have any issues on the workplace and you need a workers' comp claim, these are the people that you got to reach out to. I mean it sincerely. Tell everyone there, thank you for sending us. Even though we lost, it was one of the greatest sports trips of my life, and I will forever be grateful.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
We'll see you at the tailgate, Hillary,
or
at a Warriors game. Holler at me when you get to a Warriors game. Come by the gatehouse. You and your husband, who has to deal with you every single day, come by the gatehouse, come say hi, and we'll chop some game up about the Golden State Warriors and Boxer and Gerson.
For sure. As long as we don't have an injury report from April to May, we're good.
After all those cheesesteaks, bending over at the gatehouse, I may strain something, so I may need you on site.
You know where to find us, boxerlaw.com.
There it is. Hillary,
I love it.
Thank you so much for that, Boxer and Gerson. Shout out to them. Let's go to Will and Marin.
Hey, Will.
Will and Marin, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Thanks for taking my call. So, at first, I just want to say I think we stay with Brock Purdy, especially with the news from the GOAT, Pondia, because at first you hear about the elbow injury and you think, okay, Tommy John. And I'm not saying this educationally from me. This is coming from the GOAT's mouth. But he said himself, quarterbacks do not strain like a pitcher. And he said, a lot of the times when they need that big reconstructive surgery, it's because of that violent motion that a pitcher has, unlike a quarterback. He said most quarterbacks skip the surgery outright, and the fact that he was fighting and wanted to go back in and fighting himself, I think that if he just has rehab, he can learn. He can just learn the offense now. Just he can study more. He's an intelligent mind. He gets the game. He passes the eye test. I mean, if you don't like what you saw, I don't understand what else we're looking for a quarterback that's just coming up. He's not a flash in the pan. This guy looks like he could be really, really good for the years to come. I say focus on that secondary.
Yeah, 1 second, Will. Will, can we stop you for 1 second?
Hold.
Now this is
Dove Kleiman on Twitter. Dov, is that his name?
I think it's Dov. I've heard it pronounced Dov.
Whatever his name is, he breaks everything. Niners quarterback Brock Purdy needs Tommy John surgery and is expected to miss about a year, according to notable orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mark Adikins. Adikins, I believe that's his name. A return in 6 to 9 months is unlikely. Adikins is a former NFL player himself, was a 5th overall pick in the 1984 supplemental draft. Brock Purdy needs Tommy John surgery, expected to miss a year.
That's the report.
All right, Will, continue.
That's the report. Wow.
I guess that means that my take just got absolutely destroyed.
Hey, Will, welcome to our world, where on one day I sound like a genius and the next second I look like a moron.
I literally went from 0 to 0 in a flash of a pan. Thank God.
Hey.
So real quick, since I got murdered there, Joe and Bonte, if you guys aren't busy on Saturday, I just want to let you guys know, 1 o'clock, Treasure Island, the Marin Reds will be playing the SF Fog for the Battle of the Bay Bridge in rugby. I'll be playing and starting, and if you guys show up, beers are on the house and food's on the house. It's a whole social thing, and I promise I'll put one over the end zone in the line for you guys.
What position?
Let me know a future game because the Warriors play the Mavericks at 5:30.
And I got CYO Saturday.
It's going to be a busy day for your boy.
Yeah, but I would love to.
I got to get a babysitter for Saturday, and it's going to be out of town.
Have you been to a rugby game?
Yes, absolutely.
My cousins all played rugby for Golden Gate. My other cousin, JP Money, played for St. Mary's. What position do you play, Will?
You let him go.
Dang.
Let him go. Text us, DM us, let us know.
Rugby players are cut from a different cloth.
Yes, they are. I went to the World Cup of Rugby that they had here at Oracle Park. You know, what's the
All Blacks.
The All Blacks.
Come on, bro. Their whole entire march where they come in, it's the most intimidating thing in sports.
Rugby's tough. Cal Berkeley won like 12 or 15 straight national championships in rugby.
So, people that are Tom Brady retires, put that to one side. Read the Brock Purdy news right now. Now, again, this is not, we need other people to substantiate this. This is huge. God, you got to be kidding me.
So this morning, Tom Brady retired from the NFL. 23-year career, he retired. He's done. He's not an option for the 49ers. Maybe you can lure him out of retirement. But he's retired as of now. So Tom Brady is off the table. Brock Purdy, according to Dove, whatever's Kleiman, who's on Twitter at NFL Dove Kleiman, says that 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy needs Tommy John surgery and is expected to miss about a year, according to a notable orthopedic surgeon who played in the NFL. Mark Dickens played in the NFL, was a 5th overall pick in 1984 supplemental draft. A return in 6 to 9 months is unlikely. Brock Purdy out for the year. This was something I wanted to bring to the table right before that news broke. Right before that news broke, our boy Ralph down at Coyote Creek Golf Course. What up, Ralph? What up, Miles?
He's the best.
All your son and call. Ralph just hit us with this. Gents, let these two young guns battle out next year. Set yourself up to sign others needed to help their overall success. It is a matter of sample sizes for both. The real question is, and this was right before this news broke, the real question is, do you believe you have seen Trey Lance's ceiling? And what if you have seen Brock Purdy's ceiling?
That's an interesting question. As in, we've already seen the best of him? That feels premature to say that for Brock.
Could you say, right now, after everything we've seen, the best version of Jimmy Garoppolo was 2017?
You don't think it was this year? I'm asking.
I don't know.
I think you're going to get a lot of people say 2017. I think a lot of people say this year.
Okay.
But what's crazy to me is I think 2017 is more impressive given the lack of stuff around them. And people would say, well, it was the end of the year against a bunch of no-win teams.
He was throwing to Kendrick Bourne and Trent Taylor.
Lewis Murphy caught his first touchdown pass. Lewis Murphy.
And he didn't know the playbook.
Oh. I can't believe. Is it? Oh, my God. Tommy John?
Are we okay with Trey Lance starting the year as QB1 next season? Because I am. I'm okay with Trey Lance, but here's the deal. The Niners have to absolutely either draft a quarterback or sign somebody. And who do you want? Are you all in on Trey? Are you back on the Trey Lance bandwagon? Do you believe Trey can lead this team back to the point that you were at this season? Do you re-sign Jimmy Garoppolo?
Does Tom reconsider? I can't believe I'm even saying that.
Do you re-sign Jimmy?
Probably. I don't know. I don't even know.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland.
I don't even
may
know.
Gene in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
I hope this isn't real.
Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, I've gone from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, all in a matter of about a half hour here. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you about Brady. I'm glad he's done. I was tired of the drama. Mm-hmm. You know, if it had been 5 years ago, fine, you go for him. But he's had it. He knows it. He's gone. But this whole this Brock Purdy news, that's devastating.
Exactly.
What I was gonna say is, before we heard that, I said just hang on until he comes back. And you know, Trey Lance, I'm not sold on Trey, and I'm not sold on him because he's not ready. He showed he wasn't ready. When he came in to start this season, we went from, our goal of making the Super Bowl and maybe winning it to let's just get to the playoffs and maybe win a game. He needs time. I just don't think he's starting this year is going to it's not going to be enough time.
I hear you, Gene. But I respectfully disagree with the whole Trey Lance wasn't ready this year. We saw 4.5 quarters of football.
And part of it was in the bad
And everybody
weather.
said the monsoon and the weather, you had to throw out the playbook. But even in that game against Chicago, do we not remember the throws he did make? Now, he missed a throw to Ross Dwelley down the side. Was that Ross Dwelley or Taylor Croft?
Dwelley, I think it was.
It was Dwelley.
Or no, it was Croft. Talking about Trey. Missed the Croft, though.
Debo fumbles on the first possession when you're inside the 15 after a great throw to
Bonte,
Brendan
that's
Ayuk.
too nuanced. Like you're drilling down, and I get that. The reality.
Why is it too nuanced?
Because I think
context matters when it comes to Trey Lance. You know why,
Bonte,
Shotzi?
I
I'm
agree
getting a
with
little fired up right now because everybody says Trey Lance. Oh, you know what? He didn't look good. He didn't look good in the 4.5 quarters. How do we know that? Context matters. The throw to Juwan Jennings down the sideline may have been the most impressive
If they
throw.
win the Bears game, I do think a lot of the narrative around it looks totally different.
You got to the red zone twice against Seattle before he broke his fibula.
But
why does new not? We just ignore context. We're just gonna go with general surface. Hey, the Niners lost. Trey didn't look good. Let's look at the box score.
Well, that's part of the.
Is that what I should do from here on out? Is just look at box scores?
No. Don't attack me over this. I know, but like what I'm saying is, I do think that the winning, like Jimmy could throw 3 picks and they could win. People are like, look at his record. Look at the winning, and that's how people view it.
I
don't know. I do
I'm
think
sick
it
of
sucks.
that. Why is that? And I'm not going down the rabbit hole of where everybody wants me to go because I could say something that triggers everybody, and I'm not going to do that. Even though I think there's an element to that.
I think there is. an element of that, but I also think that like the reality is that the sample size for Trey spread out over multiple years is still half of what Brock Purdy's shown.
Didn't even have George Kittle. Didn't even have CMC.
I agree with all of those. Bonte,
Ray McLeod on a great drag route in that Chicago game.
But why does it have to be either or? Why can't both be true simultaneously? Yeah. Why can't it be Brock has looked better than him?
He has.
And Trey, I'm still not done writing that book. Why can't both coexist simultaneously? Why do we have to pick one?
They can, but if context matters and nuance matters, if people out there posted the videos of Brock Purdy and all those interceptable passes, we got caught up in Brock Purdy mania, and it's a hell of a story. The Brock Purdy jersey just came in the mail for Anna yesterday, right? And he's going to be out for a year.
So you're fighting this in your own home.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go to Mel in Brooklyn because I'm kind of with Mel. Quarterback staying healthy is an issue, but the real issue is up front. Mel, what's happening? You're on the roast. Mel, you there? Going once?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, Mel? Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, I'm here.
We got you, Mel. Let's go.
Yeah, first off, I'm a lifelong Niner fan, and from Brooklyn. And next time you guys go to Philly, I'll send an escort down there to make sure y'all good from Ishkabibu's.
Let's go
down South Street to Mitchell and Ness, wherever you guys go.
Yep. No doubt.
Right here?
Yeah,
We got you, Mel. Go ahead.
We need the BK to support us next time.
But you know what, Mel? Nobody touched us in Philadelphia. I don't care. None of these dudes touch me. They just said a lot of things. And you know if they were by themselves, they wouldn't say a damn thing like that. So it is what it is with Philadelphia. We'll deal with them later. They better win the Super Bowl because they won't hear the end of it from me. Go ahead, Mel.
Absolutely. But Vontae, what it is also is coming from Brooklyn, Philly's always been like the little brother. In like the big city. They're our drive away from New York, and they've always been the little brother to us. So now they want to be tough because their teams are a little bit better. But we got you next time. First, I just want to say I think the real problem that we have to address as Niner fans is the trenches.
Yes.
Those 2 quarterbacks that got hurt, they didn't get hurt. They got knocked out of the game by a defensive line that brought it to us. That's the truth. Like, we could look at, like, the quarterbacks and blame Shanahan and all kind of stuff, but in the trenches, they took it to us. I actually flew out to the Kansas City game when we played them in Santa Clara. Same thing happened. Good, but we never put pressure on Mahomes, and we always leave it up to Bosa like he's going to win. No. We need dogs on our.
I agree with that.
Kansas City got Clark and Jones. Those are 2 dogs. Philly got 4 dogs, 4 pit bulls, and we have 1 dog. They triple team Nick.
That's a good point.
They chop him. They do all kind of tricks, and Armstead doesn't show up. No one shows up, but we look look at the quarterback to save us. No, we were the bullies all year. We were tough. We were physical until we got to Philly, and they out-physicaled us on both sides. They little boys.
Spot on, Bill. Spot on. They got punked in the trenches. And I never thought I'd see that with this team. They got punked.
I do think we overrated their defensive line.
Javon Kill.
No, Ebukim had a great year this year, but what have I told you about him?
He's a role player.
To me, he's a rotational DN.
Oh, Menahu.
I like Menahu as a rotational player.
Yes.
They
Drake
need
Jackson.
a legitimate lockdown bookend to Bosa. That's going to be a problem moving forward.
No, they need an edge rusher.
Absolutely.
And they need somebody in the middle. They need somebody in the middle. Javon Kinlaw was not the answer. All right? I'm going to buy stock in Trey Lance. I'm selling all my stock in Javon Kinlaw, and I like Javon Kinlaw. It's just not going to work.
They invested so much into the D-line.
So much.
I mean, it's crazy. They're still doing it. Think about it. They went before it was Armstead, DeForest Buckner, Solomon Thomas in a row. Okay, now the other regime had those other two guys, but like then after that, you go Nick Bosa. They traded the pick for D Ford. They've obviously signed guys in free agency at the D tackle spot who've been rotational pieces. They picked up DJ Jones in the 6th round. They drafted Kinlaw. Like they have invested so much money and draft capital into the D-line. It is kind of weird to say, like, I don't think they have enough.
Not only did you trade DeForest Buckner, because Cam Inman, we saw him at the airport, our 95.7 The Game Insider, of course, Mercury News. And Cam was like, I love D-Buck. What happens if D-Buck is here? Now, you trade D-Buck, get a first-round pick back, you use that first-round pick to replace DeForest Buckner, and you bring in Javon Kinlaw. Having Javon Kinlaw basically allowed DJ Jones to sign with the different Broncos.
Yes.
How much better would DJ Jones have been in that game against Philadelphia? Because he doesn't get punked at the line of scrimmage.
I think it's an easy one to say, but he also got a little more money, right? And they had money invested in him.
But
I know, you're right. It's a trickle-down effect.
Wow, DJ Jones will leave. And now you lose DJ Jones, now you got Buckner
100%.
out. And now at some point, these first-round whiffs is going to catch up.
Well, this is why I told you from the beginning. I am not drafting a rotational D tackle in the first round. That's bad value, right? It's bad value.
Right.
Because if you're not a 3-down player who could sack the quarterback, you could take those guys in the 5th, 6th, 7th round or get undrafted guys. What's the difference right now between Givens and Kinlaw?
Right. Givens is better.
Okay. Most people don't even know where we got Givens from.
Solomon Thomas has done more in the Niner uniform than Kinlaw.
Wow.
Well, Kinlaw had the pick 6 or the fumble recovery against the Rams. That's about it.
They both stink. And I want to root for Kinlaw, but it's like, come on, man.
Mike McGlinchey, first-round whiff.
But here's what I would say about the McGlinchey thing. As bad as
at least he was available.
Well, and he plays. Yeah. He doesn't get hurt. And he has shown signs that he can be a good run blocker.
Some would say he shouldn't be playing.
Well, Bonte, but in terms of value for a first-round pick, at least the guy's been on the field for the entirety of his career.
Let's get to some calls here before we hit the break. Brad Graham, SF Niners, joining us at 8:30. Brad Graham, 8:30. Cron 4 every single Sunday. SF Niners does a lot of great content. We'll ask about Philadelphia. We'll keep it tight. We'll keep it short. 49er Daniel, San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast. 49er Daniel, going once?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, let's go, baby. Come on, let's go.
Hey, I'm going to start off on defense, man. We should have never got rid of DJ Jones. That was a horrible move.
Underrated loss. Yep.
Kinlaw, we need to trade him away for some picks, man. He's not cutting it for our squad. He's not what we need. Going back to the offense, man. My heart goes out to Brock and his family. The future's bright for this young man. For now hearing that he's going to be out possibly a year, man. No one's talking about this, but. Man, let's go after Lamar Jackson for 1 year, man. Let's go after a Super Bowl.
Well, you'd have to trade for 1 second.
Lance, man.
Let 1 second. To get Lamar Jackson, he could be franchised this offseason, okay? It would cost picks, which they don't have currently for this year, and it would also require you to pay that man, and you're going to have to invest financially into quarterbacks. So they have to make a decision.
That is wild.
Well, and I'm seeing, I want to make sure I correct this. The Dov Kleeman report is some people are disputing its credibility, and David Lombardi, who covers the 49ers, is saying it's not credible. Other people are saying it is credible.
Okay.
This thing is happening in real time, and I'm doing my best to explain it to people that are out there.
Dov says he needs Tommy John and is expected to miss about a year, according to a notable orthopedic surgeon. A return in 6 to 9 months is likely. He's not saying it's an opinion. Now, David Lombardi's going to dispute it. That's fine. We'll get the real answer within a week. We all believe from the get-go
I just think
that it was a year.
I just think 6 months is aggressive, like for the fan base. I'm not even ripping doctors. I'm sure that there's medical facts that back that. I'm just saying, like, it's aggressive. It's absolutely aggressive to say that he's going to be ready to go in August.
Let's get to James in Philadelphia here on the Morning Rush. Already, I kind of figure where this is going to go. James, real quick before we hit the great, what you got?
Sure.
James, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Okay. So I was at the game, and we tailgated with a bunch of San Francisco fans. We were, like, right next to us. And I want to let you guys know that people joust, but we had a good time with those guys.
Okay.
And went back and forth. But the thing of it is, there was no way that San Francisco was going to win that game. I don't care if Joe Montana was quarterback, and there's no way they were going to win. And Kansas City, there's no way they're going to win the game either.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Will you call us back if Andy Reid and Mahomes beat you? Will you call us back?
Oh yeah, of course I will.
Okay.
But
good man.
They're not going to beat us. I'm telling you.
All right. Good deal. I hope you win.
I
Because
don't.
if you lose, you won't hear the end of it from me.
Well, I don't want to be that guy.
No, I'm going to be that guy.
Why?
Because you see what they're doing on Facebook, putting our pictures up there?
Maybe we should tell people about that on the other side.
Maybe. Screw Philadelphia. I hope they lose. I hope they lose every game. Sixers, Flyers, Phillies. I got no love for
We
Philadelphia.
are on a wanted poster on a Facebook Philly, it's like a Facebook fan site where it's called Savage Philly Sports, and it's a picture of you and me. Oh, and they are destroying us.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's great.
All right, Brad
the comments are glorious.
Ricky, Gabe, John, you're coming up after Brad Graham. Brad Graham joining us next. That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
Back to Dante. They get it to Curry with 7 to shoot. Guarded by Kevin Williams. Fakes and fires. Deep three. Way downtown. Curry.
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes or overweight or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
In San Pablo, partly cloudy today, highs near 57.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Luke Bryan's Country on Tour with Chase Bigham, Alana Springsteen, and Tyler Brandon is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on Saturday, July 22nd. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Enter for your chance to win at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from the Willard and Dibs Show. Listen to us every day, 9 to noon. Now let's get you back to the morning roast with the Bay Area's biggest Jimmy G fan, Bonte Hill, and a great guy to share some garlic fries with, Joe Shasky. All yours, guys.
All right, we'll see you in a second. Mark Willard for the changeover. Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. A lot of stuff going on. We got full lines lit. We'll get to everybody out there.
Is there die, you busy?
It's a wild show. David Lombardi saying that Dov Kleiman is not a reliable source. The doctor here, Mark Addix, he's saying that Brock Purdy is going to need Tommy John surgery. And Mark Addix is a orthopedic surgeon who played in the NFL, played with the LA Express, and I think he was with the LA Express with Steve Young back in 84, 85.
Wow.
Played with the Hogs, won a Super Bowl with Washington when they beat the Buffalo Bills and blew them out in the Metrodome in Minneapolis. Boy, a lot going on here with Brock Purdy. You said all along that you believe it's Tommy John. He's going to need a year.
I'm guessing. I just don't think 6 months is fair. Like, that's way too aggressive to me. And again, I'm not pretending to be the expert in the field. I'm just saying, guys, like, this is this dude's arm.
All right, let's bring in our boy Brad Graham, who we saw with the dapper overcoat in Philadelphia. Brad Graham, of course, the SF Niners. He does a great job at creating 49ers content, breaking down offensive line, defensive line, everything that goes on with the 49ers. Also did a great job on television this season with Cron Ford, with Kate Rooney, and Jason Dumas. Of course, our boy Jason Dumas here at 95.7 The Game. Brad joins us courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Brad, before we get to I guess let's start with the quarterback stuff. We'll get to the Eagles game in a second. What do you make of this report with Brock Purdy needing Tommy John? I know some people are saying it's not a reliable source. What did you think when Brock Purdy suffered a torn ACL, UCL? What did you think when he spoke yesterday? What do you think about the injury moving forward?
Well, let's start with the report that just came out, or reportedly a report. It's actually an opinion piece, apparently, from the Dan Patrick Show, from a yesterday interview from this doctor, that it doesn't sound like really has a bunch of information directly from the situation. So although Dov had originally put that tweet out and it sounded and is worded like a report, it is opinion from yesterday's interview on a Dan Patrick Show with said doctor.
Okay, that being said, I mean, none of it, we're all guessing here and just like, we have no idea when he's going to come back, if he's going to come back. As you look at it right now with the uncertainty, not knowing the timetables and all those things, which we will know in a week or so, how are you viewing the quarterback position in general? Like, who's where? What do you want to bring in? How do you see this thing unfolding?
Are you selling Trey Lance stock?
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, first of all, I'm just gutted for Brock Purdy having to go through this situation. And, of course, 49er fans who had to watch that game in Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game and the way it all went down. But in regards to looking ahead towards the future with this quarterback position, I think the San Francisco 49ers have to do their best to insulate themselves with as much talent as possible. And as we continue to wait to confirm what is really going on with Brock Purdy, Trey Lance did mention yesterday that he's about 3 to 4 weeks from being 100% cleared and will be ready to go for OTA. So that is at least a good sign moving forward. And as we know, I was ready to rock and roll with Trey Lance last season as the starter, as a lot of us were. And it is going to be very interesting to see how they insulate this room. I think we're starting to look at the quarterback room kind of like we've looked at the running back room under Kyle Shanahan historically, where we need to have as much talent as possible in that room because of the war of attrition with injuries, especially towards late in the year. So if that means bringing in a veteran quarterback, I'm open to basically all options at this point.
One second. Do the player, you follow all the player accounts, and you're pretty tapped in when it comes to the players. Do the players believe in Trey Lance? Not do they believe more in one or the other, but do they just believe in general in Trey Lance?
That is an interesting question. I can speculate at this point about Jimmy Ward went on Instagram Live last night and had an electric live where he effectively said the 49ers have a quarterback problem. And I do believe if Jimmy Ward maybe had a little bit more belief in that situation, he wouldn't have prefaced the 49ers having a quarterback problem. I understand Brock Purdy is hurt, but we have heard that Trey Lance is going to be back and healthy. So it is very interesting to see. I do think the San Francisco 49ers players definitely rallied around Brock Purdy, and they had a lot of confidence in Brock Purdy. And I still think they're trying to feel out Trey Lance. But again, that's more speculation at this point than, actual. I haven't heard directly from them one way or the other.
Brad Graham, SF Niners here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Jimmy Garoppolo, any chance we may see him back in a 49er uniform if this news is true about Brock Purdy?
I thought there was no chance last year that Jimmy Garoppolo was going to return to the San Francisco 49ers. So at this point, I'm not ruling out anything. I think the 49ers have to leave every option open, and if that does mean Jimmy Garoppolo could potentially return, I think because he is a free agent, that gives him more flexibility to go get a deal somewhere else. And I think he put enough on tape out there last season that he is, deserving of a shot at a starting quarterback role, whether with the 49ers or elsewhere. So, but at this point, if they decide that is something that they want to, cross that bridge, then I could definitely see it happening. But I also do see a world where the 49ers move into this year with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance at the quarterback and potentially bring in a different veteran.
Do you believe Tom Brady is officially retired, Brad?
I'm going to have to believe it for now. I think we've seen it back and forth with Tom Brady. But as of right now, I think Tom Brady is retired, and I think that was an option that we were looking for potentially this offseason, but I think that threw a wrench in the plans and all that good stuff.
All right, we need to have you come in studio, and we'll do like an hour or so breaking down the entire roster, the season that was, where they go from here, what they need, all that stuff. Just in summation, looking at this, how big is this window that they got going on right now? Like, do you believe that they still are a Super Bowl contender? Because, man, there's just so much uncertainty at a lot of different spots. Trent might be gone. Jimmy Ward feels like he's gone. We don't know who the quarterback is. They need to shore up the offensive line. Like, how do you view the window right now of winning?
It's a wild situation because we went from believing that the San Francisco 49ers had one of the most stacked rosters in the NFL to now officially in the offseason, and we are littered with questions about what's the offensive line going to look like? What's the defensive line going to look like? Is Trent Williams potentially going to retire? It is going to be absolutely fascinating to see how this plays out, and there's a lot of moving parts that need to be addressed. But the window is, I think, somewhat rapidly closing because these players aren't getting any younger. And again, if you lose, the best left tackle, in my opinion, to ever play the game, that's going to be a massive loss. And you go from having a position completely locked up to just so many questions. We don't know if Mike McGlinchey's going to return. There are a lot of questions heading into this offseason, and if they aren't able to retain a good amount of those players, I mean, D'Amico Ryans is now the head coach
Huge loss
for the Texans. Huge loss. And, we might see Jimmy Ward follow him. We might see Azeez Al-Shaair head over to the Texans as well. So as of right now, that window, I think, is definitely in question.
Brad Graham, SF Niners here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Also catch him on Cron 4 every Sunday in football during football season. Did a great job with Jason Dumas and Kate Rooney. He's here on the Bud Light guest line. Last question for you, Brad. Shanahan. I didn't think it was his best performance on Sunday, but I'm not yelling to the high heavens to fire him. I thought this was his best year as head coach of the 49ers. What do you think about that?
I agree 100%. I think, any maybe potential questions you could have had from Kyle Shanahan, I think he answered and proved that what he did with three quarterbacks this year. Again, we saw the Trey Lance scheme. It was completely different than what we saw from Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy. So he had to kind of adjust and adjust the game plan as it went and work through a bunch of different situations with personnel. I think Kyle Shanahan proved to me, at least, that any of those kinds of questions, I mean, we're talking about 3 NFC championship appearances in 4 years. That is very difficult to do in this league. So Kyle Shanahan, to me, has solidified himself as one of the best head coaches in the NFL.
Brad, you've been good to us all football season. You've always been good to us. I can't wait to catch up with you. We'll get you in studio at some point during the off season. We'll do an hour of radio, and we can't wait to do it again next football season during training camp as well. But keep in touch with us, Brad. We'll continue to call you. This is a wild, wild off season, and the 49ers content never gets old, huh? Doesn't dry up.
Never gets old, and I appreciate you boys for having me. It's been a blast this year, and I appreciate you guys bringing me on. Man.
By the way, how'd you survive Philadelphia?
Oh, my God.
I survived a little bit better than your guys' walk-in, that's for sure. I mean, that walk-in was intense. When I saw those videos of you guys walking in with the Philadelphia fans razzing you, oh, my goodness, they were throwing beer at you. I definitely didn't have that experience, but as you guys know, I wasn't totally decked out in my Niner gear because I had to do my Cron 4 responsibilities, right? So they chirped me 100%. The chirping was absolutely there, but it was good-hearted chirping. I didn't experience anything too bad. So definitely not as bad as that walk-in that you guys had to experience.
You have no idea.
No doubt, Brad. Brad, take care, man. Continue to do what you do.
Keep pumping out great stuff.
Yep.
I appreciate you guys.
You guys
all right,
best.
Brad, real quick, I want to play this Jimmy Ward sound before we get back to the
So
phone
he was on
lines here.
Instagram Live.
Yeah, Instagram Live.
If you're,
by the way, Brad Graham joined us on the Butt Light guest line. Let's get that in.
If you don't know what Instagram Live is, it's taking your Instagram account and going live.
Yes, you go live and you talk to the people. And he was on Instagram Live for 2.5 hours. And
2.5 hours. How did his phone not turn off?
I don't know. I didn't watch it, but He said some things, as you heard from
I
Brad.
didn't watch
the
it.
quarterback room, they got a quarterback problem. I don't know what that means, Jimmy, but Jimmy's giving me Richard Sherman vibes from when Richard Sherman was chirping during his last season. Yeah, I don't know that they don't have money to pay me and blah, blah, blah. It's just too much. It's like, dude, go away. Go away. I'm getting to that point with Jimmy Ward, especially after he talked about his contract and how the Niners tried to lowball him. Here's Jimmy Ward via Instagram Live on Jimmy Ward's Instagram page.
I ain't going to get into numbers. Now, they was coming to me at the beginning of the season. The OTAs and this and that. They did offer something, but it was less than what I was getting paid. Like the money that they was offering, they was basically trying to low blow me, which is, you know what I'm saying? They were basically trying to low blow me and stuff like that. But pause. But yeah, it wasn't really wasn't a great deal what they was trying to throw at me. I'm not gonna get into numbers, but.
And he also mentioned that Kyle Shanahan, he went into Kyle Shanahan's office, I think it was before the bye week. And Jimmy basically asked Kyle Shanahan, he goes, hey, I want to go back and play safety. And Shanahan basically responded by saying, so you want to ride the bench? Because Shanahan was not going to remove him from the nickel cornerback spot, which Deshaun Gibson was playing so well. So basically he gave Jimmy Ward a choice. According to Jimmy Ward, that it was either play nickel back or ride the bench. And Jimmy Ward's like, fine, I'll play special teams or something. I was like, what?
I don't
Jimmy
care.
Ward thing has just been weird all season.
Okay, can we, let's take a step back. Bonte, what do you say all the time in regard to scheme right now in the NFL? What are you in now more than ever?
Nickel.
Exactly.
Package.
Right? And so having guys who can cover and tackle, very important. I feel like right now, the perception of slot corner is disproportionate to its value to your defense. Wouldn't you agree?
Mm-hmm.
I think the average fan doesn't realize how important slot corner is because you're in that so many times.
70% of the time.
Exactly.
That's why I didn't want to lose K'Wan Williams.
So the money right now for safeties is higher than slot corner.
Right.
So they said to him, and when I watched the whole Instagram Live, we'll make you the highest paid slot corner, which would be, let's say, $10, $11 million a year.
Right.
That would put him in the safety category as like the 15th highest paid player in the league. Like, Jimmy, I love you. I love you. Like, I'm not paying 32-year-old Jimmy Ward more than that. Like, that to me is almost an overpay. I like Womack.
Who's had an injury history.
Exactly. And he had his best year at slot corner.
And everybody's and somebody here on YouTube makes a great point. Great point. Patel, who's covering Devontae's drop? Jimmy Ward. He got beat on that play.
I know.
He got beat on that play. Scramble mode, he lost Devontae Smith in one of the biggest plays. And I don't think it was right to be called for pass interference on 3rd and 7 against A.J. Brown, but he was called for pass interference. Jimmy, read the room. In the locker room, Dante Whitner on NBC Sports Bay Area on the postgame show, 49ers pre- and postgame live, basically was like, if I was Jimmy Ward's teammate, I wouldn't say a damn thing to him ever again. He was in that locker room.
Wow.
He was in that locker room basically smiling, saying, they have a good core. They have a good team. They have good coaches. Right after the game.
He didn't read the room.
Right after an NFC title game loss. If I was in that locker room, and I wouldn't because I wasn't the athlete that Jimmy is, nor these NFL players, that would have bothered me a lot. We may have had a fight on the team flight.
Maybe.
We may have fought.
I also understand where he's coming from, though. I'm not condoning it.
Could you do that when you clean out the locker room? You have to do that right after you got your ass kicked in Philadelphia?
It's a bad look.
You got to talk about they this and
I know.
they that.
It's a bad look. But it's his last time in front of a bunch of cameras, and he was also mad at the media for not asking more questions about him moving to slot corner. Like, really? You can't have it both ways. Ripping the media all the time and then asking why we're not asking the right questions.
You know what? Jimmy Ward's been a good 49er. He's been through a lot.
He has. He's been a really good Niner.
It's time to move on. I'm okay with moving on from Jimmy.
He's a good player, though.
He's a good player.
He's a good player. I like Jimmy Ward.
They moved on for DJ Jones. They moved on for K'Wan Williams. They moved on from a lot of good players. And they've been able to retool and get back to the NFC title game.
He overvalues himself, which I would too. I mean, I overvalue myself. He overvalues himself, and I get that, and I understand because there's only so much money and so much of a career that you can have because the league is so it's so small in terms of your window. Like, I get where he's coming from. I'm not condoning his actions. I kind of get it though, dude. Like, I really do, B.
Right
it's
after
one
the
of
game,
those. It's not a good look.
NFC title game.
I feel like I'm defending bad behavior, but I get it.
Hey, if you can't, that's why I defend Trent Williams. He got frustrated. He dipped somebody from Philadelphia who was talking trash.
Well, and Debo's getting his face mask ripped.
Exactly. So ticked off. This is the off season of hell.
This is fast five time.
This is the off season of hell already. We got Warriors and T-Wolves later on tonight. Thank God. I'm a palate cleanse. I'm going to step away from the Niners. Outside of the show, I'm all dubs. I don't care about rumors. I don't care about speculation.
Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
What's been more wild? The beginning of the Warriors season with the Draymond punch?
That's a great question.
Or where we're at right now as a Niner fan?
That's a great question. And I don't have the answer to it, Shasky.
Like, I feel like both were equally crazy.
Well, wait till we just get cranked up with the Warriors again and the trade deadline.
And wait till we find out the exact timetable on the Brock thing.
Lutman, can you come in with the question you asked me last night on our show call? Lutman, what was the question you asked me last night about Trey and James Wiseman?
I think we were wondering whose career is more salvageable between the two, James Wiseman or Trey Lance.
That's a great Fast Five question.
It's a great Fast Five question.
Wow. Who's more salvageable right now, Trey Lance or James Wiseman? Wow.
Let's go ahead and hit it.
Wow.
Xfinity Fast Five. Xfinity Fast. We'll get it.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
My head is freaking spinning right now. Spinning. Who knows with Brock? Who knows with Trey? And Jimmy G is laying in the cut. Jimmy Garoppolo's laying in the cut.
And Don Yee has one less agent who's active in the league.
One less client?
Yeah. Excuse me, one less client.
One less client, Tom Brady.
Well, Sean Payton's back.
That's true.
He's representing him.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll tell you this. Don Yee, you know how to negotiate a TV deal. Woo!
$37.5 million per year for Tom Brady from Fox.
And we'll know within 5 seconds whether he's worth it or not. Right? Wouldn't you agree?
Well,
I mean, we pivoted off Drew Brees. I knew within 5 minutes Drew Brees was not cut out to do it.
Yeah, he was awful. All right, Xfinity Fast Five. Who's more salvageable, Trey Lance or James Wiseman? That's a crazy question. Ricky and Danville, what's happening?
What's up,
Xfinity
Ricky?
Fast Five.
How you guys doing? Glad you guys made the trip back okay.
Thank you.
I'm out on Jimmy Garoppolo, man. I need a hungry dog at quarterback. I need a guy that's the NFC Championship game finding a way to lie to doctors to get on the roster. I need someone that's going to be like, hey, you know what? Let's go. Let's go.
Ricky, who's more salvageable at this point? Ricky, real quick, who's more salvageable at this point? James Wiseman or Trey Lance?
Trey Lance. He has the most upside. Trey Lance has more upside.
All right. Xfinity Fast Five. Gabe Napa. Who's more salvageable at this point in their careers? Trey Lance or James Wiseman? Gabe, going once, going twice. He gone. John in the Bay Area. John's gone as well. Antonio in Oakland. Who's more salvageable, James Wiseman or Trey Lance?
Trey Lance, man, because I feel like I see more of good Lance than good Wiseman. You know what I'm saying? The Warriors should have just drafted LaMelo Ball like I wanted them to. But anyway, I think it's out of Kinlaw and Wiseman. Like who's more salvageable out of that? That would be even more of a good question right there. But
I'd say James Wiseman.
Yeah, I'm taking Wiseman
James
over
Wiseman
Kinlaw
all day long. Danny Roseville, Xfinity Fast Five. Who's more salvageable at this point of their careers? James Wiseman or Trey Lance?
You guys want to hear something?
I'd love to. It's a radio show.
Jesus Christ.
What's crazy?
You want to see a dead body?
Xfinity's going to pull their sponsorship. That was absolute dog crap.
I don't know some of these callers today.
Lubman.
He was normal. These guys are normal on the phone.
So why
and
don't
they
you
get
tell
on
me?
and-
Forget it. Tell me who's more salvageable in your mind, Trey Lance or James Wiseman?
Damn. Are we into the show?
I'm going to go with Trey Lance there, just because I just think there's more upside there, and I think the Niners have more of a desire to play him. So,
all right. Now, John, Big John, your morning roast debut. Get ready to press the button. Who's more salvageable, Trey Lance or James Wiseman?
I'm going to say Trey Lance as well, with the upside in the draft pick. Obviously, Wiseman was a top pick as well, but I think we've seen Wiseman on the court enough to know that he needs a lot more time to develop.
He's got a great voice. I better watch out.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet.
The only way
from Xfinity.
My bad. The only way your day could get worse is if they name Vance Joseph defensive coordinator.
Oh my God, that's not going to happen.
And the Jimmy G extension simultaneously.
Well, I'm okay. I already apologized to Jimmy G. I'm here for chaos. I told you I wanted Jimmy G in training camp battling with Trey Lance. I did. I had no problem with that because I believe Trey Lance is the better quarterback.
All right, our audience, when we go to like the phone lines, be ready.
Today.
I mean, come on, be ready to perform. You want to be part of the show? It's a privilege and an honor. When I used to call in all the time, I was ready to go. The second I heard the bing, I was rocking and rolling, and I was going to spit liquid hot magma. Where are you at? Don't just come in, how you doing? It's beautiful outside.
No.
You're slowing the whole flow of the show down.
It's too many today. Today was too many. Hey, can you guys hear me? If I call on you, yes, I can hear you. My headphones are up. My headphones are on. The volume's up. Yes, I can hear you.
If I ever get that FaceTime call from Mully and Bonte during Warrior pre and post, you think I'm going to be like, hey, can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Mully, what's up?
Didn't you do that last week?
Fezzy Fez. Oh, by the way, having Mullen FaceTime us at the game, well, and I said it loud enough so the entire Philly crowd could hear. Is that Chris Mullen FaceTiming you, Bonte?
Yeah, I don't know why you did that.
Hey, Mark.
Blew our cover. All right, a lot going on. Tom Brady retires from the NFL. Do you believe it or not? Brock Purdy, according to reports, could have Tommy John, maybe not. Some people saying the report is not valid from Dov Kleiman. Not a report. I already knew Mark was coming in with that. Trey Lance, are you ready for the Trey Lance experience? Should you go out and get a quarterback? You want to talk Warriors? I'm willing to talk Warriors. Played Minnesota tonight. Nobody's panicking about to go to say Warriors anymore, huh?
They're calling you Jimmy Ward Hill.
Anybody
you're worried about you.
Hey, anybody want to bench Klay Thompson? You see his numbers in January?
I already apologized.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to other people. Because I saw he struggled one game. People were already coming down his road. What a terrible end to this show. Come on,
you know
people.
what, though, Bonte?
Wake up.
You know what, though, Bonte? Pitchers and catchers report soon.
I don't give a damn about pitchers and catchers.
Fan
I'll tell
Fest?
you that right now. The only thing that pisses me off about Fan Fest this Saturday, only thing that pisses me off is that there's going to be a lot of traffic down there in Mission Bay. And I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get to Chase Center.
You sure there's going to be a lot of traffic? Lining up for Conforto?
lot of Giants fans.
Hey, Haniger's going to be there too.
Lot of Giants fans. Love is going to be there, so I don't know why you ripping Fan Fest.
Love you. You're going to be there. Wait, time out. Love you going?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah,
I'm a fan. I'm going to show up.
Well, are you wearing your Giants gear or are you going as a member of the media?
I haven't fully decided yet. I do have a credential to be there, but I haven't decided how.
Do half and half.
I don't know what the difference is between having a credential and not. So
you know what? I tell you what. As a fan of the Giants for so long, the only time I went to Fan Fest was when I had to work as a media member. That was the only time.
Fan Fest is fun. Getting on the field and throwing the ball around with family, that's cool. I think it's cool.
Yeah. It's free. What the hell? Anything that's free is cool.
Are you in today? Yeah, man. Where's Dippy Dips?
He's
sick.
Taking he's just taking a moment.
Apologies.
He's fine.
Good. I hope
he's
he feels
fine. He'll be back tomorrow.
Or whatever.
Taking a moment.
Yeah.
All right.
I know the feeling. I needed it today.
I need a moment.
He's 102 years old and he's got a baby. What he needs a moment.
I need a moment after that.
I'm married and I got a lot of problems.
Yeah,
What's
exactly.
the guru drop?
I got 3 kids and
a bunch of
There
problems.
it is.
Yeah, and he does.
I need a moment after that's Fast 5, Xfinity. Please
What
stick
happened?
with us.
What happened?
I don't know. Just some cars just not ready.
By the way,
Mark, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. It's not a report. It's not a report.
We understand that, Mark.
No. I'm saying it to the people out there because I'm already getting the tweets. The report. Brock Purdy needs reconstruction and Tommy John surgery. He might. I don't know. But I want everyone to understand where this is coming from because this is a crap that happens in social media and it runs and it ends up in offices around the Bay and people have no idea where it came from. There's a doctor who went on the Dan Patrick Show. This would be no different. And by the way, it is out of control, irresponsible. Doc Pandy is going to be on 10:30 today. What happened on the Dan Patrick Show would be akin to Doc Pandia in an hour and a half coming on our show and going, I watched the tape. He needs Tommy John. That's what happened. This is not someone who looked at Brock. This is not someone who has seen an MRI. This is not someone who's even talked to Brock. This is Jabroni Doctor USA, watched a football game, and then went on Dan Patrick and
played
said,
in the league, though.
Yes, he did.
Won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so therefore he can now assess inside people's bodies.
Just 1 second, B.
He's an orthopedic.
No, that does. But
So is
everybody
Doc
said the same thing,
you
though.
Never do that.
Everybody
it's so out of line.
No, but I think where I'm coming is everybody says the same thing. And I was listening to Doc yesterday. They have to cut him open to see and look inside first, right? Like they got to go in there and look.
Well, they at least need the MRI. I mean, like you assess what you're going to go do based on what you see when you look at the MRI.
Yes, but also everybody has said, at least the people that I've been listening to who are credible, are like, you got to get in there first and see what's going on and blah, blah, blah,
To
blah.
a degree, any surgery.
And the way
Also
it was
surgery.
phrased, it made me feel like this was the guy he talked to. And like that, am I wrong to interpret it that way?
Not only that, he was on the Dan Patrick show.
Because
I don't
I
think
got
Dan
duped.
Patrick's having anybody
Totally.
on to just say nonsense, right? I
Well,
mean, Dan Patrick?
Again, it's not. I don't care who had him on, and I don't care what this guy's resume is. If he hasn't talked to Brock, looked at the MRI, and is actually assessing another human being as a doctor, you don't do something like this. You just don't. It's wrong. It doesn't mean that Brock doesn't need reconstruction. I have no idea. But like you talk to any doc who's doing orthopedic sports work, whether it's on social media or not, you do not make definitive statements like that unless you're the one examined the person.
I agree with that. But I feel like
it's just wrong.
I feel like we got duped on that. All right, let's move
I
this. Move
don't
on.
know if we got duped on it or not. We're going to find out.
Well, we'll see.
We
We'll
just
see.
read
I
a
still
report
think
that the guy said that on the Dan Patrick
he
show.
could be right, and what he did is still wrong. That's like, you know what I mean? Like
that happens
you
in
can't
media all the time
You
now.
can't guess, and
Correct.
then when you're right,
Nobody cites sources.
Yeah, like-
Nobody gives
What do you-
people
what do you mean?
credit.
What do
You just have a guy like Dove Kleiman
yeah.
who
Stealing stuff all the
right,
time.
Right. Who
All the time.
he blocked me because I called him a clown for that. But
Yeah, he is a clown.
But he presents himself as a reporter and then goes out and says what this guy said, just parrots it without saying, like, in the opinion of this doctor.
And the way he wrote it.
Correct.
And the way he wrote
Correct.
it with Brock Purdy needs AC.
It looks
he
so
needs
definitive.
UCL reconstructed.
Right, yeah.
He's out
Right.
9 months, and then it's like, according to Jabroni,
Exactly.
Bob Jablonski on Dan Patrick's show. Like, I mean, come on, man. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
All right,
this
so
week.
let's move this thing forward. So the Brady news drops this morning, okay? The Brady news drops this morning, and it feels like, on face value, this feels sincere, I guess,
I
that
think
he's
it
gone.
is. The fact that he did the video and you can tell, like, he's choked up while he's talking.
Yep.
And he's like, you get to do one sappy retirement
Yeah.
thing. I did it already.
You believe it?
I'm out of here. I do.
I believe
I
it
think
too.
he's done.
I do too.
You do?
I do
Okay.
too.
And I'm actually happy that he's done.
Me too.
And go back to.
I saw
back
what
to-
you saw in that Dallas game.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to listen.
Oh, yeah.
He was-
Yeah, he went 8-9 in a crap division. But anyway, remember last year and maybe y'all remember where you were when the Tom Brady announcement
We were coming
came,
into here.
right? I was with the lovely Christy in Vegas, and
Oh.
she had gone to what any guy does. Your lady goes to the bathroom, and so you pull out the phone.
Oh,
and so I'm sitting
it's
in the
my
casino,
go-to, Mark.
Right? I'm just
It's the
waiting.
only time I can look at my phone.
She comes out, and it was like, look on my face. I'm like, the world's different. You know? I'm like, you went in there and Tom Brady played football. You came out and he doesn't play anymore. So, like, we're going through all this, and I kept telling him, I'm looking at it, I'm going, this doesn't feel right. This is not the way that Tom Brady would announce his retirement, where he's refuting it, and it's coming from over here, and different reports, and so other people. I go, this is Tom Brady. He's going to be the conductor of his. So today, that's what I felt like it would feel like. So that's why I believe it.
Yeah.
I'm so happy he's
Roger
retired.
Clemens, Andy Pettit,
so happy.
Brett Favre. I've seen so many guys like, I'm done.
Yeah, no, I think he's done.
But maybe not.
I hope he's done.
And let's say that the Brock Purdy turns for the worst, and the Niners pick up the phone and go, Tom, we got 20 for you for a year.
Yeah, I know. I mentioned
Is
that
he
earlier.
for sure saying no?
That's
how
my
about, Or
point.
how about 10 for 5 games?
Yeah,
Can you give us 5 games?
Is he for
till Brock
sure
is back?
saying no to
I
that?
still don't want him because call me crazy. I don't think he's good enough to get past the Philadelphia Eagles defense. I don't think he's good enough to get past that Cowboys defense.
Interesting.
I can't unsee what I saw in that wild card game. He was throwing it to the dirt. He was throwing quick. The
Tampa's
red zone
line was
pick.
pretty bad.
I mean, Tampa's line was bad, but the Niners, their offensive line,
Not great.
not great.
I mean, this opinion is all dependent on what Trey Lance
And what
does
they-
this offseason and what they think of him.
You nailed it
What they
yesterday
think
when you
of him.
said this.
I- like-
what they think of him is going to be,
that's
it's going
gonna
to be
be
very
revealed.
crystal clear in the next couple of months. Absolutely. That
would
being
you-
said, I'm still drafting quarterbacks.
And even more so if he does miss actual time next year and the 49ers go get someone substantial, That's a huge hit on Trey.
Does Jimmy come back?
I'm not counting that out.
I'm leaving.
You definitely don't count it out.
I'm not counting it out.
If that happens,
It's on the table.
It's on the table. Of course, it's on the table. But if that happens, then Jimmy again didn't get the deal that he wants. He does not want to come somewhere for a year.
So many spots open
right.
too.
Half the league needs a QB. If he can't get a 4-year deal now,
but
if he can't get a 4-year
is
deal
a
now,
4-year deal in Carolina better than a 1-year deal in San Francisco?
For him, yeah.
I think so.
Just financially, and
I guess the South is down too.
Houston, I mean, I don't know. Who knows?
You know what I also
I think
believe?
Frank Reich's a good coach too.
What do you guys think about this?
I hate Frank.
What I think about Jimmy, he always puts on a smile and he always says the right thing. But like we're watching it with Jimmy Ward right now, we forget these guys got egos, man.
100%.
Garoppolo is not here to get yanked around by the 49ers again.
Yeah.
Like to think that he's just like, this has been great. Like that's not, I'm sure he's ticked.
Yeah.
On
He's
some
having a-
level. He's done with this,
He's having a
man.
great time on the sideline though.
Oh,
the
man.
vibes are great.
I
Those
hate
damn
this. I hate
smile.
the screenshot.
Hey, Jordan, he was
I
rocking,
hate
walking
that.
out that tunnel was pretty fly.
Yeah.
They were sick.
And he's got
He
the
can
Travis
afford some
Matthew
things,
deal.
man. He can afford
So
some
another
things.
thing, back to Trey Lance. Would you be comfortable with Trey Lance as QB1 week 1 of the next regular season?
I don't know.
Here's
I don't know how else to answer that.
Here's how I'm going to answer it. In the event that Brock Purdy is going to miss time, like I said, turn for the worst, everything's bad, he's out until December. If Trey Lance is the week 1 starter, to me, that means he looked good enough in OTAs and good enough through camp that the Niners went, all right, this is our guy. And if that's not, that's fine. To me, they've earned the benefit of the doubt there that they'd be making the correct decision.
Well, and now you're also not coming off of the NFC Championship game loss. You're coming off of 2 in a row, and you're coming off of 3 in the last 4 years, and so you can't spin to anyone in that locker room for even 1 second like, well, just give us a little time to build this kid up. It's going to be like, no, man, this has got to be now. So it's just like when you're playing poker and you're forced to declare. The 49ers, if Brock's not ready to go in August, then the 49ers are going to be forced to declare.
Yeah.
Like, you believe in Trey or not. Because if you don't, you got to go do something else.
This Brock thing, we're going to be waiting around. When do we get some certainty on that? What do you think?
Well, I mean, the clock's
got to be a couple days.
Yeah, because the clock's ticking.
Right?
Right? If this is going to be the 6-month thing, boy, you got to do it.
Yeah.
You got to do this
Gotta
thing.
get on
Did you hear
Like-
Delhomme today?
Well, no.
We had Jake
yeah,
Delhomme
yeah.
on.
I knew you were having
He was
him.
really
I missed
good.
him. What did he say?
Well, he obviously his was wear and tear, and he knew, and blah blah. And he said
Dealt with
after
it for 2 years.
after 5 weeks, and again it's different, but he goes, I knew right away my arm felt great, but they held him out from throwing a football because I know Doc was saying he should be able to resume in about 3 months. He said he waited till 4, and they held him out on purpose for his own good for a variety of reasons. So you're looking at he looked at 7 or so full months. Now again, this was 15 years ago, different player, different body, different kind of injury, not traumatic. But I thought it was an interesting perspective.
Well, it's super.
It made me feel more confident. Is what I was
It's
getting
super
at.
interesting what you guys just said. That the reason it led to that, because this is everything I've read and heard, is you mentioned wear and tear. That you don't. The reason baseball pitchers all need reconstruction is because, as we know, throwing a baseball is so awful that every time they look at that elbow, it's all frayed up and messed up, and then you tear the UCL.
The Matt Cain, I've got bone spurs on top of a shoulder
So
injury.
if Delhomme is saying that he had years of wear and tear and then the UCL tear, that's why you do reconstruction. The idea that a guy who is in his 9th NFL game and is 23 years old would have that much frayed wear and tear would be really odd. But odd things happen.
Can we also be fair here? And I'm not ripping the 49ers at all. This is an NFL problem. Kinlaw, the knee, has been chronic. Like the whatever happened with Trey and it wear and tearing on the ligament or whatever, people could say that that's natural. I feel like there were a lot of different guesstimates that he'd be out of the boot by now, right? And I know he's going to be out soon. Not every injury goes according to plan. So that's why I'm extra cautious. I'm just worried. I feel way more optimistic having heard Doc and having heard Jake Delhomme talk about it. I still am.
I'm in
like,
wait and see mode.
Yeah.
I'm in wait and see mode.
It's a good way.
I'm in wait and see mode. I'm pulling for Brock to get through this because I want to see him battle with Trey. And maybe he is QB1 already. I want the best for Brock Purdy. He deserves it. That's a terrible injury to suffer in that environment, in that game, 6 plays into it offensively. Like, that just stinks.
Brutal.
But I'm going to wait and see on what happens here with this elbow because it did not look good.
No.
When he threw that screen pass to McCaffrey, it happened right in front of us.
God.
It felt like the ball took 15 years to get there.
Oh, you
I was
can't.
like, oh,
Just
my
a
God, he
shot
can't throw.
The fact that he threw the ball even 5 yards with that injury is really, I mean, that was painful.
Mark.
That was painful for him.
We watched Josh Johnson was throwing to one of the trainers, and then Brock was here to me for where Bonte is. What are we, 5 feet, 6 feet away from each other?
That's way more than 6 feet, but go ahead.
About 5 yards.
He was
Seven.
shot. Excuse me, 5 yards. He was shot putting it to the guy's ankles. Like I said to be, but he can't even throw the ball.
Right,
I couldn't
right.
believe it because they were right in front of us because they're right in front of the blue tent. And I'm saying to myself, dude, this guy's seriously injured.
Yep.
Like seriously injured. Like he wanted to get out there. He couldn't.
Did you all catch when he spoke yesterday? And I know they're going to be vague right now. They don't want to give anyone information.
John and Kyle are going to speak later today.
Yeah,
too.
so we're
carrying that live.
We're going to carry that live
Nice.
approximately 11:30. But when he was talking about the different things that can be done to fix this,
Not surgery was the one that was very surprising.
I felt like is the conversation right now between the repair and the reconstruction, or is Brock Purdy over here trying to be like, don't even operate on me at all? I like that. That would surprise me because it's a complete tear. I don't even know how that works.
And then you're flirting with something down the line.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's like maybe this goes the other
I
way.
think Brock Purdy
Maybe
may be
Brock's gonna be
feeling
back
like-
next month.
He may be feeling like, if I don't take this job next year, I may never get that shot again. He's a 7th round pick who was picked last in the draft. That mindset's probably there.
But you know the
still-
NFL. You've seen guys. Jimmy Garoppolo got a huge deal on less.
How many opportunities
on
has Wentz got?
less than that?
Blaine Gabbert. Like I could go right down the list. Guys keep getting Trubisky, who we all know stinks.
I hear you.
Was given opportunity after opportunity.
Right.
I don't know.
But he was
I don't know.
number 2, 3 pick in the draft.
But at this point, the draft status is irrelevant to me because I think
It
the
is
film is
now.
more important
Yes.
than the draft
Yeah,
status.
I agree with
like
you.
the way we talk about it should be rephrased, in
Right.
my estimation.
How about this? I'm going to play this from Dr. Mark Addix, who used to play with Washington, Kansas City, the LA Express with Steve Young in the USFL.
Oh, shout out.
Here's what he had to say on the Dan Patrick Show about Brock Purdy's elbow.
Everybody kind of wants to say, oh, maybe it's just partial. They're hoping that the next doctor will tell them they don't need surgery. I mean, looking at the hit, looking at his absolute inability to throw the ball, it looks to me like he needs surgery. He needs Tommy John surgery. And, it generally is a year. I mean, Steven Strasburg came back in a year in baseball. We had Jake Delhomme came back in just over a year, actually. He was hurt in week 3 and then came back the following season, had probably his best year after he had Tommy John. So it's not that I don't think he'll be able to come back and play well. It's just that it may completely make next season not an option.
Dan Patrick Show.
This is so stupid. He literally uses the phrase, it looks to me, and on Twitter it's a report. Well, it looks to me like, great, dude, you watched a football game. And he seems to completely ignore that there are 2 types of surgery.
Yes.
There's reconstruction and there's repair. And they're totally different timelines.
Right.
Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
The other thing with that is Jake Delhomme had his surgery on October 18th and came back and started September 7th, I believe was the date. So it was not just over.
Well, and he said he was a full participant in all the practices at the 7-month mark.
Right.
But not the 1 year mark. So he's a little off on that. The other part that I think got lost in the sauce.
Week 3, so that makes this is at NFC Championship game, late January.
right.
Now we're talking February, March, April, June, July, August.
He had surgery about 3 weeks after he got hurt.
Yeah. If you were his parents, obviously you don't know. I mean, like because Bonte's putting out this thing. No, I'm serious. Bonte's putting, and I get where he's coming from. Like this might be my only opportunity, and they said, wouldn't you tell your kid like, hey, just get it done right now. Like whatever you got to get it done now. Don't flirt with down the line. Like you've proven yourself. You'll get another opportunity. Believe in yourself.
I'm chilling on that. Yes, but not get it done right now. It's get it done right.
That's what. Okay, you're right.
Get it done right.
But you get what I'm saying. Like
yes.
from like a big brother, uncle perspective, friend, whatever. Like
man, this league,
do it right.
You went 8-0 in one playoff game.
Saying.
This league's going to salivate over you.
Someone will want you.
Yes. Yes. I
Is
think
anybody
the
salivating
49ers,
over Trey Lance?
The 49ers want him.
Yeah.
Anybody salivating over Trey Lance?
Not salivating, but not giving up on either. I think that teams would be intrigued. Here's why this is such an interesting year now for Trey Lance. All the stuff that Kyle just said with regard to the 49ers are going to have to either have to love him or not love him. But if you don't love him, but you're forced into a spot where you put him out on the field, which might be what happened last year, if you put him out on the field, that's where the Wiseman thing I said yesterday comes into play. If he goes out there in real games and starts putting bad stuff on tape, then your value goes down.
But what's his value right now?
More than it would be if he goes out and goes 0-3 at the start of next season.
I think his value's pretty low right now, but I hear you. It could get lower. I know that. It could always get worse. I don't think it's very high right now.
Well, I mean, he's only started, but he's only started 4 games and 2 really as the starter. Right. Like, I think the league is still intrigued.
No, I think
the league would still be very intrigued. I mean, just look at Trevor Lawrence from year 1 to year 2, and right, and Trey hasn't had that yet. I think there'd be teams that are intrigued.
I look at like the Darnold, Rosen, different trades that have happened. I feel like the perception is he's more salvageable than those two, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. You guys tell me.
You saw more than Trey Lance in his starts than you ever saw in Sam Darnold. I think you legit can say that.
But the Sam Darnold thing, USC, number 3 overall pick.
And he's stuck.
I couldn't stand him coming out of USC.
I told you it was a mistake on that moment.
I think the really interesting thing here is the Niners don't have an injured Jimmy Garoppolo that they can fall into this year. Yeah. They're going to have to make a decision in free agency. Whether that is, outside of a name like Aaron Rodgers, not happening. That's off the table, by the way. They don't have the draft assets. They don't have the money to do it. That's not happening. So now you're looking at Andy Dalton. You're looking at Teddy Bridgewater. So no, and I know you make that face. That's not like, hey, the Niners can win a Super Bowl with this guy.
I understand what you're saying.
But like that's the kind of player they go get.
Yeah,
right.
And like that's your option aside from Trey Lance. It's not going to be Jimmy Garoppolo.
Trey didn't see Andy Dalton take a snap with the 49ers. Wow. I'm sorry. I don't want Andy Dalton. That screams we're going to be mediocre.
He's probably the
best.
He's probably the best quarterback available.
Well, but would you want Andy Dalton to back up Trey Lance if Brock Purdy's going to miss time?
Sure,
that's what I'm talking about.
Back up.
Yeah, they're going to need to sign somebody.
Yeah, it could be a backup.
Maybe 2 people.
Hey, Trey Lance needs Gatorade. Andy, hop on that.
Rostering 3 quarterbacks from now on. By the way. 3 active on game days from now on.
I didn't realize how many people were roster assembly experts on that when it comes to that, by the way. Like, my favorite, you couldn't find anything better than Josh Johnson? Who?
Oh, God, no.
Who was out there?
Actually, no.
Yeah, the answer is absolutely not.
All right, guys, have a great show. This is going to be wild.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, first of all, hi, Kyle.
Hello, Mark.
Yeah, let's rock and roll, man. I'm excited you're here. I'm excited that all of you are here. Twitch, YouTube, Xfinity mobile text line, and our phone line's open 888-957-9570. Let's rock and roll. It's funny. You know, we sat here and talked about how the 49ers might need to declare. They might need to declare. Do you actually dig Trey Lance still or not? We may get to that in August. I don't know how this Brock Purdy thing is going to work out. I'm super frustrated by this stupid report that's flying all over the place. And if you do want to get in, because it's not a report. Yeah, it's not a report. It's not even a it's not even really anything more than one guy's sort of educated guess. I'm not going to take away from him that he is an ortho and a former NFL player.
Most definitely a doctor.
He's a doctor. Great. He watched a football game. There are literally thousands of sports doctors on social media, and only one of them would say something like this. And actually, now that I've listened to what he said on Dan Patrick, this Dove Kleeman character who is a hot mess on social media is as much to blame as anyone, because he took one guy going, look, it looks to me like XYZ. That's too heavy of a statement. But then to go on Twitter and be like, this doctor says it's reconstruction, so here's the timeline, and Brock Purdy is out. You're all a bunch of clowns.
That's not how it works.
You're a complete and total bunch of clowns for putting this out there this way. So that's frustrating. Add in the Tom Brady retirement, and I thought the Tom Brady retirement for a lot of 49er fans, Kyle, came a day too late.
Yeah, maybe.
Because a bunch of you got is what I think. And here's what I mean by that. 24 hours ago, there's the fear, there's the not knowing about Brock Purdy's injury. Except the very likely scenario is he'll be back in 6 months. And even if it was Tommy John, he's still going to be back in at the most, whether that's 9 months, whether it's 11 months, there's a chance he would be back for the back end of next season, and he certainly can be the quarterback the year after that. That was the 49ers' plan, so we've been told by Mike Silver, who will join the show tomorrow. All right, so if the plan is Brock Purdy, and so many Niner fans over the last 2 months are like, oh my gosh, we love this guy. We found our guy. We're ready. Brock Purdy, quarterback, San Francisco 49ers, financial advantage, all the things we've said. And the second he gets an injury, we need Tom Brady, we need Derek Carr, we need Aaron Rodgers. You jumped ship. You all jumped ship on the long-term future because of a short-term injury, which tells me that your belief in Brock was fake. Completely fake.
I disagree.
How so?
Vehemently, actually.
Oh, good.
So I think there's a couple of different layers here. One, I think that Tom Brady is a separate. This isn't. I know Derek Carr's name came up, but to me, the Derek Carr thing came up in the event that Brock Purdy is out for the year. And I think it came with the misunderstanding of what Derek Carr is going to get on the free agent market. Derek Carr's not signing a 1-year, $10 million deal. I think Derek Carr was an avatar for general kind of middle-of-the-road quarterback. So Matt Ryan may be a better name in that instance.
Okay, I'll buy what you're saying.
And I think Tom Brady came up, regardless of Brock Purdy's injury. I think Tom Brady came up because it's Tom freaking Brady. And his name has been floating around. They missed on him in 2020, which I was, at that time, when you looked at what his 2019 looked like and what Jimmy's 2019 looked like, made sense. Like, you see why the Niners kind of went with Jimmy.
Totally agree. Yep.
Turns out, in hindsight, they probably would go the other way.
Messed it up, yeah.
But I think this got looked at not as, oh, Brock, don't believe in him. It was more like, man, Brock getting a year to learn under Tom Brady while the Niners really go for a Super Bowl with Tom freaking Brady, and then you slide Brock in 2024. That's what I think it was. I don't think it was this like anyone who's out on Brock will just tell you they're out on Brock.
Well, here's the thing though. You have a point, but I'm going to split the difference. And I told you this. Actually. I emailed you last night. I said it on the air yesterday. There's a scenario. This is when, let's go back 24 hours. Tom Brady's still playing. And there's a scenario where Tom Brady makes sense because if Brock Purdy's going to miss a year, Tom Brady would be 1 year. Right. Okay, yes. That I get. Correct. And obviously that would be a huge hit to Trey Lance's future. But
separate
to your
conversation.
Point, it's Tom Brady, all of those things. There's a scenario where we get there, but I didn't want to have that conversation until we hear Tommy John. And we weren't supposed to hear it yet because of two clowns in the media right now. But if we get there, then I was open to Tom Brady, but not until then.
Right.
But you all brought up, not you, so many of you brought up so many other names. I did hear Derek Carr. You called him an avatar for something else. I like that. That helps make a little bit of sense out of it. But I heard Kirk Cousins. Hell, I heard Lamar Jackson. And I get that you're like, oh, yeah, Mark, don't you want Lamar Jackson? I actually don't even know if I would want Lamar Jackson. It's a very different offense all of a sudden that you're running. He's a very good player. I don't know why we don't say about him the same things that we were now saying about Josh Allen or other quarterbacks who often make the playoffs but aren't good enough to get all the way to the Super Bowl. But whatever. I'll put that aside for a second. The point is, I started hearing names of people who are going to get 5-year deals.
Right.
And if you're going to talk about someone who's going to get a 5-year deal, stop making it about Brock Purdy's elbow, because his elbow injury, no matter what the hell this is not going to take 5 years. And it tells me that at least on some level, you got to give me this. Plenty of you out there decided when he got hurt and they lost the game that the slipper didn't fit. And you think he's Jeremy Lin, and you don't actually believe their staying power. I will sit here and raise my hand right now and tell you, I am on the side of this fence that believes Brock Purdy can win a Super Bowl in the National Football League. And I think a bunch of you wanted to believe that. And then when it didn't happen, even though circumstantial, your real feelings came out. You still think Brock Purdy is just average and middle of the road.
So I'm not inside people's minds. I don't have anything necessarily I don't have hard evidence to refute that. I think I'm going to just pick a round number. Let's say 100 people were saying like Derek Carr and Jimmy and Kirk Cousins and all these guys. I think out of that 100, maybe 80 just did not take into account the contract and what that would look like. I think it was just, man, if Brock Purdy's going to be out, I think to me it signals more of a lack of belief in Trey Lance, that Trey Lance can be the guy, than Brock Purdy. And I think it's underselling, like I said, what Derek Carr is going to get in free agency. What Kirk Cousins is currently making.
Oh my gosh, he's been signing guaranteed deals for 4 years already.
Derek Carr's not a free agent.
Right.
And team will probably have to trade for him.
I think he will be. Well, I think with the way that played out, the Raiders are just going to release the guy, right?
Maybe.
By the way, what's the Raiders' new plan? They were all in on Tom Brady.
Boy, that's a great question. Bailey Zappi? No. No, so I think it was more a not understanding like, hey, man, these guys are going to get paid. These guys are going to get money. They're not going to do the 1 year incentive-laden $16 million deal that Jimmy Garoppolo did this year because he was hurt and out of options.
Yeah.
Like, that was a fluke thing. That's just not on the table.
You think people were just playing fantasy football?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll take Derek Carr.
No.
Then again, Derek Carr.
And my real pushback against what you're saying is, like I said, anybody that's out on Brock is probably just out. And they'll tell you, like, yeah, I don't want him to be the quarterback.
I mean, let's do it.
Which to me is nuts.
Let's do a test. 888-957-9570.
That's the number.
You think Brock Purdy can win a Super Bowl in the NFL? Do you think Brock Purdy will win a Super Bowl in the NFL? I'll start. Yes. Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. That's Mad Dog Kyle Madsen, everybody. Say hi. He's in for Dibs today on Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
It's the time to just appreciate what a fantastic season we had and what an amazing job we did on a third-string quarterback. And just huge props to Brock Purdy, man.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms while supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company, details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. I'm going to make you say it. You got to declare, because that's what I felt yesterday. Not all of you, maybe not even most of you, but I found it to simply be an odd A to B, which is that this whole city, I walked by bars last week who have got signs out in the window with all their Purdy puns and come watch the brand new Brock and everything. Like, here's Purdy Mania. He gets to the NFC title game. He plays 6 plays. He never throws an incomplete pass. One of the best pass rushers in the game whacks his arm. And half of you left town. Like, okay, here's what we're going to do next. We're going to trade for Aaron Rodgers. Wow. And I was like, I thought you believed in him. And instead, you acted like we were just on some vacation. Like you're having an affair, and now it's time to go back to life.
Okay.
That's what it felt like.
Is this due more, do you think? Not to a lack of belief in Brock, but due to just the unknown of the injury. Like, we're hearing 6 months, that's what it is, but then, like, Tommy John is on the table, not because of this guy on the Dan Patrick Show, but that's just that's been on the table.
I guess my answer to that would be worst case scenario, he misses the whole year. I still want him to be the presumptive start of the year after that.
Sure. And
that would be my response.
Right. But we're talking next year because we're like the Niners are in a spot now where it's like, hey, this core might have 1 year left.
That's why I was going to be open to Brady, but not any of these dudes that are going to be. I mean, you want $150 million in Aaron Rodgers? Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, and
that's what I'm talking about.
But I think there's also the reason this shifted not to like, oh my God, pins and needles. Because let's say this was Patrick Mahomes. Fingers crossed it's, he never has an injury like this.
Yeah.
But if Chiefs fans are on pins and needles like, oh my God, what's the prognosis? When is he back? But with the Niners, they just went 13-4 with 3 different starting quarterbacks. One of them, Mr. Irrelevant. If there was ever a point in Kyle Shanahan's tenure as an offensive coach where it's been like a plug and play, I think that's how a lot of people view this. And maybe that's where a lack of belief in it's not so much not believing in Brock. It's like, man, if Brock Purdy can do that, they have 3 third-round picks and a 4th-round pick and a couple of what you can just do it again.
I'm so glad you said that because I guess that if you really boil this all down, that's the question.
Mm-hmm.
During this 8-game run, did you suspend the belief of, well, he's a 7th-round pick and he's little, and did you just lose that and go, okay, actually, I think this is an odds buster. I'm not going to call him Tom Brady, but it's similar to the story. Like, this guy's just way better than the league thought he was going to be in the draft. Or are you still labeling him that way? Are you still like, well, geez, if Kyle can turn this wackadoodle into a good QB, I guess he can do it with anyone, which for me is literally what keeps getting disproven through the whole 6 years, and then we do it to the next guy. This was the Jimmy story. Well, Jimmy Garoppolo actually is not very good, but he's in Kyle Shanahan's system. And then all the other quarterbacks come in and stink out loud, and then Jimmy comes back and they go on a winning streak, and people are like, yeah, it's just I still don't see it. And then Brock comes in, and for a second it's like, see, anyone can do it. And then Brock goes out, and you literally can't even function. And a lot of you aren't, like, you still don't have that light bulb that goes, oh, Brock and Jimmy are good. And by the way, Brock was even better than Jimmy. That you can't just put anyone in there. You can't do that. I don't think. I don't think that.
I want to get back to your question. Can this team win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy? Because I was of the mind that Jimmy Garoppolo was not going to get it done.
Okay.
That was where I landed. Maybe. Okay, if everything just went right and they ran into the right team in the Super Bowl and the defense just dominated and you didn't need Jimmy to make play, okay, then maybe. But I think Brock can, because not only does he do all of the things Jimmy can do, living in the middle of the field, hitting Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and checking it down to Christian McCaffrey, he can do all of those things that are required of this version of Kyle Shanahan's offense. But then we saw the out-of-structure stuff that was kind of lacking with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep.
That playmaking where it's like, man, instead of a 6-yard gain on a dump off to Deebo, where there's 2 guys around him, it's, hey, buying time rolling out, and there's a 54-yard catch and run touchdown to George Kittle. Those are the little things that I think we're missing that were so frustrating with Garoppolo, because he'd try and fit the ball into these windows, and it's like, it's not there, the throw's not there, what are you doing? Like, roll out, do something, do anything, throw the ball away, don't take a sack.
Yeah.
And it's just not his game.
He'd roll out, he'd break something.
Right, it's just not his game.
Right.
That is Brock's game. He navigates the pocket better. He creates out of structure better. And that's why it's like, okay, if he takes, even if you think he's close to his ceiling, just as a player, like Josh Allen, it was really clear his first couple of years, like, man, if he can figure out the accuracy thing, this guy's going to be a monster.
Right.
With Brock, it's kind of like, man, if he just gets some experience and sees more defenses, you add in all this stuff he already does, I think they can do it with him.
That's the other thing that I feel like has been totally left out of this conversation. we're all looking at Brock Purdy as if he's a finished product. Right. I'm looking at him going, if this is what he looks like at age 23 with no experience, what's he going to look like 2 years from now when he's seen it all, played every defense, had more time in the system, been the QB1 with all the reps in practice? What's he going to look like then if this is what he looks like when you just flick him out there and go, dude, go play. We're in a hot mess. Go play. And he's like, cool, I'll take you to the NFC title game.
Yeah.
That no one has said at all. Brock should get even better than what we saw. He should get better. Let's go to Anthony in the city. We'd love your, as we're calling it, red and gold reaction here on Willard and Dibs. Kyle's in for Dibs. Anthony in the city. What are you doing, Anthony? Thanks for calling.
What's going on, Willard, and what's going on, Kyle? I'm listening to y'all, man. I'm waiting for a doctor's appointment to make my morning much easier. So I appreciate your time.
Appreciate you.
I want to address a couple of things here, and I just want to first go back and say, Kyle, you're speaking the gospel this morning. You're doing great to Dibs. You're filling in well. You're filling in well. And, Willard, I'm really surprised at you, man. You don't like making hot takes, and I'm surprised that you were this quick to basically, name Brock Purdy the second coming of Drew Brees or something, saying that he's going to be able to win a Super Bowl right away with this team. I want us to remember this is the NFL. This is catching lightning in a bottle, and I don't know, to Kyle's point, how long this Niners team is going to last. And so the point of, not being willing to bring in another one of these maybe one-year quarterbacks in a Tom Brady or whatnot, Brock Purdy's likelihood of playing next year to this extent, this is a tough injury to his throwing arm. And this is how long you can keep this defense and this offense together with the aging Trent Williams is going to be unforeseen. So Kyle pointed out a really good point. I'd love for y'all to lean into the fact of, I wonder if this just shows Niners fans are not ready to give anything to Trey Lance. Jimmy G is obviously out, but you're going to need another quarterback regardless.
Well, so Anthony, let me address that. I don't think what I'm saying is a hot take at all. I think it's a good one, but I don't. I don't think it's a hot one at all.
Great takes.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Here's the deal: you're going on a premise that he's going to be physically compromised next year. I'm not. He might be. If he is, I already said, I would have been open to a Tom Brady. I would have been open to anything that tells you, okay, we need someone else to go win this year. But that's it. Just this year. I heard so many ideas yesterday about guys that are going to be 3 years and 5 years and $40 million a year. That means you're done with Brock Purdy. Done. You're done with the advantage of his contract, all of that stuff. And then to sit here and say, you can't believe that I'm ready to say this guy's the next big thing. He's the next Drew Brees. First of all, I didn't say that. But what fascinates me is I want to use your own point against you. You went, Mark, this is the NFL. Right. And he just went 8-0 and went to the NFC title game. And it appears that some of you still think that that's circumstantial. He did this in the NFL at age 23 with no experience, no backing. Yes, a great team around him and a good coach, but you're still acting like anybody can just go do that. Right. And I'm here to tell you they can't. So I'm not thinking he's the next this, that, or the other. I think he's exactly what we watched him be. Why would it be wild for me to think he can win a Super Bowl? He almost did.
And I'm going to channel my inner Dibs just real quick because I want to, because it's fun.
Sweet. Hit me.
He went 7-1 as a starter.
I hate that stat.
He went 7-1 as a starter.
Yeah, 8-0. I'm giving him the Miami game.
7-1. He didn't start the Miami game, and they lost the NFC Championship.
Thanks, Dibs.
Okay,
all right,
okay,
Kyle's back.
I'm back.
Go ahead.
I'm back. I think it's an important thing here too when we talk about Trey Lance and the belief in Trey Lance. And what else did they do? Forget how long is he out and what does he look like when he does come back, and okay, it's 6 months, but they don't have that time. They have to make free agency opens the negotiating period, March 13th. They have a month and a half.
5 weeks. Yep.
They have a month and a half to figure out what Brock Purdy's doing, what his timeline is, what are they doing with Trey Lance, who else are they signing, And because of that, like, look at the way Kyle Shanahan talked about Brock Purdy this year. He loves that kid. He is about. He complimented Brock Purdy more than I've ever seen him compliment any player that's ever been on his roster combined.
Fred Warner twice called him the reason. The reason. Fred Warner said that.
Right. One of the leaders of your team. Maybe the leader of your team.
And we're like, I'm not sure if I believe in it.
So that's
Wild.
that's where I don't think there's a long-term thing that's going to happen this offseason. That like you said, let's understand the contract. Derek Carr's getting a contract. Aaron Rodgers has one. They're not. Green Bay's not trading him to the Niners. The Niners don't have the assets to acquire him. They don't have the financial flexibility to acquire him.
It's non-starter.
Right, it is.
Total non-starter.
I don't think Lamar Jackson is a realistic thing. So now you're looking at, okay, Matt Ryan, Andy Dalton, Teddy Bridgewater. These are the names that you're looking at. And that's OTAs is probably going to be Trey Lance and generic 1-year deal quarterback.
Yeah, I'm so down on what I watched from the Colts this year, but if this does, like if we do get an announcement in 6 days that Brock Purdy is undergoing Tommy John surgery, I actually don't hate. There are other moves I hate more than the Matt Ryan idea, just because of the history between him and Kyle Shanahan.
And also with what we saw with the 49ers this year and the way their season just ended 72 hours ago, every door is open quarterback-wise to me in terms of you're not going to sign somebody long-term because, like you said, you have Brock Purdy. Even if he doesn't come back till next year, like that contract's an asset, and he's an asset. And I think that if you ask Kyle Shanahan in a candid moment, he's like, yeah, ideally Brock's the starter in 2024.
Totally.
Ideally Trey's the starter in 2024. Let me bet. But if Trey is not, then ideally it's Brock, right? So you're looking at a 1-year deal, and that's what it's going to be. There's not going to be... There's no like amount of quarterbacks they could roster now that I'd be like, that's too many.
QB room needs more chairs.
Yeah, if it's Andy
that's
Dalton
what
we need first
and it's Teddy Bridgewater and Brock's back in 6 months and Trey, like, yep, everybody's on the roster.
That's just that's our PTSD though. That's our we just I want 12 guys, and so we are injury proof at the QB position. Right. That's what I want. Yeah. Not going to happen that way. But no. Sunshine in San Jose is next up. You're on with Willard, Kyle Madsen. Sunshine, what are you doing?
What's up, man? I'm just at work. Just wanted to give you a call, give you my input on what you're saying.
Let's go.
I don't think it's fair for you to say that. I mean, the Niners fans, the Niners faithful were heartbroken. Year after year after year after year, we got quarterbacks that can't finish seasons. So for us to want a quarterback, even if it's Derek Carr, Aaron Rodgers, we just want a guy that could sit in that quarterback room, in that quarterback seat, that could finish a season, and that's the point. Nobody's written off Purdy. We still have hope for Trey Lance, right? But what's the most important thing? You got to be available to play.
I guess, Sunshine, my response to that would be then you're actually confirming that what I said is exactly fair. Yeah, I have a hard time understanding you saying no one's giving up on Trey and no one's giving up on Brock, but we would go like Aaron Rodgers because he can finish the season. That constitutes giving up on Trey and giving up on Brock. Do you see what I'm saying there?
Year after year, we got guys that can't finish the season. I mean, how many years can we go back?
And that stinks. And so what I guess I'm asking you is your assessment, Trey and Brock cannot finish seasons, therefore you need to go a different direction.
No, we're talking about for the next year, and this is 3 games after another heartbreaking loss.
But
right?
You're bringing up names that are not 1-year Band-Aids, Sunshine. That's my point. We got to live in reality here. Sunshine, thanks. I hear you. You got to live in the real world. Aaron Rodgers is not a Band-Aid. Derek Carr is not a Band-Aid. Kirk Cousins does not want to come hang out for 6 games and just make sure that Brock is okay and then watch him play football. I get your frustration. You telling me I don't share it? My gosh, Sunday was a disaster. But because Brock Purdy in his 8th or 9th game got hurt does not equal said quarterback, quote, can't finish a season. He didn't. That doesn't mean can't. There are seasons that Tom Brady didn't finish. but he can.
I forgot that caller's name was Sunshine. I thought you just called him that. I was like, damn, dude.
You need to change your name to Cloud. That was not Sunshine at all.
No, they're not going to look for a long-term answer at quarterback this offseason.
Nor should they.
Like, that's just not, that's why Tom Brady was on the table. This was not 31-year-old Tom Brady. This wasn't even 41-year-old Tom Brady. This is going to be 46-year-old Tom Brady. It was going to be
crying on Instagram this morning.
Right. It was going to be a 1-year thing. And I'm still of the mind, by the way, I don't want to dive super far into this. I'm still of the mind that if Brock Purdy is out for the year, that they pick up the phone and they call Tom. And they go, hey, man.
I would think. I mean, what's a phone call?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Sure.
They'd absolutely still.
Sure.
If Purdy is out for the year, if it's 6 months, then I'm predicting this is what's going to happen. I don't want to say I'm telling you this is going to happen because I was super wrong on the Jimmy thing last year, but
wow,
here's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to be Trey Lance, and they're going to give, because they still invested 3 firsts in Trey Lance. Now, it was 2 late firsts, which, again, we were talking about this pre-show. Great process. Whether it works out or not, you take a pick swap up to 3 and for 2 late firsts every time.
2 late firsts.
You do it every time. It's 28 and 29.
It didn't kill him, obviously. Look at him.
But they're still going to give Trey every single opportunity to succeed. Because I promise, they look at what Brock did this year, and they're looking at Trey, and they're going, man, a little bit more mobile, bigger arm. Man, if he can figure it out the way Brock did.
Bigger body.
Man.
Right.
So that's still tantalizing. That's still there. They're going to give him every opportunity in OTAs, in whatever portions of camp that Brock is out. Trey's going to get the number 1 snaps. I think this is a make or break offseason for Trey Lance.
I agree. It's a matter of, can you see it and can you accurately then deliver it? And that's what Brock did. And if Trey can do that with the physical skills he has, yes, that would be better. But so far, he's not been able to do that.
Right, in a limited sample. That's why this offseason, if they're sitting there when Brock comes back in, I'm going to say August 5th. I don't know the date.
Yep.
Let's just pick August 5th. If he comes back on August 5th and they're like, oh, thank God. Like, oh, whew, then, then they have a problem. But I think it's going to be Trey, and then they're going to bring in somebody who, like, if they have to start him, fine, not ideal, but they could be QB 2 or 3. And you're looking at Andy Dalton's, you're looking at Teddy Bridgewater's, guys in that vein.
It's only been 3 days, so we can't feel this yet. But how many times in history have we watched sports injuries and then gone, ended up being a blessing in disguise? How about Steph Curry and his contract? How about Jimmy Garoppolo leads to Nick Bosa?
Right.
How about if Brock Purdy's injury leads to a better Trey Lance because he gets another offseason as QB1? Could happen. Could happen. And then maybe both of them are going to be awesome by the time you get to August. And now you've got 2.
The ideal scenario.
This is totally possible.
The ideal scenario is coming out of the preseason. It's like quarterback controversy. Who do they start?
Right.
That's the ideal.
I mean, I hate ideal being also a controversy because, like, QB.
Having 2 good quarterbacks is not bad.
But it splits locker rooms. You know the anatomy of an NFL locker room. You got to have a guy. That's the guy, because if you got 2 guys, now the locker room is whispering, we're going to go with that guy. Every time someone throws a pick, bang, there's the camera. Look, the other guy is standing there, and he's ready to go in. You don't want that.
But that's something you can fix next offseason.
Yeah, but I like what you're saying in that, yes, ideally, both of them are awesome and ready to play.
Right.
That makes total sense. Malcolm, South City, next up. Hey, Malcolm, what are you doing?
I am just crushed at what happened on Sunday, but I have so much confidence in this young man, and I think the poise he has. I have season tickets from 1982 till right now, and I've only missed 5 or 6, 7 games. Wow! I see the poise, the ability to progress in his all his the weapons that he has, and I don't think he's done, because I think an injury should not bench a quarterback, for instance. I think it was a freak thing, and I'm still not sure if they meant to do it or not. All my friends say that's football. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Thanks, Malcolm.
So I think he's saying that there's a notion out there that Hassan Reddick committed some kind of dirty play. He did
not even close.
He hit the quarterback.
Not even close.
He did.
By the way,
he did what he's paid to do.
Let's take that a week further back to Jimmy Ward's tackle on Tony Pollard, and I mean, I get bummed by this stuff, man. The not just the conversation that some said was a dirty play, but now it launched into some saying there is, and they had a name for it. I can't remember what the name for it was, but a name for that kind of tackle, and saying the NFL needs to outlaw this a la the horse collar tackle, which is basically it's like, I don't know what the name for it was, but it's like a twist and fall, and you fall on someone else's leg. I've never played NFL football, okay? What? Yeah, I've never played NFL football. But I'm watching these guys run, and I think it's hysterical how many people watch and think that at that speed and that physicality and that talent level, you're chasing someone like Tony Pollard, and that somehow in your mind you're like, when I get there,
how do I tackle
this?
Tony
Is
Pollard?
how I'm going to attack this portion of his body, and then I'm going to twist, and I'm going to fall in such a... Are you kidding me? Do you know how hard it is to tackle Tony Pollard? You're lucky enough to get there.
Right.
And if you get there, you get him down.
However you can.
Like, this is not... It's kind of like the whole QB, the roughing the passer thing, where it's like I'm running full speed at you, and then when I get there, I'm supposed to tackle you and not fall on you.
Right.
Like, the human body goes the way it goes.
It doesn't. It looks. Really. It was like the Jordan Poole, John Morant thing in the playoffs last year. He pulled his knee. He touched his knee in slow motion. Yes, it looks like he grabbed it, and yet go watch the replay.
No.
It happens way too fast for him to be making that. Jimmy Ward was dragging Tony, and the fact that a Cowboys beat writer retweeted that just carte blanche.
Yeah,
without
whatever.
sans context. I don't know, something Latin.
Hassan's contact? Anyway.
Silly.
Yeah. Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We continue with your phone calls. Doc Pandia, 35 minutes away. John McClane in Houston on the D'Amico Ryans hire is in an hour. No, we're not doing Die Hard. It's a different John McClane. And then Kyle Shanahan's presser live, 11:30. Kyle Madsen is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
Thompson will take it with 5 to shoot. Gotta go. Draymond's got it. They don't see the clock. Draymond back to Clay, who goes baseline and dunked it.
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And Kyle is in for Dibs. What's going on, everybody? Glad you are along for the ride. We had emergency Pandia yesterday. We've got regular Pandia today.
Just regular old Pandia
And
today.
you know what the first question I'm going to ask him here in 27 minutes? I'm going to ask him, is it legitimate? Is it above board as an orthopedic sports surgeon who watches something on TV to come out and definitively say what is going to happen in the surgical process. The only reason I'm going to ask is so that you can hear him say it, because I already know what he's going to say.
Yeah.
He's going to say whatever jabroni, whatever his name is, who was on Dan Patrick's show today. Atticus? Whatever his name is. I don't even want to say his name because I do not want to promote this fool. Like, it is completely out of line for him to say what he said, which is, I saw the tape, he needs Tommy John surgery. And in fact, he didn't even really say it that way. He said, looks to me like he needs Tommy John surgery. That's out of line, followed by Dove Kleiman, whoever this is, with a blue check, who decides now to run with that as a report. Brock Purdy needs reconstructive Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
Maybe he does, and maybe he doesn't. And this is not reliable sourcing, reporting, talking, or any of this.
Every time we ask Dr. Pandya about an injury or a play that happened, now I don't want to say an injury, a play that happened where it looks like a player got hurt, or a team says, oh yeah, it's not. He goes, here's the play that happened. Here's kind of what we see, but until I see imaging or we hear about imaging, I don't know.
Right.
That's how, that's how it's supposed to be presented.
Even in game, and I've learned this, like a lot of orthos, they can look at the way a body reacts and go, except for all you would say in this case is, the fear would be that he tore his UCL. He did. Now, whether he repairs it or needs full reconstruction, from my understanding, is actually based on what the stability of the UCL was prior to it tearing, which you can't see that. You can't see that with Hassan Reddick's play. You can't see that. So that's the way the fear would be. He would need, or he tore his UCL, and they're going to have to look at it and then decide what kind of surgery would be needed. That's literally the only thing that you can say. So we'll get into this with Doc Pandya, an actual professional, with the way that he's going to go about his business. Also, Tom Brady is now retired. ... Again. He did so with a tearful, very brief, kind of one person to camera video that was put out on social media. And it struck me. Brady is, and you even said it already, like if Brock Purdy is going to miss this year, the 49ers probably try to call him and pull him out of retirement anyway, and I don't know if he would do it. But the whole Tom Brady thing yesterday, it just struck a chord for me because it seemed like I thought a lot of you believed in the future of Brock Purdy, and now the idea that even he misses half of a season, it sounded to me like so many people suddenly want to go get a totally different answer at quarterback for the future and for the long term. I just wonder why it's so hard for people to believe in stuff that you don't see coming. Happens all the time. The NFL is dotted with these people. You don't always see it coming. And it happens anyway. The New York Giants went to the playoffs. Jalen Hurts is the favorite in the Super Bowl. Like, there's stuff that happens that you don't see coming all the time. But this was not a small sample. This was 9 football games. It's not a small sample.
No doubt. I have a couple things here. One, the Mr. Irrelevant thing, like, that's not just like Jalen Hurts was a 2nd-round pick, I think. Like, we see this kind of stuff. Yeah. We see this kind of stuff. It's Mr. Irrelevant had never even thrown a pass.
I'm not here to tell you this isn't crazy.
It is such a like out of left field. Like, wait, whoa, hang on, pause, time out. The other that it's hard to grasp and be like, okay, yeah, this is a thing now. The other thing is we've also seen, for all the things that you say, dotted. I love that phrasing. For all the times we've seen out of nowhere guys come in and play in the NFL, we've also seen like flashes in the pan. Case Keenum took the Vikings to the NFC Championship game in Philly, oddly enough, and then went to Denver and it just never did anything again. And now he's the backup in Buffalo or wherever he is.
Yep.
So that's the other thing is we've seen guys have these really great years. Colin Kaepernick, I think, is a good example. Colin Kaepernick had a great half a season, a great year, and then just went.
Obviously, you could still do a whole show. We've done years on whether or not Colin Kaepernick was a flash in the pan, or if he just never got another shake. Like maybe he was a really good player. And he was for a longer period, right? I mean,
right.
He had multiple years of great production for the 49ers.
His 2014, and there's a little bit of a difference here because his 2014 was not as good as his 2013 or his 2012. And his 2015 and 2016 certainly weren't. But the Niners were also a disaster. Like, he got screwed.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong. Brock Purdy's going to have Kyle Shanahan and this really good roster and this really good coaching staff. So it's a little bit different. But I think it's guarding against, like, man, we've seen players come in and have really good years and then just never be heard from again.
So 8 games is not
Brock Osweiler.
It's not, well, but he never looked like this. He never looked like this.
He got a lot of money.
He did, but see, that's the point. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo became the highest paid player in the history of the NFL based off of a smaller sample size than what we just saw with Brock.
No doubt.
Smaller sample size. So 8 games is not 2 seasons, but it's also not 3 games. You still hear people talk about Nick Foles. Go look at his numbers. He got hot in the playoffs for 2.5 games. And he won a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we bring up the Jeremy Lin thing, or so many other players who sort of, they had a moment. Like Fitzmagic ended up getting a nickname. You never watched it, though, for 8 games.
Mm-hmm.
Fitzmagic was a classic, like, dude, that guy comes in and he comes back and all right, and then he does it again next week, and you're like, all right, I think Fitzmagic, and then he goes
Crash
8 for 22 with 3 picks. You can't, like, that never happened. This was 8 games and all the scenarios. Home, road, from ahead, from behind, good teams, bad teams, playoff games, not playoff games. Like, you saw almost everything.
Mm-hmm.
You saw almost everything. You didn't see the Super Bowl, and you didn't get to see how he actually would have played in a full NFC title game on the road. But he was thrown a lot of different scenarios. He pretty much looked pretty similar the whole time.
I tend to agree with you on this. That's why I don't want to sound like I'm coming across.
Yeah.
I'm of the belief that if Trey Lance does not show out in OTAs and camp, that Brock should be the starter next year. And I think the Niners would be really good. But you look at that Dallas game, you can say really good defensive line. And the Niners offensive line didn't play well, and I get all that. But there were multiple plays there. It was like, oh boy, like that wasn't great.
Sure.
I mean, there was Brandon Ayuk had to defend an interception, and Trevon Diggs just straight up dropped one in the red zone. Like there were plays there. There was one play where he rolled left and then like ran backwards toward the other end zone.
He does
like,
run backwards.
It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, I do.
So
if there's some, would like to eliminate the run backwards play that Brock likes to do.
Yeah,
yes. He's not perfect.
Right.
However, in those, like, there was a stat that got my attention in that Dallas game where I went, oh, you know what? Now I'm actually a little bit impressed by what you did. There wasn't anything great statistically. He won the game, but there was that stat where he was pressured on 48% of his dropbacks, and it was the most that had happened in 3 years in a 49er game, and he didn't turn it over.
Right.
I was like, okay, bro, that's some veteran stuff right there.
Yeah.
You don't turn it over when you're literally half the time that you drop back, like Micah Parsons is in your face, and you handled it, and you won the game. That's worth something to me, especially for a guy who's in his 8th game.
And that's totally fair. Like I said, he played well enough that if he was the starter next year, you'd be like, yeah, the 49ers are the favorite in the NFC West, and they might be the favorite in the NFC, depending on how the offseason goes. Like, for sure. But I don't think it's off the table either that if he starts all 17, they go 9-8.
I have not decided that Brock's a superstar. That's not what I've decided.
Okay.
I have decided that Brock Purdy is a very viable, productive NFL starter.
That's fair.
That's,
I think that's fair.
I'll define it that way.
Who can win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think, Nick in Ohio is next up. Hey, Nick, what are you doing?
Hey, just doing a little artwork here.
Sweet.
Hello?
What are we doing? What are we working on?
Oh, I do collage and mixed media, and
could you make me a collage of Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo together throwing footballs?
Oh my God, please don't.
I have to feel inspired. But anyway,
go ahead, Nick.
Before I want to make a quick comment about Purdy, but first of all, I'd like to give some props to Kyle because I noticed when you guys have the transition from one show to another, you guys are always talking over each other. Everybody's talking at once, and it like gives me a headache. But I noticed when Kyle's about ready to comment, everybody's quiet. But he always has something very good to contribute.
Kyle disagrees. He thinks I interrupt him all the time. But
I was gonna say that, but that's fine.
Yeah. Nick, I think that you can understand what we're all trying to say. You got four big mountains in one room, and no different than you and your friends. If you're having poker night or a bunch of people over for drinks, there's going to be a word or two on top of each other, and we all survive. But anyway, did you have a further point than that?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think you're overstating this thing about fans who originally were for Purdy, but now they're showing their true colors. I think it's more like they're just panicking, a la Guru. And that's my comment.
Well, thanks, Nick. Well, that is actually my point. I think you just helped me make my point. You're like, well, don't say that. They're just panicking. Right. That's what I'm saying. Stop panicking. Now, maybe your point is this is just kind of an emotional response because of what took place Sunday, that people actually aren't giving up on Brock Purdy. Listen, I guess if that's your point, all I'm trying to do is let's think this out together. Let's think it out so that we're living in a realistic world, not responding to a moment in Brock Purdy's career with let's go get Aaron Rodgers or Derek Carr or something that is now going to prevent. I mean, can you imagine? Go down that road with us for a second. The 49ers go get a big-name quarterback here in this offseason. You just did two things. I guess you did three things. One of them is you can be a Super Bowl favorite. Cool. Mm-hmm. Here's the next thing that you did. You just ruined your massive financial advantage that you have on the league for the next 3 years. And you also just decided that Brock Purdy and Trey Lance are now totally blocked out for their entire rookie deals.
Right.
That's bananas. That's an awful idea on every level.
I think awful is too strong.
Really?
Yeah.
You want to block these guys out?
No, I wouldn't do that. But if that's somebody's mindset of like, dude, I don't think Brock can win a Super Bowl, and I don't think Trey can do it. So improve at the quarterback position. Or maybe you think Brock Purdy can, but you're like, man, I think Aaron Rodgers will. In fact, if he's here for 3 years, I think we win 3. Like, if that's the mindset, improving at quarterback is the best thing you can do in the NFL.
Well, okay, I'll grant you that, but then Trey Lance is not on this team.
Right,
like, I mean,
right.
Before
there's
you discuss that
from that decision for sure.
The discussion of that starts with two things. Brock does need a total reconstruction, and you think Trey stinks. If that's Kyle Shanahan's opinion, then we have a different conversation. Sure. I don't think that's Kyle Shanahan's opinion.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
But if you're a fan and you're looking at, okay, they've lost consecutive NFC Championship games, and all I want them to do, I saw this on the Xfinity mobile text line earlier. I meant to mark it and I didn't, so I don't know who it was from. So shout out to whoever it was. They said, I don't care. I don't give a damn who the quarterback is. Win a Super Bowl. I want to see a quarterback hoisting a Lombardi trophy.
I think we're all that's
right. So
sure, that's what a fan does. Yeah, we want to win.
Right, and not saying you don't or I don't. Like that's what everybody here wants. But if that's your mindset and you're like, hey, screw the cap, screw the financial advantage. I don't care about Trey and I don't care about Brock.
Well,
Aaron Rodgers or whoever, who is the guy to get us. Like, I get that. I wouldn't do it.
Right.
But I understand the sentiment.
We've all established, it's been established on this show, like that point, that larger point comes up sometimes. And I get that I'm a little bit different than some fans. Mm-hmm. I don't want to sell the whole next 10 years to win one. I don't want to do that.
Sure.
I don't want to do what the Rams did.
No.
I think the Rams are about to go through hell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want the 49ers to go through hell. I would just be good every year. Take your chances that here and there you're going to break through and be the last team. Yeah. That's what I want I don't want you to I don't want you to be awful for 9 years because you won one.
We also have a big enough sample size now, I think, under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and Adam Peters and this entire kind of regime. They had nothing when they got here in 2017. And in 2 years, they were in the Super Bowl. And 2 years after that, they were back in the NFC Championship game in consecutive years. They've shown a penchant with largely a core that has grown, and then they fill in other spots. To me, you don't need to make that big swing at quarterback because your front office and your coaching staff has a penchant and has shown the ability to build a roster around a quarterback who's at top 15, top 20, wherever you want to. I don't want to get into where does Brock rank, but in that kind of realm,
9. Sorry, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
He's in that realm, and they've shown the ability to build a roster around that. And then you look at their assets; they're back to having a first-round pick in 2024.
Yep.
This year, they're going to have 10 picks. And when you look at
is that pre or post D'Amico?
D'Amico will convey in 2025.
Not till then?
Right, because they got 2 for Ran Carthon, who got hired by the Titans as the general manager. So you get 2 for that. You don't get 4 if the coach and GM get hired in the same hiring cycle.
But doesn't it overlap once? D'Amico will start in 2024, no?
No.
No?
No.
Sure?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you.
So it'll be 2023 and 2024 for Ran, and then 2025 for D'Amico.
Just 2025?
Yes.
Not 2 of them for 2026?
When they get hired in the same hiring cycle.
Got it. Okay.
3 instead of 2 for each. Does that make sense?
It does.
So they're gonna have 10 picks. And when you look at Fred Warner and George Kittle and Elijah Mitchell and Talanoa Hufanga and Diamador Lenore, like this roster is littered with Spencer Burford started a bunch of games this year. This roster is littered with dudes that are late day 2, day 3 picks.
Oh, yes.
And they've built teams around it.
No doubt.
They're in a good spot. The Niners are in a really good spot.
Jonathan in San Francisco is next up. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Kyle. What are you doing?
Just listening to you guys, and man, this nightmare just keeps on going, huh? But your question, do I believe about 100%? He's the guy that,
Jonathan, we got to get you to I'm so sorry, man. One of our best listeners, and you waited for so long, but your cell phone was not listenable.
No.
I'm sorry about that. CK in Arizona, you're next up here on the show. Hey, CK, what are you doing?
His phone was not there.
Hey, I'm working, fellas. How y'all doing?
Doing great.
We're doing the exact same thing. Kinda.
Working.
Kinda.
Working.
Yeah.
Right. So, I'll tell you this much. Your opinion on us giving up on Brock and Trey, that's not the case, my man. It's more so wanting insurance. We already went into the season with 3 starting quarterbacks. We didn't know that, but we had that. And they all got hurt. Kyle Shanahan's scheme that's his track record. He gets quarterbacks hurt. We legit need to upgrade that offensive line and go back in with 3 good quarterbacks, or maybe get 4th. And I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers, not Derek Carr, nothing crazy like that, but you know what I mean?
Well, then we don't disagree. Here's where I do disagree. Kyle Shanahan's system gets quarterbacks hurt. I'll never buy that. I'm not blaming. It's football. It's been very unlucky. But CK, you used the word insurance, and on that, I'm with you. Of course the 49ers are going to go sign someone at quarterback. Of course they're going to. Even if it's just for the offseason. They're going to need somebody else in there to do scout work and obviously be behind Trey Lance as he comes back. They're going to need that. So, yeah, insurance, sure. I heard big names. I heard long-term contracts. That's different. If you're not on that bus, then we're on the bus together.
Yeah.
So,
is he gone?
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was waiting on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the names you're looking at. So I've got a list of free agent quarterbacks available.
Okay.
Tom Brady's retired, quote unquote. Baker Mayfield, he's probably staying. He's probably staying in LA.
Probably.
And
just not really. He's not a Niner. This is the rule with this team has been no knuckleheads, and he's a knucklehead.
Sam Darnold, I think, is probably going to get paid. I think he's going to get a little bit of money. More than the Niners are probably willing to pay.
But starter money? Is someone signing him as their starter?
Maybe. Compete with a rookie? The Marcus Mariota deal?
Yeah. Maybe a Band-Aid. Yeah, a carryover.
So
He's on the list.
You
I
think
don't
he's
love
on the
him.
list?
Well, he's on the list in terms of the type of guy that the 49ers will need.
This is right. And so I'm looking at this, the way I'm viewing the quarterback offseason this year. Enough hypotheticals. I'm viewing this as Purdy probably back by August. The Niners are looking for a QB3/QB2. They're not looking for a starter. Someone who, if they have to start a couple games, you feel okay about it. If they have to come in, I don't know, the NFC Championship game, you'd feel okay about it.
Yeah, and catch a snap.
Jimmy Garoppolo, gonna make too much money, to me.
I think, yeah.
And again, this is Brock Purdy is back in August.
Yeah.
Okay.
People forget that Jimmy's career for the 49ers ended on a 5-game win streak. I know that we'll remember running out of the back of the end zone, but Washington wanted him last year.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do again.
Yeah.
Houston is an interesting team. And with Brady's retirement, so is Vegas. Like with McDaniels there, I know Spadone's at home and he's not feeling great, and this is going to make you feel even worse. But yeah, I could Garoppolo to the Raiders. I could totally see that.
I want to ask John McClain at 11 o'clock about Jimmy Garoppolo and the Texans, because when you and James talked to him last season, he was like, "Nope, they're out.
We're out.
No chance." I'm interested if that changes at all with DeMeco Ryans, with probably members of the Niners offensive staff on their offensive staff.
Correct.
Really interested to see there. And then, the other names, Teddy Bridgewater, Jacoby Brissett, Andy Dalton, Joe Flacco. These are the names that we should really be talking about.
Yeah. And I think those are the names we will end up talking about. Yeah, McClain is on in about a half hour, and it's not just what did the 49ers lose in DeMeco Ryans. McClain knows DeMeco well from his playing days in Houston, but it's those questions. What else leaves the 49ers in terms of free agent players? Are they going to immediately target Jimmy Ward? Stuff like that. We'll get into that. Is Garoppolo a name there? And who might be available to the 49ers if Brock Purdy is not ready to go by week 1? So we get to all of that with John McClain in about a half hour. Doc Pandia jumps in, and we'll get a little bit further into the injury situation, not only surrounding Brock, but Trey Lance and other players around the Bay as well. And then we continue with your calls at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Don't come at me with Kyle Shanahan was the reason they lost. No, Kyle Shanahan is the reason they got here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He should be the coach of the year.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 100 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, hello, everybody. We'll keep taking your calls, 888-957-9570. John McClain, Houston Chronicle in a half hour. D'Amico Ryans, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, those questions and more with him. Kyle Shanahan will speak. We'll carry it live here in just about an hour. We're calling it Red and Gold Reaction. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. And Willard and Dibs is also brought to you by calhope.org. Kyle in for Dibs today. And guess who's in as well? Apparently making it just a daily thing over here with Doc Pandia. But this is the official cleared to play. We're taking you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay, and proud to partner with UCSF Health in this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Naraf Pandya. Doc, hello again.
Good. How are you doing? It's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Does it feel less like an emergency today than it did yesterday?
Yeah, there's a little bit of after the reports this morning, now there seems to be an emergency again, but it seems hopefully it will be calm.
Can I start with that? I would love for you to speak on the level of responsibility for sports orthopedic surgeons who speak in media with regard to what they see over a television set.
Yeah, I think the key thing is that for all of us who kind of do this injury analysis, you always have to preface by saying, I haven't examined this patient. I haven't looked at his MRI. I haven't, I don't know the inside medical knowledge. This is just my opinion based on my experience and what I see. I think where it gets difficult, and what I think a lot of the, especially with social media now, is that someone gives an opinion and everyone assumes that this is the person who's actually taking care of him, seen his MRI scans, et cetera. So I think there is a responsibility for us to do this, to say, look, I'm not actually I'm not looking at this patient. I'm not looking at the MRI scan. I simply am giving my opinion about what the possibilities are, but the team physician, his medical staff, are the ones who are determining what treatment he's going to need.
To give our listeners the background, Dan Patrick's show earlier today, the doctor, and again, what's the guy's name? I keep not even wanting to acknowledge it. Dr. Addix comes on the Dan Patrick show and take a listen, says this.
Everybody kind of wants to say, oh, maybe it's just partial. They're hoping that the next doctor will tell them they don't need surgery. I mean, looking at the hit, looking at his absolute inability to throw the ball, it looks to me like he needs surgery. He needs Tommy John surgery. And, it generally is a year. I mean, Steven Strasburg came back in a year in baseball. We had Jake Delhomme came back in just over a year, actually. He was hurt in week 3 and then came back the following season, had probably his best year after he had Tommy John. So it's not that I don't think he'll be able to come back and play well. It's just that it may completely make next season not an option.
Okay, so Doc, I've listened to you and others enough to know that there are two different kinds of surgery. I don't think anybody's saying Brock doesn't need surgery. It's just whether it's a repair versus a reconstruction. But I mean, do you concur with what you heard there, or what's your take?
I mean, I think what it comes down to is that the determination of what you do with this, whether even if it's not surgery, what type of surgery, is what the ligament actually looks like on an MRI, and then what it looks like during the time of surgery. So they're going to make the best decision for him long term, but there's no reason to do a Tommy John surgery if the ligament actually looks pretty good and you can repair it on an MRI. There's also no reason to go down the surgery route if this new MRI, or if he gets more imaging, shows that actually, this is a partial tear. So I think absolutely you have to kind of take all the information into consideration, and none of us know what the ligament actually looks like on MRI and what it'll look like during surgery. And that's going to determine what it is for him long term. So I think it's very hard, particularly with these kind of injuries, to base it off of video or what people say. It's what you're seeing in there when you're in surgery and what the MRI looks like, which none of us will know until, a couple days after his surgery.
So
if he gets that done.
So we're waiting on some Brock Purdy news, but Trey Lance yesterday offered some news on his surgically repaired ankle. He said his boot will be off this week. He's hoping to be fully cleared in 3 to 3.5 weeks, and then 100% by OTAs in June. Is that about right for him to be fully recovered? Like, do you foresee him having any restrictions once he does take the field?
I think as long as he continues on this progress, it doesn't have any setbacks, and I think that for patients who generally have this kind of procedure done, yes, he should absolutely be back as long as he's able to get his strength back. Clearly, we know that the bone has to be healed because he wouldn't take the things out unless his bone was healed. And any source of irritation that kind of plate screws, whatever he had in there, was causing has now been dealt with. So I think it does set him up well for the next several months to basically be ready, unless he has some lingering soreness or some sort of muscle issue develops. But just knowing in general, when you look at all people who have this kind of ankle injury, they get back, and he's right on the timeline to get back right at that time point. So I think that he's got enough time to recover. He should have enough time to get his confidence back. And I think he should be ready for OTAs, barring any kind of setback that may unexpectedly arise.
Doc, it's not just back. One thing I've wondered is because Trey Lance was, at least billed as this quarterback who was going to use his legs so much, is there any reason to think that he won't not just be back, but like the full mobility and full speed that he had as a college player? Is that all expected to return?
That's a great question. That's hard. That is really hard to predict. I mean, I think you look at the two players that we know recently who've had that with quarterbacks. I mean, Derek Carr had that with the Raiders, and he kind of took him a year or two to get his mobility back. And we saw Dak Prescott. He had kind of a similar type of ankle injury, and most of the time they do get their mobility back. You do see it more at year 2. This first season, you may be seeing a little bit hesitancy in terms of that explosiveness and getting out of the pocket. But I think that by year 2, hopefully if he's still with the 49ers, you'll see that. But I think there will be definitely a ramp-up period where he'll be potentially more in the pocket as opposed to being as explosive, just simply due to the fact that it takes a while to get that confidence back, that mobility, that strength to play at that level.
When NFL players go into the offseason, is there some kind of balance that players need to strike between, conditioning and strength training versus like injury maintenance? Like, can you overdo off-season training and to the point that it increases your injury risk?
No, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think in general, we have this concept like you need to be working out all the time. I think just like we're kind of seeing with load management in the NBA, there's a lot of power to the body in terms of resting, more so than even what you may definitely gain from working out. So I think in general, when football players are coming into the off season, you obviously get your structural injuries taken care of. But in general, you need a good 6 to 8 weeks just to let your soft tissues to heal. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you're just laying around on the couch. There's this concept of active rest where you're doing other things. You're swimming, you're biking, you're doing other things to maintain that degree of kind of fitness while not stressing the joints. And then you do definitely want to get your body ready for football shape. And one of the things we saw in the kind of the COVID-shortened season where there wasn't a lot of preseason kind of work in was that you see all these like ACL injuries, all these big injuries happening the first couple weeks of the season because no one had a ramp-up period. So it is a balance. You spend the first half of the off-season kind of letting your body calm down, making sure you're not getting into those soft tissue issues re-aggravated. But then you do need to kind of work yourself in so that you're not suddenly getting a huge amount of load come OTAs and then getting all those injuries again.
Hey, Doc, real quick before you go, did you see anything in Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes that you think will have an effect on the Super Bowl?
I think both of them, actually. I think Jalen Hurts, even though he did well against the defense, you could see him grimacing and not necessarily, like, every time he got hit a little bit, his shoulder seemed to be bothering him, little subtle things. So it'll be interesting to see, how that impacts him in 2 weeks. Mahomes, you saw some clips of him limping and things like that. I think given the fact that he was actually able to play a week after a high ankle sprain, I think in 2 weeks from now he's going to be totally fine. So I think we'll have a better chance of seeing a good Mahomes, maybe still a little residual issue for Hurts in the Super Bowl.
Okay, good stuff. Hey, Doc, as always, thank you so much, and we promise not to call you tomorrow.
Absolutely, no problem, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Doc.
And actually, I take that back. Who knows what the heck?
Promises.
Brock Purdy news could come out, and this is the first guy that we're going to call. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. John McClain is going to be coming up here in just about 20 minutes or so. And all guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And we continue with Red and Gold Reaction, brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Okay, Waterman, in nowhere. Where are you, Waterman, and what are you doing? I don't see a city. Where are you?
I'm in Corte Madera, and I work for the Water District. That's why I name myself Waterman.
Okay,
Waterman. I was going to say, I'm in the water, man.
That would have been very good.
I try to avoid being in the water. Just real quick, the Brock Purdy injury, why it was so devastating on Sunday is, yes, he can win a Super Bowl with this team. It was evident he had command of this offense. In my opinion, yes, later in the season after being able to look at the playbook and study it in a short amount of time, and it was evident by the points they were scoring. The point total for this team increased by, I think it was 14 points per game compared to Jimmy.
Close to 10. Yeah, about 10, but we get your point, yeah.
Yes. So that's why it was so upsetting to see him go down and then hear the news of the rupture, because we don't know what the timeline's going to be. Everything is a guessing game. The hope is, okay, if they lose and Brock, the defense, the Eagle defense is just better and they shut him down, okay, you can accept that. But you go in with no injury, no serious injury, and we go in with a full off season. We know Brock is at the helm with Trey behind him, which I'm thrilled at. And for what it is now this is Trey Lance's time. I do not want the Niners to go out and sign any big-name quarterback. I get they're going to have to get something to be in behind, but I don't want a big-name quarterback. I don't want them to get Brady out of retirement now. I don't want Aaron Rodgers. I want the youth they need to build, and that's what makes this so hard is because they don't have the time to do this because they're ready to win a Super Bowl now, and that's why all the fans are so upset about.
Yeah, now that I agree with everything you just said there, Waterman. Stay dry. Thank you. Thanks for calling. That's where I'm at. Nobody's here to tell you this doesn't stink.
Right.
And by the way, how did everybody get grabbed by the comment from Trent Williams yesterday that he has not ruled out retirement and basically said, yeah, this thing is an unbelievable grind. And it just underscores the point of like, dude, missed opportunities. You can't assume the 49ers are just going to climb the mountain again next year. And you get to the end of this, like you're in the NFC title game for the third time in 4 years. And then the 3 hours unfolds and you're like, oh, Brock Purdy tore his UCL and Trent Williams won't commit to coming back. You can't assume that the 49ers are going to be back at all. So I get that pain. That's the part that I understand. But yeah, I think you do, as hard as it is, you got to stick with it. You got to stick with what they got, not go reshuffle the deck and start over because they're right there.
Two things. They took their big swing at quarterback. It was Trey Lance.
Yep.
They traded 3 firsts for the number 3 pick, and that was their big move. That's what they need to work more than trying to cobble together the picks to make some blockbuster trade. Like I don't think they're thinking that way at the quarterback position right now. I think they're looking at their offensive line. I think they're looking at their defensive line, certainly. I think they're looking at their secondary. Like there's other things I think they're concerned with other than their quarterback position.
Totally. Yeah.
The other thing, I don't think it should be mandatory, but I think reporters should wait 1 month. You should give it 4 weeks from a team's final game before asking players about retirement. I'm sure Trent Williams is hurting right now and in a lot of pain. And they're 3 days after a loss in the NFC title game that he got ejected from for body slamming a dude. And it's like, yeah, hey, Trent, tough loss. Anyways, what about next year? He's probably like, I don't know, man.
Well, I don't.
That's
okay. From a human standpoint, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I get the reporter has to ask.
In reality, it's not realistic, and they're literally there at the stadium to do something called exit interviews. You know this. You're not going to get Trent Williams in a month.
Right.
You're going to get. You're not going to see Trent for months right now.
Totally understand.
And so yeah, you got to ask the question, but. Yeah,
I was having fun with the idea of like bring him back in a month.
Right.
Any retirement questions you have, ask him now.
Well, they have something. It's not a month long. Sometimes it's only 5 minutes, but there is something called a cooling off period, and it is built for 2 things. It's built so that reporters don't get yelled at, and it's built so that someone can sort of calm down, cool off, and sit with something for a little while before you respond. Because as we all know, it's like anything in life. What are you supposed to not do? Don't respond from emotion, right? You get that email or whatever that totally ticks you off. Take a breath before you respond to the boss or whatever because you don't want to respond with emotion. Does it take a little longer when you're Trent Williams and it was an NFC title game and you body slam someone? Maybe. Yeah,
maybe, and he's probably in a lot of pain.
Right.
He's in a boot. Physical pain.
He's in a boot and in a crutch.
Yeah.
2 days later.
Right.
After he walked off the field normal.
And you're like, you're going to play next year? Right now it sounds awful.
Relax. Yeah. Frank in Roseville next up. Hi, Frank. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about how Brock Purdy could win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, well, I just think his chemistry that he drew with the team, the command that he had of the offense, and his contract. Guy's on a rookie contract. We still need to resign Nick Bosa. We still need to build around this team. And I know there's his injury aspect right now, but, I mean, until we fully know, I don't think we should worry about it quite yet.
Well, we can't. Yeah, I just think – thanks, Frank. I mean, I sort of – and this is just a perception – when you look at this year versus the last 2, I think the 49ers are in a state of financial health that they weren't the last couple of years in terms of the extensions they need to sign, the hoops that they need to jump through and whatnot. Like, they've been budgeting for a Nick Bosa extension for a while now. They're not dumb. They know he's going to be the highest paid defensive player in the history of the NFL. He's going to get that deal. I think they're ready for that. And I think they're ready for we're moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo as well. So the whole quarterback savings thing is maybe not a savings. Like they probably actually budgeted it this way. It's going to be Trey Lance and a backup, and that'll cost us maybe a little bit less than $10 million. Yeah. And so that's exactly what it's going to be. The interesting one is you inject McCaffrey into all of this, and so what's the effect of that, and how does that affect an Alshire and a Jimmy Ward and whatever? But, gosh, a Trent Williams surprise retirement would change the whole thing.
Boy.
But I just think they've budgeted. There are no huge surprises here. I think they've budgeted for this, and you can always make adjustments, and they'll be fine. I don't think they're going to break the bank with anybody.
No, and if that's, I don't know the exact, I haven't gone through and counted out exactly how much. Let's say it's $40 million that they're going to spend this offseason. Let's just pick that number. Instead of investing 30 of that in a quarterback,
right,
they could do so much to reinforce this juggernaut that they already have. When you look at their top-end talent, it's ridiculous. It's Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Trent Williams and George Kittle and Deebo Samuel. Those guys are all in the top. Deebo's not a top 5 receiver, but what he does in the offense is so unique that he's at the top of that position, whatever it is. Everybody else is top 3 or 5 at their position. Like the Niners are loaded. And that's just a good place to be in with, like you said, they're not loaded with, I think the Saints have like negative $50 million in cap space that they have to navigate right now. And they're not in a great spot. So I just, like I said, I feel really good about where the Niners are at, just roster-wise, financially, draft pick-wise. I think they're fine.
Yeah, and the names a lot of you keep bringing up would ruin all of that.
Yeah. No,
that's what they didn't budget for, is going to spend money on a quarterback that's going to cost something. The guy I have a question about is Ayuk. I want, like, he's going into the final year of his rookie deal, 4-year rookie deal. I don't know what they think of him. I don't know what the budget is. I don't know what he's thinking.
Can I tell you what I think is going to happen?
Yeah, I'd love to know what you think is going to happen.
I think he's going to play this season.
Yeah.
And then they trade Deebo Samuel, and they pay Brandon Ayuk next year.
Why would you do that?
Because.
Why can't you have both?
That's crazy.
I want both.
I mean, maybe they can do that. But if Ayuk has an even better year next year than the one he just had, he's going to command big money on the receiver market.
Big money.
And you look at Deebo Samuel. Look, I love Deebo. He is so much fun to watch. He's never replicating 2021. He's never going 1,400 yards receiving and 500 or 325 yards rushing or whatever it was.
It was a crazy year.
It was an insane year, and he deserved to get paid. But I think what you saw this year, where it's kind of like, okay, the running stuff's not really working. He doesn't get a ton of separation as a receiver. Like, okay, yeah, he's nasty after the catch, but is he worth the money they're paying him? And if someone's going to give you a 2nd or 3rd round pick for him, like, and you got to pay Brandon Ayuk. I think that that's how this kind of winds up, because they're not going to be able to hold on to all these guys forever.
Not all of them, no, but restructure. The Niners are better at it than anybody. As far as planning this all out and having an answer.
So but restructures are kicking cans down the road. Eventually, you have to pay your credit card bill.
No, look, sometimes you got to grab a guy, and I know this hurts. Sometimes you got to grab a guy that you don't want to trade, and you got to trade him to the Colts for the 13th overall pick. Sometimes you have to do that.
They didn't have to do that, but just sure.
But they felt they did.
Right.
They felt like the conversation was not fair financially with DeForest, and let's be honest, it burned him. Kinlaw didn't work, so it burned him. But sometimes you got to do that. Yeah, that could happen next year. That could happen with one of the big guys.
The 49ers, by the way, D Ford, after all their restructures, counts for $8.5 million against their cap next season.
Oh, good. That's fun.
That's what restructuring does.
Yeah, that's what it does. Yeah. Have you all taken out a loan before? Yeah. Then you spend it, and then years later you still have to pay it off. That's the deal. Mike in San Jose here. Willard, Kyle Madsen in for Dibs. Hey, Mike, what are you doing?
Hello, Mike.
Mike is
Goodbye,
not
Mike.
here. Let's go to Ronald in Oakland next up. Hi, Ronald. What are you doing?
I'm at work.
Me too. Go ahead, Ronald.
Yes, I know. That's why I call it. I've been listening to the game for the last about 6-7 years. I've never been on the radio, but I should have been on the radio. I'm the most knowledgeable person in the Bay Area as far as sports.
Prove it. Prove it right now, Ronald. Prove it.
Who won the most games in the National League? What pitcher won the most games in the National League in the 60s?
Oh, God.
Bob Gibson.
No, one Marichal, but we never talk about it. Won more games than anybody. 5-time, 20-game winner, all that. Did everything, just didn't get no Cy Young because there's only one Cy Young. But the reason I called in is about this Shanahan thing. You saying that Shanahan has been in the room with Watson. He passed on him, passed on Watson. Watson is more physically gifted than Mahomes, but Mahomes was put in a great situation because he had Andy Reid. If Watson had came to the 49ers, it would have been winning. But how do you go in the room with Trey Lance? If you've been watching football all Saturday, and you pick Trey Lance over Justin Fields right now with the 49ers would be unstoppable because this man is just as good as Jackson. The man he's got a gun. He played Ohio State. He's throwing to all these receivers that's in the NFL now. If you had to just draft him, you would have been rolling right now. Then all these bad picks that you in the first round, the 49ers took Thomas from Oregon State. All these sensational players, but nobody is discussing these moves they missing in the draft.
Hey,
Solomon Thomas went to
Ronald.
Stanford.
Yeah, you got great historical knowledge, and you have very well delivered opinions. But I'm going to hold off on hiring you to be the future of Bay Area sports media. Here would be my response to some of the things that you had to say. Justin Fields this year completed 60% of his passes. That is a losing number at the quarterback position. It's wonderful that he can run. He is incredibly physically gifted. Maybe he does look like Lamar Jackson, who also, by the way, has never been to a Super Bowl. The idea that we can already unequivocally say that Justin Fields is better than Trey Lance, we can't. We factually can't. And in fact, even if both of them are as good as Justin Fields is right now, they will sum total add up to 0 Super Bowls in both of their careers. What we've seen from Justin is not good enough. You said he's throwing to receivers all over the place. I bet you couldn't even name a receiver on the Bears team.
Dante Pettis.
He threw for 2,200 yards last year. That's awful. That's half of what you need to throw for to win in the NFL. He's still a young guy. I'm not ending his career, but salivating over Justin Fields, and don't even get me started that you said Deshaun Watson is more physically gifted than the best player in the NFL. He's not, and he's a problem, and the whole league thinks that what the Browns did with that contract is going to kill him for the next decade. That's my response.
Justin Fields this year, in the middle of the field where Kyle Shanahan's offense lives, middle of the field, short to intermediate, so 0 to 19 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, 3 touchdowns, 4 picks.
It's not, I mean,
that was and God love Justin Fields. I hope he goes on to have a great career, but he would not have gotten this is less about Justin Fields and more about Kyle Shanahan. I don't think he would have gotten the opportunity to be the playmaker that he was for Chicago this year with San Francisco.
Well,
Kyle Shanahan would never allow that.
Well, he would have been hurt because Kyle Shanahan hurts quarterbacks.
Yep. On purpose.
It's all brought to you by Bud Light. We'll continue with your calls into the next hour, 888-957-9570, but also coming up next, the great John McClain, not from Die Hard, but from the Houston Chronicle through the years. And now you can find him on gallerysports.com, sportsradio610.com. John McClain knows it all, not just D'Amico to Houston. Could Garoppolo be an option? What about Brock Purdy? Does the league believe in him? And what would the Niners' options be if he's hurt? All of that with John McClain coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
Right side Curry lets it fly. 3-ball good on the sideline. How many times have the good folks of Oklahoma City seen number 30 dash their hopes with a big-time 3?
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk. I would sleep upright with more pillows. But that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's good John McClane intro music right there. It's good. He's in an unbelievable media career, Houston Chronicle. And then now, GallerySports.com and SportsRadio610.com. And, of course, the man who once upon a time held up Nakatomi Plaza. Ladies and gentlemen, it's John McClane all over the NFL. Hi, John.
Mark, let me tell you where I just was. My job for GallerySports.com is owned by Mattress Mac, our nation's most renowned gambler and furniture salesman. And he told me when he hired me, you go anywhere you want to go. So I just went to Palm City, Florida, a suburb of Palm Beach, for the Mr. October Fund Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic at Jim Crane, the Astro Owners Golf Course, Free and National Golf Club. I spent 3 days with 40 Hall of Famers from baseball and football, interviewing them for videos for our website, GallerySports.com, which does not have a paywall. It's free. Writing columns. You talk about feeling like a kid on Christmas morning. And it's not the pro football guys. I've been on the Hall of Fame committee for 30 years. I know them. But being around all these baseball greats, and it was just an amazing experience. I wish every sports fan could have been there.
I tell you what, sometimes retirement is fun, right, John? That's awesome to hear. John McClane joining us, and all guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Okay, number of things to get to that affect the 49ers and their fans right now, from DeMeco Ryans to Jimmy Garoppolo to Brock Purdy. Let's start with DeMeco. I know you know him well. What did the 49ers lose here?
Well, you lost defensive coordinator, the best assistant coach of the year. They knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter of where he went. He zeroed in on the Texans as they did him. He's told me it was his dream job, and he and his wife, Jamila, she's from here. They got married here. They've got a home for wayward kids here. They're building a home here. Now he may have to build a little bigger home. And people here are so fired up. It reminds me of another Niners coach when he was hired here, Gary Kubiak, who had won 2 Super Bowls with Denver, one with the Niners. He was brought home to Houston in 2006. People celebrated in the streets. That's the way it is with DeMeco. Both of them have taken over bad teams. Kubiak took them to the first 2 division titles and playoff victories. Now it's up to DeMeco to help them get back. But I haven't seen many examples where an assistant coach was wanted more by fans and media than DeMeco Ryans was in Houston.
He got a 6-year deal, according to reports. Is that the indication that he's going to get a real chance to kind of build this team up from the ground up in ways that David Culley and Lovie Smith did not?
Yeah, anybody that knows anything about the Texans, and the national people have no clue. They didn't watch them. Why would they? The Texans were terrible under David Culley. David was overmatched as a coach. And then when they elevated Lovie Smith, he had the worst offense in franchise history with Pep Hamilton, who had been the quarterback's coach, who was not a good offensive coordinator, play caller, or use of personnel. And they were worse. Davis Mills showed so much promise from Stanford. And then this year he regressed terribly under Pep Hamilton. Lovey would still be the head coach if he'd had even a mediocre coordinator. So they're paying both of those guys. Now they're paying D'Amico Ryans on a 6-year deal, so they're paying 3 head coaches. The McNair family has no problem paying money. They give the general managers whatever they need. So D'Amico got what Kyle Shanahan got, 6-year contract to come to the 49ers. He got it to come here, and I think it's wise because it shows just another year of commitment. They gave Nick Caserio a 6-year contract to come here from New England, tear it all down to the studs, and start over, and that's what he's done. It's an attractive job because when he got here, they didn't have a 1 or 2, didn't have a 1 the previous year because of Bill O'Brien's trades, and they had a terrible cap problem. Now they had 2 number 1s this year. They got 2 last season. They got 2 this year, 11 draft choices. They got cap money to spend. Next year, 2 number 1s, 10 draft choices. So they're set with a lot of draft and capital and a lot of money under the cap to be able to help expedite the rebuilding process that is entering its 3rd year.
But, John, let's talk quarterbacks because that's the next thing that they're going to want to do, and I wonder your thoughts on how the 49er pipeline now, and maybe even other free agents too. Like we know Nick Caserio, his history, for instance, with Garoppolo. Last year, you said absolutely no interest at all. Does the fact that D'Amico Ryans is now the head coach maybe open the door, Garoppolo to Houston? What do you think?
If they were to sign Garoppolo, and I don't know why he'd come here because the team's bad, and not draft Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud, fans would burn down NRG Stadium. They don't want a veteran. They want another franchise guy like Deshaun Watson that they can develop and watch grow. And so I just can't imagine Garoppolo would want to come to a bad team and participate in a rebuild instead of go to a team that maybe he's the missing link to help them get to the playoffs, like Tennessee or the Jets. That seems much more appropriate to me.
I saw that the Texans requested to interview Bobby Slowick, the Niners passing game coordinator, to be their OC. Is the expectation that D'Amico is going to poach several coaches from that Niners staff?
Well, he's got requests in for guys from different teams. Slowick's one of them. You know, he was with Kyle in Washington. He's been there every year with Shanahan plus D'Amico. They got there at the same time. Yeah, he has a defensive background because of his daddy, longtime coordinator, and then he switched to offense, so he knows Kyle Shanahan's system inside and out. And last year, it's like they didn't have a system. There was a junior high system. They need something that Kyle, of course, it comes from his dad. He's refined it. Gary Kubiak came here from Mike Shanahan, had that system. It worked very well. Of course, and Davis Mills is going to be on this roster. Davis Mills regressed, and I didn't hold it against him. He showed too much promise in the last 5 games of his first season, and so I think he'll be on the roster as the backup. He will help tutor the young guy. He might even start at the first of the season. That's why I don't see them going after a starter. And as far as poaching from Kyle, the only way he can get them is if they're coordinators. I assume that he's going to name a defensive coordinator, even if D'Amico doesn't call, even if he calls the defenses. We'll find that out tomorrow when they have a news conference at 2-year time at NRG Stadium.
John McClain is with us here on Willard and Dibs. John, let's talk quarterbacks. It's not going to be a surprise to you. We are still in the post-NFC Championship Brock Purdy injury discussion here. And one of the things that has become very fascinating is to try to figure out from people how much they actually believe that what we saw in those 8 games is real. With all the people you talk to in the league, what's the thought? Are people convinced that Brock Purdy is a true starting franchise quarterback?
Well, they shouldn't be, not as a franchise quarterback. There's no way you could play as little as he did in one season and people to know that. He did under the circumstances as well as he could do. He's with a great defense, a great running game, a great head coach who knows how to call plays. They protected him. I talked to a bunch of quarterbacks that kept thinking, okay, he's going to have a really bad game, and he didn't. or he's going to be way behind and have to come and have to rally the team. Well, he didn't have to do that, and then he got hurt. Then I see some people here, well, they should trade for Trey Lance. There's no way Kyle Shanahan is going to trade Trey Lance because Lance is gifted. He's much more gifted physically than Brock Purdy is, and they gave up so much to get him. You guys are going to have a lot of fun talking about that quarterback competition once those guys get healthy.
One of the big names, we started talking about quarterback competitions yesterday, and Tom Brady's name kept coming up. And, of course, he puts the video out retiring today. Do you think he's done, John?
I think he's done because he's gone to such great lengths to let people know. Plus, he retires and he gets a raise. He goes to Fox for $37 million or maybe $37.5. I'm sure they're going to find a way to use him on the Super Bowl, even if it's just interviewing one or both of the quarterbacks. But I'm eager to see how he's going to do, considering he's the greatest quarterback in history. You know, they would love to have had a chance at him at some point. And but, you know, Kyle Shanahan loves Trey Lance. That was clear to everybody. And he's going to get a chance, and then hopefully Brock Purdy will come back sooner rather than later, and it won't be an entire 6 months, and it'll be great competition in training camp.
John, it's interesting the way you're sort of presenting this, because prior to the injury against the Eagles, the report was, as they moved through the playoffs, the decision had been made that Brock Purdy was going to be the presumptive starter going into next year. The injury complicates that for sure, but are you of the opinion that maybe that's getting ahead of ourselves a little bit?
I think when whoever had that report came back and kind of rescinded it and said that he might be number one going in, but they're not going to say, and it'd be stupid, and Kyle Shanahan's not going to do that he would be the starter. You know, if you're Tom Brady, you know, will be the starter. They didn't know that about Purdy. What if Trey Lance tears it up in preseason and off-season programs, and he's everything Kyle Shanahan thought he would be when he came out of North Dakota State? And so that they got some. I feel bad because they had Garoppolo injured. Now Purdy's injured. Trey Lance got injured. I hope for the 49ers' sake, whoever they decide on is able to finally stay healthy.
Amen to that. Everybody agrees with that. In fact, we got a lot of fans out here who blame Kyle Shanahan for these injuries because it keeps happening. And they just think that, like, you know, there's a common thread.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Thank you. That's all we need you to say on that, John. Hey, always great to talk to you, my friend. Thank you.
Guys, thank you very much. When I heard Brady was retiring, first thing I thought of, man, our Hall of Fame meeting will be a lot shorter because all they got to do is say, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Brady, right. And then we move on the same way we did for Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, John Elway. And that's the way it will be with Brady. Guys, thank you very much.
John, in that meeting, I need you to raise your hand real quick and go, I think it's kind of a system quarterback. I need some convincing.
Yeah, I'm not going to be the idiot.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
John, thank you. John McClain, GallerySports.com, SportsRadio610.com. Yeah, do you think Tom Brady's a first ballot guy?
I think he gets in. I think he sneaks in.
It's tough. He had so much good stuff around him.
Yeah,
you know what
I mean, how much of it was Belichick?
Right, and then we get to the Bucks, but gosh, Godwin, Evans, Gronk,
Leonard Fournette.
I just think,
someone's like, yeah, but Ronald Jones was a playmaker.
So I respect John McClain a lot. He knows a lot of people. He's been doing this for a long time, and he knows Kyle Shanahan well. Kyle's got his history in Houston also. So John McClain knows Kyle Shanahan. The whole tree, like you said, Kubiak and Mike and all of that stuff. So when he says that everybody around the league knows damn well how much Kyle Shanahan loves Trey Lance, I mean, you don't just lose that. You don't lose that bait. Like, forget what happened with Brock for a second. And you do, I'm just going to wonder aloud right now. Like, the organization has got to feel like, for a year and a half, we put 100% energy into Trey Lance is going to be our guy, and then it lasted for 5 quarters. That's a very empty feeling. So, I look, without a Brock Purdy injury, we're probably having less of this conversation, but it's kind of like you said. I don't know what's going to happen this summer. And so if he has a banging offseason and they're watching him and they're like, damn, he looks different than he did last offseason. And then Brock comes bebopping along back on August 5th. I don't know. Are we still at a spot of openness where it starts 50-50 and we've got a competition?
But probably. Like, Shanahan's going to always say, yeah, there's a competition.
Sure.
We always want to get better. I also want to make it clear, we've just been saying August 5th. That's not like a date. We've just picked that date in early August.
Right.
It's just to have a day.
In
to
6 months, yes.
Right. I just wanted to make that clear in case somebody's just tuning in. So, yeah, I think that there's a legitimate question about that at that point. Like, Brock Purdy went 7-1, 8-0, whatever you want to say. Like, he won a ton of games. Didn't lose a game that he was healthy in. And I think that's always going to be a factor. But if you see Trey Lance in his first 2 preseason series and he just looks incredible and it's like, oh my God, this is offering us Brock, but bigger and faster and stronger.
Yeah.
So I also think that there's something interesting because I agree with you when he said everybody in the league knows how much Kyle loves Trey. I had the same thought,
right.
like what?
Yeah, because we watched what we watched, and that first thought was, gosh, he just doesn't. It looks like he doesn't believe in him yet.
But but the Niners are in a weird spot because he could love Trey, but it's like, man, Trey just needs to play. There's going to be growing pains, and his first year as a starter might be like a 9-8 season, and this roster cannot withstand having a 9-8 season. So he might love Trey. And it's just like, he's Mr. Right, but not Mr. Right now.
Well, and that leads us to the the often case, which is an injury can have a bright side. And sometimes it's for someone else. You know what I mean?
Injuries aren't good.
They're never good.
Right.
But Steph Curry's ankles launched the dynasty.
Right.
Track it.
Yes.
If Steph Curry doesn't have those ankle injuries, no dynasty. No Iguodala, no Durant, not happening without that contract being only 4 years and $44 million.
The dynasty as we saw it. Maybe some other stuff happens, but the way they were able to build arguably the greatest team of all time,
right,
was because of Steph Curry's cheap-ass contract.
Garoppolo ACL, Nick Bosa's on your team.
Right.
So, yeah, it's not always for that person. Maybe Brock Purdy's injury is the lane that Trey Lance needs to get his career going. And maybe that does lead to not something bad for Brock Purdy, but just a powerful stance for the 49ers as an organization. What if Brock Purdy does miss 4 games, right? And when he gets back, Trey Lance is ripping it up. I mean, no one's going to ask to pull a ripping it up Trey Lance out of a season.
Right.
Or what if Trey is, 3-2? But is showing some promise.
Right.
And then there's Brock. And I hesitate to say that a controversy is a good thing because it's not. You want QB1 in the locker room and you want it to be clear. But, yeah, no Niner fan right now is gonna blow off the idea of 2 good quarterbacks.
Right. Especially given all their injury issues at the position.
Yeah, we need 8 good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
I have 2 Trey Lance things for you.
Hit me.
1, they run into a real problem if he goes through the offseason and they're just kind of like,
not seeing it.
This third guy, this Andy Dalton type of guy, he's going to be QB2 and Trey Lance is just going to be inactive on game. That's where they run into a very serious problem because now he's not playing well. He's not playing at all, not getting better, and his trade value is cratering.
Right.
That's a huge problem. If I told you that one of these 2 is going to be a starter in their respective all-star game, who would you pick? James Wiseman or Trey Lance?
One of these 2 is going to be a respective all-star.
A starter in their because I don't want to say because everybody makes the Pro Bowl kind of thing.
Yeah.
So they have to be they're going to be like, man, that guy is a starting caliber player.
Trey Lance.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too.
I mean, gosh, I hate this word in sports.
How do you spell that?
I don't think James Wiseman.
You better be careful.
I don't think it's going to work out. I don't think it's going to work out with James
I tend
Wiseman.
to agree with you.
Yeah. The word rhymes with thrust. but I'm not going to say it yet. It's not quite
You don't
fair
have a lot
yet,
of trust?
Something like that. It's Red and Gold Reaction. It's brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. Kyle Shanahan's press conference is coming up, and we are going to carry it live right around the corner. So just be with us. We're going to hang out, and then as soon as that press conference starts, we're going to toss to the live coverage of the press conference. It's scheduled for 11:30. Whenever Kyle gets there and starts, we'll rock and roll with it. Until then, let's keep going with you, JB in San Jose. Hey, JB, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, listening to you guys. I think I just want a quick comment about James Wiseman. The sample size is too small. We don't know. But I want to talk about Kyle Shanahan. I think he make a good offensive coordinator, but a head coach is, I don't know, because the reason why I say that is because of the fact that you've been to the rodeo before, which is the NFC Championship. You try to prepare for every scenario that is possible, and the Philadelphia don't have a hurry-up offense. And the one time they did a hurry-up offense the whole season, Kyle Shanahan, as an awesome offensive coordinator, didn't pick that up as a head coach to call a timeout. That changed the whole outcome of the game. I just think Kyle Shanahan as a head coach is not at that level yet.
Yeah. I think your punishment is not fitting the crime, JB. Like, essentially what you're saying, I don't think anybody here is going to argue that Kyle made the right decision there. He made the wrong decision there. And you want to fire him. The guy who's been to 3 of the last 4 NFC title games. That's not a punishment fitting a crime, right? Gosh, I hope your kid doesn't bring home a B. What do? Take dinner for a month? Like, that we're not there. Honestly, like, this show, I never would say this. I want you to listen. Don't call if you want to fire Kyle Shanahan. It's a stupid thing to say. And honestly, it just is. I hate saying that. I don't like calling people that word. It's just not. That's ridiculous.
You can want that. The Niners aren't even close to that. I promise.
No,
it's not. It's not on the table. Does he have? I have gripes with Kyle Shanahan with some of his game management, his clock management,
totally fine.
Some of his play calling,
totally fine.
Like
fire him,
but firing him. That is a.
Come on.
We're just not there yet. If we're in 2030 and they're just kind of stagnant and like, yeah, they make the playoffs, but they're not getting over the hump, then we can talk. But it's not a Kyle Shanahan problem right now.
All right. Speaking of Kyle Shanahan, he's about to talk. His press conference is coming up. We're going to carry it live. Stay with us. We'll hang out. And as soon as he's ready to go, we will be ready to go as well. Kyle's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
There's nothing like losing the quarterback, and as it turned out, we, as an NFL world, got robbed of a massive moment that we've been waiting for.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Hey, what's going on? It is Willard for the Game Time app. It is the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. You don't have stuff like that happen for no good reason. There's a very good reason. The main reason is amazing last-minute deals on tickets. The price just keeps on coming down. You can check in on it every day. I just opened up the app right now, and poof, there's the home opener for the Giants game that was $121 yesterday, and now it's $116. The Sharks game that is coming up here in a week or so. Actually, it's a couple weeks. The Sabres come to town. You can get in for only $46. Bruno Mars is coming later this month. Watch the ticket price keep coming down. I've been using the app for almost a year. It is fantastic. It is incredibly user-friendly. You can hop into any event, concert, theater, sports, anything, and you can see, based on a ticket that you might want to buy, exactly what things are going to look like from that seat before you make the purchase. So very user-friendly and amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and they have every event in there. Just mark whatever city you're in or metropolitan area. Bang, everything is right there in front of you. So you got to check it out. Download the Game Time app. Just put in your email address, and then we've also got a redeem code for you, The Game. Get $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, download the app, put in your email address, Use the redeem code THEGAME and get $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Guys, fellas, men, are you ready? I mean Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Some say it's the sexiest day of the year. Flowers, chocolates, candlelit dinners. That's all great. But I think we all want something a little more physical, too. Because a strong sex life can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you're prepping for Valentine's Day, right now is the perfect time to check out Roman. Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain a strong erection. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. And better yet, with Roman, everything is online. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. So men, for better sex this Valentine's Day, go to ro.co/vday. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/vday.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's totally true. And it is gift card season because over the holidays, you get a bunch of gift cards. Just telling Kyle the story of, like, I have this Visa gift card. Like you said, it's $100 cash, basically. I could use it anywhere. And boy, do I need to, right? Like, but the psychology of the gift card, I won't use it until it's like something I really, really want. And I can't figure out what the hell I want. That's parenthood. I don't take time to think about what I want. I got too many other wants that I got to buy, but I'm waiting to spend that one on me, and I haven't figured out what I want to do yet.
My folks.
Maybe a quarterback? I don't know.
My folks, I started golfing during the pandemic. And so my birthday, my folks were like, we don't want... Because my dad golfed in high school and stuff, so he gets the whole... He's like, I'm not just going to buy you something. Like, so they gave me a gift card, one of those Visa gift cards with an amount of money on it.
Yeah, large.
And said, get clubs, get a bat, because I just did all secondhand everything.
Yeah.
I got a set of clubs for $30 on Facebook. I had a secondhand bag with no zippers on it.
Facebook.
It was great. It was a whole
Where'd
set.
you get your clubs? Facebook.
Yeah, $30. This is a whole set, like driver, wedges, everything, irons, putter. And they were like, here, spend this on golf stuff. This is not for you to go grocery shopping. This is not to take, to take friends out to dinner. This is golf. Like, great. I have bought so much golf stuff and have not touched that gift card.
I haven't touched the gift card.
Because I've been like, okay, well, I need new shoes.
It's
but
special. I don't want to use it for that.
Right.
You're going to end up at Trader Joe's with that thing. That's my
100%.
prediction. I know.
100%.
Kyle Shanahan is expected within the next 10 minutes. Here's how it's going to... Yeah, go ahead.
Just receiving word.
That.
And this is for everybody in the control room as well. It got moved to 11:45.
11:45.
It's gotten pushed back to 11:45.
Well, that takes the pressure off. Now we can just sit here and hang out again.
So we'll do some producing on air.
Okay.
We'll break at 42.
Okay, yeah.
Normal break.
So we're going to hang out here for a few more minutes and give you more unbelievable conversation on Brock Purdy and Trey Lance and beyond. And then at 11:45, instead of changeover 2, sorry, Guru. Sorry. Listen, hurts me more than anybody else. But instead of changeover 2, you'll be listening to Kyle Shanahan. And there's some incredible questions to ask. And in fact, that's something we could do right now, which is if we were in the room, what would we ask? What do we think because that's the job for us, what do we think that you want to know? Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. By the way, quick reminder as well that Warriors Live coming up later on today, 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And Willard and Dibbs is also sponsored in part by calhope.org. So Kyle Shanahan coming up in 8 minutes. We'll carry it live right here on 95.7 The Game. The first question is an obvious one, which is just, is there any update on the recovery plans for one Brock Purdy? But I think my next question would actually go to a Trey Lance topic, which is, Kyle, like, when Trey is ready to play, where are you picking up? In other words, where do you feel like that development left off? And the extension of that is, what do you expect to do with this opportunity that has been presented to him to sort of take over this offseason? That's probably what I would ask.
Yeah, is there going to be a quarterback? Is it a quarterback competition, whether it's Trey Lance and free agent and Brock Purdy, or Trey and Brock? I think that's a great line of questioning. I also would like to know if they plan on changing the way they construct their roster based on what happened in the NFC title game.
Huh.
Like they've typically had 3 quarterbacks on the roster, but one's inactive on game days. Like,
Sure.
are they A, gonna change that, and B, are they gonna push the league to reinstitute the rule that you have an extra quarterback dedicated roster spot?
Do you know what's interesting about that is I think it's a very fair question.
They wouldn't answer it.
My guess is, well, not only not answer it, my guess is that they would say no. I think that they will probably back the way that they've approached this all along, because when that rule went away, they were given an extra roster spot, and no team ever has decided to turn that into a third quarterback. Like, they already had that opportunity and decided to pass on it. So I don't think they'll do that, but here's the other side to it. I just feel like we're having this conversation because we all got burned. We got burned in an unbelievably awful, unfair, disappointing way. We gathered together at noon on Sunday. We made food, we made plans, or we got tickets, or you got a plane flight. And we gathered and we got all ready for this thing, and we emotionally got ready, and we moved stuff on the schedule, and we got mad at the youth sports places that wouldn't change the schedule and had us watching flag football in the middle of it. All of that stuff happened. And then we sat down and it went sideways, and we did not get what we were expecting to get. And so now we've decided that you need 3 quarterbacks to get through a football game.
That's exactly what happened.
Except for it wouldn't matter. Never, ever, ever are you going to put your third quarterback, okay? Hang on now. I know what you're going to say. But Trey and Jimmy and Brock, the idea, the likelihood of being in a Final Four football game, having that spill to whoever is active third QB on game day, and having that work, just because Brock Purdy played well, in our minds, it's normal. And it's not, because Brock Purdy, if he had won 2 more games, was actually going to be a Disney movie. So my point is this. If you're going to get to QB3, you are 99% already hosed.
Unless you construct your roster from day one to have a Teddy Bridgewater available. And I know that this year was a little different because they had to go 4 quarterbacks.
And he was
deep.
QB2. I mean, they got to Skylar Thompson, and they held up well in that game, Miami.
No,
they
I mean
held
the Niners signing Teddy Bridgewater.
Gotcha.
Like, you have a third quarterback specifically on the roster who, like, can do stuff.
Right, but that's a QB2. Like, somebody's going to want Teddy to be QB2. So why would Teddy take the job to be QB3?
Because he might be QB2.
Well, sure, but he's not going to look at it that way in the negotiation process. Someone's going to call Teddy and be like, we want to pay you $3 million to be our backup.
And the Niners will pay him 5.
To be QB3?
Yes. I'm scarred, dude.
I know.
There's no amount of money they could dump into the position that would make me be like, that's too much.
You're totally allowed to be scarred.
Roster 7 of those dudes.
I get it. But we're battling what happened. I know you are. We're battling what happened, and what happened is just stupidly unlikely and unfortunate. And like, I don't think
if that happens again, like, you're just not. It's not your year, man.
Like,
you don't insulate yourself from 4 quarterbacks going down.
When you get in the car and drive to Tahoe, you don't leave a car halfway there because the one you got might break down.
Do I have some bad news for you? I bought a house in Truckee just to park a car.
Just in case. All right. We're expecting Kyle Shanahan in just a couple of minutes right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
Back to Dante. They get it to Curry with 7 to shoot. Guarded by Kenrich Williams. Fakes and fires. Deep 3. Way downtown. Curry.
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. A trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
We are on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital. More than a university, beyond science and technology, we are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Steph Curry, who had another 30-plus point game, double-digit assists as the Dubs got another dub.
Right side Curry lets it fly. 3-ball good on the sideline.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
In Martinez, partly cloudy today, highs near 56.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com, now placing in accounting roles.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to my kids. We're going through this whole thing at the house right now. It's like, you got to be on time. I'm not like I'm not strict. I'm not a stickler. Like, you got to live your own life. I know some of you like school, some of you don't like school. Some of you did good grades in this class. Not good. You have got to be on time. And of course, these kids, I mean, they look up to these sports celebrities here in the Bay. And Kyle Shanahan's late.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
I don't know what am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say to the
Kyle
kids?
Shanahan would tell you that he's not a role model. That's how that would go.
Thanks, Barkley.
Hey, I have a question.
He's late,
Do you know
he's late and stuff? Anyway, go ahead.
Is Larry Krueger in the building today?
This
Not
building
in our
or
building,
that building?
at that building.
I would imagine so. Yes.
Over or under?
Oh God.
Half a question. 1.5 questions.
Oh, that changes my answer.
Okay, over under half a question.
I'll take the over.
On Nick Sickell.
Seriously. Yeah, Larry's going to be the one guy in the room. All this stuff's going on, right? 49ers, NFC title game. Trent Williams hinted at retirement. Brock Purdy's he's now got 3 arms because the 2 on the right are not attached. Trey Lance coming back. Larry's thinking about the draft. He's going to be the only one. Are we good to go? Are we ready? Okay, here it is. Kyle Shanahan live on 95.7 The Game.
As far as what kind of surgery he's going to have, how long he'll be out.
Yeah, I think he's continuing to get some different opinions, talk to different people, which I think is smart. In an instance like this, there's a lot of smart people out there. You want to make sure you're thorough. He's continuing to go through that process. I think, the positive bit of news is that it seems to be consistent that the right approach is that one that, takes about that 6-month mark. Now, everybody will also say you never know until you get in there. Every surgeon will tell you that on every surgery. You always like getting in to see exactly. The MRI tells you a lot of the picture. So they're continuing to work through that process, but we seem encouraged by the prognosis that's kind of where it's at.
You mean the internal brace one?
Correct.
If it is 6 months, that means that he'd probably be back in time for training camp. If that's the situation, are you content enough with Brock and Lance being the top 2 guys going into training camp, or would you be looking for a high-profile veteran?
No, we're content enough.
Are there comps on quarterbacks who have come back from this kind of surgery about how long it takes before they get fine motor skills back on making different passes? With pitchers, it's they talk about curveball control and stuff like that. I don't know what the comp is.
That was the coolest thing for me to hear about, that once 3 months is over, they start the rehab of just building the arm back slowly, and by 6 months, it's built back. And that's when I started asking questions. So does that mean ease them in and stuff like that, like you would think of ACLs and things like that? And they said, no, the build-up's been from 3 to 6, and at 6 months, he is the same dude in full go. So that was the most encouraging part that I heard.
Trey said that he expects to be medically cleared in the next 3 to 4 weeks. So is that what you're expecting, that he'll be full go come OTAs, or will you be easing him in?
It sounds like he'll be pretty close around phase 1, phase 2. OTAs is the 3rd phase, which I think that's 5 weeks after phase 1. So we'll see in phase 1. They're saying right around that time. So hopefully we'll be able to ease him in with drill work and things like that. And then by OTAs, he'll be able to go.
What is your mind right now as far as how you're going to approach the quarterback situation this offseason with Brock and his rehab and where Trey is? How do you expect to handle this leading into training camp?
I don't think there's much to handle. One guy can't go, and the other guy should be ready for OTAs. So OTAs haven't been that consistent over the last 3-4 years since COVID. They keep being a little bit more different each year, so it's not as big of a deal as it used to be, but it sounds like we'll at least have one guy for it.
Will Brock be the starter in training camp if he's healthy, or will there be a competition between him and Trey?
Things I haven't even thought about at all. So right now we're just working on coaches, and I think that stuff will play itself out by training camp.
This is hypothetical, but when you say you're content with those two guys, does that mean you would not be looking at signing a starter level veteran at all, or?
I know we have 2 starters on our team right now that I believe we can win with. So when you have that situation, you're not that eager to go looking around.
These are 2 guys who are coming off of injuries, and one of them has been hurt previously. Isn't that a little bit of a risk when you have just gone through 4 quarterbacks?
It always is. But I mean, first time, you know, when the quarterback gets his arm bent backwards and stuff, I think anybody gets hurt from that. You know, it's unfortunate when quarterbacks get hurt, but you try to have 3. Sometimes you bring 4 into camp, but I don't think we're going to start having 5 or anything like that. So Brock did a pretty good job being durable all year, and they got his elbow in an unfortunate situation, which I think has happened to a number of quarterbacks. I mean, going back to, I don't know exactly, but even you look at Breeze, I don't know if that was shoulder or elbow that he did on the last play of the year. I mean, there's lots of situations like that, and you look at the recovery timeline, and the good thing, I mean, Stafford, I don't know if that was from an impact thing or if that just built up over time, but I know he went through some of that stuff last offseason that affected him a little bit into this year. But the good thing about Brock is that wasn't an issue. It was a freak accident that I think everyone saw what happened, and when you talk to the doctors, it takes 3 months to really get back to repairing it and building it up the right way, and in 6 months he'll be the same guy.
Is there a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that. Yeah, no, I gotcha.
Possibility of bringing back the 3rd quarterback rule as the roster spot. Finding a different 3rd quarterback. Is that something you, after what you guys went through Sunday, something you guys would be in favor of, or would it be helpful?
Yeah, I'd definitely be in favor of it. We were scared to death when that rule ended, whatever many years ago that was. But you kind of forget about it since you just don't see anyone have to go through it. But then you get reminded of how quickly a football game's over once that happens. So I think that would be a very smart thing to have.
I think it'd be good for football. You know, you're always trying to develop these guys, but you're always weighing that, carrying 3 as opposed to the roster value of being able to host a full complement of position players at different positions. So I think if the league just kind of gave you an out there, everybody would be forced to do it. You got more people in camps improving. I think it'd be good for football.
We'll obviously add another or 2 quarterback. What's the profile of the kind of quarterback, whether veteran or draft or rookie undrafted? What's the profile of the guy that you want to come in here along with Trey and Brock?
The best available that can fit into the structure of our team and the salary cap and all that, but the best one available.
What were your guys' reactions when you saw that Tom Brady announced that he wasn't going to play any further for any other team?
Yeah, I just think respect, appreciation to one of the greatest players to ever play this game. And, you know, I'm always humbled by the fact that, you know, we work for an organization that I think touts some guys who fit into that category with Ronnie and Steve, Joe, Jerry, obviously, you know, that are in that conversation as well. But that's rarefied air. And, you know, I got to compete against him as a player. I got to broadcast games as a broadcaster. And now to see that he's still going, it just blows my mind what he's done. It's unparalleled, and I think he's one of the greats ever to do it. So respect and appreciation and admiration for an unbelievable career.
John, will you return to be the general manager in 2023?
I think so. You good, Kyle? No, I plan on being here. I really do, and I'm committed to doing this, and I'm having a great time doing it, and you know, committed to finding a way to get a little bit better. I'm real proud of what we were able to do this year. That's hard to say because our expectations and our standards were to win the whole thing. But I do think in life you have to be able to acknowledge that even when the end result isn't what you wanted, that some special things happen. I'm proud of the team we built. Can't say enough about the job Kyle and his coaching staff did. I've got a lot of respect for our players, the way they handle themselves. And it's hard to win a game in this league, let alone 12 straight. And unfortunately, on the last game, it just wasn't in the cards. And you know, I think that will always be there, that you know, this feeling. And first of all, let me just say it, all due respect to Philly, they're a fantastic football team, a really well-built team, and they came out and competed hard. But I'd love to be able to, you know, take them on, you know, with that same team we had, and be able to do it with a full complement and some other things. But that wasn't in the cards on that day. But I'll still look back on this season with fond memories. Now our challenge, and this is all fresh, we're doing closeout meetings, as Kyle said, dealing with coaches. You know, I'm upstairs with the position coaches doing what we call our mind meetings, where it's an exit interview where we take a holistic look at all our players. And so this is still very fresh. You know, but our job now is to find a way to get better, and there's challenges to that, but that's what we'll do. I'm committed to, and our ownership's committed, and Kyle and I are committed, finding a way to get better, and that's exactly what we plan on doing. It's just hard to conceptualize that because you're still stuck in this season, and you know, in due time we'll move forward.
So, I know D'Amico just left yesterday, but where are you in kind of the search for your next defensive coordinator? What are you looking for?
In the middle of it, you know, I, you know, love D'Amico, one of the best coaches I've ever been around, best people I've ever been around. Him and Jamila mean the world to us, and really wish they weren't going, but it's more than deserved and more than earned, and I think they made the best hire that was by far available, because D'Amico is going to be a great one. He already has been. I love our defensive staff. I love our defense. Trying to get something where we don't have to turn much over. I would love to keep our same staff, so I'm going to talk to some guys on our staff. I'm going to talk to some guys outside of our staff, and hopefully whichever way we decide to go, whether we bring in a new guy or not, that it's someone who can work with who we have and what we've accomplished here, because I love the scheme that we run, and I feel the foundation we have on the D-line, at linebacker, at corner, at safety, I think our players fit very well in it too. So hoping to find someone who fits with us personality-wise and scheme-wise.
You're listening to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch talk right here on 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. That's it for Willard and Dibbs, and after the presser, Steiny and Gou will take it from there.
Just trying to do what's best for the 49ers. I know he's trying to do what's best for Houston, and we're both going to try to do what's best for all the families involved too, with our number one job being to do for the organizations.
Do you take players' opinions into consideration when looking for D'Amico's replacement?
Yeah, you always I mean, any player who's got a strong opinion, who wants to reach out and tell me something, I would more than welcome it and appreciate it.
Which coaches have you given permission to seek employment elsewhere, or, you know, for coordinator spots?
None. Oh yeah, Bobby. I mean, when I say none, it's more.
A lot of these instances too, at that position, it's a notification. It's not a you know, request for permission. It's a notification.
If someone gives you a notification for a promotion, especially to for that coordinator level, it's not up to us.
So Bobby and Anthony.
Yeah, Bobby and Anthony. Yeah, they were requested yesterday.
I know it's still very fresh, but have you had a chance at all just kind of to reflect on the season, everything you guys went through and where you ended up?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, I'm so proud of our year and proud of the guys, and I think, you know, we've been close a few times here, but, you know, this was definitely the one that felt the best. You know, I thought some of the things we overcame early, how we persevered, you know, was, you know, going 98 straight days without a loss was a different feeling that I hadn't been a part of, and I didn't totally feel like that till we lost, and someone told me that, and I was like, yeah, that makes it hurt a little bit worse. But it was, I just loved how focused our guys were. Our guys never, ever, any day just checked out. And that's really tough in this league. And the physical strain, obviously, but the mental strain of just to mentally be up for something, to focus every single day, to get a plan in, to focus for 3.5 quarters and how to win a game, and to do it a bunch of different ways. And that's why I felt like we did it week in and week out, and that's why I had such respect for our players, everyone in the building that could do that and handle that pressure, because that wears on people. It's a little bit too long, and that's why I'm so proud of, you know, the record that we had, where not one team who played us won the next week. I mean, for the league to go 0-16 after playing us, I feel like people got up to play us with that focus because they knew they better, but it was really hard for them to do that 2 weeks in a row. and for our players and the staff, those just to demand a lot out of those guys, and those guys to do it for us every single week. Just guy had so much love for them. Like and I think that was the hardest part about the game because when we've lost before, and I mean, all of those are bad. There's not one where I'm like, that's not the worst thing. They all take time. But it was just a little bit of a different feeling because our guys from Sunday night in the locker room versus Dallas to Monday when I talked to them, to Wednesday's practice, to Friday, to Saturday, like everyone was so ready for that moment. And again, not to take anything away from Philly, I didn't feel like they got the chance to totally compete. And that was kind of just hard to stomach, and it was cool to keep watching them fight. I don't think it hit them to the end, really what was going on, because those guys were just going like they had all year. But I think that was kind of the hardest thing, and it's been the hardest thing. But, hey, it's life. That's what we sign up for in this sport. And you got to grieve that a little bit because of all the stuff you put into it. But, I mean, the thing that helps me the most is I know how we're going to be next year. I know how I'm going to be personally, like I am every year. Not at this moment, but when it comes, you're fired up and confident and ready to go. And I know I'll be like that. And I know our team will be like that because you make sure you get that way anyways in this profession. But when you do look at a roster, you look at the people coming back, it's going to be real tough losing D'Amico, but I have a lot of confidence of everyone else in our building, from coaches to upstairs with John, and I know what we're going to have coming back. So we got to take our time a little, grieve this a little bit, but man, I'm pumped for next year.
On that point, yesterday, Trent was asked about next season and even the possibility of retirement. He didn't say no or yes. Have you talked to him? Do you expect Trent to be back next year?
Yeah, I do, but I mean, if everyone had to do a press conference and talk for a while after these games, I'm sure we'd say a lot of things that didn't tell you guys exactly everything that's going to happen for the next 8 months. But I didn't read his words as that's a big thing for him. I know Trent loves football. I know it's very hard at his age, but in any situation to do what you do for that long and come up short. But I'd be real surprised if Trent wasn't fired up in a few weeks.
With his rehab by the end of the year, and I believe he's a free agent. Does it complicate matters that he had this surgery? Whether he can come back or not?
E-Man's doing really well. He's out on the field as we speak, working out here and rehabbing, doing really well. Most of the time, unless somebody's hit, a complication, you typically hear doing really well, a little bit ahead of schedule because these guys are elite athletes. And if you know Mose at all, his commitment to the process is going to be elite. And that's what he's done. He's down in LA rehabbing for a long time. We've had him back for the last couple weeks. He's a free agent. He's a guy we'd have interest in bringing back because of the way he plays, but also what he stands for. He's one of us, and we'd sure like to have him back.
John, quarterback injuries have been an issue the past few years. Jimmy had several. Trey's had a few. Brock's had a couple. Is this offseason, is this something that you feel you need to find a common denominator for or somewhat of a solution for, or is it something that's just bad luck that's out of your hands?
Yeah, I really believe. That's a tough position to play in this league. I understand there's some players who've had incredible durability. As Kyle said earlier, I think Brock's been incredibly durable throughout his career. He ran into just a inopportune situation where he's trying to throw the ball downfield and you got an NFL edge rusher, pulling at your arm the other direction. It's just not going to hold up. So that stinks. Trey had his issues, and Trey's had a rough go here the last couple of years. He's obviously going to have to prove that he can stay healthy. But I know, there's periods of my career early on where I struggled to stay healthy. Then I went 8 years without missing a snap. So that happens sometimes. And yeah, it does. I'm sure people wonder. Jimmy's had his issues. But believe me, it's nothing the way we play our quarterbacks or anything. I think it's just, coincidence. And we look into everything, but I don't think we have any more of an issue than anybody else. And I think that's a tough position in this league.
You go with two young quarterbacks who are not making a ton of money, especially given NFL salaries for quarterback. Is that a key to the way you would approach the salary cap situation and going forward? Like, you can sign more guys, you can pay more, is that part of this whole package?
So I don't believe that's the reason why you do that. The bottom line is you better have a quarterback you really believe in because it's such an important position. there happen to be two young guys that we really like, so I think that would lead us to that more than anything. The fact of the matter is yes, though, Tim, and that's why teams have a window when they have a quarterback on a rookie deal. If you look at our roster, we've got high-end players all over, a lot of high-end players that we've taken care of, but we're able to do that, and we're still in decent cap position, and in part because even with Jimmy on the roster this year, he's not making one of those gigantic deals right now. We did our 1 year thing. So I think it is something we can take advantage if we choose to go that direction. And I think with all these decision guys, in fairness, Kyle just got done coaching a season, and I don't know anybody that pours their heart and soul more into the task at hand. But we happen to have a situation where Kyle's really involved in every personnel decision we make. And what I try to do with my team is provide them with options, get them as much information as possible. He goes through his process where he likes getting away with his family, but his mind is always going. And he needs a break. Everybody does after a long season like this. And we'll start the process. I think we've got a good one of getting together. Always, even when he's gone, we always seem to talk and talk about what we're feeling. And we always come up with a pretty good plan. And, we've gotten close, and I think that really ticks us off because we believe in doing everything it takes to finish, and we're committed to doing that. I think Niner fans should be incredibly encouraged about where this organization's at and where we're going. And, our name's the Faithful. I want to thank all of them. I think they took Levi's to new heights this year. I think this stadium's really starting to have a character and identity, become a tough place to play. And then Kyle and I always marvel about when we show up places, the amount of the faithful that are there and take over stadiums. And so, but to those people, I'd ask, just please hang in there. We're working our tails off to deliver a championship, and we will not stop until we do that.
Guys that you've taken care of, obviously with Bosa coming up, will that be a similar kind of pathway to what you've done with guys like Debo and Warner, and also with Brandon Ayuk? Will you do what you did with Bosa and maybe wait a year to do something there?
I think first of all with Nick, everybody in my heart of hearts, he deserves to be the defensive player of the year in our league, and I hope that comes his way because he's earned that. He's a fantastic football player. He's a game changer of a football player. I should stop now. But everybody already knows all that. I think we have a real good track record. You look the last 5 years, working backwards with Debo, and before that it was or Fred and Kittle and Trent and Jimmy, of getting our players done. But it takes time, it takes patience, it takes persistence, and we'll have that on our side. He's represented by very good and capable people. And you heard Nick yesterday. He never seems to get too excited. He's pretty chill about the whole thing. And I think with that in mind and each of us wanting the same thing, we'll be able to come to an agreement. With Brandon, Brandon had a fantastic year. I really applaud Brandon. Kyle calls him a warrior often, We appreciate the way he plays, the way he's improved his play since he's been here. And, we'll figure that out in due time.
As far as supporting Nick Bosa along that defensive line, how would you summarize, this is for either one of you, how Drake Jackson finished this year? Obviously, he was inactive the last few games, and there are a lot of free agents bookending Bosa. I know you had D Ford earlier in this tenure. How do you plan to fortify that line to get it back, the pass rush back up to levels that it was at in 2019?
I think we can get, I think Drake showed a lot this year on what he can be, but he needs to get to what he can be. I thought he was closer to that earlier in the year. It was a long season, and I think he learned as the year goes, if you lose any power in this league, it gets a lot harder. And we had a decent group of rushers, and I think as the year went out and just got towards the end, it got too long for him, and body wasn't quite ready for it, what we needed. And if we had an injury or something, we were definitely going to get him up, but we felt towards the end of the year better with other guys. And still, he's the exact same talent that we drafted. We really enjoyed the person. But like I said to a lot of our guys in our meeting yesterday, that people don't get what anyone means by how long an NFL season is. And all the college players here are coming in. Is this what I hear? Is this what I hear? When's the rookie wall? And it's the same stuff for veterans who haven't had to mentally strain the pressure of what you're trying to do when you're trying to do something more than just play your games and get to the playoffs. And I think our whole team felt that this year, and so everyone's exhausted. And that's what I want people to know going away. Yeah, I'm going to get away because I need to recover, but everything in these next 6 months is dedicated to how I can make it through that. And making it through that isn't totally natural. You can't just show up and do that stuff. And it goes for rookies more than anything. But it goes to coaches. It goes to all your players, how you sleep right, how you eat right, how you live your life, how you get all stuff in order so you're planned for that 6th to 7th month challenge that you're going on. And I think a lot of our guys got to see that, which I think is good for them. And they all say the right things when they leave. And then we'll see how they handle it when they come back. But when you ask about Drake, he's got the ability to really help us. So we're counting on him to do the right things to maximize his ability. We're good.
With all due respect to John's answer about quarterbacks, when you go through a season and you have 4 quarterbacks get hurt, does it cause you as a coach any hesitation? They're all different. Cause you as the person who draws up the plays, hesitation on how you're protecting them, how they're handled, what you do with them.
Yeah, I think when you ask that question that way, I understand. But I think if you looked at the injuries, common sense would answer that question. I mean, how have they gotten hurt? I mean, I'm sorry Josh got a concussion when he hit the ground. So that's the 4th one you're talking about. I'm sorry our quarterback got his elbow bent backwards on a normal drop back pass. I'm sorry on a drop back pass, someone rolled up on Jimmy's ankle. And then we have a dual threat quarterback who got hurt running the ball. So to throw all those 4 in that category, no quarterbacks got hurt when we had to hand it off the whole second half. So we can look into that. All right, guys, thanks.
Thank you. All righty, that was the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch press conference addressing the season-ending loss and the season in general to the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll be right back for Steiny and Guru on the other side.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, there you have it. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's season-ending press conference. Some nuggets,
hot Kyle.
Nuggets real quick. Good news, as far as I'm concerned, on Brock Purdy. They're operating under the 6-month timetable, which includes his rehab actually starting in 3 months. So no need to be worried about that. Jimmy Garoppolo, no scenario that Kyle Shanahan can envision in which he's coming back. And then lastly, I'll just start lastly because a lot of people may. Is it fair to ask that question? Was it fair? Kyle got upset because, not upset, but he bristled. Did he bristle? Would you say he bristled? Did he fidget? Was he agitated? He wasn't that mad. It wasn't quite that mad. But anyway, somebody said, since you went through 4 or 5 quarterbacks this year, do you ever take a look at how they got hurt and you're the guy who calls the plays? And Kyle was like, no, they're football plays. Get out of my face. Not that. But he was a little annoyed. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. He was agitated. I like it. He was spunky. And he didn't like what the reporter was insinuating. But the bottom line is, Steiny, I'm not blaming Kyle,
right?
But there's something. The something is your quarterback seemed to get hurt. And it's nothing you're doing, but I felt like the question was legit. But the biggest thing is what you said you're excited about. And I got people on Twitter. I heard Mark Willard go in at this erroneous report from a so-called doctor earlier about the timeline on Brock Purdy. And I'm going to just wait and see. But if it's 6 months, that's good for the Niners. But the big takeaway for me is I was thinking, man, can Jimmy resurface? Freddy Krueger, can he stay? But that's off the table. And it sounds like it'll be, if you want to call it, a competition between Trey Lance, who will be ready and out of the boot that he's currently in, and Brock Purdy, if all systems are a go. I just hate I just hate we had to watch that game without the Niners being at full strength.
Well, it's Wednesday now. Get over it. We're in the off season. All right, we're on the next year. We're on to
the
Cincinnati.
wound is still fresh. Kyle talked about it.
Yeah, he's even over it more than most people.
He talked about it. He kind of hated watching it, not at full strength. But injuries happen. I get you.
So anyway, also John Lynch addressed that there's not going to be a high-profile free agent coming in at quarterback, whether that was Brady or somebody else. So the bottom line is what we talked about yesterday, and Kyle Shanahan alluded to it too. So how do you approach it? Don't have to do anything. They don't have to do anything at the quarterback position. Nothing. They got 2 young quarterbacks coming into next year. Ideally, both are healthy. Maybe one's a little behind schedule. No biggie. I don't think there's anything to see here at quarterback, honestly, until we get some definitive news one way or the other.
All right, I was about to explode on you, but
why?
You're right. Because there is no why now. You set it up to where you're allowing yourself to, when they go in and see what's going on with the elbow, then if it's 6 months, they dodged a major bullet. But if there's a delay, then there's obviously going to be another quarterback to have to be brought in here. What he'll do, we don't know, but you're just assuming that Brock is 6 months and no setbacks. And I get that. And you know what? I'm going to resign. That's where I'm at. But there's nothing to see here before he goes under the knife. I can't. There is something to see here.
You know what?
A glacier, a big one, an iceberg.
I disagree.
You know?
I disagree. Let me ask you this, Goo.
Dope jacket, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm more worried about Brock Purdy and how real this was and whether or not he can improve or not and what kind of quarterback he's going to be next year. I'm way more worried about that than the elbow. Way more. But because he's going to be healthy with the elbow at some point, whether it's 6 months, 9 months, or 12 months. He's going to be healthy. The question I have, and I kind of asked Willard this on the way out, I was like, are you sure? Are you banking on Brock Purdy is going to be better next year? And what does that look like? Does he need to be this? What about the same? You think he'll be the same? What does Brock Purdy getting better look like? Because he was pretty damn good when we saw him. So that's what I'm mostly worried about. With Brock Purdy, I'm not saying anything was a fluke, but can he deliver these kind of performances for a whole season?
Right, and I'm not mad at that, but we've been around forever and a day, and we know what injuries, what they are, and the hurdles to get back to what you once were. And with Brock being healthy, I still needed to see more. I kind of just want to shake you like, why are you assuming that this injury is nothing? It's not a sprained ankle. They are about to go in this man's elbow, and if he's out for a year, that adds on to when he was perfectly healthy, that we still needed to see more. That scares me. That's all.
Well, John Lynch
you're feeling like the surgery's already happened and it's just going to be 6 months.
I think John Lynch and Shanahan both said
they don't know. They don't know.
They said they're encouraged.
Encourage what? Okay. The man hasn't even had surgery.
You want to worry about it? Go ahead and worry about it.
Yeah, but it's like you get your thumb, like you don't even want to hear about it.
Like this?
I'm start the show like what?
Like coming down my road.
I'm not, because I feel like you're ignoring. Oh, he's just going to be fine. You don't know.
Well, you don't know he's going to be out for the whole year.
Okay, and I'm sharing that. Well, but what do you mean start the show? What way? I'm being real. You're up here walking around whistling Dixie like the surgery's already happened. Wake up.
The news from the press conference was positive.
Okay, was there a doctor at the press conference?
Do you think they didn't talk to team doctors? Yeah. What did you hear in that press conference?
I didn't have to hear a damn thing. Talk to me when the man has the surgery. But I'm not mad at you. But you're walking around. Oh, he'll be fine. You don't know that. But hey, that's how you look at life. I got you.
I just don't.
I'm not mad.
I don't understand why we've heard for 3 days, 6 months, but you're going to have, that's not good enough for you. You can worry if you want to worry.
You just added 3 months. You added 9 months and 12 months. I heard those, and I'm hoping That's not the case. But until the surgery's completed and we get an
Fair
official
enough.
prognosis, that's all.
Guess what? If Brock Purdy misses all
I
of
got
next
guys
year,
coming at me and gals coming at me on Twitter like giving me the Jake Dale home. This is okay. That's great. But until this procedure is actually done, then we'll know.
I'm not
That's
gonna
all.
I'm not going to worry about it until there. I'm going to assume what I'm going like. All I can go on is the information we have at hand. And right now, I'm going on the information that he's going to be back August 1st because I just heard the general manager and the coach say that. So, like, I'm just going to take them at their word for that part of it.
But you said this, and this is where I kind of went off. His biggest obstacle, like right now for Brock Purdy, his biggest obstacle is what they find, and hopefully it's 6 months. That's his biggest obstacle right now. But you just shared with us, you feel like that's not his biggest obstacle. He's just going to get better as if this is not on the table.
Yeah,
this is a big deal. We've seen many athletes, bodies changed, and going through surgery.
Purdy's 23. If he let's say worst case scenario, he's got to miss all year. Is he still their future quarterback, or is he in the picture? Like, I'm okay. We got Trey Lance. What about Trey Lance?
I got you.
Like, what do you say?
Kyle sounded confident in Trey Lance.
Okay, let me ask you this: if Brock Purdy misses the whole year, does Kyle have a pass for next year? Kyle Shanahan.
Oh no, nobody's talking about a pass because he got lucky with Brock and he got lucky with Jimmy. Like, that doesn't stop for me. That doesn't stop us assessing Kyle. And if anything, I got him being coach of the year. And I told you guys that. I know he probably won't win it, but what he did with Brock. Look, I hope I'm wrong. Steiny, if I told you I was going in for surgery and I'm not a pro, there's always a risk of a delay. And this is his elbow.
We don't know anything about it. I get it. We don't know. So you're taking worst case scenario.
Okay,
I'm taking what they've told us so far.
I got you.
We can do a show, honestly. No. You want to do a show on what if Purdy misses all next year?
No, we can do a show also on what if he's ready to go out of camp.
What do you think's more likely?
He won't be ready to go out of camp.
Yeah, I think he will.
Okay.
And
I don't want to be right. Shout out to Eddie Pendergrass. Eddie Dominguez coming at me because he's one of these.
Who's Eddie Dominguez?
YouTube. He sent me the Jake Dale home stuff. Dude, I'm not taking the optimistic. You know me, I'm Mr. Optimistic.
This is weird.
But 2 parents, 12 surgery between the both of them. It ain't always what you say it's going to be.
I'm not making light of that.
Yeah.
You know me.
Yeah. And I know he's not a pro athlete, but I get it.
Norm had action, man.
Yeah. Norm liked his little cameo he had. But listen, Trey Lance, I'm excited about Steiny. He's going to get an opportunity. And he may be more healthier than.
Maybe. He might not.
Well,
what if
Trey Lance is going to be? What do you mean he might not?
Well, because the best case scenario, and Lynch said it today, would be surgery, best case, surgery for Purdy, and in 3 months, the rehab starts.
I got you.
So I'm not saying I'm going with that because I think that sounds optimistic.
And you know what? For the sake of 49er, what did Lynch call him, Empire or Faithful?
Oh, my gosh.
No, Faithful.
How long have you been in this market?
My whole
have
life.
come down your road,
my whole life. But with that, I'm going to be positive, Pete.
All right. We got to Warriors Wednesday, so we got Bob Myers at 1 o'clock. But let's start out with you guys. 888-957-9570 is the number. You listen to the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch press conference. What were your takeaways? Probably Jimmy Garoppolo's out the door. Here's the other thing. I need help from our listeners. I really do. And here's what I need help on. I'm looking for T-shirts. I like T-shirts. Everybody knows I like T-shirts. I come across this T-shirt that I say, that's pretty cool. And it says, for the city.
Yeah.
And it's got 6 championships. It looks like it's for basketball. I need somebody out in our audience to tell me what team this T-shirt
and the color is red. And I feel like I told you who it is.
We can't figure it out here. So that's going to be on. That's going to be on the other side. We need your help. Red and Gold Reactions brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
It's a time to just appreciate what a fantastic season we had and what an amazing job we did on a third-string quarterback. And just huge props to Brock Purdy, man.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When choosing a wireless provider, you're forced to compromise. But what if you didn't have to? What if you could get reliable service without a contract and save money? Introducing Total by Verizon, a new no-contract, no-credit check carrier for you and your family with plans starting at just $30 a month on America's most reliable 5G network. Total by Verizon is available at totalbyverizon.com and at retailers nationwide. Based on first place rankings and Root Metrics first half 2022 5G assessments of 125 metros. Experiences may vary, not an endorsement.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch met the media about an hour ago. Season-ending press conference, answered several questions. They're encouraged by what they're hearing about Brock Purdy. They think he can be back in 6 months. And they said basically no chance that Jimmy Garoppolo is back. And there was one other one. No, Kyle got a little testy at the end.
See ya.
Wouldn't you get testy?
I would have.
Because you said Sunday's over. I ask you a question, then I don't let you answer. Go ahead.
I would have worked. I would have thought someone might ask that. Basically, hey, do you have a problem injuring your quarterbacks? Like, I might have anticipated
or regret
that
on the play call?
Yeah, something like
where
that.
Where your backup tight end? Yeah.
And then maybe...
That would
I
have
don't know.
been
He went through all 4 injuries.
He did.
And apologized for all 4. I'm sorry. We had a quarterback in the pocket get rolled up on. I'm sorry Trey Lance got hurt on a run. So...
Dual quarterback, he called him.
What I've always learned is when you get defensive about something, maybe there's some truth to it. I'll be the first to acknowledge. Be honest.
Well,
hey, man, here's the other thing. You're a worrier.
I'm starting to get mad. I'm seeing that. Chips with the dip on YouTube,
I'm not going to change. Listen,
yeah.
I worry about stuff too, certain stuff. You worry about stuff. I'm not going to get you to not worry. I'm not going to ask you to not worry. But I'm starting to get worried now because you're so worried.
And I don't like that. That means you know what I mean? I'm positive. I think I'm one of the most positive people I know. But I want to ask you this question. We talked to the great Dick Vermeil, Super Bowl winning head coach last week. And you said, Goo, this was the first man to sleep at the office.
Right.
These things linger. That game that transpired Sunday, Kyle Shanahan, I have to believe, He's a real one, Steiny. This is going to follow him all off season. So to get up there 3 days after losing your quarterback, that's gut-wrenching. And I probably would have flipped something over or said something. So that wasn't easy to do. But at the end of the day, I do wonder if he has regret on that play call that he probably won't forget where Croft missed a block or just got thrown to the side and Reddick just came and wrecked his quarterback. Like, Wouldn't you hang on to that if you were a head coach? I would, Matt. I wouldn't tell everybody and parade it, but if somebody asked me, I would tend to think I would keep it real and just say, that's 100% on me. But he bucked back, and I get it. Those wounds are still fresh for both of those guys and the players. Now you got Jimmy Ward on IG, talking. Hey, and I love Jimmy Ward. I just can't imagine a secondary without him, but it's about money. You can't pay everybody, right?
Absolutely.
Except if you're Joe Lacob.
Well,
that dude he put his money where his mouth is. I know it's different.
Some people said
he's in the red.
Right, but if you want to be a nitpicker, he didn't. Where's Gary Payton second?
Well,
didn't want to pay him to go into luxury tax. But
who got on the floor the other day? I saw him play.
Who did?
GP set 2. It was good to see him back.
That's nice. Yeah. That's nice.
No Garoppolo.
Shoot, I wanted to show this shirt that I can't figure out who it is.
And I'm mad at you.
I don't know what camera to hold it to. There's no.
Oh, you're right.
Just that thing
well, hold
right
it up to there.
Yeah, the cameras are in the corner. It's probably a little bit too far if you're showing it on
It's
your phone.
City College
Here's
of
what I'm
San
gonna do.
Francisco.
No, it's not. Because the dates for their championships don't add up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Lucas to come in here and maybe hold it up.
He
to the
agreed
camera.
with me when he guessed
hold
it.
on.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to jump on here. All right. But let's get serious for a minute. Let's go to Ryan and Irvine real quick. Get us started. What's up, Ryan? How you doing?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm doing good. Hey, thanks for taking the call. So I understand, like, you've got to take their words with a grain of salt because, they can't just tell us their hand.
Yeah.
But I'm a little concerned that they're kind of doing the same thing with Brock Purdy as they did with Jimmy G in 2017. And here's what I'm saying. In 2017, they had a really small sample size with Garoppolo.
Right.
But because it looked so much better than anything they had, they made him the richest quarterback in the league. They threw tons of money at him, said he's our franchise guy with a really small sample size. In hindsight, that was a mistake.
Right.
And you look at what they're doing with Purdy, same amount of time, about 7 or 8 games, and they're just kind of assuming he's going to have a successful surgery and he's going to come in and battle with Trey Lance. And I just think they're going down the same path. And I just don't think it's smart. I think they need to get a guy who's proven that he can stay healthy, even if it is just a backup veteran who has tenure in the league and can help these young guys. But they can't just say 2 guys who are injured. I mean, they're injured.
Right.
And they get injured often, are going to somehow win us a championship.
Well, I'll say this. The one big difference is Brock Purdy's already under contract for chump change.
Yeah.
And the move on Jimmy after 5 games was for a big contract. Although not
But you had nothing before Jimmy came, Steiny.
Right, not a long period
You
of time.
had nothing before Jimmy came.
Right.
And Jimmy had some success, a lot of success.
Right.
So I disagree with the caller on the premise that when the Niners announced that Trey Lance was their quarterback and they were trading up in the draft, people like us in the media, everywhere, fans, were saying, oh, the next 5 to 6 years is going to be about Trey Lance and Kyle. We're going to find out if Kyle got it right. And right now, from my vantage point, if there is a delay or if there's not, Trey's going to get an opportunity to be QB1 in camp, in OTAs next year. I think that's fair. So we're right back kind of where we started. And I don't believe this is the way they wanted to get there with Purdy having so much success and getting injured. But Matt, why I got excited earlier.
Matt? Why you calling me Matt all of a sudden?
I don't know.
It's now a couple days. I guess it's fine.
No, you're doing so much writing on Facebook and it says Matt, and now that's embedded in my mind. But Steiny, this is what you created and why I got good excited. Things change. And I hope I'm wrong. I'm going down your road with Willard that it's just going to be 6 months, but things change Sunday. Now, do they have a long-lasting impact on Brock Purdy in his future? We'll see. I hope not. But it changed just in the blink of an eye Sunday at the link.
And that's where I disagree. I don't think a lot changed. It is a Warriors Wednesday. It's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Here's the other thing. We don't know what the Niners think about Trey Lance, but we don't really know what they think about anybody. So why aren't we saying Trey Lance still might be good?
Right.
We haven't seen Trey Lance.
I'm excited.
Okay. So be excited.
You think Kyle is after the success Purdy had?
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to operate under the assumption that they still think Trey Lance can play quarterback in the NFL.
And now he's got McCaffrey to hand the ball off to, if it's on him.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, we're going to find out sooner than later. That I feel.
What do you mean?
Like, if there is a delay in Brock getting back, it's his show. It's
a couple games.
No, we're going to see the pluses and minuses. We're going to see if that offense is still the same. Does he have the ability to run? Kyle called him a dual threat. I liked it. Look downfield like Brock was doing and throw to Ayuk and Kittle.
Maybe, I guess what I'm saying is, let's say, obviously, if Purdy's out for the year, that changes everything. I'm not going to operate on that premise.
Okay.
But let's say I'll meet you halfway.
Yeah.
Let's say,
because I'm backing up now.
Let's say he's going to miss the first 4 weeks. Okay, like I get it. It's a starting quarterback in the NFL, but Trey Lance, you're starting the first 4 games.
Right.
If you're good, we'll probably keep you as the starter. If you're not,
that's what we purchased you for.
If you're not, we'll go to Brock Purdy.
Well, that's what we drafted you for. Like, who came out with greater impact? It was Trey Lance, right? So we talked about, hey, you know what, Matt? You know what, Steiny? Brock did get hurt, but Kyle probably knew what the ceiling was and what he felt it was as opposed to Trey Lance. Now, I'm looking at you right now, and I'm going to ask you this question and the listeners. Do you think Brock Purdy's emergence and success was going to keep Trey on the sideline going into next season?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at you,
Like
but do we really know that?
I think Mike Silver reported it.
Yeah, you are.
But if, let's say, Brock Purdy had lost on Sunday, but had another Brock Purdy-like game, I mean, he's coming in the starter next year. I don't think there's any doubt about it, right?
Yeah. Well, I get curious at times. I want to say yes, but now everything's changed.
I mean, I still think he's going to get first dibs on
shout out dibs
being the starter, but that's assuming he's going to be back. Which, let's go to David. David's in El Cerrito. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
I'm well, thanks.
Sure.
A couple things. I think first off that you kind of have to play Trey Lance because physically he is what. When you look at Jalen Hurts, you're like, that's what we want. And that's why we drafted him. And I think the concept that the Niners didn't win was because Brock Purdy got hurt. Like, that game didn't look close on any level. I know they didn't have a quarterback, but you're talking about the MVP of the league versus a guy who you're asking, like, should he be a starter next year? So if you bench Trey Lance, I think you have a problem in his psyche, because he's never been through it, not on the college level, not really on the pro level, was kind of handed the job. So I just think ultimately it's going to be Trey Lance. And I think Brock Purdy, it's a nice story and all, but the NFL figures you out, and they were going to figure that guy out too.
When you say Purdy, it's Purdy to start, right?
Purdy will be on the team. I just can't imagine,
I'm sorry. Let me start over.
He's saying Lance.
You're saying you mean Lance to start the season as the starter.
Lance to start the season.
Gotcha. Fair enough, Dave. Yeah, I think that's a possibility now. I think that's within the realm of possibility. And I don't think, I guess what I'm saying is, I mean, it's a bad thing that Brock Purdy got hurt. Is that what you wanted from me?
Steiny, that's all.
But they're in a good spot.
That was it.
Okay, but
that's what I was searching for.
They're in a good spot.
And you hit it.
They're in a good spot.
Okay,
all
right.
things considered, I think.
That's what I was searching for, man. That's what I was searching for.
You really thought that your partner was sitting here and somewhere deep down in his heart and soul was saying, this is the best thing.
No, not.
I hope Bosa gets hurt next.
No, but it was like for anybody to bring up the possibility of a delay, or if he has Tommy John and he's out, like we're evil people, and that's when that was too much on social media to where the Eddie Torreses of the world sending me. I don't even know him. I know him now. Sending me Jake Del Hunt. Okay, hey, that's a great example, but it's not always the same. Everybody's body's different. And I feel sick for Purdy. I feel sick for him on this front and Niner faithful.
Yep.
I know what it looked like in the first quarter. I do. But I've watched a lot of football in my life.
Oh, you're going to do this. I know it.
Who's to say when the Niners had some success?
I knew it.
That's how many games have we watched to where a team's getting dominated, but they still a win on the road? That's all. It wasn't. I get you. 6 plays in, that was.
See, okay, here's the thing. If I take myself out of any kind of fandom, all right, any fandom, I'm just an NFL observer. Hey, and I hear, hey, Brock Purdy got hurt in that game. What's the deal? That's a shoulder, or it's an elbow. Tommy John, so what's the deal? It could be 6. maybe he misses some of the start of the season. You know what I say? I say, well, looks like Trey Lance is going to start the season. That's fine. He was the guy they moved up for.
Right.
He was the guy who had 2 draft picks. But what if he can't play? Well, then you got to hang, then that's Kyle's responsibility. But as far as I'm concerned, like, they're not in hot water because of the Purdy issue. Trey Lance, come on down.
Well,
come on down.
Okay.
You're supposed to. Is he still supposed to be the guy?
Oh,
or
there's
not
no
anymore?
doubt.
Is he still supposed to be the guy, or have you said, nah, we already made a mistake?
No, I think it's unfair to do that to the kid. But what I can say in reality is what we all saw was not the playbook or approach by Kyle Shanahan when Trey Lance was under center. It did not look like what we saw with Brock Purdy. So now, not only can you live up to where they drafted you, there's a standard that Mr. Irrelevant had this offense rolling. What are you, like, you know what I mean?
See, I think
we got something to compare Trey to now.
Right. But I think as far the where Trey was drafted doesn't matter anymore.
Right. That's right. So now
nothing.
It's Purdy set a standard.
Okay. Right.
Now if
that's called competition.
No doubt.
It's called football.
But if we're 3 weeks in, assuming Trey is in week 4 and the Niners offense is back to getting 17 points and they're having trouble in the red zone and he doesn't look like Brock Purdy, we're going to discuss.
Of course. Huh? But why are we discussing? But then you know what? Bring Purdy back.
Yeah.
If Trey struggles. Rodney's in Virginia. Hey, Rodney, what's going on, man?
Hey, how y'all doing today, man?
Rodney.
I'm calling because a lot of people hyping up Brock Purdy, and I get it. But Brock Purdy did not play top 10 defense until he played Washington. Arizona was 21st. Seattle was 26th. Vegas was 28th. Mine was 11th. And Tampa was hovering around 12th. And when he played Dallas, he looked like crap in the first half, and he got hurt against Philly. You try to sit here and tell me. And another thing, Trey Lance did not have CMC. Kittle's missed the first 2 games of the season, so he didn't have those weapons that Purdy had, and I don't think it's a fair assumption of Trey Lance if you're not going to give him the same pieces. And I'm out.
That's fair. That's super fair.
Of course.
And what did you say? Goo, I went home and thought of it. I remember this was Thursday's show. I went home and thought about the point you were trying to make to me about can other quarterbacks do it? Josh Johnson had an opportunity when it got 7-7. I was in my living room like, oh, my gosh. But this is different. Can Trey Lance now, with the weaponry that he'll have at his disposal, if he's the starter, will this be the best? You got to think, right? Being positive, this will be the best version. But what if he's not good? We're going to be able to see that too. Like, it's on you why your accuracy in the offense is not clicking.
That's a long way down the road.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the last caller's right, though. If Brock Purdy's not ready, then, I guess, why were we so excited about Trey Lance starting last year? But if he ends up starting this year, after not playing at all virtually, are we all scared and worried? Why aren't we as excited if Trey Lance starts the opener this next season? Why wouldn't we be as excited next season as we were clamoring for him last season? We still don't know if he's any good.
I need a straight jacket not to run to the mic, but I'm sitting here in front of it. What about the Chicago game? I'm not saying Trey looked bad, but that offense was a monster. It looked nothing like it did with Trey. What about the Seattle game that he was in just for a little bit before he got hurt? Okay. There looked like there were limitations. Okay. Why was Kyle using him like Earl Campbell? Go back to the
so you don't have the excitement.
I have the excitement because now I think Purdy looked as good as he did because of McCaffrey.
Well, I don't. Let's put him to the side. Purdy. Let's put Purdy to the side. When there was Trey Lance or Jimmy G or Trey Lance, and
he didn't look like a natural passer, Steiny.
No, but everybody wanted it. Yeah. Everybody was.
I was one of them.
Most people excited. Okay,
but then I saw some stuff.
Well, we didn't see enough sample size.
Okay,
it's 2 games.
But now I'm back. That's why I'm back excited.
Okay. We got Bob Myers coming up in 10 minutes. It's a Warriors Wednesday, and that would be the executive show. The executive show. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. Let's go. Let's go to John. John's in New York. Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Hey, John. No, John. 510-209, Matt, because we saw how good Purdy is. Okay. Well, what if Lance is better? What if he's actually better? Yeah. Unless we've already rendered a verdict on Trey Lance.
And that would be unfair.
Okay.
And I'm talking to myself.
Good. We got a young quarterback who had a 10-game run that made everybody raise their eyebrows, and we still got this guy. We still got this guy that we gave up 2 firsts for, and he's just sitting there.
Hey, with a year under his belt to watch.
This is Steve Nash and Kevin Johnson.
Look at you.
I mean, there's somebody else involved in that.
Does Purdy's streak is winning? Does that stop because he got hurt?
He lost. He started. He lost. That's an L.
He got hurt.
Sorry.
We might want to check that.
Please.
How do you not get the L?
Game started. So I think the way Kyle used Trey is the reason for pause. Yeah, I agree. It didn't look great,
and maybe he'll do it different this time around if there is a second time around.
You know who else didn't look great? Jordan Poole. He didn't look great at all early in his career.
Oh man,
you know who doesn't look great? James Wiseman. He might be pretty good down the line. Look at Kuminga. Couldn't get on the floor last year. Rotation guy.
Well, Wiseman, let's back up. It's not doesn't look great. It doesn't get in the game.
Well, because he doesn't.
To not look great.
He doesn't look great.
Well, he got hurt.
He doesn't look great in practice. He doesn't look great in the game.
And now, why do you say practice?
Because it's true. I mean, we can ask Bob Myers about him, but Steve Kerr seemed to suggest it's going to be tough for him to play regular minutes for the rest of the season. Here's the other thing. We got to give, I hate this word, but I'm going to use it to make fun of myself. We're also going to have to give Klay Thompson some propers. Mm-hmm.
And when can I take my victory lap?
Not yet. Not after 1 month.
Boy, things have changed. I'm looking at the West. I've never felt better about a bet than I do. Look at you laughing.
I am laughing.
That's great producing.
It's really
dude, look at amusing. The West. Denver's looking great. Hey, but I ain't scared of them. They don't scare me.
This is where now I'm going to get.
Where you going?
Now because now I want to be a little vindictive.
Because I'm happy.
So I'm going to give Klay his flowers. He's had a great great January, shooting the ball. I was kind of going to let it there. But then you went overboard. And so now I'll say, but also January just happened to be his worst defensive month of the year, according to the analytics.
Okay.
So, yeah. He's picked up that offense, but according to the numbers, he had his worst month defensively.
Yeah. And when I run out of Charmin, I'll ask you to pass me the analytics because I go with the eye test, and I know what my eyes are telling me about Klay. It's getting better.
What are they telling you about his defense? You don't look at that, do you? You don't look at that side of the ball. It's the highlights.
Yeah.
Now, Klay is, you know what? There's a phrase that has a swear word that I almost used it. He's shooting the.
Yeah.
No. I mean, there's just no doubt about it.
You're so right.
I mean.
And I don't think the defense is as bad as the analytics are saying.
Of course not. Because he's a warrior. Yeah. The other thing, we got to take a break. We got Bob Myers. I know the universal sign for breaking. We got Bob. Hey, Spadoni. All right, the Red and Gold Reaction. It's brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Mm-hmm.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
Thompson will take it with 5 to shoot. Gotta go. Draymond's got it. They don't see the clock. Draymond back to Klay, who goes baseline and dunked it.
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get savings on even more items across the store, like up to 40% off select bathroom products. Hurry and head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Valid 1/26 through 2/8.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to go inside the boardroom.
It probably is timeless. You know why? I respect anybody that was on the Warriors beat during those years.
And take a seat at the conference table.
Guru's great too.
Welcome to The Executive Show.
Nothing easy!
On 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal. Less mess, reduce stress. Budget-friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com.
All righty, let's go out to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bob Myers, what's up, Bob? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
We're doing well. We got the trading deadline coming up in about a week, but let me ask you this. I'm going to start with something Steve Kerr shared in an interview here earlier that he talks to James Wiseman and he kind of says, you know what, you're in a bad spot. You're young and you're in a good team, and I just you explain it. So it got me to thinking about agents and the fact that you were one. And I'm wondering, Bob, how many calls do agents make on behalf of their players to GMs wanting to know what's going on? And how many did you make on behalf of your clients in a similar situation 10 years ago?
Oh, man. A lot of times the agents are reacting to the player and what the player wants to know. So some players don't really care. You see a lot of players say, I don't read that stuff. I mean, that's probably not true. It's just how much does it affect the player. Some young players see their name out there, and it's a little bit more traumatic, which I understand. It's just the new thing for professional athletes to hear themselves in trade rumors. They feel unwanted. They feel like they're not doing something right. The more older veteran guys understand. They've probably been traded. They understand it's part of the deal. It doesn't mean it's easy. I'm not diminishing what it's like to be traded. I've never been traded. So it depends on the guy. I mean, you might be, if you were my client, you'd probably never call. You'd say, hey, listen, let me know. Guru be calling every 2 hours. I mean, Guru would be like, what are they, So it's different depending on, the agent, Matt, is reacting mostly to the demands of the client. And then, a good agent will weigh in and say, listen, can you just give me a heads up if something's really happening? Because there's so many different calls. And even when you think deals are done, as we saw recently in baseball, sometimes you walk right up to the line and the physical doesn't happen. So even when talks are more real, it doesn't mean that a deal's done. But then the media is so good now and wanting to be first, and it's so fast that there's this need to put out news when something's not done. So that oftentimes for a player or an agent gets a reaction. So it's different now than even 10 years ago. I guess I was an agent 12, 13 years ago. Twitter has changed everything as far as how things were reported. It was much more behind the scenes than it is now.
Bob, Steiny and I got a bet. He's got the field. I got the Warriors going back to back, and all throughout the season, I come in. I'm hot. I'm excited. Then I'm worried. But right now, Bob, you guys are in the 5th seed, and I know you got a bunch of stuff to attend to. But the reason I'm on cloud 9 right now, and I want your thoughts. Steiny's analytical, but I'm an eye test guy. Klay Thompson looks back. And when I say back, Bob, it's just not the ball going in. It just looks like what it used to. And where are you at? Can you describe what you're seeing from Klay? Because this is a whole, to me, long way from, when Barkley made his comments opening night to the Klay that he just seems comfortable and physically back, Bob.
Well, I'd say he's better for sure. I mean, from where he was. I think he's going to keep getting better. He came in and he, in his own words, said he didn't play a lot of pickup, probably because he was worried from what happened the year prior when he did the Achilles. So he hadn't played enough basketball, and so he's getting to do that. and you need to play basketball to get better at basketball and get in basketball shape. So he does look better. But I'm most confident and optimistic that he's going to keep getting better. I don't think he's going back to the place he was. I think that was conditioning, that was legs, that was getting timing down. And so the good news about Clay is that I do think it's just going to keep getting better. At some point, we hope he's playing back-to-backs. But certainly he had some great performances last year in the playoffs, and we expect him to do the same thing. We're going to need him to do the same thing. So happy that you're excited. A little upset that Steinmetz is apparently not. Clay?
What's new, Bob?
Yeah, I'm. I don't want to. God, no, I'm not coming. There's two sides of the floor. That's all I'm saying. All right. So things do seem to be coming into a little bit of a focus rotation-wise, and I know you're not Steve Kerr, but if this small things work, you got goes for a while. You got Curry, Poole, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, Green. That's your starting five. Looney off the bench. Looks like DiVincenzo can certainly play in the postseason, and it looks like Kuminga's going to be a part of the postseason. We always talk about 8.5, 9. Okay, there's Jermichael Green. There's Lamb. Is that enough? Is that enough right now?
Yeah, that's the question. That is the question. And we got to look and see if there's something that makes sense to answer that question. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not. Last year, I think, obviously, we had a better record at the deadline. We got lucky. I think we looked at a big. People wanted us to get a big, and Looney and Draymond held up, and Steve Moore went the way he's going now later on with Looney and Draymond staggered. I think he's going to that a little earlier. And I think that can help. We'll see how we play in the postseason. But, yeah, we're always, like any team, Matt, we got to see, is there someone out there that fills that spot? Is there someone in a buyout? Is there someone in a trade? Is there someone that even supplants that and becomes a sixth guy or a seventh guy? That's our job in the next 8 days.
Well, let me ask you this: if the goal's to win the title, which it is now, and we're a week before the deadline, and you look at this team, do you feel like you need to make a deal, or you'd like to make a deal?
Good question. Can I say both? I mean, it's not. I guess. I can't sit here and say that those 8 and throw in somebody that can give you, even in the playoffs, somebody give you 5 minutes, 6 minutes, can't beat a team in a series. And it's going to sound pretty, I don't know, you can decide how it sounds, but I think we stack up good enough. That's assuming health. But you always want to add to your margin of error, Matt. You always want to, it's not a margin of error that I'm entirely comfortable with as it stands. Can you increase that margin of error? There was the years where the margin of error was so big that I could answer that question and say, no, we don't need to do anything. I'd probably lie and say, I don't. But the truth was we didn't need to do anything. And those rosters bore out and those seasons bore out that way. Our margin of error is not what it was. The record is not what it was. So I can't, comparing to what I know about the teams we've had, I'd like to get a bigger margin of error. Can we do it? I don't know. But I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does, actually.
Bob, I was in the car the other day, and I was listening to Damon and Ratto, and they had Coach Kerr on, and Wiseman came up, and Kerr, opened up and shared with us that he's had conversations with James about, how unfair it is and, him not playing, just kind of what position he's in. And that got me to thinking about you, Bob. I know life is not fair. This is the pros. But how much of the personal – and I'm rooting for James. Like, I'll throw him in. I hope he can get in and be a part of, the rotation. But how much of your job can you take the human element of it and kind of, do you feel kind of sorry for him and I'll do this? You know what I mean, Bob? If that's making any sense. Like, I know you got a job to do, but.
Do I want good people to succeed that I interact with every day that do the right things and are good people? Absolutely. I mean, but it's a cutthroat deal. So it's not like you can just do that. I mean, I put you on the team. Guru, you seem like a good guy. You got to be able to play. But for James especially, unfortunately, the times that he maybe could have played, he was injured. And that's been tough. But that's the path of any young player is not mostly clean. There are obstacles to it. So, I feel bad for whether it's him or Moses or Jonathan's been up and down. But there was moments early in Curry's career where Steinmetz was covering him and AC Law was playing in the fourth quarter. And if I was the GM of that team, I would have said, this sucks. Curry doing everything right, and he's not playing. So I would say that about anybody that works hard and has a good attitude. You want to see them get opportunities. And James will, at some point, get an opportunity, and he's just got to be ready for that. We're a Looney ankle turn or Draymond. We don't have, JaMychal and James, really, and especially the way we're playing now when we're not playing Draymond and Looney much together. So you can see the exposure there if something would happen. I don't want anything to happen to anybody, but we're not. It could be easily a situation where James is thrust into it, and that he's got to be ready to play, and that's what going down to the G League we think was good for. But yeah, these guys are people, and James has done everything right. He's a good teammate. He works really hard. I always want to see people like that succeed, just like you would or anybody would. That's the human element of it.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Bob, you've been around the NBA a while. It's February 1st, and as the season goes on, there's going to be a certain buildup of people wanting information. How are you going to answer or address your contract questions that are going to come up from now until you sign?
I think you're the one that seems to ask the most consistent.
Really?
I'm getting
Is that
good
true?
practice. Yeah, I don't do a ton of media. I mean, I do this every couple weeks, but I don't. I don't do a lot of articles. I mean, Ritter has me do some stuff.
Right.
I'm half joking, but I'm kind of serious. I'm going to say what I said to you. I'm focused on the season, and it requires all my attention, and that is the answer. It's going to be the answer. So people keep asking, and they can. I don't get upset at you asking. Anybody can ask me, and that's what I would say. So you'll get to do it probably more than everyone else. But you also got my cell phone number, so you can call me anytime.
But if you don't talk in the meantime about it, I will not ask you 2 weeks from now.
Right. Yeah.
See, that's
I guess there was some stuff written, but I don't feel like I'm not certainly hoping for those things, and I'm not writing. I'm not trying to have it be a topic. So,
gotcha. Bob,
you've known each other a long time. You can call me anytime.
There you go, Bob. I caught you with Newsom. You did a good job, man. I told Stein I had to give you some props on that.
Oh, you watched that?
Yeah.
You watched that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Thank you. He was a good guest. He was good. I didn't know. You don't know what to expect. I didn't know what he would be like at all. I thought, he wasn't, but he was really. He was interesting. I learned a lot talking to him. And it wasn't. I don't know. People listening probably haven't watched it, but it's not super political. I tried to just talk.
You were
about him.
good. Bob, you grew up going to the stadium like Steiny and I, and it was a different era then. When you went to go see a star, the Chris Mullins, the Hardaways, they were going to be in. And where I'm going is load management. It might be kind of unfair, but I heard Curry Curry the other day said he wants to play. It's not him lobbying, it's the science aspect of it. And I believe the league has a problem with it, but can you tap into when you weren't in your job, the fans that pay the money to go see Steph, and because of the science, he's not in? Do you think there can be something done or a slight change to help the fan out, or is this just the way it's going to be?
No, I think that this isn't just you. I mean, this is the NBA. This is the television partners. This is fans. Yeah. I mean, geez, like you said, I grew up, if Mully wasn't playing or Sharunas or whoever Joe Barry Carroll, the old Warriors guard that I kind of grew up watching, I just expected them, like you guys did. They're playing. There wasn't any doubt. So things have changed. Talking to our data scientist guy was interesting. Mully, who works obviously for our organization and in the media, he actually had a question. He met with our data scientist and Eric Hausen, who's great, who's very old school.
Sure.
And they are very kind of, hey, play every game guys, because that's how Mully was, and it's how a lot of people grew up watching and are. And our data scientist kind of sat him down and said, listen, no emotion in this. Let me explain it to you. And by the time he was done, and you guys can ask Mully if you're interacting with him, Mully was like, okay, I kind of understand that. Didn't like it, but understood it. As far as the game's pace, the energy expanded, has shifted from what it was.
Gotcha.
And I don't say that as an excuse. I just say you're seeing more fatigue, more energy exerted in the pace of this game. You're seeing offensive ratings explode. You're seeing you guys play basketball. So do you know the difference between if I'm guarding you and you can shoot, and the difference between that and you can't? You guys know when you're guarding a guy that's a really good shooter, what you have to cover, the space you have to cover to do a good job is much different than when there was one or two shooters on the team and everybody was kind of packed in the paint. Different kind of game, different kind of energy, but maybe more physical. So I do think it's something that the league cares about. I do think it's something the players care about. Whether it means, 3 more days at the start of the season, 3 more at the end, I don't know what it means. I don't know as far as correcting it, but I do think it'll get better because I don't think there's players that don't want to play. I don't think that's, if the fans' narrative is these guys are not wanting to play, that isn't true. So if they're wanting to play, and clearly the fans do, and the coaches do, and the league does, all we have to do is find a way where we can maybe create a little more space and figure that out. And I think it's doable.
Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game. This is a maybe a little different question. So you're 2 games over 500. I don't even know if you're 4 or 5 right now. The way I would I always look at extremes. So I'm thinking to myself, my God, I mean, if things go terribly, you might have the number 2 pick in the draft, or we pick this thing up. Well, we're going to have the number 26 pick in the draft. You have had a lot of your tenure where you knew your teams were winning 60, and you were picking late first round. Like, do you invest more time and personnel and bodies on a year like this, or is it the same every year?
The range is broader, if that's where you're going as far as outcomes. I think there was a year where we were awful, and I knew we were picking somewhere top 5. I don't know that's. Hope that doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
So in other words, you worked harder
in the middle.
I got you.
Yeah, and the other year we were in the middle, so to speak, was that play-in year where we were scrapping, and I think we ended up 39 and 33. Was it 30?
Yeah, that's right.
33. So what were we? We had losing streaks, we had winning streaks, we were injured, so we had that excuse, I suppose, to evaluate our team. But I think what you're asking is the scope is bigger. When you can't sit here and say, in years past we could say, look, our pick's going to be in the late 20s because we were 52 and 12 or whatever we were. That's not this, and it's also not. We got the worst record in the league, which we had in 2019 or 20 or whatever it was. So, yeah, I mean, it means more variability. That's our thing. What are the variables? And we have a lot of variables, but that's the NBA. That's where we are. We can't just pretend like it's going to be some awesome roster every year and everything's going to be perfect. And this is the NBA. This is probably more of what the NBA is, and you're seeing the parity.
Yeah.
That's what's complicating this deadline. And every team, not every team, many teams are doing what we're doing and saying, well, how good are we or not? I've talked to a lot of GMs, and I asked the question, what are you guys trying to do? Like, I don't even know what to do because I think we're good enough, but we're 500. But there's 6 teams that are basically 500. I don't know, is there 7 in the West that are roughly between 2 ahead or 2 behind 500? And we lose 3 in a row, we'll be the 12th seed in a week. So that's unique, and I don't know. What do you guys think? The parity thing's interesting to me because I like greatness, but do you think the fans, is parity good? Is this what people like? I mean, do you guys think is this exciting?
Now, I'm a diehard fan, and when you root for a loser, Bob, parity is heaven because you feel like you got a chance, But if you're a champ like you guys are, then you're kind of like, are we going the wrong way? But to me, whenever everybody has a chance, that just makes it more exciting. But that's just me. Yeah. Hey, Bob, you saw Sunday Brock Purdy got hurt. I'm trying to pick your brain here. And I know it's a different sport in football. And by all accounts, he's going to have surgery. Then there'll be a plan and rehab. And I'm thinking about Wiseman, who looks like Stella in OKC. He got his groove back. And I was like, okay, that was just rust. But from your experience, when a guy's coming back from injury, what's the big domino? Is it the doctor? Is it the player? Is it you guys in the science? Who has the most say-so on how much and when they come back?
Well, the ortho guy is fascinating. I've spent too much time in doctor's office. If one of you guys tore your ACL, you call me, say, who's the best ACL guy? Say, okay, that's an ortho guy, knee guy. You find him, he does the surgery. If you're an athlete, there's about 5 guys in the country that you would consider doing that are kind of these knee guys, so to speak. And I'm just using knee because it's the most common major injury. I know that UCL is more unique in baseball. I'm sure I've got friends that are baseball agents. They know exactly who the best surgeon is for that. And that's probably where Purdy's going to talk to. They're all baseball guys. And they've done this 50 times. So you got a guy like that who's a talent, you're going to the best guy to do the surgery. So that guy says, this is what I think. And then you go to the next guy, and he goes, this is what I think. You send him the MRIs. Hopefully you get a similar answer. Much more difficult when you got 3 different opinions on any athlete. That's when it gets tricky, because then you start thinking, which one are we going to pick? Because this isn't clear. It's not a broken tibia or fibula or anything. These are ligaments, these are reconstructions, these are repairs. You got to get it right. Because if you get it wrong, you're really going in the wrong direction. So then you do that, and you sit down with the agent, and you sit down with the player, and your own maybe docs, and you develop a plan, the GM, the coach, and then you go with it. But in post-surgery, the surgeon will tell you he's fixed, right? I mean, he's fixed, he's better. And then they'll hand you a rehab plan, and you'll have your highly experienced and educated own trainer within your own facility take on that process. But I can't say that nobody can tell you that, sometimes you see ACL guys in 6 months. Sometimes it takes a year, sometimes a year and a half. Sometimes you tear the ACL, MCL, PCL, and people will only look at it as the ACL, because I don't know if you guys have ever done your ACL or know people that have. If it's just the ACL, it's a lot better. If you do the other ligaments, it's a different recovery. So what exactly is the injury? What did the ortho do? What do they say coming out of surgery? The other thing is I'm hearing on that is you got to look at it. You got to go in there. Okay, then you wake up. Curry had the same thing with his ankle. They said we didn't know, and he said this, and I was aware of it because I was involved in it. We didn't know what the doctor was going to do when he went in because he didn't know. So then you wake up and he goes, this is what I did. This is the plan. This is the return to play time. So then you do all of that stuff, and then you see how the guy's doing, and then it's his mind, his body. In basketball, it's very different than coming back into football. I don't know the mind of certain players. So it's so complicated. I don't know his situation, by the way, and I don't need to know it. But I will tell you, having been involved in pretty significant injuries here or as an agent, they all are very unique. You cannot say they're all different outcomes. They're all different, and you got to treat them that way. But we're more in medical terms or recovery or data. If you want to, then Guru, you might say your knee's ready, but they put you on the force plate to jump, and they test your right, which is the one that wasn't injured, and your left, and your left is 70% of your right. But we couldn't do that. That's good information. Before they'd be like, go play.
Right.
Now they go, okay, we can't let this guy play yet. So we're as good as we've ever been with the information, but I feel bad for obviously them and him. And it's such losing with injury. I've been there where you're right there and you lose a player and then you don't know when they're coming back, and that happened with Clay, and it just sucks. It's so hard. It's just awful.
Bob, real quick, and I know you've already given us a lot of your time, and we appreciate it. So if I kind of understood you correctly about where we're at the trade deadline a week before, you've been a GM for about 10, 11 years. Are you saying that this one's different because there's so much parity?
Yeah, it's different, Matt, because there's less sellers, I should say. I think the league thought more teams, whether they were trying for a certain player in the draft, would be clearly out on the playoffs at this time. That is not the case. And you can pick the teams that you thought, you two can talk, who you thought is much better than they playing much better than you thought they would. So that means there's a lot of teams saying, we might be able to make the play-in. Let's just go for it. Or, you know what, let's see if we can and keep it as there's not a lot of teams that are making the decision that this season is lost. And so you've got a lot of teams that might be saying to each other, we want to get better. But if 12 of the 15 teams in your conference or 22 of the 30 in the league are all wanting to get better, it doesn't make for a lot of trading partners. Because usually in a trade, a team is saying, we are willingly giving you a player that will make you better, and we'll take back draft compensation or a younger player that we know won't make us better now, but might make us better later.
Right.
There's a lot of teams now that are trying to push forward as far as winning, and it's unbalanced. That's what I was talking about.
Gotcha. Hey, Bob, man,
Good
thanks
stuff.
a lot. I'm looking at the clock, and we blew it up, and
That's all good.
I'll try to make
Like
it up
you
to you
guys.
next time, buddy.
All right.
All right, man.
All right, fellas.
Take it easy.
All right.
That's Bob Myers, brought to you by Yellow Sack. He was also on the Bud Light guest line. Mm-hmm. What was your takeaway?
There's so many, but I let the guy Sam down. He wanted me to ask what product Bob used, and I was going to ask him, and I forgot.
By the way, let me tell you more about my favorite. First of all, the executive show was brought to you by Yellow Sack. Try a dumpster bag for easy waste removal, less mess, reduce stress, budget friendly, clean freely. Call 833-3YELLOW or go to yellowsack.com. And I would advise you to do that. And I'll tell you why. The rains are over. The rains are over. That basement flooded. You got a bunch of crap. You got a bunch of crap in that basement. It's moldy, and you just want to get rid of it. Go to yellowsack.com. They'll bring a big yellow sack right to your house. All you do is fill it. And you know what? They'll take it whenever you want. Yellow Sack. Go ahead, Goo.
No, so much. And, yeah, he talked about parity. He really talked about parity. I don't think a deal's imminent. I don't even think they need one at this point, but you know I'm rooting for the big fella.
Who?
It's like Wiseman.
You know what? Why don't we you can stop rooting for him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, seriously.
Because
he's no factor. And that's Steve
Well,
Kerr.
right now he's no
not,
factor.
And he's not going to be a factor. I know this is where people say, you don't know that, and you're right.
He was coming out.
Okay.
I'm looking at you like, okay, you want to tell us more?
How about this? All the evidence is suggesting that James Wiseman is not and will not be a part of the regular rotation moving forward.
Well, I'll tell you what, and I know they got a championship to win. I hope I didn't throw you under the bus with the bet, telling Bob about the bet, but
I don't care.
Then they got it wrong. If that's what you're telling me it's going to be, then the fans at Dub Nation, we'll get to it when it happens. But I still feel like with what's left of this season, we're not even at All-Star break. I mean, he talked about it, and I don't want anybody to get hurt, but that was insightful. We're one, sprained ankle away from him getting that opportunity, and that's what the great Eminem said on, what was the song, Stoney? You get one chance. You got to stay ready.
Well, maybe
and I'm not hoping nobody gets hurt, but he's on the club.
I don't think the question's whether he's staying ready. I think the question is if you have to use him, can you win with him? I do. See, we're 50 games in, and like I said, some things like we're starting to see who can play in the postseason. So they changed their lineup to go small. That puts Looney on the bench. He can certainly play in the postseason. I think we can all agree DiVincenzo's
no doubt.
Got a game that translates.
Okay.
All right. Jonathan Kuminga is in the rotation, and he's probably going to stay in the rotation all year. That's 8.
Okay.
JaMychal Green.
Who has been? All right.
Well, once you get to 9.
But that can fluctuate. That can rotate depending on the matchups.
But see, that's the problem. That's the danger zone to me that it put him in by not winning more games is you got to win games. You can't just play guys to occupy time.
Yeah.
But
is small ball or die for here on out, you think? Like, you think he's right?
I think they're going to
or is this
I think they're
not
gonna
a fad?
I think they're going to bring a big man in
Okay.
like from the buyout market or something like that.
All right. DeMarcus Cousins. You keep asking Bob about his contract. I like it. People don't want him to leave, man. Damn.
Steiny, are you saying Wiseman's a bust? No. No, in fact, let me share a little conversation I had with Evan. I said, we're watching it. Don't you get it with Wiseman? Kind of figured it was very possible. You draft a guy at 18 or 19, he might not be a factor till 24, 25. So you know what could happen? The Warriors may end up developing James Wiseman.
With somebody else.
He goes play somewhere else.
We've seen that movie before.
Look at Jermaine O'Neal.
Yep.
I do not, I was saying, this is not to denigrate the kid, but I was saying there's no way James Wiseman can't play in the NBA. He might not be able to play now, but there's no way. And here's what I get it, and I'm the first guy to say hollow numbers. So it's going to sound like I'm backtracking, but really it's nuanced.
Unless you're talking about Luka. Go ahead.
It's nuanced. On the one hand, yeah, did those numbers matter when they were 15 and 50? No, but he got them. He got them. So there's something there with Wiseman, but it's assuming that I'm right, or that assuming that the tea leaves are starting to read, he's probably not going to contribute this year. Well, now we're year 4 next year.
Right.
And then guess what? Then he could walk.
Okay.
Or then you got to decide.
Now, he's already a champion.
Who?
James Wiseman.
Well.
No. We didn't say what impact he had on that.
Well,
my point is, let's put the right on the table. He got drafted to the worst situation for himself.
Good point.
If he was in Orlando, Houston, Charlotte, or these open gym teams that I'm watching every night, I'm like, boy, there's no doubt he could go get you 16 and 10, 90, to me, if not more.
For Charlotte.
Yeah, for those bottom feeder teams that don't even run. It's just up and down, down and up. But for him, he would be putting up numbers, and we wouldn't be saying, is the big fella a bust? But that's not taking him off the hook either. But everybody's, he's got parents and nobody parents that are strict, and everybody else has parents that, hey, Steiny, you don't have curfew. Go do what you want. And I know he wants to play. It's got to be killing him.
Yes, thank you, Cyrus in Oakland. Wiseman he wasn't on the 15 and 50 team. That's why they got Wiseman, right?
He came after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was on the 39 and 33 team.
Lost to Memphis at home in the play-in. Curry didn't score an OT.
Or the fourth quarter.
No, I think he scored in the fourth quarter.
I know he didn't score in the last 13 minutes of the game. Wasn't his fault, though.
Bob?
It wasn't Steph's fault.
And then what about this load management thing? You think something's going to – the league.
Yeah, they got it.
Yeah, something's going to happen.
I think they absolutely have to do something.
What would that look like? Would you need to do it? But hey, Steiny needs what if we did it here? Well, some people say I'm already doing it. But, the load management. Steiny, take Thursday off.
Well, maybe that's why the company changed its vacation policy. We don't have one anymore.
Well, we do.
No, we don't. Not really.
Well, you got to run it by somebody.
Oh, yeah, you got to run it by. It's got to be run up the flagpole. No doubt about it. But I think a lot of companies are doing that.
Yeah.
Ask your boss if you can take vacation, and he'll say yes or no.
Now, how many vacations does one really need?
He's marking them all
there's
down,
no doubt.
Whether it's in the computer or on a legal pad.
I take mine at the end a year.
Well, listen, here's my feeling on that now that we don't have a vacation policy. I'm half German, Steinmetz, and I'm half Italian, Attili. That makes me European. So I'll employ the European version of the vacation, which is 6 weeks standard. 6 weeks off for a year standard, and you get up to 2 months off.
Yeah.
So because I'm European, I'm at least
when you want to be.
I'm at least taking 6 weeks off every year.
Yeah.
And I should be granted up to 2 months.
Right. Cut that and send it to the.
I don't have to send it. I'll go in and tell them right now.
Yeah. But dude, I appreciate you giving Clay your version of giving someone their flowers because it's looking better. And it's looking better that he'll never have to be or asked to carry this team 48 minutes, but it stretches now to where you're like, oh, damn. It's Clay, it's Wiggins who's starting to get his little groove back. It's Curry, it's Jordan Poole. Good Lord, man. Now, defensively, I didn't like what I saw against OKC at the end. They were just coming downhill on the Dubs.
I can't be all optimistic.
Yeah, that's who you are.
So I'll be, Clay's definitely making shots, and he looks better. There's no doubt about it. And it's not altogether John Dickinson's theory, but I started to think about it a little bit. Here's JD's theory. He thinks since the Warriors have gone small, they're getting up and down a little bit more. It's spacing's better.
Yep.
Everybody's more quote unquote in the flow.
Right.
And a player like Clay would really benefit by that because you're going up and down and you're getting a lot of shots and da-da-da. And he thinks the Warriors right now, at least, are trying to kind of outscore teams.
But there's no Exhibit A, OKC on Monday.
Okay, well, they're not always going to be able. They're not going to be able to do that against good teams.
And that's what bothers me. We hadn't got here, Rook. I'm going to let you finish against the Bostons and the Milwaukees and the 76ers, Steiny. So we don't know if that's what they're thinking, but I'll give you this. It looks like that. That wasn't the case last year. Well, they were getting you with defense, too.
Exactly. That's what I'm worried about for the Warriors. I'm not worried about their offense. They can't guard anybody, and that I'm not sure is a switch.
Man.
I don't know if defense is a switch.
Well, when let's be honest.
And if you do flip a defensive switch, do you really think that doesn't impact the offensive end? If you're expending,
we're talking about a team that's won 4 and 8, Stoney. So I believe they got to switch.
This is where I'm going to push back on you. No, we're not. This team has not, and that's the issue. Their top 6 have. You're damn right. Yes, sir. I'll never take championship pedigree away from a guy, but they're asking other players now, and they've done it in the past. But this year, to me, stands on its own. I give them their champions. I'll never take that away from them. But I'm not comparing this year to any of their championship years because they're 500 right now.
2 games over 500. Like you snapped on me. I said, I'll put all your chicken on the Warriors tonight, -3.5 in Minnesota, who beat Sac and took Sac to overtime, back-to-back home series. I hate that. But
Bay Area.
Where I come from, the streets of Union City, when you say somebody can't play defense, I automatically go to, they don't have the athleticism. The guys can get by you. Okay. But the Wiggins is there. And I know he's been hurt, but that's one of Looney's there. Dre's there, so that's 3.
Is Dre as athletic as he was 5 years ago? When they were champions.
Okay, if there's a drop-off, he's not the problem, though.
I know, no.
They're not going at Dre.
But it's a collective.
Unless he's giving up size.
If I
now,
grant
Poole's a turnstile, not like you, JP.
Well, he's better than Curry last game. Or it's Clay. What I'm getting at is if Dre goes from the greatest defender in the league to a good defender, that's great. But guess what? The Warriors got worse because we're used to him as a DPOY. Right. So if everybody slips 5-10% defensively, collectively, that's going to be a killer.
But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to go up to the whiteboard and say, okay, you know how you combat that? We need 7 more points offensively. So if it's a game to where they're gelling, as you talked about, that's how you offset that. If there's a little regression.
You're worried.
Oh, no, I've never been as happy. You telling me Denver's going to beat the Warriors 4 out of 7?
It's possible.
Please.
It's possible.
Okay.
It's almost like people.
But now the field has shrink for you.
Yeah. I need to clarify something because this is how this is why people think I can't stand the Warriors. Yeah. Guru says to me in the green room, Stein, there's no way Minnesota wins tonight.
Yeah, I feel that way.
And I say, now why would you say that? It's not like I'm saying the Warriors.
I watched 2 games with Minnesota against that.
Yep. Every team's got a chance. Yeah. All right. The Red and Gold Reaction, it's brought to you by the Boxer and, you know who it's brought to you by, Boxer and Gerson. Mm-hmm. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
It is gone, but caught.
It's the Red and Gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
Don't come at me with Kyle Shanahan was the reason they lost. No, Kyle Shanahan is the reason they got here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He should be the coach of the year.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
When your home renovation waste becomes a disgrace, use Yellow Sack. With Yellow Sack Dumpster Bag, it's hassle-free next-day pickup, making haste of your waste stress-free and removing it fast. Call 1-833-YELLOW. That's 1-833-YELLOW. Or visit yellowsack.com. Take control of your projects today.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Now it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Steph Curry, who had another 30-plus point game, double-digit assists as the Dubs got another dub.
Right side Curry lets it fly. 3-ball good on the sideline.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
What would that look like? There's a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, there you heard Kyle Shanahan. He and John Lynch at a press conference with the media today, and no chance. No chance.
Well,
Will
there was
you
no
believe me?
chance last year, and he came back.
But what if I said this? There's no chance Garoppolo comes back, dude. You're calling if you don't agree with that, you're calling Kyle Shanahan a liar. And I know that word. You don't like that word at all.
I'll never forget it.
Yeah, I know. You'll never let me.
Yeah, you stood up and pointed at me.
You'll never let me forget it. If you were a guy that held grudges, I'd be done.
Yeah, I don't.
I'd be done. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to let you. You know, it's like something's going on right now at the station that you don't know about because it just happened. But we have a lot of bosses out there.
Yeah.
And we've got a lot of workers out there.
Yeah.
So let me explain the situation to everybody.
I hope you didn't spill nothing.
So I go for my afternoon coffee. We got 2 coffee machines on the floor.
Larry David,
okay?
Go ahead. Yeah.
First one doesn't work. Go all the way to the back of the whatever.
Gotcha.
Neither of them work. So we have no working coffee machines on this floor.
Why? I did not know.
If I go up to 3 or down to 1, you know what? I better be careful because I'm not going to get back in time.
Yeah.
Possibly. So I very politely kind of went out there. You know, we got 9 guys lingering.
What did you do?
All the time. And I said,
it's not Tim Jordan.
I said, no, not
Oh,
Tim.
okay.
I said, is there any chance anybody could
You didn't go there, did
run
you?
to Gambino's next door and get me a cup of coffee? No. Of course, everybody said no.
But you didn't really ask that.
I asked one guy that. I asked Ratto that. Not Raymond Ratto. Another Ratto. He said he was too busy.
I'm starting to think if we weed you off the coffee,
I think that's
there
crap.
might be less mic taps. As you were explaining, I said, that's the coffee got him
Let me
doing
tell you
that.
something.
If we can get you off the coffee.
What we need to do is make you come out next segment if I'm not back from Gambino's.
Oh, right. You need it that bad?
I mean, it's just part of my routine. Did anybody mess with Michael Jordan's pregame routine? Let alone during a game? Please. No. You want to mess with my routine? You want to take your chances
you're
on the 2
spazzing
o'clock
right
hour?
now. You're
I know.
spazzing. Oh, we would be fine.
Yeah, for everyone wondering, Matt Simons did just call himself Michael Jordan.
Yeah. The guy he doesn't like.
I'd say more like a combination of Jordan and Curry, myself.
I am not here to help you, Steiny.
Seriously, that stinks.
But relax.
Of course, part of it.
I feel like you're a crackhead. Like, you don't need it that bad. We got an hour left.
I want a cup of coffee.
You see, I got my water, boy. Are you really irritated? Dude.
Well,
It's
what
crap,
happened?
though.
Yeah.
Go to Gambino. We'll have E come in until you come back.
Workers get a break every 3 hours of like 10 minutes at least?
We get breaks.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
I just need a cup of coffee. Let's go to, and I'm more than willing to get it myself. I'll walk across the street.
We'll be fine.
No, you won't. This thing will break down. This thing will
Are you kidding me?
Dude, please.
This is
be like the Warriors without Curry.
A false sense of self-worth when you talk like that.
Are you even allowed to have coffee in that studio anymore?
Ooh, wow, he just kind of went in.
Nobody even knows who he is.
Dude, Lucas.
That's Lucas.
Did we find out what the shirt belonged to? Was it City College?
It's a very self-absorbed show today,
Oh,
Scotty.
no, it's actually not up until this last thing.
Oh, boy.
That's great. That's how I feel.
Well, Lucas said he was going to help me with this shirt.
Some say we give you a cigarette patch. Oh, you know
I mean, what
those-
the hell now? I
Yeah.
mean, we kept Bob Myers long. This segment's now short. It's almost over anyway.
Now, we always chop it up. Did that go?
That's the kind of thing the boss will be like, you guys didn't talk about it. No, we came out with the Shanahan sound.
Yeah. And the boss and I chopped it up about some stuff I brought up.
Let's go to Gus in Los Gatos. What's up, Gus? How you doing?
What's up? What's up, guys? I got in yesterday, and you're the only program I wanted to give my reaction to the game to. I was there on Sunday. First off, I want to give a shout out. The Niners fans did show out. I would say it was probably 5% Niner fans in there, but I was impressed. There were a lot of them. You guys talk about championship pedigree. I don't think the Eagles' offensive and defensive line championship pedigree was brought up with Kelsey and Johnson and Graham and Cox. I mean, both lines dominated that game. I felt very bad for Brock Purdy. That's very unfortunate for him, and that sucked. But, I've lived in the Bay Area for 5 years. I have never seen the Niners give up 3 walk-in touchdowns. I have never seen that.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Gus. I mean, that's
They got
the one
whipped.
thing.
They were tired. No excuses. Those are facts. Those are facts, Donnie. So, again, I usually come in for, I want blood. They didn't do it again. They didn't get there again, but you have taught me this last 2 weeks, man, and I'm kind of using it against you. Tomorrow is not promised. That's Brock Purdy Exhibit A. Hopefully he'll be fine. But now this team goes off into the sunset with the biggest question mark, a quarterback again, when it was going to be, we found a diamond in the rough. And maybe you still have. But you can't look at me and tell me Kyle's not pissed off. And how many people have we called questioning why he had a backup tight end blocking a beast that is Reddick on the Eagles that had 16 to 18 sacks on the year? Like, that changed the game. But nobody asked him that today. Like, I'm asking you as a former reporter / current writer, is that off limits if I'd have said, hey, coach, not being I wouldn't even say it because I'm hey, any regret on the play call that got Brock hurt? Would my credential get revoked?
He apologized for it at the end of the press conference. He did.
But that was he was running material.
Well, was he? I mean, he was defensive. There's no doubt about it. If you don't know what we're talking about, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had a press conference with the media. We're going to get back into that at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, which is in 5 minutes. We're going to get back to the Niners and kind of recap what those guys said and what it means, because maybe the 49ers are at a transition. I don't think so, but maybe you do. The Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
Right side Curry lets it fly. 3 ball good on the sideline. How many times have the good folks of Oklahoma City seen number 30 dash their hopes with a big-time 3.
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any, subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expired end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Once 3 months is over, they start the rehab of just building the arm back slowly. And by 6 months, it's built back. And that's when I started asking questions. So does that mean ease them in and stuff like that? Like you would think of ACLs and things like that. And they said, no, the build-up's been from 3 to 6. And at 6 months, he is the same dude in full go. So that was the most encouraging part that I heard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Stein, Matt Stowell, the Guru Johnson. Another hour left, and we'll turn it over to Damon and Ratto. And they'll have Warriors live today at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock to 4:30.
And then Denver tomorrow night.
Well, they play Minnesota first.
Yeah, but a back-to-back.
But what?
Clay probably.
See,
no, this is what I should ask Bob.
The T-Wolves.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Clearly.
This should be the game, Clay. If it's still, he can't play back-to-back, judge yourself like Bird and Magic and Larry would do. Larry Bird.
Oh, they play both games.
Jordan. So let Clay play tomorrow night so you can see how you stack up against the current number 1 seed. That's what I would do.
That's what?
So you got to heard an S in there.
That's spitting in the Timberwolves' face.
Your guy Finch. How long has he got?
He's 500. Like 12 other coaches in the Western Conference. What's your point? You better be careful.
Niners haven't won a Super Bowl since 94, 95.
I know. So the fact that people expect it makes me laugh.
What about the old 49er Frankie saying, when we go, we win?
But listen.
That's getting stale,
Listen,
bro.
I'm going to say this.
No, I'm serious. Some fans are mad.
I'm not doing this.
Doing what?
This brings out the worst in me, and I'm not doing it right now. I'm just not.
Well, some will say you not having coffee brought the work out.
Why would I? So I'm going to sit here and laugh at 49er Frankie saying,
"No,
we only win Super."
It's concern.
I'm not going to do that. Let's
like you think. Okay, look.
Well, it's
remove yourself from what I'm about to say because I'm the diehard. Right. I know how diehards think. That thing you got in your head, I'm not saying you're wrong about, hey, if you're consistent and you make it, but you don't win it, you made it. Steiny, some around these parts they want a Super Bowl.
Okay.
And you people, can you walk me through your mindset of,
I can.
Oh, it's coming, Goo.
Oh, I didn't say it's coming.
Now,
I didn't say it's coming.
I thought that's what you were preaching.
I didn't say it's coming. Yeah. I fancy myself more of a word guy than a numbers guy.
Yeah.
But the numbers would say that the 49ers should win the Super Bowl once every 32 years. That's what the math would say. So I don't go into every what they
Joe Montana
used to have a standard. Shanahan is bringing a higher standard back than they had previously. But
we can't ignore the last 2 seasons. You were right there, and for whatever reason, we know what happened in Philly.
And this
I'm
is
just
right.
you got. I'm telling you, diehard. Hey,
Right.
Some will say it's cute. Let's throw parties. Some are mad.
Well, okay. Joe Shasky's a diehard.
Yeah.
I don't think he's devastated by the last 2 years. I mean, he's frustrated, but you look at I mean, I shouldn't speak for Joe, but I think most 49er fans are saying, yeah, you know what? We got to get one, but hey, we've been there 3 out of the last 4 years, and we keep giving ourselves a chance. We're going to kick the door in at some point. I think that mentality, that mindset is 95% of the fans. And it's the exact same mindset that I would have. Doesn't mean you're not disappointed. Doesn't mean you didn't think you missed an opportunity. But
you've been living with that since 19 when you had a 10-point lead with under 6 minutes left. Then you got back.
Would you rather have not gotten there at all?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Okay, well, you're still – the 49ers right now are better off than how many franchises?
Oh, hey, that's a different story. This is the San Francisco 49ers.
For the past.
Yeah.
The past is the past.
This is the Niners.
The past – But see, that's the thing where
because next year's not guaranteed for you to go win a Super Bowl.
Of course,
especially now that you've realized defensively and offensively, if you're comparing yourself to this, just me to the Eagles, you got a lot of stuff to do, and now you got a possible question with the quarterback and his surgery. Okay, it's Trey Lance. Now you got a relatively young quarterback going out there. Like you taught me this. Tomorrow is not promised.
Get to the playoffs next year. Get to the playoffs. It starts there. Yeah. You can't win a Super Bowl unless you get to the playoffs. They've not only gone to the playoffs 3 out of 4 years, they've gone to the NFC title game 3 out of the last 4 years.
You pointed it out to us.
Kyle Shanahan 6-3 in the postseason. Yeah. Give him a chance to win a Super Bowl.
I love your patience.
Well, what do you mean patience?
The fans don't have that patience. Well, you said 95. I think
90% of the people would say
he's a good coach. He's doing it, and this year was phenomenal. I really mean about the coach of the year, but that is not the Super Bowl. I'm just tired for Niner fans, the real ones, getting close. That's all. And Shasky they didn't go down there to just be in the game. They went down there thinking they were going to walk out of the stadium saying, and come back here, we're going to the Glendale.
95% of how do I want to phrase this?
Niner Empire.
95% of 49er fans are feeling great about going into next year and possibly winning a Super Bowl.
I haven't heard from them, especially with this news about Brock Purdy and who's going to be the quarterback. Because if it's not Brock and there's a delay, how the hell? Sell me on that. Sell me on the optimism that Trey Lance has gotten better by sitting on the sideline. That could be the case, but that ain't Jalen Hurts running it back. That ain't Patrick Mahomes running it back. Okay. That's instability.
Pick another team in the NFC right now other than the Eagles
the Rams.
That you'd rather be. You'd rather be the Rams?
No. I didn't know that's where you're going. But what about can we count them out? Okay, Stafford was hurting. That's what I'm saying.
I would rather be the 49ers going into next year than any other team in the NFC, but for the Eagles at this point. Quarterback situation as it is. Okay. So, any 49er fan would have much rather, nobody would, if, as a fan of my team, I would much rather have it end in heartbreak in the NFC Championship game than not to have made the playoffs. So if I'm a Niner fan, I am tell you what, Shanahan, when stuff's clicking, he can make it happen. We've got to get to the playoffs first.
So what if we get to and this is unfair to Kyle, but we talked about Andy Reid, and it kind of had me thinking about Wiseman. Well, Andy was great in Philly, got close, just couldn't get it done. Relationship sour. He goes to Kansas City and gets his Super Bowl. My thing to you is, what if we get to year 10 and Kyle and there's no Super Bowl?
Then he's Andy Reid. You want to fire Andy Reid?
Well, I'll go JD. Well, what does it look like the 3 years in between?
Looks exactly like it looks.
Close but no cigar?
Yeah. What are you going to do?
You could make a change. Somebody could get it done.
Well, it's 10 years down the road.
Well, 3. He's been here for 7.
Oh, you're talking about in 10 years?
Yeah.
So what?
I'm talking about in 3 more years if there's no Super Bowl here.
Well, how does what?
Exactly right.
Did they go to the NFC Championship games?
I'm starting to think that might not be a good thing for him because then we're going to start talking about, you can get to this plateau, but you can't kick the door down. And when you kick the door down and win the NFC Championship, you lose in the Super Bowl.
I'm going to do it this way. Yeah. How many times do we have to say that and be wrong about it?
Well, I guess if you're a Niner,
we stop saying it.
What is it? They say if you hang around 5 rich people, you're bound to be the 6th. And if you hang around 5 broke people, you're bound to be the 6th. So if Niner fans want to say, look at the Raiders, see all these teams in misery, you're going to love where you're at. But if you're a Niner fan of the past, the OG, and you've been around with Montana, Young, and Walsh, you're not, this ain't cutting it.
Oh, I
but
disagree.
You can still,
I look at it differently.
You can still say this is good, but you know what I mean, and not just poo-poo on Kyle, but Stoney, at some point, we got to say, when are you going to get that ring, Kyle? That's all.
I don't think we're anywhere near that.
How? Okay.
I mean,
how can you say that? Because I'm going to use your words against me.
Near this.
Guru, they were 3-5 and on the brink of having and missing the playoffs in 2 consecutive seasons. So it wasn't always 8-0 and it's all good in the hood. There was some, second guessing, backstabbing. There was some hard Run DMC, hard times. So what if we get those seasons and they go left and you don't even get to the offs?
Oh, well, then that's a different story entirely.
Okay.
I mean,
because I don't like this quarterback situation right now. That's why I'm panicking for Niner fans on the Brock possible surgery if there's a delay. See, Evan's like, they're going right back. That was conventional wisdom before the ball kicked off in Philly.
Let me try to make you less worried. What other team in the NFC would you rather be other than Philly?
You're going to laugh, Dallas.
Okay, who's third? See,
I don't have a third.
This is how it's the Niners, and they're probably second. My point is, when you said the thing, you hang around broke friends, you get broke. Yeah. Here's what I thought: you hang around rich friends. Yeah. Who are the rich friends? The rich friends are Kansas City, Buffalo, Philly, Cincinnati. Those are the rich friends. Guess what? You're in that group. You're not. You're not Arizona, Houston, Atlanta, and some other lousy team.
Dallas?
Yeah, they're on the frit. No,
I threw them in. I was
a
reaching.
Lousy team.
It was still.
They're on the cusp of the top group.
No, but they've lowered their standards to where, we've won 12 games 2 years in a row.
They're happy?
Where'd that get you? No, but that's what the team's doing. They're trying to sell that like, we got some stability. But diehards like me know, and the guys in the morning, they want a Super Bowl ring, not a visit.
But see, you're not special. You are not special. Dallas Cowboys do not deserve one any more than anybody else. The Denver Broncos fans, what's going on goes on everywhere. Yeah. And there's two, everybody wants to win a Super Bowl. But if you I'm sorry, if you think you're entitled to one, you're an idiot.
No, I would never say entitled.
Sorry, and I'm sorry. Nobody who's followed sports and knows anything about sports would ever feel entitled to a championship. People who've watched sports
where
for
are you
as
getting
long
that
as
word
us,
from?
What?
Entitled. I'm saying if the team, whatever sport, if you get close, I get it, Stoney, and this is where you say, Goo, I'm not a fan of any particular team. There is nothing wrong in my book that when you get into a championship and you're on the losing end, to be mad. And that's happening over and over with Kyle. Now, on the flip side, hey, you could be 28 other teams not even getting remotely close. But I'm just starting to feel like a pattern of some of these fans are like, at some juncture, we got to get it done under this regime. And Kyle probably will be like, hey, man, you preach it to the choir.
Yeah. Well, he's got 3 more years left? They're probably going to extend him. Kyle Shanahan's going to be a head coach here probably as long as he wants. And if he does get fired, he'll get another job.
Now, why don't you say thank you to Lucas
because
for
I'm
bringing
on the
coffee?
air. Thank you, Lucas.
Well, you were on the air when you were asking. Yeah, come on. No, I'm going to do that.
Don't
I'm going to do that. I can do that.
Don't do that.
This is my show, too.
Don't make me sound rude because I didn't want to say thank you over the air.
Well, what did you sound the last break when you went complaining about the coffee machines were out and none of your coworkers had your back?
That's a face-to-face thank you with Lucas. That's a during the break thank you.
No, but you
face-to-face.
used the Uzi on all of us. That nobody came to your beck and call and asked
I'm
you.
more upset
So the guy that goes and does it, you gets no love for you on air?
He will get love from me. He will get love from me. What do you care about it anyway?
Because he brought me something back, but
Good.
when?
It's great. What do you care?
And what can he do?
You don't need to know when I thank
You weren't going to
Luke.
do it. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm with you, Guru.
I know you are, Ross. It's chestnut checker, Steiny.
You started to piss me off.
I was pressing too. Dude, no entitlement. It's nothing wrong with wanting to win.
There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference between entitled fans and fans who are hungry for titles. Everybody's hungry for titles. If you're a fan, a legitimate fan, hardcore, diehard, you're hungry for titles. But if you're a diehard fan, I got to believe you're smart enough to know we can't win it every year. We can't. So, it can stink, but what? There's no fan on planet Earth that can feel entitled. And I feel like the worst of the worst fans across the board feel entitled. It's like
I've never heard that.
Championships are hard. Some people
Niners
go
ain't
their
won one since '94.
That's not that long in comparison to a lot of other franchises. That's my point. Some people never see it. Why is a Bay Area fan entitled? They've got 3 championships with the Giants.
Oh, okay.
They got 4 with the Warriors. And even the football team has gone to the Final Four.
Right.
3 out of the last, 6 out of the last 10 years. What are we complaining about? What are we complaining about here?
It's not complaining. Just
stop being
when's
greedy.
It going to happen? I haven't been fed. So I'm not being
Yes, you
greedy.
have.
What parade
the
did I
49ers?
miss? What parade did I miss?
You missed 3 Giants and 4 Warriors.
No, I'm talking about Niners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Join the club.
So the Bay Area should just share their championships?
Right. That's what you sound like. Right. It's because one person can root for one Bay Area team and might not and root for something else. It's not entitlement.
Yes, it is. For the worst of the worst, yes, it is. And that's why they're over the top. And they expect it. I'm sorry. If I'm a Niner fan, I am heartbroken about Sunday. No doubt.
Yeah.
But I think we're sitting pretty. As an organization.
Okay. Hey,
I'm looking at Brock Purdy, somebody we didn't even know existed. Okay, he looks like he could be pretty good. We still have this guy, Trey Lance, who might be the franchise quarterback. We don't know. There's some risk involved.
Or might not.
Of course, everything's might not.
Yeah,
but would you rather be? There's no other teams you'd rather be other than a small handful. You know what I mean? I don't understand why. Yes, you can be upset about the loss Sunday, but I would be very optimistic if I were a 49er fan going into next year.
My whole thing is you could have said exactly everything you said verbatim when they won their last championship. And you never know how long it's going to be before you get back. So for the people that celebrated that championship and are waiting, nobody said Kyle did a bad job this year. This was one of his best jobs. But when it's all said and done, it's the quest for 6, Steiny.
Okay, that sounds great, and I get it. What about the fans in Arizona?
I don't care about the fans in Arizona.
Okay. Well, they're the same way.
So you're doing the generalization.
But they're the same way. They have as much. They want to win Super Bowls every bit as much as 49er fans.
Right, but the Niners are a better organization than those Cardinals.
Sure they are.
And they had standards that when they won.
Can we talk about the standards? You know what? I don't want to. Like, this is what I don't want to get into.
You don't like the when we used to go. That used to be a fact.
Okay, well,
they were 5 for 5.
That was 30 years ago, Goo.
I just
that doesn't
I understand that, but you do understand the people that experience.
What about if you're 25?
We'll say it again.
What about if you're 25 years old and you're a 49er fan?
Well, you don't have.
Do you have to shut up?
No, you're just.
But you're 20. But you're 30.
No.
You
got blue balls. You're getting close, but no cigar.
No.
And I could still say Kyle's a good coach, but you don't ever wonder when he's going to get it. And now with this, what happened with Brock and the question mark with Trey, I felt better when Jimmy lost in 19, coming back to 20, knowing, okay, we got stability there. This doesn't sound like surgery.
Okay.
And if it's not surgery, the rookie that didn't impress us when we saw him, but it wasn't his fault. It was slashed to, that's instability.
Knowing what you know now, would you rather be in the position of that year Garoppolo came back from his first injury? The quarterback situation, or right now? I'd rather have right now.
I'm going Jimmy coming off the Super Bowl.
No.
Because we didn't know what he would.
I'm not, because I know what I saw after that. And I'm allowing for this to be better.
Who got to the NFC Championship game without
Do you see
Christian
what you're
McCaffrey.
doing? Now you're crediting Garoppolo and the Niners for getting that far.
You got mad. We got
criticized
in the fight because
him for
I
not.
gave Garoppolo a high grade for what he did. And I did a 180 on that because I grew up and I thought about why am I
with the
that
information
dude's had a lot of success as a Niner quarterback.
Information we have at hand right now.
Right.
Would you rather you're coming into next year with Jimmy Garoppolo, or you're coming in next year the exact same way?
I'm going with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm not. Okay, that's fair. At least we got to the crux of it.
Okay,
we disagree there. Good.
Because Jimmy's played in 2 NFC Championship games.
You're right.
Okay, Jimmy's took the team without Christian McCaffrey.
That's fair.
With his limitations to almost the promised land.
I just wanted to get at the root of it.
A bird in the hand is better than 2 in the bush.
We don't know
that. And that's what I look at this Niner quarterback situation.
Well, what if you think Brock Purdy and Trey Lance can both be better than Jimmy Garoppolo?
Okay.
Would you take them then?
I would. Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well,
but one's about to have surgery, so we're not going to find out anytime soon on that.
I'll bet you.
I'm listening.
See if I know 49er fans. We're going to have to do most of this over the Xfinity mobile text line because the lines are full. Which quarterback situation would you want? I want to be fair. Jimmy Garoppolo is the presumed number 1 starter next year. Does the backup matter?
No.
We'll just say no.
Okay.
Jimmy Garoppolo is the starter next year, or they go into next year like they're going to go into next year with Brock Purdy coming off an elbow and
I already
Trey Lance where he is in his career.
I'm taking Jimmy.
See, I want to be clear though.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying no based on all I've seen from Garoppolo.
Okay. And I was doing it on the premise that you said he was coming off the Super Bowl loss.
He is.
19.
He is.
I'm taking that.
Okay. That's fair. What about the loss
to the Rams last year?
Yeah.
Especially the way that I'm taking that.
I don't know. I think it's a good question.
Because now you're telling me you got 2 young quarterbacks, and you could be right, but you haven't seen that. We've seen Brock Purdy is a great story, but it's in chapter 1, and now it's on pause. I'm not willing to just say and diss Jimmy Garoppolo and say he surpassed that, especially when he was working with Christian McCaffrey.
How about this? Here's how we'll open it. Right now, the way it sits, the San Francisco 49ers, their quarterback situation, we all know it. The latest is Lynch and Shanahan addressed the media today, and they were, quote, end quote, encouraged by the information they have on Brock Purdy. Okay. And as of right now, they're operating under the 6-month timetable, but at 6 months would mean he's kind of ready to go, not just starting. So, how do you look at next year's 49ers quarterback situation as it lays right now? Brock Purdy coming off an elbow, Trey Lance coming off of surgery, but he's going to be ready to play in a couple months. I like the 49ers quarterback situation right now. Do you? We can talk about it on the other side. The Red and Gold Report, it's brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail, exclusively at Zenni.com.
And I'll say it, he stinks.
It's the Red and Gold Reaction on 95.7 The Game.
There's nothing like losing the quarterback, and as it turned out, we, as an NFL world, got robbed of a massive moment that we've been waiting for.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I've been telling you all about the Game Time app, how easy it is to use, and how they have the most amazing last-minute deals on tickets. You know all of that. But now, for all users, by the way, not just new users of the app, any of you, here comes an offer for $100 off a ticket to the big game in Arizona that's coming up. So use the code RADIO100 and you can get $100 off a ticket to the big game. Again, you know what to do. Download the Game Time app, enter your email address, and then all of the tickets, all of the concerts, events, theater, everything is right there for you. And in there as well, the big game. Use the code RADIO100 for $100 off the purchase of a big game ticket. The Game Time app. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In Martinez, partly cloudy today, highs near 56.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
There's a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinman, Sally Guru Johnson, having a lot of fun today. Talking Niners, talking Warriors.
No woman, no cry.
And, the 49ers are an anomaly.
Oh.
And here's why. If you ask me to rate their team situation,
okay,
I like it. I think they're one of the top 5-6 teams.
I'm right behind you in line.
But what if he said, what about their quarterback situation?
I'm not right
Now,
behind
that
you in
would
line.
probably be middle, right?
Okay.
Or, whatever. They're probably the only team where their quarterback doesn't correlate with their team. Oh, you want to hug me through
that's great.
The microphone.
No, what I've been preaching is maybe that's why he hasn't got it done.
Because of the quarterback.
Right.
Maybe Trey Lance is that quarterback.
And you could maybe Purdy is.
Let's go to Celeste. Celeste is in Los Altos. Hey, Celeste.
Hey.
Hey.
I just want to tell you I love you second to Ratto, because you guys are both surly and fun and have strong opinions, and that's how I like my men. And I do know that you're both not single. But I was just wanting to call and say, hey, I would get you a cup of coffee if you needed a cup of coffee.
Wow, she's awesome.
Celeste in Los Altos.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
We got to do a show out there.
She's got me.
Yeah.
Got me tingling.
You're turning red.
Careful. Nah, she doesn't have to be careful.
But why were we second? Ray. She said Ray was first. We were second.
Ray's the original.
Right.
God, we're so stupid.
So, okay, here you go. Let's go. Because
go ahead.
In a weird way, I kind of like the 49ers quarterback situation. Okay, who would you rather have? What quarterback situation? The 49ers, as currently constructed.
All right.
With Purdy and
pending. Surgery pending.
Buffalo.
I'm taking Buffalo all day.
Miami.
I'm taking Miami.
Are you?
Yeah. Because I got Tua, or I can get off. Nobody's hurt.
Fair enough.
Nobody's elbow is in question.
Some people would say 49ers there, though, I think. Patriots.
I'm still believing Mac.
Okay. Jets.
No.
Bengals, no. Ravens. Well,
I'm giving Lamar. Yeah, that's just.
Let's say Lamar's
there.
on the
I'm
team.
going Lamar.
Pittsburgh.
I like what I see from our guy from Pitt.
What's his name?
Pickett.
So you'd rather have Pickett than the 49ers?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah. Honestly, but that's real.
Browns?
I'll take Deshaun.
Jaguars? Take the Jaguars.
Man.
Titans?
No, I'm out.
Colts? Texans?
I'm out. But those are going to change because they're about to draft young and
Chiefs, obviously, no. Chargers, no.
Gosh.
Broncos and Raiders, maybe at this point.
Get to Dallas.
Dallas.
I would take the Niners.
Eagles.
Oh,
Cowboys, Giants, Commanders. I'd rather have the 49ers than every team there but the Eagles. I would rather have the 49ers than Jones.
Wow.
That's just me.
Yeah, and I'm not a
of course.
Yeah.
There's no argument here in Minnesota. Of course we're taking the Vikings quarterback.
Watch yourself.
It's not even close. Lions, would you rather have Goff or the 49ers?
Goff has shocked me, and he already played in the Super Bowl in the place that told him to kick rocks. I'm going Goff.
See, this is kind of funny.
Dude, we got
Aaron Rodgers
all day.
But you know what's funny is like Aaron Rodgers get to a point where he's such a pain that you'd be like, just get me any other.
You put him in the right situation,
no,
he still got game.
He's fine. Justin Fields.
When I said that.
Justin Fields.
Oh, I'm a believer.
Okay,
I
so
told
Justin
Damon.
Fields.
Yep.
Tampa Bay. That's going.
Yeah,
49ers.
That's in the crapper.
Panthers. 49ers.
Crappers, yeah.
Saints. 49ers.
Crapper, no doubt.
Falcons. 49ers.
Yep.
So, and then lastly, we'll go to teams in the Seahawks. Geno Smith.
I'm taking Geno. I believe in what I saw. Wow. Yep.
Rams, you'd probably take a healthy Stafford.
Yep.
Let's assume.
I think
Kyler
Geno
Murray.
Smith is a free agent, by the way.
But I don't think he's going anywhere.
Nice job, good.
Kyler Murray or the 49ers' current quarterback situation?
I'm hard on these guys. I'm taking Kyler because I'm taking Kyler with the new coach and things will change. And I thought that dude was the next. So I'm going Kyler.
So it sounds to me like the 49ers quarterback situation, it's probably bottom half of the league if we went through it.
But because of Kyle's brilliance, he can take you to the promised land. But again, I need to check myself. The quarterback and Kyle is not why they lost that game because Brock got knocked out. But the brilliance was getting to that game with Brock Purdy. I'm just telling the people, I love what I see from Brock Purdy. I'm not ready to crown him.
I'm not either.
In the Dallas game, he didn't play bad, but I saw a defense do things to where when you put him in certain situations, guess what, Steiny? He's not Mahomes. You could say, well, who is? He's not Josh Allen. And then we saw Philly. It was early. His height concerns me. Like, I needed to see more. And now the kid's got 6 months at minimum. I'm being proactive. I don't want to. You're not telling me Marino's coming back. You're not telling me Mahomes is coming back. You're telling me a relatively a young man, a phenom that didn't play 16 games, nowhere near 17, that you're ready to tell me he's the next.
Well, you were ready to tell me that over
that.
Trey Lance, who played even less.
That was DNA. That was physical specimen that we saw and the pass to Sherfield. I got to tell you this story. We were at the Pirate Giant game, producer Evan and I, the night they were playing the Chargers in a preseason game. It was the debut of Trey. I had my phone like Jesse Owens was getting ready to run because I was so enamored with, like a lot of people, is this guy, can he use the tools that we know he has, the physical traits? Stoney, he threw the bomb, but
see, he
kind of flamed out.
This is interesting to me. It really is. Because you and I are very different.
Somebody said the guru understand the question.
Yeah, he did. Because people think I'm more pessimistic. There's one thing you're just completely overlooking.
Tell me.
And I get it. I'm not ready to crown Brock. I'm not ready to. But you are not even allowing for the fact that maybe Purdy is good. Maybe Purdy is good.
Oh,
yeah.
Then I really need that. That hurts me because here I go. I'm going Red Cross. This surgery in maybe it's my baseball background.
Okay.
This is nothing this is not a sprained ankle or broken leg.
No, he may be back before that.
We have the question of when he was healthy, he still had more to show.
Of course.
But to give him the benefit of the doubt that this thing is just going to go smooth as a baby's ass and he's going to show us that he belongs, that's a lot to ask for.
You also know the 49ers quarterback situation is unbelievably salary cap friendly. Unbelievably salary
It ain't about money, though.
Well, it is.
Okay, well, go. Well,
for the Niners because they can use that money elsewhere.
Well, I'll say this. They didn't have a third quarterback Sunday. That would never, ever happen again if I were Kyle Shanahan. Somebody's going to be brought in here because let's be honest and put it right on the table. What if Trey's not ready? What if he gets and there's a delay?
We'll know that in a month. He's gonna be ready in 3 or 4 weeks.
No, I'm saying when he plays and it ain't what you want. And our guy Purdy is ramping up still. He's not available. Yeah. Who's the backup? Somebody's coming in here.
Yeah, Andy Dalton.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I know you ain't going to
start out 2 and 3. Right. Who cares?
And you may not
it's
because
a 17-game season.
Because of Kyle's
2 and 3, you'll get it rolling. We're going to the play. First goal is to make the playoffs.
This is quarterback
Only way
heaven.
we can win the Super Bowl, gotta make the playoffs. Got to get on a run, be a consistent playoff team. Mm-hmm. And they're on that track.
Steiny, will you expect the Niners to be in the NFC title game next season?
It's a great question.
I'm listening.
Sure. There you go. Yeah, sure.
Well, no,
sure.
but then the goal isn't just to make the playoffs then, right?
No, that's the first goal. Like,
I see.
Not everything. Like, you can't get to the NFC Championship unless you're making the playoffs.
Dominoes. But you would.
So I'm assuming they'll make the playoffs.
You would give a definitive answer to Evan's question without knowing what's going on.
Yeah, because
so then
now
because you're telling me
they got to the NFC Championship this year.
Yes, they did,
using 5 quarterbacks.
Okay. Wow. All right. I was going to be like, tell me or sell me, because what you're doing when you say that, now those guys are gone. Jimmy's gone. We just heard that. I didn't like how he said Jimmy was gone. I was like, hell no, he ain't going to be here. Jimmy saved you, but. You're telling me now Trey Lance, the second time around, and I'm not being mean here, is going to get it.
I don't know.
Because he's going to get first dibs at it.
You know, maybe I'm sounding like a 49er homer, but I believe in the system more here now.
Right.
Like Kyle Shanahan.
This is quarterback heaven.
Well,
with him and what they got around him, whoever comes.
So why are you so pessimistic?
That's pretty good. I'm not pessimistic. I'm just telling you that person that we're talking about arriving is not on the scene yet, and I don't believe an All-Pro is coming. So as we both of us whisper sweet nothings to the system, it is. But we saw Trey Lance in a system that looked like the coach didn't trust him to throw the ball. I'm not forgetting that. So that's what we'll be looking at in OTAs. That's what we're going to look at. Steiny, we all thought the kid didn't have it.
Who?
Trey Lance. And to no fault of his own.
You're right.
Nobody ever asked Kyle, why did you use him the way that you did?
But hold on. Ask me if James Wiseman's a bust.
Hey, Steiny, is James Wiseman a bust?
I wouldn't say that yet.
Well, you damn sure can't say it about Trey, who got hurt in the second game.
Right. So I'm not.
But what we saw, he was not used like Purdy was.
But that's not bust.
Okay.
You know what?
And I'm not saying he's a bust.
I'm going on record. Put it in the cap. Put it in the cap. Put it in the cap. Kyle Shanahan will utilize a 2-quarterback system next year.
Remember?
Both Purdy and Lance. Sometimes they may both play in the same game. Racket. And I'll tell you why. Is because he wanted to do it with Garoppolo 2-3 years ago.
But
Garoppolo didn't want it, and he got out of rhythm. And then Purdy doesn't have that. Purdy, you're Mr. Irrelevant. I don't care if you like to split time or not. Put it in the cap.
Well, to be honest, they did that ×1. This year they used 3, Steiny. They used 3 this year.
I'm talking about like in the same.
Nah, this ain't Barry Switzer. This ain't college. No, college they do stuff like that.
Well, Kyle Shanahan started a season wanting to do that. It was his hope to do that.
I didn't agree.
Okay.
I'm
hitting all the right notes.
No, please.
Admit it, 49er fans.
That is so why. That's like fantasy. Now all of a sudden he's going to. Come on, Steiny.
What?
You marry one woman.
That's
you know what I mean. You have one spouse.
You have all these so-called truisms that I just don't buy into.
If you're Mormon, but you have one spouse.
Hey, Jim.
What was that?
No, you don't. Not over the course of an entire lifetime. Sometimes you don't. Of course you don't.
What did John Madden tell you? If you got 2 or something, you don't have one.
You know what? Show me the Holy Bible.
Rest in peace.
It might matter. So John, okay.
Yeah, that's not how it's done. That's all.
He can't say that.
In the NFL,
the Dolphins, didn't they win a title with?
But when you have a
with Strock and Greasy.
All right, but you're going low budget on me.
Okay, then why did Kyle Shanahan even attempt it?
To me, it was. I think he was just joking, pulling everybody's shame because he wouldn't.
But his daddy never did it. You know how many things I don't do that my dad did?
Well,
some people are rebellious.
Listen, the great ones are never substituted for.
I cannot.
The great ones are not substituted for. You know this, man.
Who's the great one?
Joe Montana, Steve Young.
Why are we talking
Aaron
about
Rodgers.
them? Why are we talking about Montana
Because
and
they're
Young?
singular.
Right, I know.
Great
So don't bring them up.
quarterbacks don't share.
Right, so don't bring them up.
Then why do you think this
Because
worked here?
Because everybody knows who's watched sports, and the Niners, they're not a great quarterback. So don't say Montana.
Trey Lance was traded for multiple first.
Oh, so
I think his Kyle went to get him to just one-trick pony.
To be Joe Montana?
No, to be the best Trey Lance he could be.
Of course he did.
But no, come on, Steiny, stop
late.
it. I'm going to let you have fun. This is like pull my finger stuff, what you're doing. But you're getting off on
Which
it.
part?
The two-quarterback system being something a coach would really, truly want.
Well, listen.
That's all.
That's
Trey Lance was, you spent multiple
first of all.
Okay, now
that's a hot take.
This one I love you. Tell me that.
You don't think Kyle Shanahan would have used Trey Lance in short yardage situations?
I think that's an insult to Trey.
Oh, okay.
When you spend multiple firsts to trade up in a draft and mortgage your future, this dude is your show.
No.
Okay. That's just me.
Go. When they were talking about Trey Lance and Jimmy was going to start, we talked about a Trey Lance package.
Do you know why we did that? Because he wasn't ready for the whole entree. Trey.
Okay.
It was about how can we use his skill set, his wheels. And he ain't the super fast, but how can we use his wheels? He wasn't ready yet. He hadn't gone through his football puberty. That wasn't about
coming off injury. What a better way. Well, Brock Purdy's healthy at the start of the year, but you know what? Now let's put that package in for Trey Lance.
Well, somebody said Guru, Drew Brees, and Taysom Hill.
I don't.
Yeah.
Feels great, baby.
I didn't like how he said, Jimmy, no way. Jimmy saved you guys.
See it.
And I know I look at stuff with x-ray vision, but did you like how he answered? He was testy because of the L. I get it. He's still mad. You up here thinking, oh, what are we going to watch tonight on Netflix? That dude is going to live with this until probably OTAs. The way that game went down. They didn't get to put their best foot forward.
And that's
Did
why,
the defense have a great game? No.
And that's why.
But Steiny, once on the sixth play, it was a wrap.
Exactly. And that's why I don't believe that a month from now, because it hurts now, a month from now,
you don't think
any self-respecting coach or fan will look back on that game and come to one conclusion. It just wasn't our day. Too much went wrong.
Oh. Right.
Yeah.
But
that's it.
Okay.
That's it. That's the analysis. Okay.
I'm
and you know what?
something.
You know what? Looking back, I don't have to lose sleep over that game because we had no chance anyway. We were already I don't think this
was an opportunity lost, though.
I do not believe that loss will haunt Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, how about, a lot of people don't like this word, regret. And the regret stems from something they couldn't control. Well, you could have.
We lost.
If you didn't have your backup tight end trying to block one of their best defensive players. That's what's going untalked about.
When I was a sophomore in high school, we lost to Reading High, 79-30.
Damn.
Tony Jenkins stripped me twice in a row. I don't even regret that he stripped me twice in a row because we weren't going to win anyway.
But what did you learn from it?
That there was a different level that I couldn't get to at that point.
Right. And this, this is how I live my life.
I got you today.
No.
I got you with a smile.
I'm telling you, I think Kyle still thinks about the 2019 Super Bowl.
That's a different Super Bowl.
Okay. Well, no, this one is easy to wash out, but the regret of not being able to put your best foot forward. But
isn't that?
Listen.
That wouldn't make me.
Why did he have Croft trying to block one of their best?
See, this is weird.
It led to him you're at fault.
No shade at Kyle, but you just want to spend 3 hours ripping him. I don't get it.
Oh, I'd never do that.
So you brought up the block, and you brought up the non-challenge. What else? What else has he got to do better? Seriously,
it's not just me. I'm watching the game multiple times. I'm like, damn, if he would have threw it, hey, don't mean they would have won. Hey. Having your backup tight end try to block.
Oh, so now what?
And what happened?
So it means nothing to you. Nothing. That Joe Thomas, a Hall of Famer, has a completely different view.
Could you share what does he say?
Said every coach in the league is asking their tight ends to do that. That's like what the young coaches are doing.
I thought he was supposed to have 3 quarterbacks for that game, Stoney.
Who?
Kyle Shanahan.
That's a whole.
I mean, all I asked, and I don't know the answer.
So rip it.
Was no. That's the point. I would never rip somebody if I don't really know the answer. Yeah, did I expect them to have a third guy who could throw a forward pass? I did.
Forward pass.
I did.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. But is that on Kyle? I don't know. Maybe Kyle wanted to keep Eason on the active roster and get that Hufanga out of here. Because all Hufanga does is jump around asking for the penalty
flag. He wasn't Draymond demonstrative as I thought. He said challenge it, but it wasn't up. I went and watched it again. I said, I needed more from you, bud, but go ahead.
Speaking of that, I finally got the view of Steph Curry throwing the mouthpiece. That thing was going to get into the stands.
Who stopped it?
Well, you didn't see where it went, but like anybody who said, he kind of tossed it, or I don't even no.
But where did it go? I'm asking because nobody knows.
It went under a floor side seat, clearly into the.
People have asked, where did it go?
That was not
because I'd have been my neck and my back. I need tickets.
He wasn't tossing that mouthpiece like a cornhole beanbag.
He threw it like a fastball.
He was firing it. He was firing
it. But it disappeared.
No regrets for Kyle. Why?
Just another year. Well, getting close.
Yeah, better than not going at all. What a resume.
That's not really you, though.
Yes,
Stoney, I know.
It actually is, too.
You kill me sometimes.
Because I don't expect every team to win it every year. It's hard to win it. He's on his way, to me, in my way of thinking.
No,
it doesn't mean they miss opportunities.
I'm not arguing that.
But
on his way. We're talking about.
They're one of the top 5 franchises in the NFL, probably.
Had won a Super Bowl since '94.
Okay.
You don't want to be on that list. Dallas is on that list. Let me tell you who's
That's not Kyle's fault.
Okay. Right.
And the fact that some people have anxiety over it doesn't factor into the equation.
But Kyle's had chances to kind of put one up for the good guys. Going back to 19.
I'm not going to be able to tell you no. He's 6-3.
Had your backup tight end trying to
block. Why don't you do here? I got a homework assignment. Are we done? Homework assignment for you.
Get to her.
Find out all the coaches in NFL history who have a 6.67 winning percentage. Mm-hmm.
Warriors live 4 o'clock.
Where's live 4 o'clock?
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Now, it's time for the closer of the week, presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Steph Curry, who had another 30-plus point game, double-digit assists as the Dubs got another dub.
Right side Curry lets it fly. 3-ball good on the sideline.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
All year long, Odyssey celebrates the 50th anniversary of hip-hop by covering the milestones, saluting the history, and honoring the impact of the beats that created a global phenomenon with hip-hop made. Download the free Odyssey app right now or go to odyssey.com/hiphopmade to listen to the music and the podcast that celebrate 50 years of hip-hop. And join us all year long as we celebrate the milestone on the Odyssey app. Hip-hop made.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed. And a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Our company, Repurpose, has a really cool mission. Get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper. And nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so if you listen to Tuesday's show, sorry we wasted your time, everyone. We basically did like 3 hours. Should it be Tom Brady, yes or no? And Tom Brady retired today. So that ship, I guess, is sailed, unless this is just, Fugazi retirement number 2.
How dare he torture Greg Olson like that?
What's he doing? I wonder if he works the Super Bowl this year. I wonder if they say, hey, Tom, we got a $36 million a year deal or whatever the hell it is to have you come in here and work games. We want you at the Super Bowl.
I don't think they'd put him in the booth.
but I think they'd probably have him on set.
Like show pony.
Just sort of, yeah, essentially, yeah. Show pony is exactly the right term.
I'm sorry, folks, to waste your time, but that's sports. That's what happens. And look, in Tom Brady's retirement, like I truly believe, Ray, that maybe the single greatest chance for the 49ers to win the Super Bowl might have left town in that, even though he's not on the team, even though it felt like a pipe dream. But here we are. Welcome back to Trey Lance. This is your shot. And according to all precincts from the 49ers, their dais, they're saying that Brock Purdy might be ready to go week 1 next year anyways, but OTAs are obviously going to be, doors get kicked in on that a little bit. They're thinking this could be a 6-month variety still, which has him in play for next year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also painfully aware that what Kyle Shanahan says on February 1st has next to nothing to do with what might happen on August 15th, because there are just too many moving parts. I mean, what if Trey Lance's recovery isn't complete for some reason?
Right.
All of a sudden, Jimmy Garoppolo, who for the second year in a row, Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe has a place, he may be resuscitated yet again. You know, I acknowledge that he spoke today. I hold him to none of it.
Well, here is what he said when he was asked specifically about who below.
Is there a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
I mean, that's pretty definitive. I don't see any scenario for Jimmy's return, which would leave him with a quarterback room that he says he likes an awful lot still.
I know we have 2 starters on our team right now that I believe we can win with. So when you have that situation, you're not that eager to go looking around.
Again, you just went through 4 quarterbacks, and you're telling me 2 is going to be enough for next year? Good luck with that. I mean, I really mean it. Good luck with that.
Including one who has barely started at all. So he still doesn't know what he has in Lance. I mean, he could project practices until he's blue in the face, but you don't know till you see it. And I think what we've discovered is that the 49ers, as planned out as they are also A, subject to the whims of chance, and B, tend to react pretty well to that. So, like I said, I don't hold anything that Shanahan says today as definitive of anything, because there are too many things they don't know yet, including when Purdy will be 100%, if Lance will be 100%, and whether Garoppolo might be needed yet one more time.
He was asked, Kyle was, if there is maybe something he would do differently in terms of his play calling approach with his injured quarterback situation. And he basically said, what do you want me to do? What could I have done? You all saw what happened to my quarterbacks. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
When you ask that question, though, I understand, but I think if you looked at the injuries, common sense would answer that question. I mean, how have they gotten hurt? I mean, I'm sorry Josh got a concussion when he hit the ground, so that's the 4th one you're talking about. I'm sorry our quarterback got his elbow bent backwards on a normal drop-back pass. I'm sorry on a drop-back pass, someone rolled up on Jimmy's ankle. And then we have a dual-threat quarterback who got hurt running the ball. So to throw all those 4 in that category, no quarterbacks got hurt when we had to hand it off the whole second half, so we can look into that.
Look, I would say that the Trey Lance sequence of play calling is the only injury where you might have asked a question like, did you need to go about playing him that particular way in that particular moment? It seemed a little odd. Everything else is straight up football, and honestly, truly, the Trey Lance injury is also just straight up football. That happens. It sucks. It happens. It feels more avoidable, but it happened. The bent back elbow obviously belongs to Brock Purdy, and here's what Kyle had to say about his recovery timeline as they see it right now through their optimistic lenses.
Once 3 months is over, they start the rehab of just building the arm back slowly. and by 6 months, it's built back. And that's when I started asking questions. So does that mean ease him in and stuff like that, like you would think of ACLs and things like that? And they said, no, the build-up's been from 3 to 6, and at 6 months, he is the same dude in full go. So that was the most encouraging part that I heard.
Hey, same dude, full go, 6 months from now means, he's in the middle of summer. And that hopefully is enough to get him right back into a driver's seat. And if not, this is, like I said, a shot for Trey Lance. I'm not calling it Trey Lance time, but the truth is he now has the leg up on Brock Purdy that had Purdy not been hurt, he might not have even been able to wrestle back from the guy. So this is a shot. This is a shot for Trey Lance to prove that maybe he is indeed, the everything, everywhere, all at once quarterback that he was drafted to be, that he is going to be some sort of futuristic West Coast wishbone option RPO, hard to know where it's coming from quarterback. And let's see, are there odds in him being all that? They're not great odds. Is there a possibility? Sure. I guess there's a possibility in anything.
They should operate as though none of this will work out and plan accordingly. Because whatever optimistic spin they want to put on this, that's largely for us. But they, I think, have to operate as though, having seen the number of quarterbacks in the NFL who went down this year, they managed to get to the conference final only because they were deeper than any other team. And they should plan on trying to be that deep again. And whether that's Garoppolo or somebody else, I think what we saw this year from a bunch of teams is that 2 quarterbacks are simply not nearly enough. And I would not be surprised if the NFL brings back that 3rd quarterback designation that they used to have and then abandoned, and just make it, look, this is an extra guy you get on the roster, but he's got to be a quarterback, and you can only use him in an emergency where the first 2 guys go down.
Makes a lot of sense. Maybe it can be like the NHL, an emergency goalie, just ready to play for either team should the situation arise.
Pull a guy, grab a beer vendor.
Look, we did talk a bit about Brady yesterday, that obviously that goes up in smoke with him saying he is going to retire for real this time around. So that doesn't change the goal and the bullseye, though, that the 49ers are shooting at. And that bullseye, that goal is simply this: get home field advantage for the NFC championship game. That's the goal. It's not the end of the list of goals, but I think it's where the list of goals needs to begin. Now, how do you go about acquiring that? Well, the biggest offseason now, if we can just, for the sake of argument, put down the quarterbacking issue for a moment, which is ridiculous because we haven't been able to do that in 7 years now for Kyle. But just for a moment, let's assume everything between Trey Lance and Brock Purdy works out perfectly. Everything's good. We're cool with that. The next most important thing, and maybe even the singular most important thing above and beyond that, if this really is a not dependent on the quarterback offense, the single biggest thing that needs to happen is the greatest offseason imaginable between Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Shanahan. Like, these 2 guys are probably more responsible for getting this team to the NFC title game next year and having them host it next year than anyone else. They just went, they will have gone through a full offseason together, all the games that they played together, 17 games hopefully together next year. That is an awful lot of their brains unloading on film, their own strengths and weaknesses, really getting to know each other as coach and athlete who can execute what you want as a play caller. That is probably where the secret of unlocking the best possible offense from the 49ers truly lies. What does Kyle Shanahan do to deploy Christian McCaffrey in the single most maniacal, damaging way on the rest of the NFL? And then what does that do to unlock Kittle and Debo and the rest of the guys?
I think the McCaffrey piece is already in place. I don't know that you could look at a game where he didn't seem to know what he was doing, or make an impact.
Oh, I'm not criticizing retroactively.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
I don't
saying,
think I don't
how
think
much
they have
more.
to do anything different or anything more other than your normal. Well, here are the changes in the playbook that always happen from year to year.
Sure.
Here's your playbook, and he'll have that on.
But it's an
February 5th.
off season.
Yeah,
And the goal of
I'm just-
everyone's off season is to improve. Jerry Rice, when he was at his nobody's ever been better than me, would go into that off season looking to be even better than he was last year. And that's what I'm talking about. The improvement, just the simpatico, which really was there from day one. I mean, if that's where this starts, I mean, that's what I look at that. This is where the conversation between these two has started. And you got to love that first chapter. What's chapter 2 look like?
I just don't know that you can use him more than you did last year. I mean, I think the idea has always been to try to figure out a more balanced offense than the
Effectively. I don't mean more. I don't mean, like how do you get him up to 45 touches? That's not what
okay. But what I'm saying is I think he's going to know whatever is required of him to know. I think he's going to show up in tip-top shape because he always has. And I think he's a guy that you can take for granted in everything but health. And health is not something you can plan on. So I think that's less of a concern than anything else. I still think that you've got to go to the offensive line and you've got to make improvements there because the difference between their offensive line and Philadelphia's offensive line over the entire season was considerable. And if you want to be that team that wins 14 games and gets to play at home, all the way through January, then the one place that you look at, you just go, we don't have enough great players there, and make the improvements there. That's, to me, where the most offensive improvement needs to be.
The one great player that is there that we would all acknowledge, you really don't need to correct anything going on with Trent Williams. When the NFC title game ended, he was talking about a man who had seen an awful lot of football the last couple of years and maybe had even seen enough. Here's Trent Williams from the day of the NFC title game, or this is from yesterday, pardon me.
I mean, it's a long season, and having 2 long seasons back to back, it does get pretty grueling for a 34-year-old guy like myself. Knowing I'll be 35 when the season starts, you do kind of think about what's life look like after football, because I've done this every year of my life since the 2nd grade, So you do get to that age where, especially after ending a year like this and it being as exhausting as it was, and still not getting quite where you want to be, I get it, you get to that age, but honestly, I'm just taking it one day at a time, and we'll see how that goes going forward.
He's thinking about it. The weight of the frustration that this season ended under, I think, is also weighing on everyone right now. Here's Kyle Shanahan when he was asked today if he thinks, there is a retirement really on the horizon for Trent Williams.
I mean, if everyone had to do a press conference and talk for a while after these games, I'm sure we'd say a lot of things that didn't tell you guys exactly everything that's going to happen for the next 8 months. But I didn't read his words as that's a big thing for him. I know Trent loves football. I know it's very hard at his age, but in any situation to do what you do for that long and come up short. But I'd be real surprised if Trent wasn't fired up in a few weeks.
So there you go. And he might be right about that because Trent Williams is just one of those, he's just got football lifer written all over him. The man was born to play this sport. How much longer? How much more does he got in him? Hopefully one more year for the San Francisco 49ers. Again, Ray, we learned today that, Tom Brady has said enough is enough. And if that is indeed his career, if it's over now, what an incredible career. I mean, what a truly incredible career. I was listening to Nick Wright try to feign some level of outrage that the NBA's media paid more attention to Steph Curry breaking the three-point shooting record than it is paying attention to the fact that LeBron is about to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the all-time scoring record. And if I could lean over and whisper into Nick's ears the reason why, I would say, well, it might be your fault, buddy. It might be your fault because there is a level of media fatigue that has followed LeBron James since you wanted to start the is he really the best all-time debate 9 years ago when it was too premature to be talking about him like that. But you wanted to get into it then. So now that it's the time to actually have that conversation, everyone's kind of sick of it. And I feel like that's sort of where we've been on Tom Brady for the last couple of years. Everyone's kind of sick of it. They're over it. Like Tom Brady is officially the card that they got a lot of respect for, but it's time to wheel it back into the garage. We've seen it race around the track enough times. I know what it does. Give me something else, please.
Well, he also did it a year ago, and everybody took him, at face value. So, I mean, the second retirement is never going to be as pivotal as the first one.
And he conceded that. He's like, you don't get two dramatic essays. You only get one of those.
Yeah, I mean, the only way that he could come back this time is if he decided he was a boxer, because those guys retire a lot.
They do. They do. By the way, Ozzy Osbourne apparently has officially hung up touring. He's got a back problem, Ray. He's got other problems on top of that, I'm guessing, too. But that's it. Tom Brady upstages Ozzy Osbourne. Speaking of back today, and I know that this probably didn't interest you at all. You probably didn't see a lick of it. Mike and the Mad Dog were on ESPN this morning. Francesa and Russo were on First Take with Stephen A. Smith. And so that is enough for even my curiosity to go over and check out a show that is not part of my normal morning habits or anything like that. I don't watch screaming morning sports talk radio on my TV. I don't. I don't like waking up that way. But I had to tune in. Mike Francesa has a disturbingly white set of capped teeth going on there. It's like Rex Ryan, almost disturbing. But, man, he can still say things about sports, and he can nail it. He really can. And he said something that I think sums up Tom Brady more than anything else could ever be summed up about Tom Brady to wrap up that guy's career. If you really wanted to get into how quickly can you explain Tom Brady, Mike Francesa said, Tom Brady made himself great. He wasn't great. He wasn't great to begin with. He wasn't great at the dawn of his career. He actually wasn't even great in college, and losing his job at Michigan fueled him in a way that he probably did the most in sports history to turn average, above average, into true athletic greatness. And I think that's kind of spot on, actually. Tom Brady willed himself to be the most, to have the longest resume in the history of the position of quarterback, the most impressive resume in the history of the position of quarterback. Tom Brady willed himself into this because he's a maniacal competitor. And when he saw, I'm in the right situation to have an overwhelming amount of success, he never shied away from that responsibility. And that is what's truly, I think, the most impressive aspect of his career. He wasn't born to be great. He just turned himself into the greatest.
Well, he turned himself into that, but here's where you have to acknowledge Bill Belichick's role. Because A, he saw in Brady not only that, but the keys to unlocking the offense Bill Belichick wanted to run. And in that way, it's very much like the Joe Montana draft, where if everybody knew he was going to be that special, he would not have gone in the third round. And that goes for Bill Walsh, just like everybody else. He had to see him up close with another starter in the building. And it had to take time, but Bill Walsh and Bill Belichick had to see there was potential greatness there. And then the rest of it was the players themselves. But I could easily have seen a situation where Tom Brady gets drafted by Houston. Oh, no, it can't be Houston because they hadn't started yet.
The Oilers.
Or the Lions.
Sure.
And you never hear from him again.
I agree.
And I also think it would be true if Joe Montana had been drafted by Tampa. You might never have heard of him again. So there literally is a level of good fortune to go with all that hard work, but you can't make the good fortune happen if you don't work hard at it.
The situation,
so your point is well taken.
The situation a football player ends up in will dictate their career as much as their own will, talent, work ethic. Some franchises are just impossible to overcome because of their shortcomings. We get that. I think there's a little bit, and Bill Belichick obviously gets all the credit in the world for coaching him up, but I don't even think Bill Belichick truly saw a fleck of greatness in Tom Brady that nobody else saw. He's just like, yeah, this is the right place to take a risk on that guy. The same way that the 49ers were like, yeah, sure, at this point, it's a fine time to take a look at Brock Purdy.
You don't kind of the equivalent. You don't see it when you draft them. You see it when they're in the building, and you see it over and over again. I mean, don't forget that Bill Belichick had a perfectly good quarterback as his starter at the time and did not need a whole lot of time to move off Drew Bledsoe to get to Brady. But you have to see it in person.
Of course.
I don't think it's a draft thing. The draft is literally a crapshoot. And it's as true for Montana back then as it was for Brady, as it was for Mahomes, as it was for Purdy. You don't know what you're going to get till you actually get your hands on it. And that's the difference between a useful coach and a great coach.
Ray and I have got, about an hour left in our workday. We're going to return right here from about 3:30 to the top of the hour, and it's normal Damon and Ratto on a Wednesday afternoon. Then at 4 o'clock, it becomes Warriors Live. We got the Warriors trying to win, oh my God, a fourth straight game in a row? Yes, that is what they're going to be asking themselves if they can do that tonight in Minnesota. This is a beatable opponent. Nobody in basketball, well, very few teams in basketball are more laissez-faire defending the three-point shot than the Minnesota Timberwolves. So that is clearly an area where the Golden State Warriors would like to take advantage tonight. There are a few things that are actually starting to spit out positive feedback from the Warriors, especially with some of their road games lately. We're going to get into all of that when we get into Warriors Live. I know that Bob Myers was on the executive show with Steiny and Guru today. He had a couple of interesting things to say. I know that there's a lot of Bob Myers conjecture being thrown around the media lately. How about this for sort of an interesting question that I'm not even officially asking? Who's going to be around the Golden State Warriors longer at this point? Bob Myers or James Wiseman? It's not the worst question ever. It sounded like at the beginning of this year, that's going to be one of the dumbest questions ever. It is materializing into something that might not be a ridiculous question.
I think it will still be Myers who's around longer, because I think that's a guy that is at least going to get some sort of a low level interest from some team that, is. I think Myers is going to finish out the year. I cannot say with the same certainty that Wiseman will.
Right. I mean, that's February 9th is the trade deadline.
But other than that, once the offseason happens, that's a coin flip.
Yeah. So this is a time of intrigue, a time of mystery, a time for adventure for the Golden State Warriors as they try to turn this corner. And, Ray, I figured out what the Warriors are. Like, I've officially seen the Matrix when it comes to defining them. And it's not a complimentary way to define them. But I will use the phrase when we come on back in a little bit and go into what they are, what they look like, what they kind of remind me of. And that's not set to define them, because just correcting a couple of areas, not even dramatically, but correcting a couple of areas, all of a sudden they're starting to play much better defense, and all of a sudden their offense and a little bit better a defense could carry them to a season that ends up 10 games over 500 in a year where we've yet to see them eclipse 3 games over 500. That could happen. They could really still turn it on and really impress us. But in the meantime, they have fallen into a category of team that they were once incorrectly branded, but might now actually live up to that branding. So we have all that for you today. We're guest-free. We got Warriors Live starting at 4:30. We're going to get into what I think the Warriors are and have much more on that. And when we also come back, Ray, how could we fix officiating in the NFL? We have gone over many times all the reasons why it couldn't happen. What if, just for argument's sake, we remove all those roadblocks and talk about it in frames of, well, what could happen? If it were up to us to put together a wish list that the league would then go dutifully execute, what would that wish list look like? Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. An awful lot of news around the 49ers. As always, we got Warriors basketball. In, about a half an hour from now, we're going to get into Warriors Live, and it's great to have you here today. If we're going to have a guest would have joined us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. I can tell you that Steve Kerr will be joining us on Friday, I believe, on the Bud Light guest line. Meanwhile, we're brought to you by the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center. When you ask your partner what's wrong and they say absolutely nothing, well, they probably don't mean it. Valentine's Day is the day where you go out and you make sure whatever was wrong or might be wrong isn't wrong anymore. There are 75 showrooms in one location this Valentine's Day. Let the San Francisco Gift and Jewelry Center help you right some of those wrongs. Visit 888 Brandon Street or shop sfgcjm.com.
It's the red and gold reaction on 95.7 The Game.
It's the time to just appreciate what a fantastic season we had and what an amazing job we did on a third-string quarterback. And just huge props to Brock Purdy, man.
Brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest-rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Bertie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Hey, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to get into a little NFL officiating. We're going to get into, I think I've officially figured out who the Golden State Warriors are. We're going to get into all of that in just a minute here on Damon and Ratto, this final segment of us. Before we get to Warriors Live at 4 o'clock today is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. And again, Warriors Live comes up in 30 minutes from right now, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home or supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. John Lynch today was talking about Brock Purdy and getting differing opinions and where he stands on this elbow right now. Here's John Lynch.
I think he's continuing to get some different opinions, talk to different people, which I think is smart in an instance like this. There's a lot of smart people out there. You want to make sure you're thorough. He's continuing to go through that process. I think, the positive bit of news is that it seems to be consistent that the right approach is that one that, it takes about that 6-month mark. Now, everybody will also say you never know until you get in there. Every surgeon will tell you that on every surgery. You always like getting in to see exactly. The MRI tells you a lot of the picture. So they're continuing to work through that process, but we seem encouraged by the prognosis that's kind of where it's at.
I mean, here's the deal. If you're the 49ers, you got to hope that encouraging prognosis actually plays out that way. That's what you're hoping for. That is what I'm not going to get as dramatic and say they're praying for it. But that's absolutely what you want to happen. And when you look around the rest of the team, you can't help but admit, as frustrating as that was, as rough as a finish to the season as it was, this team sits in a very good spot still. If your realistic goal is host the NFC title game next year, your lawn is great. Your house is great. You got incredible curb appeal on this franchise right now. If the 49ers, with all of the frustration that is, played out over the last couple of years here, the 49ers are without a doubt an elite franchise in this league right now. There is no questions. There is even someone who hated the 49ers would have to admit, they've been about as successful as you can be without actually winning the whole thing. And if that's not good enough for you, your high standards are impeccable. I salute you, sir or madam. But you can't just snap your fingers and say, need a Super Bowl because I want one. Every fan base wants one. So that doesn't make you special, doesn't make you unique. How well run, built, and ready to execute is your franchise? The Niners check a lot of those boxes.
Oh, no, they're positioned as well as you can be if you're not the Eagles. I mean, and last year they were as good as you could be without being the Rams. And the differences both times were that the Rams had a great offensive line that stayed healthy. This year, Philadelphia had a great offensive line that stayed healthy. Both teams, exceptional defenses. The 49ers have all that. So really, the only question is, how do you make this better than it already is? So you have to look at the places where you're not a top 1 or top 2 team. And that's really it. Because the best running team in football, best defensive team in football. Offensively, I think they were third. But I don't think anybody's going to look at the offensive line and say, oh, yeah, they were definitely 1 or 2. I mean, they're, 10th, 14th, somewhere in there. I'm not sure.
Right. It's not an embarrassing number, but it's not an elite number.
No, and I think they've seen now over the last 2 years that if you want to get to that thing, you got to be elite everywhere, or as close to elite everywhere as you can be. They have gradually but clearly improved that secondary to the point where you don't like to throw at them. So what's left? And to me, even more than the quarterback, it's the offensive line.
Interior O-line, interior D-line, and then stay healthy. Yeah. Those are the 3 must-adds.
And a third quarterback that you're comfortable with. And I don't mean like a 55-year-old Josh McCown type. I mean somebody who's been around the block, can be both a mentor and a guide, and if worse comes to worse, can play. And weirdly, one of the few guys that fits that bill is a guy who's already on payroll.
Don't say it.
No. At some point, nobody wanted to say this last year. And what happened? The unthinkable. And what happened from there? He got them into a position where Brock Purdy could be a difference maker.
The unthinkable.
And that's not to be scoffed at.
The unthinkable was only available because it was an impossibility for Jimmy to plot his own course. That possibility sounds like it has been communicated very loud and clear to the 49ers when Kyle Shanahan was asked about this earlier today.
Is there a scenario in which you guys could see Jimmy being back, and if so, what would that look like?
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
I mean, there you go. I don't see a scenario because Jimmy's basically already told us, I'm out of here. Thanks for the memories. I'm guessing that has something to do with it.
Unless I've heard that and nobody's indicated that, I'm keeping that option open as well, just because this was a done deal last year. And lo and behold, it wasn't. And the one thing you can say about Kyle Shanahan more than anything else, nothing is impossible until it's impossible.
Will is in Oakland. Will, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
What's happening, gentlemen?
How are you?
I honestly, this is the greatest show of all time, and I'm sorry that I had to say that. You guys are awesome, and this is all stupid. All this stuff we're talking about is ridiculous, and they're talking about like the play calling and stuff with Shanahan, and I'm like, this is kind of amazing, man. He took us to the bowl, man. Again, well, championship game. Again. And everybody's so mad about it, but I'm like, just relax.
Will, how many soda pops for you at 3:40 in the afternoon?
Well, no soda pops.
I would imagine so. Thank you very much for the call. Look, I'm glad you like the show. I'm glad you're listening. Ray's having as much fun as anybody in the audience.
Yeah, at 3:30 in the afternoon.
It's your kind of guy.
That may be a cry for help.
Well, I'm glad he called us.
No, I mean, I don't think I don't know how many people are complaining that somehow Kyle Shanahan has failed again. And if they are, they can easily be dismissed. You don't have to listen to them. You don't even have to reference them.
Yeah, this
At some point, you have to clear out the noise.
Yeah, this failure is not the coach. The failure.
They were unlucky against a better team.
Yeah, they were up against the breaks. They were up against a better team, and they were up against the entirety of the history book of professional football that says a rookie might have won a post-game season or two, but you don't get to win 3 with a rookie. And who knows, maybe they would have, but there was an injury, and again, more bad luck. We're going to get into the other element of, and again, no one here is blaming any officiating, but I could not help but notice that the most penalized playoff games were the NFC title game and the AFC title game. And to me, that is just a bad look for football. How can we help them correct that bad look? All getting to that in just 1 second. We're going to get back into the Warriors, obviously, when we get into Warriors Live around 4 o'clock today. But I figured out who the Warriors are, Ray. I've seen the Matrix. Like, I get it now. And this was an incredibly difficult team to describe to anybody up to this point in the year. Wouldn't you agree? Like, how would you describe the Golden State Warriors? They got the best starting 5 by an awful lot. And then everything else about the team is a sequence of incompletes and don't knows that is incredibly frustrating to look at and watch play. And it feels like every game has a timeline of, yeah, they look really good, and man, this could turn into an easy game for them. You might even be able to rest Steph Curry. And then, oh no, something happened in the second or third quarter, and now the fourth quarter is a barn burner for no reason whatsoever. It used to not be like that, but that's the way it is now. Like, every game almost plays out that way.
Yeah, no, they're a team that is, I think, long on want to, but short on details. The truth is, when this team operates as we've seen it in the past, it's been real good on the small stuff. You know, the only thing you can say about them that is a demerit over the entire run of this team is they're not careful with the basketball. But it has not gotten in the way. Not last year, not 2015, not this year. But they are fouling too much, and that's been going on all year. They rely too heavily on the 3 rather than, work the basketball and get the best shot in the possession. They're clearly impatient there. The difference between their young guys and their old guys is marked. And I don't know that this has been a terribly smooth transition. But largely it's, defense and details. And since defense is details, that's what I would say is the one common theme, is that they've been kind of shoddy on that.
You know what the Golden State Warriors have become, Ray? They've become the team that Charles Barkley was completely wrong about all those years ago. Remember when Barkley, before the championship, would say that the Golden State Warriors are a jump shooting team, and jump shooting teams don't win titles. I mean, Charles went to the bank with that. Charles, that was his favorite talking point. The Warriors are a jump shooting team, and jump shooting teams don't win championships. That is beyond just an offensive description. When Charles Barkley would say jump shooting team, what he was also implying is they're finesse everywhere, they're not really powerful anywhere, and defense is not on their list of things to accomplish in any game that they're really going to play in. That's what he meant when he said jump shooting team. He didn't just mean this is a team that shoots a lot of jump shots. And that's what the Warriors are. The Warriors are that jump shooting team that Charles Barkley was warning you about. Now they have time to correct it. They can be better than just that, but it really is who they are right now, Ray. It truly is. They have become a jump shooting team. They're number 1 in the NBA in three-pointers made. They're number 1 in the NBA in three-pointers attempted. They are 5th in the NBA with the best three-point shooting percentage. So, probably shooting too much, but you want to keep shooting them. It is an efficient way for them to go about scoring.
They're number one in assists. They still move the ball. They got a crackerjack offense, second best in basketball. They're 29th in two-point attempts. That's not just jump shots from in the paint. That's layups. That's at the rim. They're 29th in two-point attempts. They are 29th in fouls. They are 29th in turnovers. They're 30th in free throw attempts. 30th. Folks, that's a jump shooting team. This is everything that Charles Barkley told you and warned you about. He misdiagnosed it. All of the accusations of them being a jump shooting team in the past were totally wrong, because that team, although it did play an offensive style reminiscent of this with a little bit more efficiency, they played defense harder than anybody. They were a top 5 defensive basketball team every single year. And that is the difference, and completely disqualified them from the labeling of you're a jump shooting team. Charles never was able to see that. He was never able to admit that he was wrong in his evaluation, because when you say that's a jump shooting team, you're also saying they don't play any defense. That Warriors team did. This Warriors team does not.
But in fairness to Barkley, when he first saw the Warriors, that was the assumption that everybody made. Well, they're too soft. They settle for the threes too much, and they were a slightly better version of the Houston Rockets that everybody also made fun of, because they said you can't take 43s a game. Well, the Warriors ended up changing the way the game is played in a number of ways, including, three-point volume. But you're right. Their defense has not been consistent. It has not been a positive force in their development. I mean, they've abandoned the thing that took them from really good to great.
Well,
and the young guys are the ones who get it least of all. I mean, Kuminga has figured out, okay, this is who they want me to be. But I don't think you get that from Poole. I think he is clearly the embodiment of this Warriors team. It's his 4th year now, and frankly, he's been, I don't want to say resistant to the culture, but he hasn't embraced it to the point where he recognizes, you know what, I'm more than a shooter. And if he's going to be anything other than Monte Ellis, he's got to become that. It's not a choice. And I'm not just saying here. If he ends up on another team,
same problem.
He's got to be able to envision a wider form of the game that isn't Poole-centric. And I don't mean to pick on him, because other guys...
No, but he's emblematic of the whole damn team.
Yeah. I just think that, when he shoots poorly, what else does he give you? And I'm not sure that the answer is consistently, he'll defend and he passes and he sees the floor and he really gives you quality minutes. I don't know if that's true.
I mean, look, the areas and departments that they need to start correcting don't even need major corrections. Like, this team doesn't have to go from 29th in fouls to 9th. They don't have to improve 20 places. Just improve 9 places. Get to 20th in fouls. Get to 20th in turnovers instead of being 29th. Get to 20th instead of being 30th in free throw attempts. Tiny little corrections that improve you marginally in your worst categories. Get this team 6, 7, 8, 9 games over 500. And all of a sudden, you start correcting those areas. Well, that's a little bit better defense, isn't it? It's amazing how it all goes together, and it's all connected. We're going to have much more on all that in Warriors Live. I don't even know if we're going to have a lot of time, Ray, to get into our wish list for officiating. That could maybe be pushed into tomorrow's show. It is an evergreen topic after all. This is Stacy in Oakland. Stacy, thanks for the call. Thanks for listening. You're on with Damon and Ratto.
Hey, guys. Love the show. I'm a regular listener. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Now, first off, Niners. I could be totally off base here. Can they afford Taysom Hill and that 4-year, $40 million? He would be great for their RPO offense. He can play multiple positions. Maybe he and Trey could share the load, and Brock could keep developing.
I don't think Taysom is a solution at all. And if anything, Trey Lance needs to become a better version
of Taysom Hill than bring in a version of Taysom Hill that is Taysom Hill. So, but I love thinking outside the box.
Yeah, working together, you never know. Only point of contention for the Warriors is sloppy turnovers. I mean, we talk about it all the time, fouls and turnovers and so forth, but there are some easy things that they can clean up that can limit that number. And y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. They're playing 6 guys, the other team and the refs. They've got to be more conscientious of that. That nifty passing and beautiful ball movement that they do, all that's well and good. Stepping out of bounds, all the traveling. I'll take your responses off the air, guys.
I mean, clean up the self-inflicted wounds, the unforced errors, the drive to the bucket that went off your ankle, because there's a lot of weird drives to the bucket that go off your ankle, Jordan Poole. Those are the types of correctable errors. You know, again, when you are 29th in turnovers, that's not just guys in your hip pocket all night long, just gaffling you. That's you being sloppy. And there's a level of Warriors being a little bit sloppy that has always kind of gone hand in hand with their heavy assist offense. Again, when the ball's hopping around, sometimes it hops out of bounds too, but that should be 2 or 3 times in a game, not 2 or 3 times in a half. And that's when it really gets frustrating, when it becomes 2 or 3 times in a quarter. I mean, they were really sloppy with the ball against, what was it, Toronto? Was that the game where they just had 14 first-half turnovers and it felt like they all happened in the span of the first 5 minutes of the game?
Yeah, that was seriously bad hockey.
Yeah, it really was. So, be anything less than practically dead last in self-inflicted wound categories. And to me, 29th in 2-point attempts, 29th in fouls, 29th in turnovers, 30th in free throw attempts, those are self-inflicted categories more than they just are the straight-up excellent defensive effort that you're facing. Because I'm watching these games and you're not facing excellent defensive efforts game in, game out by every team in the league. Nobody in this league's playing any defense yet, basically, except the Celtics a little.
Celtics, the Knicks,
the Bucks.
I mean, there are a few teams that defend, but
the Denver Nuggets a little.
No, the Denver Nuggets more than you would think.
Yeah,
but the Warriors' big problem is that being 29th, it's not just being 29th, it's being dramatically worse than they were a year ago, especially turnovers. They usually would float around high 14s.
Yeah.
They're now 16 and a half. And it's not the number, but it's the way that they don't get the turnover possession back by defending at the other end. They used to be able to minimize damage and turnovers by defending at the other end and getting the ball back.
Transition defense. And Steve's talking about that. It's like this first nitpicking topic of the year. He hated their transition defense, and he probably doesn't like it more now.
Well, no, because he's mentioned since then that he hates everybody's transition defense, and that's why he thinks so many games are in the 120s and so many guys are getting 40 and 50 a night.
We're going to hear from Steve Kerr on some road wins, which they actually are beginning to accumulate in, dare I say, bunches. I don't know if we're ready for that, but
clumps.
It's probably more accurate. Clumps of road wins. Can they clump one together tonight in Minnesota? We're going to come on back and talk about that. We will hear from Steph Curry on a little load management, and Bob Myers stopped on by with Steiny and Guru today. We're going to have that for you as we slip on into Warriors Live here on 95.7 The Game. So stick around. Much more coming up. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And Damon and Ratto, as always, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Coming up next, it's Warriors Live here on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
Thompson will take it with 5 to shoot. Gotta go. Draymond's got it. They don't see the clock. Draymond back to Clay, who goes baseline and dunked it.
Brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
You know, this time of year, you used to need like a tax attorney. Now it's a little bit more complicated. A tax and crypto attorney is maybe what you need, and the accountants at Kugelman Law are that. Do you trade crypto? Do you have any NFTs? Have you received a 1099 from a crypto exchange reporting your transactions? Do you need crypto accounting services? If so,
You need to contact the attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law by visiting sftaxteam.com. The Kugelman Law team has helped hundreds of clients over the years with crypto accounting and tax compliance issues. They're going to give you a consultation, fair, honest, straightforward, transparent pricing while educating you on possible solutions. The IRS is ramping up enforcement, especially on crypto users, so it's important that you have an attorney experienced with crypto on your side. Visit Kugelman Law to schedule your consultation today at sftaxteam.com, sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now reporting.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
San Francisco weather tonight, 41 degrees and partly cloudy.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The biggest game of the year, the Super Bowl, is on Odyssey. And Westwood One brings it to you, streaming live for free, Sunday, February 12th on the Odyssey app.
The Eagles have been the NFC's best team.
Touchdown, Travis Kelce! It's the Eagles versus the Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs, the Philadelphia Eagles are going to the Super Bowl again.
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your Super Bowl, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Well, what do you know? Damon and Ratto quickly transitions into Warriors Live. It feels like it's been a while since we've done one of these, Ray. I don't know why the schedule is broken that way, but indeed it did. And it's been a while since we had a dedicated half an hour just to talk about the Warriors, and it's a good time for a State of the Union because the State of the Union is sort of improving lately. The Timberwolves, by the way, have won 5 of their past 7 games, so this is nothing easy tonight, but it is more doable than tomorrow night's game feels on its surface. Tomorrow night's game is in Denver, a better team, a tougher place to play, altitude notwithstanding. So it looks like the Warriors have chosen to go all in tonight, and then maybe any sort of concept of load management rears its ugly head once again tomorrow night. But, you know, is Klay Thompson playing, yes or no? If the answer is yes, this is the game they're going for, and as it stands right now, Klay Thompson is playing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you speculated that they might go all in for tonight and then let Denver take care of itself, but...
Even a broken clock twice a day.
No, not that, because it was a 50-50 chance, I thought, either way. I mean, they could either just say, hey, let's go to Denver, let's make a statement, or let's try to get the easier game, because even though Minnesota's won 5 of their last 7, they're a profoundly uneven team. And even now, I don't know that you can have much confidence in who they are or what they are. I mean, I grant you they are only 1 game over 500, and the Warriors are a lofty 2 games over. But I don't know that Minnesota has figured out what it is yet. And they've been as inconsistent as the Warriors have. And I'm not sure that they've yet figured out what to do about Rudy Gobert.
What Minnesota is right now is a team that would be sitting in the play-in game. As crazy as this sounds, the 2 games over 500 Golden State Warriors are only 1 game back of the LA Clippers for the 4 seed in the Western Conference. That would be a first-round home court advantage for a team that has hardly been able to put together anything that looks like a consistent effort, especially when it's out on the road. This is Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Again, the Timberwolves, they have won 5 of their last 7. They're coming off an overtime loss to the Kings, light the beam, Ray, and a bad home game
to the Houston Rockets. You don't want to be losing at home to the Houston Rockets. You really don't want to be, but that just happened. Anthony Edwards has been good down this stretch of 7 games, where he's been averaging 34, 7, 5 with 2 steals over the stretch. D'Angelo Russell, who, look, when he's feeling it, can be quite a spark plug as a scorer. 22 points and 7 assists in his past 7 games. Rudy Gobert has been 14 points, 14 rebounds, and 2 blocks in his past 5 games. Now, he is questionable for tonight. We'll get into some starting lineups and injuries a little bit later on. But this is also a Timberwolves team that, conceptually was made to be big down low with Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns, who is not playing tonight. And this is going to sound way too simple, Ray. It probably is, but I'm going to say it anyways. If the Warriors want to win tonight, and this is maybe the reason why you want Clay out there tonight and you want to try to get this one and then take whatever's waiting for you when you get to Denver and take your chances with it, with better odds to win this one. This game really feels on its surface. It could be as simple as, and I say this respectfully, it's never as simple as saying it, but you hit your threes, you win the game tonight. It's just that simple. It's a make or miss league for everybody. Why does that apply tonight? Well, it applies tonight because the Timberwolves, especially when it comes to defending the point guard, they're one of the worst teams in basketball. The Timberwolves have allowed the 5th most points, the 4th most rebounds, the 4th most three-point attempts or three-pointers to opposing point guards. And tonight's opposing point guard is the greatest shooter of all time. And Steph loves playing the Timberwolves. He usually goes north of 30 when he sees that uniform. So a team that doesn't play defense on the three-point line, Golden State Warriors, tonight of all night, hit your shots. Because D'Angelo Russell, he can get hotter than a pistol. But he is a nightly terrible defender. He really is. So take advantage of that, Golden State. Tonight's a great night to hit a bucket or two from downtown.
A nightly terrible defender. That's the kind of consistency the Warriors have not been able to produce this year. They're only sporadically terrible.
Well, they're working on it.
Yeah. Oh, so they say. They said that all year long. And I think they probably have been working on it, but not to any consistent end.
So Bob Myers has got quite a bit of work ahead of him this week. The trade deadline is what, February 9th?
I believe so.
February 12th is the Super Bowl. That's why I had that date in my mind.
Yeah, it's always a Thursday.
Okay, so yeah, it's February 12th is the Super Bowl. February 9th is the NBA trade deadline. Now, can you win with the team that you got right now? Are you comfortable? Bob Myers, who was on the executive show today with Steiny and Guru, here is Bob Myers talking about the approaching deadline.
I can't sit here and say that those 8 and throw in somebody that can give you, even in the playoffs, somebody give you 5 minutes. Can't beat a team in a series. I think we stack up good enough. That's assuming health. But you always want to add to your margin of error, Matt. You always want to, it's not a margin of error that I'm entirely comfortable with as it stands. Can you increase that margin of error? There was the years where the margin of error was so big that I could answer that question and say, no, we don't need to do anything. I'd probably lie and say, I don't. But the truth was we didn't need to do anything. And those rosters bore out and those seasons bore out that way. Our margin of error is not what it was. The record is not what it was. So comparing to what I know about the teams we've had, I'd like to get a bigger margin of error. Can we do it? I don't know.
Again, is there a player out there who's going to add that margin of error? What would be the cost, the internal cost for you to execute that trade? And really, is there someone out there, an answer that is going to go ahead and reduce that margin of error that Bob was just talking about there with Steiny and Guru? More than just take care of the ball. Just stop kicking it over to the other team and out of bounds all the time. Again, you want to shrink your margin of error? Don't be 29th in fouls. Don't be 29th in turnovers. Don't be 30th in free throw attempts. Don't be 29th in two-point attempts. Getting those numbers into the shallow 20s, the late teens, would do as much to decrease or increase the margin of error, whichever way you're looking at it, glass half full, half empty, as any player showing up.
More to the point.
Another point.
No, okay, another point. It's that they can't really improve this. I mean, they could improve their play, But there's nobody out there that suddenly makes them dramatically different because they don't have either the draft capital or the trade capital to make that happen.
I think Alex Caruso, just enough of a wing defender, would maybe be able to, if that's, he seems gettable. That doesn't sound like.
What would you give up for him?
Well, this is a conversation.
Because the cost is going to be higher than you think.
All right. Is James Wiseman involved in this? Because they're looking at,
James Wiseman plus, and even then that's a wince because James Wiseman has done nothing to tell other teams in the league that he has value.
But we got to at least start there, and you got to have some interest in his promise and us, I guess, to do it. How about this? Wiseman and Moody. Would you be interested in 2 for 1? And I don't know how those salaries line up. I really don't. I haven't looked that deeply into it. But if you're asking me, who's one guy that could actually show up and be a difference maker? 20 minutes coming off the pine. Caruso fits the bill, and he doesn't seem like a level of impossibility to add. I just think that there's maybe the one answer I have for you.
Okay, well,
because Miles Turner's not happening. He just signed an extension with Indiana.
Yeah, no, that was the Pacers basically saying, you know what, we're in this, even though maybe we weren't planning on it. So let's just make a run for it. I don't think Caruso gets done for Wiseman and Moody because you're talking about two guys who have done remarkably little for the Warriors. So you haven't been able to see what they are capable of. And Alex Caruso, as you said, he's a really nice Swiss Army knife. And I think he's the kind of guy who you'll see a lot of teams showing more than just fleeting interest in. So I don't think that's a gettable guy for the Warriors because I don't think the Warriors can dangle much that intrigues people.
You might be right. You might be right. They are not really sitting in the catbird seat to negotiate anything based on what they have to offer and what any added cost would actually mean to them with their quintuple capped taxed situation that would make any dollar turn into $4 in any contract you would take on.
Yeah, I mean, I think whatever they're going to do with these guys in the building now.
Not only do they have fewer options and levers to pull from their own war cabinet of assets and what might get a deal done, as Bob Myers went on to say on Steiny and Guru today, is that this league right now, with a play-in tournament, has created an illusion of contention that does not have an awful lot of brisk business taking place now around a trade deadline. The NBA used to rule trade deadline, right? That was no sport did a trade line better than the NBA because teams would quickly turn away from the concept of we're going to be around a 38, 42 win team. Now, all of a sudden, that means you're in position to maybe be a playoff team, and that has muddled, the magic 8 ball that other GMs look into around the league. What used to mean we're dead on arrival, go ahead and blow it up. This year means stick and stay. This could actually get better. Here's Bob Myers.
There's less sellers, I should say. I think the league thought more teams, whether they were trying for a certain player in the draft, would be clearly out on the playoffs at this time. That is not the case. And you can pick the teams that you thought is much better than they playing much better than you thought they would. So that means there's a lot of teams saying, we might be able to make the play-in. Let's just go for it. Or, you know what, let's see if we can and keep it as it. There's not a lot of teams that are making the decision that this season is lost. And so you've got a lot of teams that might be saying to each other, we want to get better. But if 12 of the 15 teams in your conference or 22 of the 30 in the league are all wanting to get better, it doesn't make for a lot of trading partners. Because usually in a trade, a team is saying, we are willingly giving you a player that will make you better, and we'll take back draft compensation or a younger player that we know won't make us better now, but might make us better later. There's a lot of teams now that are trying to push forward as far as winning, and it's unbalanced.
He's right about that. He's right about that. Not only do you have the illusion of a play-in tournament offering hope where there used to be little hope, but you have several teams over the last several years, Ray, kind of punting on competing now for what we'd like to be is in really, a position to compete a lot closer to the end of the Warriors' competitive life cycle, which means the young bits of talent you've acquired through the draft are probably players you're more likely to hold on to now than roll back out into the, let's play Go Fish again in terms of our team's roster. You got a league that has got so much young talent in it. You got a lot of GMs saying, I'm going to stick and stay on my young talent.
But you also have one other thing, and I think this is unusual, is that there are 12 teams in the West who have legitimate, not just play-in, but potential, like, playoff possibilities.
You could be in the Western Conference Final.
Yeah. I mean, basically the cutoff point is the Lakers, and they're 13th. And right now they're concentrating mostly on making sure that LeBron James breaks Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's scoring record in LA on the 7th. So they're not looking like the playoff team. But everybody above them, they're in it. In fact, I was just looking today at, since we were talking about Alex Caruso, the Warriors are interested in guys like Peyton Pritchard, the Celtics, and they're kind of in an argument with the Sixers to see if they can outbid the Kings for Matisse Thybulle. And the Kings probably can put up a better package for him. So the Warriors, where they are now, they're the team I would imagine is least likely to make any kind of, not just substantive change, but even an incremental change in their roster. I think they are who they are, and it's why this game is kind of important. They need to start putting some distance between themselves and teams, 6 through 12, because I don't know that there's a team really below Sacramento that you could say, yeah, they're good. They're good to go. They're fine the way they are. I mean, even the Warriors.
Yeah, teams below Sacramento include the Clippers, the Warriors, the Mavericks, the Suns, the Timberwolves, the Jazz, the Pelicans, and that is the line of demarcation that is the 10 seed. So.
Yeah, and the Pelicans a week ago were a comfortable 4th. But without Zion Williamson, they are deeply ordinary, and maybe not even that.
A lot of clumped up teams, Ray.
Oh, serious clumpage.
Lots of clumpage. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more information, visit boxerlaw.com. For the Warriors tonight, Andre Iguodala is out. He hasn't played since January 13th. He dunked in San Antonio, and we have not seen him since. Minnesota tonight, out Karl Anthony Towns and Jordan McLaughlin. They're out. Questionable Rudy Gobert. We will see if he can go tonight. The Draymond-Rudy matchups are always fun to watch. They really are. And when you look at what the Warriors are right now, Ray, I mean, what they got is they got some things that are officially going for them. Curry's getting 30 a game. He's hitting 5 threes a night. That is an absurd number of made threes per night. He is there, though. He's hitting 5 threes a game. Clay and Poole are both getting you between 20 and 21 a game, 22 points a game. Andrew Wiggins is 17, 18 a game. That's 4 guys you can basically count on getting you anywhere between 88 and 90 points a night. Then you add Draymond Green, who is your supreme defender, coming out and coming in every box score about 8, 8, and 8. 8 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists every single night. Other than that, though, it's massive question marks. Did Dante DiVincenzo show up and play a good game tonight? If he does, they go to the win column. If he doesn't, well, now it's Kuminga. Now it's, JaMychal Green in the rare instances he's out there. Now, are you guys going to make up for that difference? It's going to be fascinating to see how this all happens. And have they really indeed become the jump shooting team that Charles Barkley accused them of being a few years ago? If they don't start playing better defense, they are. If they don't start attacking the rim just in the name of getting to the free throw line, keeping teams defensively honest, and doing something other than shooting too many threes, which is a problem. They should become better just correcting their own mistakes beyond adding Caruso or OG Anunoby or what's his name from Boston that you just mentioned?
Peyton Pritchard. And shame on you for not knowing an Oregon Duck.
Go Ducks.
Yeah, I know.
You will be chastised by our 9-year-old guy.
We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine.
He's
if you're Boston, why are you helping Golden State? Is my that's the last team I would do business with.
Because I don't know that they view the Warriors as the biggest threat from the West.
They may not.
I think most teams objectively would say the team in the West they would least like to face is Denver.
Denver, and then maybe a peaking Clippers team, which has not peaked.
Yeah.
Followed by a Memphis Grizzlies team that when they're home, they got the squabbles in them.
Still young and impetuous, though.
They are.
Not trustworthy.
Not trustworthy. Kings, again, great story, not trustworthy. Dallas Mavericks, way too much of a one-man army. Phoenix Suns, it feels like the best of them is in the rearview mirror. It won't be the Timberwolves going to the Western Conference Finals. It won't be the Jazz. Maybe the New Orleans Pelicans are going to be the arrived without anyone really feeling them coming, and all of a sudden, hey, the Pelicans are, they're healthy, and here they are, and look out, everybody.
Well, but, you'll know when they're ready to make their move, when Zion Williamson is back in the lineup.
Oh, no doubt. Are you ready to take it to the bank? We got some predictions, Ray, sponsored by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names. So, like I said, Steph Curry, he loves seeing the Minnesota Timberwolves. He's dropped 30 on Minnesota in 6 of his last 10 outings against them. Curry's averaging 30 points a game this season and has been really cooking as of late. He's averaging 34 points per game over his last 6 games played. And maybe because of that, maybe because of it's just officially time to start taking business more seriously out on the road. They're taking business more seriously out on the road. Here is Steve Kerr.
We've won 4 of our last 6 on the road. You have to execute on the road down the stretch to win. You have to. You have no choice. And I just think that we're getting some key buckets at key times. Draymond made some brilliant plays down the stretch. Obviously, Steph and Clay made big shots. Jordan made a big shot late, corner 3, I thought was maybe the biggest shot of the game. And we got some stops. We got enough stops. So really, a really good effort from the guys.
Hey, in their last 4 road games, they're 3-1, and their only loss is a 3-point loss in Boston. So maybe they have turned the corner. But, here's the thing. They don't get to play with the same amount of house credit. They get to walk in a casino in the last few years and just open up a $100,000 marker just by showing their face. We'll give them a $50,000 marker. They can't quite play with the house credit that they used to have. But they're starting to earn it back a little.
They've been turning the corner for 30 games, and they haven't actually completed the turn. So until they do that, they haven't.
By the way, LeBron is 89 points shy of passing Kareem on the all-time scoring list. We'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow when we get back to Damon and Ratto. In the meantime, thank you very much for tuning in today. This was a good one. This was a fun one. And we're about to get you out to Tim Roy and Warriors basketball here right around the corner on 95.7 The Game. We got Warriors and Timberwolves in Minnesota tonight. Lucas, Grandy, Ray, thank you so much. I'm Damon. Please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about